Hello everyone, welcome to What If Cranel's love for Eina Tulle changed the fate of Orario movie. Before we start, please go support at 556 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. The story begins when Belle arrives in Orario, meeting the beautiful half-elf Eina Tulle. The events that will unfold from that moment on were not expected by either her or Belle himself. Will they be able to break the adage, "You shouldn't associate with an adventurer"? Can they have a happy ending? Find out by reading it. Chapter 1. Arrival in Orario, first encounter with a beautiful half-elf. In the city of Orario, the center of the world as it is known, a large number of races coexist. Gods, elves, dwarves, demi-humans, humans, and many more who may or may not be derived from them. The story of one of the world's greatest heroes began in the city as follows. "Kid, what brings you to Orario?" asked one of the guards guarding the entrance to the city. "I came to be a hero. My name is Cranel," the white-haired young man replied to the guard's question. "The hero, interesting, is the most original answer we've received in a long time, but you know what? Becoming a hero here is very difficult, the dungeon won't make it easy for you, besides, you don't look like an adventurer. I don't want to judge you by your appearance, but you really don't look like one. Are you sure being an adventurer is what you want? There are many other things you can try to earn a living," the guard commented when he saw the boy's physique, but his surprise was great when he interrupted him. "I know I'm still young, also that I don't look strong, but I won't give up until I achieve my goal. It was the dream my grandfather instilled in me since I was young. Before he left, I want to honor his will. I want to be the hero he said he saw in me, so, even if it's difficult, I'll stand up as many times as necessary," Belle said with a big smile, showing great will and confidence in his words as they passed. This left both guards surprised. Apparently he only had the appearance of a child, but the dream was still childish. Many adventurers with strong wills had come to Orario in times past, but had perished anyway. "Let's see how it goes for you. I hope your words aren't as empty as those of other adventurers. Nobles usually die, the selfish survive. Unfortunately for the city, we need people with dreams like yours." He thought on guard as he saw the boy's determination. "Okay, little one, I hope you achieve everything you set out to do. Don't waste the time we wasted talking to you. You can come in," the guard said as he let him in. "Thank you very much. I'll do my best," Belle said as he ran into Orario, waving his hand in farewell. "How interesting," they both said. In the city of Orario. We could see a young man running through the streets, looking for something or rather a place. He was trying to find the Adventurers Guild, so he could register as an adventurer and begin his journey. Where is the guild? I'll ask this person, Belle thought as he watched a somewhat tall person standing in front of him. "Excuse me, I'm new in town, and I would like to know if you could help me by telling me where I can find the guild, please," Belle said in the kindest way he could so as not to give the person a bad impression. The stranger only turned to look at him, at his call, and answered his question. "You're close, just go a few blocks ahead from here, and you'll find him," replied the person very kindly, although his gaze seemed to be surprised to see the young man. Thank you very much, sir," Belle responded to the help he had received. "Don't tell me sir, I'm not that old. My name is Miach, nice to meet you, I'm a god," replied the person in question. It was the god Miach. "I'm sorry, thank you very much, God Miach," the white-haired man replied, bowing to the person in front of him and saying goodbye to go to the guild. Already in the guild, Belle could see a large number of adventurers inside, of all types, of all races. Many seemed really strong. Well, if the current inexperienced boy was compared with other adventurers, it was clear that anyone in that place was stronger than him or not. The white-haired man stood in line at the register, waiting for his turn until he finally arrived. A pretty half-elf with brown hair and glasses, with clear stress on her face, attended to him. Belle, upon seeing her, was truly surprised by her beauty. His eyes couldn't help but stare at her without any kind of consideration. "She's beautiful, my grandfather was right, elves are beautiful," Belle thought with a bright light in his eyes and a blush spreading across his face. "Excuse me, what's your name?" "I think this is the third time I've asked," said the beautiful girl in front of Belle, asking the question again, but the white-haired man missed it as he was deep in thought. "Sorry, my name is Cranel. I'm here to register as an adventurer," the boy replied, coming out of his bubble. "Well, Cranel, what family do you belong to? I'll be your advisor. I hope you're prepared because I'm not going to let you rest until we're sure you know everything you need to know," the girl replied with a sweet smile. What was the reason for this? Apparently Belle wasn't the only one who glorified the elf's beauty. She was also in a trance for a moment when she noticed the boy, so much so that the stress inside her had disappeared. I don't belong to any family yet," Belle said with some sadness. "You don't belong to any, I'm sorry, but I can't register you if you don't belong to any family, it's dangerous," the half-elf answered with slight disappointment. "So I'll go get a family, when that happens will you be my advisor?" Belle asked with stars in her eyes. They are yes I will be, I already made my threat regarding the study, I can't take it back Aina answered to the boy's hopeful question, making her nervous. Okay. Then I'll go quickly to find a family by the way, I'm sorry if it's annoying, but what's your name? Asked the boy, noticing that he was the only one to introduce himself. Eina, my name is Eina Tulle, I will be your advisor, for the moment, invest your time in finding a god who will accept you into his family, the half-elf answered kindly. Okay, thank you very much Eina, I'll be back as soon as possible, Belle replied with a kind smile, leaving the guild. Hey Eina what's that look for? Misha interrupted with a suggestive look. What look? Eina asked in response to the previous question. Eina, it's wrong to create bonds with adventurers, they always break their promises and don't come back, Misha said with clear disappointment on her face, many of the advisors on site confirmed the above. I'll give it a week Misha said. I've been doing it for a week and a half added another receptionist. And in this way they continued to bet many more advisors from the guild, causing a slight anger in Eina. Do you believe that? I think he'll survive. In fact, in a few months he'll be recognized. Eina said with great determination, surprising everyone in the room. But Belle, in search of a god to join his family. The young boy was wandering through the streets of the great Orario, going from door to door, asking the gods to allow him to join their families, but all the answers coincided in one thing, that they were negative, either for economic reasons such as a debt, or that he looked really weak or worse, that they did not want another mouth to feed. This made Belle a little sad, but he would not give up on fulfilling his dream, no matter how many obstacles there were. His will was not so weak for that to happen. In this way, a few days passed, in which Eina stood expectant and attentive at the guild door, waiting for the entrance of that boy with white hair and red eyes, arriving with the good news that he had finally found a family, but that moment had not yet arrived. I hope he hasn't resigned himself to being an adventurer or worse that something has happened to him, Eina thought, looking down and continuing with the paperwork she was doing. On Belle's part, during that time what happened, he only continued receiving the same negative responses, for the same reasons, but still, he continued without giving up, even though the money was running out, the little he had left, he used it to buy food, while he slept in some alley, he only had with him, his bag with valise, the clothes he was wearing, and an old sword that was given to him by his grandfather before leaving. One afternoon, as the sun began to set, he was sitting on the floor, leaning his back against one of the walls, thinking about his situation, but a little girl approached him. Hey little one, are you okay? He asked. Why yes Belle answered, looking up. Are you looking for a family? The little girl asked. Why yes, for the past 2 days, it's been a bit difficult to get one Belle answered the question. Would you like to join mine? My name is Hestia, the goddess said, extending her hand to the boy. Belle's gaze filled with excitement again at that question. Yes. I want to join your family, Hestia-sama. The young man said with a happy smile. And in that way, Cranel became an adventurer of the Hestia family. After Belle obtained his fauna, he went at full speed to the guild to give the good news to his future advisor, entering through the door of the same, even though it had gotten dark, there were still a lot of people, but a look was placed on him when he peeked through the door, he felt her, and could notice that it was Eina. Hello Eina, I finally got a family, Belle said with a smile, and handed his status sheet to the half-elf. She just watched her. Hestia familia I see, I suppose it's a small familia, I've never heard of someone joining with a god of that name, but anyway, I'm glad you didn't give up on being an adventurer, and that you found a familia, thought the half-elf with a slight and happy smile on her beautiful and fine face. Okay Belle, now we can start your studies, Eina commented, composing herself and adjusting her glasses by pushing them slightly. How beautiful she is, every little gesture, every movement, her beautiful smile is simply perfect, thought the young white-haired man, aspiring to be an adventurer. I'll be in your care, Eina Belle answered as he was guided by the half-elf to the study room. Inside it, his heart was beating hard from noticing the expressions on Eina's face. At that moment, Eina didn't know it, but that person she had just met was about to become someone really important to her. At that moment, Belle also didn't know that that person would become one more reason to fight and become strong. Was it love at first sight? Was it love at first sight for both of them? Chapter 2. First Dangerous Encounter. That same night, in which both began to study what was related to the first floors of the dungeon, so that Belle could venture as soon as possible, but being truly prepared, the white-haired man could notice how diligent the half-elf was in relation to the subject of studies. How did the poor rabbit realize? Simple, they were all night in a room of the guild, the boy read too many books that Eina put on the table, the same ones that, as soon as he finished, were restocked. Time passed, the hours passed at a really great speed, until Eina lightly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Sitting in the armchair with her eyes closed and her head down was Belle's beautiful advisor, clearly feeling tired. From the first moment I entered, I could notice that she works very hard, she is very dedicated to her position as an advisor. I am happy about that, someone who strives to prepare the adventurers well, Bell said when he noticed her and an image of her working passed through his mind. He understood that her tiredness was justified. The white-haired man proceeded to remove the jacket he was wearing and placed it on top of Eina to protect her from the cold that might enter the room. Although he had closed the windows, when he placed said garment on the girl's delicate body, she curled up a little, settling down and getting into a better position to rest. She's very beautiful, but I have to calm down, she's just my advisor, she's most likely being kind to me out of professionalism. It's a painful thought, but it doesn't make it bad, Bell said, returning to his seat to continue reading about the dungeon monsters, as well as some of their weak points. Morning came, the sun's rays penetrated through the closed window. Little by little the beautiful advisor began to open her eyes, adjusting her glasses that were halfway up her face, no longer in front of her eyes. As she did so, she noticed a cute little rabbit lying on the table, with his eyes closed and a certain frown on his brow. It seemed he was having a nightmare, although that caught her attention, she believed it was wrong to be watching him that way. Although the blush on her cheeks grew at seeing him so helpless sleeping, but upon looking closer, she noticed that Belle had finished reading the vast majority of the books she had put on the table, not all of them, of course, but a large part of them, so when he woke up, she would have to give him some kind of exam to evaluate how much he had learned. Fortunately for her, a few seconds after seeing the pile of books, Belle began to open his eyes. "Eina. What time is it?" Belle asked, noticing the girl standing in front of him. Good morning, Belle. It's barely 6 in the morning from what I could see." Shortly after dawn, the half-elf answered when she saw a disoriented rabbit that was slowly getting up after that moment of sleep. "It's good that I didn't sleep that much, that way I'll have time to read the rest of the books and spend time with Kami-sama to tell him that I'm okay. I didn't expect to stay up all night studying, but I think it was good. The sooner I understand the dungeon, the sooner I'll be able to enter it." The white-haired man answered, rubbing his eyes and giving Eina a smile. "I like that way of thinking, but I think it's been enough studying for now. I will evaluate you up to where you have come from." "What information about which floor did you stay behind?" Eina asked, while preparing some coffee for both of them. "If I remember correctly, even the Minotaurs that roam between the 15th and 17th floors," Belle replied, trying to remember. Curiously, that monster was the one that caught his attention the most. "Did you memorize all the information about the floors and monsters from the 1st to the 17th floor?" The beautiful brown-haired girl asked, astonished by Belle's words. It wasn't common for new adventurers to adapt so quickly to his teaching method. Normally, they gave up on the first day, even though they only memorized the first few floors, but the boy in front of her memorized everything about the upper and middle floors in one night. "Wait, Eina, wait, just because I've reached that floor doesn't mean I've learned everything about the rest, right? With the evaluation we'll know better," the half-elf thought, calming down a little as she took a breath and drank some of her coffee. "Okay, Belle. I'll give you an exam that will decide if you can go to the dungeon today," Eina said, pointing at the boy. She was brimming with confidence, since, although it seemed that Belle was really dedicated, a part of her didn't want to believe that a beginner adventurer had managed to get to know an important part of the dungeon so quickly. "I promise to live up to your expectations, Eina," Belle commented, standing at attention as a sign of respect. And so the test began. Several questions came out of Eina's mouth, which were quickly answered by Belle, without a hint of doubt, thus passing the first floor, then the second floor, the 5th floor, the 12th floor, the 15th floor until reaching the 17th floor. Belle hadn't missed a single question, nor did he seem to hesitate in his answers, as he would throw them out as soon as Eina finished saying the question. "It's impossible, out of 50 questions you got 50 right, I can't believe it," Eina said, with her eyes wide open, denoting surprise. Eina, so I'm ready to go to the dungeon." Belle interrupted Eina, who was still deep in thought. "Oh? Yes, you can, you passed the exam with a perfect score, so I feel safe letting you go adventuring, but Belle, remember, adventurers should not venture too far, especially you who will only be one for a day. That's why you are allowed to go up to the 2nd floor at most," Eina answered, resuming her authoritative stance. "Okay, Eina, I'll be careful, I promise," Belle responded happily at the positive response his advisor had given him. "Wait, Belle, before you go, you should go get a weapon, there you can say which one you like and equip it, they are free, so you don't have to worry about the price," Eina commented when she saw the boy who was excitedly leaving the room. "No need, Eina, I have a sword with me that has been with me since I was young, so it should be fine," Belle answered, showing the weapon to the advisor, who was surprised by its black color. "Impressive, I don't know much about weapons, but it seems to be of very good quality. Well, I think there will be no problem for you to go with it, but if you ever need a weapon for some reason, don't hesitate to look for it here," replied the half-elf when she saw the sword that Belle brought with him. "Thank you very much for the warning, Eina, I'm going to leave," said the boy as he left the place. "He has too much energy," the advisor said as she sighed, smiling at the door, but it opened again. "What happened, Belle?" Eina asked when she saw him enter. Eina, could you give me back my jacket?" Belle asked with clear sadness, his eyes fixed to the side, while his hand pointed at the armchair, where the half-elf's rear end was crushing his garment. A deep blush appeared on Eina's face, painting it completely red when she saw Belle's jacket. "Take it." Eina shouted with great embarrassment, throwing it towards the boy who quickly grabbed it and left without saying a word, running like a rabbit scared by that scene. "The Eina is terrifying sometimes," Belle said as he took a breath after leaving the guild. At the Hestia family headquarters, a small ruined church. In a small armchair in the grey room of the church, Hestia was sitting, worried that her son had not arrived at the place. She remembers that Belle had told her about his registration to be an adventurer, and that after doing so, he would study with his advisor everything necessary to begin his adventure. Although in any case it seemed strange to Hestia all the time it was taking Belle to arrive, her concern was clear, as well as justified. That child was the first person to join her family. "I'm here, Kami-sama," Belle said, entering the church and seeing his goddess sitting waiting for him. He just got up to hug him. "I thought something had happened to you," Hestia said without letting go of the adventurer. "I'm sorry to worry you, Kami-sama, but the study took too long, but thanks to it, I can now enter the dungeon, not below the first floors, but I can go," Belle answered, smiling kindly, as he slightly pushed Hestia aside to look at her fixedly. "Okay, Belle, be careful, I'll be here waiting for you when you get back. I'd like to help you a little with your weapons, but since we're just starting out we don't have any funds," so the little goddess commented, trying to justify herself. "You have nothing to worry about, I'll be fine, I'm not unarmed, I have my sword with me," Belle replied, pointing to the sheath on his hip. "It's true, I noticed it the first time we met, but promise me that if you see danger, you'll run away. You already know the dungeon and what's there, you should have enough judgment to know how much risk you are in," Hestia said while smiling at Belle. "I promise not to get into trouble, Kami-sama, I'll be back fine, you'll see," the white-haired young man replied as he put on his jacket, although when he looked at it, he blushed intensely, but decided to ignore what had happened and put it on. "I'm ready, I'll go for a couple of hours only, and I'll come back with money so we can go eat together," Kami-sama, Belle said as he left the place. "Be careful, Belle," Hestia whispered to herself, watching her son leave. In the dungeon. We could see a small level 1 adventurer, waving a sword at great speed, impressive for the speed at which he did it, if we consider that it was his first day. One by one the monsters were falling. After studying their weaknesses, it was easy to finish them off. He could advance faster, but it consumed important time in collecting the magic stones that they dropped. It's tiring killing monsters and moving around. I think I lost count of how many magic stones I've obtained after killing that group of kobolds and goblins. They are strangely very easy to kill. That surprises me. I thought that being my first day, they would represent a greater risk, Belle commented to himself, wiping his sweat with his forearm. The killing continued. He went down floors after defeating each monster he came across. A dungeon lizard approached him at full speed. For a moment Belle had been distracted, so he received a blow to the face, making a considerable cut on his cheek, but before even complaining of the pain or worrying about what had attacked him, he simply swung his sword at the torso of that monster, making a vertical cut in it, releasing a large amount of blood. When the white-haired man noticed the breed of the monster that had hit him, he was slightly surprised, but finished it off with the next cut. "When did I get down to floor 3? I didn't realize it. I was so focused on fighting that I didn't notice it." "I have to be careful," Belle said, surprised at not noticing the position he was in before. He had already surpassed the limit Eina had set for him regarding his progress in the dungeon. I haven't had any problems so far. Would it be a good idea to go deeper?" the white-haired man asked himself, clearly interested in seeing more of the dungeon. "Sorry Eina, I'm curious, I'll be careful, if I see something I can't handle, I'll go up quickly," said the boy as he went down even further. He went down to the 4th floor. There he could notice that the monsters appeared in greater numbers than the floors before him, but he didn't see any problem. He took his sword with his right hand, and with a slash in the air, he managed to make some dungeon lizards like the one he had defeated previously retreat, and then launched an attack with the tip of the weapon, and finished them off. Without realizing, or rather, without caring about what he was doing, he continued walking up and down the floors until he reached the 6th floor without much trouble. "I'm on the 6th floor, I have to watch out for the." Belle was going to give feedback when he suddenly felt an attack heading towards him. That blow was blocked by putting his weapon in front of him, but he felt the blood from his forearm slide down the entire length of his arm until it fell to the ground. He had been cut by that monster. He couldn't see it well, but he knew it was there. He quickly jumped back to take distance and observe his rival. That was where he noticed that the real word to use was not rival, it was rivals. 4 war shadows had gathered to attack him, as if those monsters had felt a latent threat in the boy. Or shadow precisely those I didn't want to run into and there are 4 of them. I must flee as soon as possible, Bell was going to say when he was interrupted by a blow to his back that made him fall forward. He quickly stood up and then noticed that there were also some dungeon lizards blocking his way back. I have no choice to fight, he said to Bell when he saw the situation he was in. To cower at any moment would be his downfall. To get nervous at this moment could cost him his life. With his sword out in front of him, he launched himself at those who represented a greater threat, the war shadows. Blocking the attacks of those monsters, he could feel his body being hit by small blows to which he counterattacked with stabs and cuts, but he couldn't finish them off quickly. That's why he had to change his strategy, go one by one. His speed was a determining factor. If he hadn't trained with his grandfather when he was just a child, it was very likely that he wouldn't have passed the 2nd floor as Eina had said, but that wasn't the case. Running in zigzags, dodging each of the monsters with overwhelming speed and accuracy, until suddenly, his sword managed to pierce one of the war shadows, disappearing upon receiving the attack. He had no time to celebrate that small victory, there were still 3 war shadows to defeat, and the dungeon lizards. He continued with his strategy. If he had been defeated face to face, the only thing left for him to do was to continue with that strategy that was working: run, attack, dodge and keep running. The monster's eyes could not keep up with the hopping rabbit that was going from place to place directly towards them. The slash was again directed towards Bell's face, but he dodged and stuck his sword into the war shadow's magic stone. Bell hadn't noticed, but several adventurers began to gather, watching how that rabbit-like boy, whom they had never seen, was finishing off all those monsters one by one, all by himself and without anyone's help. As he wasn't known, they assumed he was new, but those movements didn't match those of a novice adventurer. They didn't want to interrupt. It is forbidden to steal prey from other adventurers. Ah! Bell shouted, unleashing all his strength in both arms to split a dungeon lizard in half and kick the other one that was next to it, then raising his sword again and stabbing the monster's face and killing it. There are still 2 war shadows left. I'm starting to get tired, thought Bell as he took a breath and then continued moving. A moving target is difficult to attack, but not impossible. In a skillful move, Bell faced the second to last monster left, but it noticed his presence and launched a slash at the white-haired man's torso, who barely managed to dodge it, but a slight superficial cut had been made on his body, so blood began to drip. Damn, I got too confident, I can't keep giving them openings, Bell complained in his mind, frowning. He took his weapon with one hand and cut from bottom to top towards the war shadow's head, but he had been dodged, or so he thought. The boy released his sword so that it fell on his left arm that was free, and when he took it, he stuck the tip into the monster's body, leaving only one remaining. She approached him little by little, step by step, without fear on her face. Fight for tomorrow, fight to win, fight to protect, Bell said in his mind. Ah. Bell used that war cry to defeat his last opponent, who was already resigned and only received the diagonal cut, dying instantly. That is enough, I think I should go back before something else happens. I'm tired, Bell said while taking a breath. Everyone watching him was amazed by his performance. They didn't expect a rookie to achieve that. But that admiration was interrupted. Careful. Bell shouted to one of them, because they were distracted. A Minotaur had approached behind them, hitting the one the white-haired man had warned. He flew away, crashing into a rocky wall of the dungeon. The rest of them, upon noticing what had happened, dispersed and fled. Minotaur on floor 6. They all shouted as they ran to the floors above them. Another of those adventurers was being chased by that monster. He was about to be killed with a single blow by the Minotaur, but Bell blocked the attack with his sword. Run. I'll distract him, but run and take your partner with you. Bell shouted as an order while clenching his teeth and the muscles in his body to prevent himself from flying away from the force exerted by the Minotaur's blow. Thank you. Shouted the adventurer as he carried his companion and left the place, following the orders of the rookie who had saved her. Bell was hit by another blow, which he received with his sword again, but since it had been hit to the side, he could not stand and fell to the ground, a few meters from the monster. He stood up and stood on guard. I think the Argonaut's tale wasn't exaggerating about the Minotaurs, Bell said, swallowing and looking at the rival in front of him. Chapter 3. A little rabbit, a big challenge. I think the Argonaut's tale wasn't exaggerating about the Minotaurs, Bell said, swallowing and looking at the rival in front of him. In another part of the dungeon. The golden-haired girl could be seen climbing several floors of the dungeon. The reason? A Minotaur had escaped from the middle floors to the upper floors because of her and her family, so any adventurer who found themselves there could have an unfortunate encounter with it, ending in fatality. Aiz. Have you found that Minotaur yet? Only the one you were chasing is missing. The others have already been eliminated, Finn asked the so-called Sword Princess, a level 5 adventurer from the Loki family. Not yet, Finn, I'm working on it, the girl answered her captain's question with her usual serious tone, a personal seal of the Sword Princess, apparently. At that moment, she continued climbing the floors, hoping to run into that monster or some indication that it was nearby. Minotaur on floor 6. A person shouted as he ran terrified with one of his companions on his shoulder. This was heard by Aiz, who, having her senses really trained, was able to receive those warning words, but that was not the only thing. A certain knocking of metal with flesh and fists hitting the floor resounded on the floor from which both adventurers from before had fled. He quickly ran towards where the sound was coming from. Then Bel's battle against the Minotaur. "Well, I got into this because I wanted to be a hero, so I can't back down now," Bell said to himself as he faced that Minotaur. His eyes were full of determination, his grip on the sword was strong, so that it seemed impossible to remove it from his hands. The Minotaur bellowed, making the place rumble and driving away any monsters that were in the vicinity of where the fight was about to take place. Step by step, Bell walked slowly towards him. Bell was afraid, but that feeling had to be discarded. Bell remembers, adventurers should not venture too far. The young man remembered those words coming from his advisor. "Sorry Eina, but I'll have my first adventure sooner than we imagined," Bell said, and then started running towards the monster. This alerted the Minotaur, who launched a huge blow in the boy's direction, although he barely managed to dodge it. However, the monster quickly charged Bell with its shoulder, sending him flying from the impact. "Damn, I can't compare this monster with the others I saw before. I shouldn't fight the same way. I have to be fast," Bell commented while wiping the blood that dripped from his lips. Bell launched himself at him again. The Minotaur answered again with a precise blow. The blow was again impossible to dodge, so the only option left to Bell was to cushion it somehow without causing considerable damage. At that instant, he put the sword in front of him, putting all his physical strength into his arms, shoulders and legs, so as not to crash into the wall again like the previous time. Whoa. That sound was caused by the impact of the Minotaur's blow with the sword. A large curtain of smoke and dust rose in front of them by the shock wave of that clash of forces, something that Bell took advantage of to move. Maybe his eyes were blinded, but hearing and smell could still be used by the Minotaur, so if he kept constantly changing direction, he would not be located and could attack. The diagonal cut was received by the Minotaur, who barely managed to block with his arm, thus causing a cut on it. This took that monster by surprise. That boy had been imperceptible. The surprise could not have come at a worse time. The young man attacked him again, throwing slashes in the air, cutting the curtain of dust that gave him an advantage, but giving precise attacks on the body of that monster, who could do little or nothing. The smell of that boy's blood was overshadowed by his own, preventing him from locating him that way. The noise in the dungeon from the monsters surrounding the floor where they were hid, the sound that came from the boy's footsteps when he tried to ambush him in some way. That was a constant for several seconds, the Minotaur blocking the attacks he received from that white rabbit, which crossed like a small white light, only allowing a glimpse of a slight spark caused by his sword when it came into contact with the monster's body. If someone could perceive the face of that beast, they could conclude that it was truly overwhelmed by the little or no control of the situation it had been involved in. The advantage of a little while ago had vanished. The monster capable of getting a level 2 adventurer into trouble was falling prey to a novice. The Minotaur's anger was clear, so he decided to prepare his suicidal plan. He got into position to launch an attack with his horns, destroying everything in his path. If that boy avoided a direct fight by being in constant movement, he would do the same. The great wave of destruction grew on the ground. All the walls that came into contact with the horns and/or body of the Minotaur were destroyed without any problem. Its objective was clear. It didn't care about destroying everything in place, as long as it destroyed Bell. Damn, I can't match his speed either. In terms of strength, it's impossible for me to beat him. I thought that having the terrain on my side I had a chance, but I feel like he's getting closer and closer to me. His movements make no sense at all. That tells me he's following his instincts. It seems there are two of us now, thought Bell as he fled the place when he felt the presence of that beast close to him. "Hey monster." Bell called to the Minotaur, causing it to turn around, but was greeted with an unexpected and nasty surprise, if you want to call it that. Slash. A slash was thrown at his face. A large vertical line was extended across the face of that monster, cutting off one of his eyes and part of his snout. The Minotaur moaned in pain as he grabbed the injured area with one of his hands. Bell took advantage of this to strike again, but it was a trap, which the white-haired man realized too late. When he stood before the Minotaur, raising his sword to prepare his blow, a smile appeared on the monster. With his free hand, he delivered a sharp blow to the boy's stomach, who was unable to defend himself, flying towards the nearest wall. "Wah-ah." That sound came from Bell, who was spitting blood and holding his stomach with his right arm. For some reason, he couldn't feel his other arm. As he looked down in terror at what that could mean, he relaxed when he saw that it was still attached to his body, but the problem was that it was placed in a somewhat strange way. It wasn't in its usual position. Turning around again, he could see that the Minotaur was quickly launching itself towards him to finish him off with a final blow with its horns and head. Belle would not be able to withstand a blow of such magnitude from the front and without armor, it would have been suicide to let that attack enter fully. With what little strength he had left after being wounded, he threw himself to the side, watching as that Minotaur crashed into the same spot Belle was standing. "My sword, where is my sword?" Belle said, still grimacing in pain, blood covering one of his eyes, but not stopping him from continuing to search for his weapon until he could glimpse it in the rubble a few meters away from him. Apparently, when his arm was dislocated, he dropped it. He ran more with spirit than strength to reach her until he heard the rocks break. The Minotaur had freed itself and was turning to look in the direction of Belle, who quickly bent down to grab the sword with his only available arm. The Minotaur saw him and prepared to attack the little boy who was causing him so much trouble. "Looks like this will be the end for him or mine," Belle said as he placed the gun in front of him. "With the little strength left in my spirit and my body, I will fight, I will not give up, at least I will take you to the grave with me. Did you hear, beast?" Belle shouted with a little air in his lungs that were close to collapsing from the blow given before. "Ah!" Belle shouted at the top of his lungs again as he ran around swinging his sword in different ways, looking for a way to ensure contact with the Minotaur's body and not its horn. For its part, that monster left no opening for the boy. Any form of contact with the sword would be blocked, even if he had to lose his arms, that rabbit would not kill him. Clash. The sword had made contact with the beast's body. Belle noticed that the only way to ensure killing it was to destroy its head with that horn as a consequence, but it was more resistant than he could imagine. The Minotaur raised his head, charging at the white-haired man and throwing him upwards to hit and kill him as soon as he touched the ground. Belle's body felt like a feather, floating through the air, while gravity brought him back down in a calm manner. His hands ached and bled from his effort, his head had been opened somehow, but until that moment he could feel the pain of that wound, his muscles burned, it was obvious, he overexerted himself on his first day. "Grandpa Kami-sama, I'm sorry I'm weak," Belle thought as he saw the image of both of them pass through his mind, a few small tears falling from his eyes. "I promise to live up to your expectations, Aina," Belle recalled those words he said to his beautiful advisor. I promise, yes I promised," Belle said in his mind repeatedly. "Yes, I promise," said the young man, slowly opening his eyes. "If I promised I'm going to keep it," the white-haired man shouted with great determination. Belle looked to his right side and could notice that the sword had not left his grip. When he looked back down at him, he realized that his distance was already close to the Minotaur that was running to hit him. He took his sword with the strength he had left. The moment arrived, as if everything froze, time seemed to pass slowly, only small stones rose up that were broken by the Minotaur's footsteps. "I don't need to fight you anymore, I don't need to face you any longer, I just have to kill you," Belle said with a smile on his face. In a movement imperceptible to the Minotaur, Belle turned to stand in front of him, his hand raising the sword high. This caught the monster's attention, but from one moment to the next, he lost sight of her. Slash. The cut had been made, the Minotaur had slowed its pace to avoid the attack, so Belle fell to the ground. The monster opened his eyes in terror towards that boy. He wanted to finish the job, even if he died, but he felt his eyes falling further and further until they hit the ground. Belle had decapitated the Minotaur with a clean cut from the base of the beast's neck. The Minotaur's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, then disappeared, leaving only a magic stone lying on the ground. "I did it," Belle said, looking with a tired face in the direction where the monster had disappeared. "I did it," Belle finished, fainting. "But the princess of the sword. Someone is fighting the monster, it's dangerous, they could die in an instant, all because of our mistake, I must fix this," the girl thought as she reached the 6th floor. Her train of thought was interrupted when a scream made her turn her gaze to where it had come from. "If I promised I'm going to keep it." She watched as a small young man, whom she had never seen in the dungeon, took hold of his sword while it was still in the air and drew a determined look on his face. The sword princess rushed to help him, but without taking her eyes off him. Just as she was about to finish off the Minotaur, it stopped, causing Aiz to fail to hit it, but there was something strange about it. She looked down and noticed the little boy, lying down, still conscious, looking at the monster. The Minotaur's expression was one of true terror, which greatly surprised the sword princess. That monster began to approach the white-haired boy, completely ignoring Aiz, but just as the girl was preparing to finish him off, the Minotaur's head rolled down. "I did it," said that young man, whom Aiz turned to look at. His face had a tired smile from all the effort he had exerted in that battle. "I did it," the boy added, fainting. "I have to take him to Riveria," said the sword princess, lifting the adventurer in her arms and running at full speed to where her family was. In Belle's subconscious. Where am I? Everything is strangely quiet. Have I died? I don't think so, it doesn't seem like I've died, but it's a possibility. At least I defeated that Minotaur and saved those adventurers, the price of one life saved too. It doesn't sound so bad if you put it that way, thought Belle, walking along a white path. Always thinking of others, Belle, you never change, said a voice in that place. Grandpa? Belle replied, seeing the silhouette of the only person in his family he knew. Belle, I'm sorry to tell you that I'm nothing more than a figment of your imagination, I'm not really your grandfather, the person in question replied. I see, that means I'm not dead, that's a relief, although I would like to meet you again, but I think it's going to be impossible, Belle said to the person who appeared to be his grandfather. Belle, don't give up, today you've proven to be stronger than yesterday, that's the path of a hero, improve day by day, with effort and dedication, follow your dream, said that person. That's right, Grandpa, hahaha, Belle said with tears in his eyes, wishing that it really was his grandfather. The light in the room faded, leaving everything in complete darkness, until he finally opened his eyes to the real world. At the Aiz family headquarters. We could see a little goddess really worried about the state in which her first son was just a few minutes ago when she received a notification that Belle had been found seriously injured and that the Loki family had healed his wounds as much as they could and then brought him to the surface. Hestia felt very scared, imagining the worst, that's why she ran in the direction where Belle was, taking him to the pharmacy of an old friend of hers, the god Aiz. To whom just yesterday she had told him about the new and first member of her family. He immediately knew who it was because he had met him a couple of days ago, but returning to the main thing, the Aiz family had treated the rest of Belle's wounds, making use of some potions that their pharmacy had and accommodating his left arm to avoid future consequences. After a couple of hours, Belle began to wake up. Where am I? The white-haired man said as he opened his eyes. Belle, Hestia said with tears in her eyes, which were dry but reappeared again, soaking her face once again. Belle, don't scare me like that. When they told me you were fainted, I thought you were dead. I got very worried, Hestia commented while hugging her son. Belle, for his part, only reciprocated the gesture, with a regretful look for having made his goddess worry. I'm sorry, Kami-sama, the white-haired man responded to the words of his goddess. I see you're better now, Belle, Hestia has told me many things about you, Aiz interrupted the scene between the two. He is Aiz, he is the manager of this pharmacy, he is a friend of mine for many years, said Hestia, introducing the god. Aiz-sama, thank you very much for helping me, I promise to pay you as soon as possible for the treatments you did for me, Belle said sooner rather than later, bowing to him. I'm surprised by what you're saying, but I can't accept it. The Loki family took care of the expenses. The god replied with a kind smile towards the boy. Loki family, why? Belle asked with clear doubt. He didn't understand why the second strongest family in Orario would pay for his treatment. What relationship did they have? Simple, the Minotaur you faced was one that they escaped, there you have your answer, by facing it and finishing it off. According to the Sword Princess, it was the most correct way to thank you, she was the one who found you lying on the 6th floor, according to what the others said, she is also the one who brought you here, Hestia answered to her son's question. I understand, I'll have to thank them when I run into them, Belle expressed while taking his chin. By the way, here, the Sword Princess says that you didn't let go of this thing for anything in the world, you must be very fond of it, right? Aiz said as he extended his hand and handed his sword to Belle. Thank you, Aiz-sama, I am truly grateful to you, if you ever need anything, just ask me, Belle replied with a smile. I'll keep that in mind, Belle, maybe I'll ask you for some things, but don't worry, it would just be some potion materials, that way we both benefit, you get those materials, and I'll give you a discount on the potions. What do you say? Aiz asked as he turned to look at his daughter Naza, who gave him an approving look at the offer. Really? Sounds great. We have a deal then, Aiz-sama, Belle replied, extending his hand to the god when suddenly an agitated person entered the pharmacy. Is the adventurer Cranel here? A female voice shouted that question at the pharmacy's reception desk. Naza went out to see who it was and caught a glimpse of a half-elf who had apparently come running. Why yes, it's in the back, if you want to see it you have to. Naza couldn't finish her sentence because that girl rushed to run towards the patient. How fast, thought the Aiz family member seeing the speed at which Eina had entered the room. Belle. Eina shouted as she slammed the door open. The Eina? Belle said in surprise when he saw his advisor in front of him. Ah, he's going to scold me, hit me or kill me, a less bad fate awaited me if the Minotaur killed me, Belle thought in terror. As Belle closed his eyes, waiting for the reprimand, he was hugged tightly by the half-elf. Belle, I'm glad you didn't die, I'm glad you're okay, I was so scared when they told me you were found in bad shape, she said to Eina with tears in her eyes as she clung tighter to the young man. Belle expressed with surprise at seeing the girl's reaction, so he decided to reciprocate the hug in the same way she did. Hestia and Aiz withdrew from the place, wanting to give them space to talk. Belle, I already told you, adventurers shouldn't venture too far, the half-elf commented, without letting go of the hug. I'm sorry, Eina, my feelings of saving others were stronger than my survival instinct, Belle replied, lowering his gaze. You're an idiot, Belle, you're an idiot, you're barely level 1 at the beginning, if the sword princess hadn't saved you, you'd be dead, Eina said very sadly. I know but she didn't save me, the boy replied, surprising his advisor, who turned to look him in the eyes. What do you mean by that, Belle? The half-elf asked. I was the one who defeated the Minotaur, Belle said with a smile, directing his gaze towards Hestia and Miach, who were peeking through the door watching the scene. It's true, that's what the sword princess informed us, moreover, here is the proof, said Hestia, throwing him a bag with the magic stones that the boy had collected, inside of which was the Minotaur's. Why, you defeated a Minotaur being level 1, Eina expressed with surprise. Yes, that's right, said the white-haired man. Minutes passed, in which Belle explained how he had achieved such a feat, word after word, Eina became more and more surprised, as did Hestia and Miach. And that's what happened, I don't know much about the rest, I was unconscious, Belle concluded. The silence in the room was truly overwhelming. No one could believe what they were hearing. Eina was the first to speak. Anyway, you should be more careful, you could have died, please promise me you'll be more careful, Eina said looking at the boy. Yes, I will, Belle responded in a carefree manner until he saw his advisor's still tear-stained face. I promise not to die, Eina, Belle corrected, taking the required seriousness. They both stared at each other, at that moment, Belle began to feel his body fill with strength. I have to be strong, I have to survive, so I don't make the people who love me sad again, so I can protect Eina, I don't want tears falling on her face again because of me, Belle said in his subconscious, at the same time a small heat formed on his back. Well, if the couple has already stopped seeing each other, I think it's time for us to go, Belle, advisor, I suppose you have work. Am I wrong? Hestia interrupted the moment in which both people had formed a promise, an unbreakable desire. Couple? They both shouted with clear blushes. Why, you're wrong, Kami-sama, Belle said nervously. Yes, whatever, Belle, let's go to the headquarters, advisor, thank you for worrying so much about Belle, I'm glad to know that a person like you takes care of him, Hestia commented with much gratitude. And no problem, it's a pleasure, Eina answered, still blushing from what Goddess Hestia said. In this way, both Eina and Hestia with Belle headed to the guild and its headquarters respectively. Twilight Mansion. That boy defeated a Minotaur, Aiz said as she remembered that scene. How do you get so strong? I have to know, he concluded. Chapter 4. The Power of a Dream. In the abandoned church, headquarters of the Hestia family. Well, Belle, although what you did was irresponsible, I can't deny that it's also surprising, you've only been an adventurer for 1 day, and you defeated a Minotaur, but anyway, if the sword princess didn't get you out of the dungeon, other monsters could have approached you and ended your life, I must thank her when I have the opportunity to run into her, although I dislike Loki, one of her daughters saved you, for that reason. You must be more careful in your next days in the dungeon, said Hestia, reprimanding Belle for his irresponsibility in the dungeon. The white-haired man could only lower his head while nodding slightly. That day there were already 2 very strong scoldings, one from Eina and another from his newly obtained goddess. I'm sorry, Kami-sama, my dream of being a hero influenced me in wanting to save people, but I must understand that I must also save myself. I promise that I will do everything possible so that the situation does not repeat itself, Belle answered, smiling slightly at his goddess. Okay, I hope you keep your word, for now, you must take off your shirt, I'm going to update your status, I want to believe that by living this adventure, you must have grown in statistics, Hestia commented to the small young man who quickly turned face down on the only bed in the place and lifted his shirt up to his neck. Ready, Kami-sama, Belle said, allowing his goddess to get on his back to begin updating his status. Let's see. How much has my little Belle grown? Hestia said as she dropped a small drop of blood from the tip of her index finger, which revealed the boy's condition. Bellcranel. Human. Level 1. Strength. I-90. Stamina. I-97. Dexterity. I-105. Agility. I-113. Magic. I-0. Abilities. Lyris Freeze. Rapid growth for as long as the feelings last. The intensity of the effects corresponds to the user's level of feelings. As a side effect, it makes the user immune to charms. The face of the goddess Hestia was extremely surprised, it was incredible what her eyes were observing at that moment. She, despite not having had any children since she came down to the mortal world, knew that such an increase in statistics in just 1 day in the dungeon could not be normal. Just over 400 points got up in just 1 day. This can't be normal. Hestia thought, impressed by such statistics. If she wasn't seeing it with her own eyes, she might think it was fake, but there was the proof. The large amount of points raised by each stat went into the background when the small goddess lowered her gaze and could see in the skill section, one that had been born, one that was not there before the update, one that arose from a promise that at that moment she did not remember, a promise that had driven Belle to fulfill his dream of being a hero. Rapid growth as long as her feelings last, Hestia said to herself inside her mind. I promise not to die." Hestia remembered those words that Belle had directed to that half-elf advisor. "I see, so that's where it came from. How strange is the feeling known as love," the goddess said quietly to herself. "Is something wrong, Kami-sama?" Belle asked, noticing that his goddess hadn't said anything for several minutes and seeing that she was lost in her thoughts. "I have to prevent more people from knowing this ability, it would be troublesome," Hestia thought quickly as she made up an excuse. "And nothing's wrong, Belle. I was just surprised when I saw your stats, you've really grown a lot. Give me a few seconds and I'll give you your status sheet," Hestia replied as she placed a sheet of paper on the boy's bare, white back. At that moment, Hestia had to eliminate from the leaf the rare and incredible ability that had been born in Belle to avoid future conflicts with other gods who might be interested in her son. "Here you go, Belle, you're really impressive," Hestia said with a kind smile to her son after getting off his back, handing him the status sheet so Belle could see her growth with his own eyes. It's incredible I gained so many points in such a short time," Belle commented, while a sparkle of surprise and excitement was noticeable in his eyes. "That's right, Belle, for that reason, keep moving forward to become the hero you want to be," Hestia advised Belle. "So it will be Kami-sama." The white-haired man answered with a smile from ear to ear, full of excitement. "And to protect that advisor," haha, the goddess added to her words while laughing slightly and casting her suggestive gaze at the young man. "Hey Kami-sama. Please don't make fun of me," Belle shouted with a clear blush on his cheeks and a slight stutter in his words. Yeah, you're not fooling me, Belle, but okay, I'll stop bothering you for now," Hestia replied. I think I should go to sleep now, tomorrow will be a busy day, I will have my second day in the dungeon, but the positive thing is that we made a lot of profit today, I hope it goes that way tomorrow too," Belle commented as he stood up, heading to the church sofa to sleep. "I hope the same, but without what happened today, it's dangerous to put yourself in situations like that. I'd rather you come back alive with little money than not come back at all," Hestia expressed while caressing the white-haired man's hair. "It will be, I promised you, Kami-sama and Eina, I don't want to worry you again by getting into very risky situations, although I feel that it is the daily bread of adventurers." "Am I wrong?" Belle asked, tilting his head. "Yes, indeed, but you also have to know which fights you can win and which ones you can't, that's why it's better to understand your limits, but let's leave this conversation for later, it's time to sleep," replied the goddess while sending her son to sleep. "Good night, Kami-sama," said the white-haired young man as he left the room. "Good night, Belle," Hestia said in the same way. "What surprises will await me tomorrow? I'm excited just thinking about it," Belle said subconsciously, ecstatic at the idea of continuing to move forward. The next day. In the streets of Orario, word of a certain rumor was spreading, a level 1 adventurer had defeated a Minotaur on the upper floors that had escaped from the Loki family. This would not be so talked about if the adventurer in question was none other than a small young man with white hair and red eyes who had been an adventurer for less than a week. "Did you hear that? They say the kid is the one who defeated that Minotaur yesterday. Do you think it's true?" asked one person among the many who watched Belle walking towards the guild. "I feel like everyone is watching me, it's a bit uncomfortable, but I think it's normal, although is it really that impressive to defeat a Minotaur?" Belle thought as he tried to ignore those eyes that were resting on his being. "I think it's him, but I find it hard to believe, according to the description they gave, it's definitely him, he seems weak, he must have an impressive ability, or he was trained before arriving in Orario." Another stranger answered the question of the previous person. Although Belle couldn't hear what people were whispering very well, you didn't have to be a very clever person to know that they were talking about him. The white-haired man continued on his way without any distraction, he wanted to see Eina like every day since he arrived at the dungeon city just 3 days ago, but something made him alert. Purple eyes, a penetrating gaze with strong feelings was intercepted by Belle's sharp senses, he felt hostility in them, for that very reason, he turned towards where it came from, but without being able to distinguish who it was from. "What was that?" Belle said to himself, without looking away. A voice commented behind him. This caused Belle to suddenly turn around upon hearing the noise, scaring the person. "Oh, sorry if I scared you. Is something wrong?" the young man asked the beautiful girl who had caught his attention. "She's very pretty," Belle thought to himself as he took a better look at the girl. You drop this," said that person to Belle, while handing him a small magic stone that was in the palm of his hand. A magic stone? I thought I changed them all yesterday," Belle commented as he looked at the object. "Excuse me, and thank you very much," the white-haired man added to his words as he thanked the young girl and put the magic stone in his pocket. "You're an adventurer, right? Are you heading to the dungeon so early?" the girl asked, clearly curious about Belle. "Yeah, I guess," Belle replied as a noise came from his stomach, making the boy blush in embarrassment. Quickly, that girl had entered the restaurant where she worked and brought with her a small box. "It's not much, but," said the waitress as she handed that box into Belle's hands, "it was a bento." I can't accept bento from someone I've never met. Besides, what will you eat?" The white-haired man replied to the girl. "Don't worry, once the bar opens there will be something for me to eat," replied the waitress. Fine, I'll accept it," Belle said, giving up. "But if you feel bad about it, come visit me at the bar tonight and have dinner here," the girl said. "Oh okay, if it helps me return the favor, I will," the white-haired young man answered the girl's request. "By the way, nice to meet you, my name is Cranel," the boy added to his words while extending his hand towards her. "Nice to meet you, Belle, my name is Sir Flova, and I work here at the Lady of Plenty," Sir answered kindly and pointed to the bar. "So, thank you very much for the bento, Sir," Belle added with a sweet and kind smile in gratitude. This made the girl blush slightly, and her gaze didn't miss any detail of Belle's features until she composed herself and gave her response to the thanks. "Why, you're welcome, Belle," he replied. "See you tonight, sir, I'll keep my word," Belle said as he went to the guild and then to the dungeon. But the distance between them already established, a few words came out of Sir's mouth. "It's him." In the guild. We could see a beautiful half-elf in her office, performing various activities and organizing a large amount of paperwork at an inhuman speed. That was the daily life of Eina, a worker in the Adventurers Guild. As there were few adventurers, she carried out this task. Since almost no one could resist her diligent teaching, she killed time helping with other tasks, although never with other advisors, since for her, according to her, it was their responsibility. Eina was only in charge of the newly turned adventurer, Cranel, a boy who in just one day had already given her first scare when she found out that he had a battle with a Minotaur and was injured, but thanks to all the gods, that encounter did not go any further, and that same day he would go back to the dungeon. I promise not to die, Eina," that phrase said by Belle sounded in the girl's mind. "Ah. Why does my heart beat so fast every time I remember those words?" Eina thought as she blushed but continued to do her chores. "Eina, are you okay?" asked Misha, who, like Eina, was an advisor in the guild. "Yes. I'm fine. Why are you asking?" the half-elf said in response to her friend and companion's question in a loud tone, almost shouting, as if she had been scared. "You seem nervous and your face is completely red," Misha added. "Ah." That sound came from Eina as she looked at her face with a small mirror near her. There she could notice the color of her cheeks, which were really hot when she placed her hands on them, removing her gloves previously. "Eina." Misha called his partner again. It's nothing, Misha, don't worry, continue with your work, then complain because you can't finish it," the half-elf scolded her partner, trying to regain her composure after her poor and embarrassing demonstration a few seconds ago. "Eina. You're so cruel. And I'm worrying about you." Misha replied with a slight whimper and complaint, as was normal for her. "Thanks for that, but seriously, it's nothing," Eina said, comforting her friend with a smile. "Eina," he shouted to Belle as he entered the guild. Eina said, surprised, but she remembered what happened the day before and returned to her previous state. "Hi Eina, I just came to report my status to see if it's possible to lower it a little more," Belle expressed while holding his status sheet. Hi Belle, why yes, let me see her," Eina replied with a slight stutter. "Oh, I see," Misha thought as she saw both of them and noticed how Eina was acting. "What? All your stats are over 90 points. Eina shouted in surprise, thus leaving her nervousness behind. "Eina, lower your voice, Belle said, trying to calm his advisor. "I'm sorry but it's incredible, you've only been in the dungeon for one day and you've gained too many points. The normal thing would be to act like I did," the half-elf excused herself in response to the white-haired man's reprimand. "Is it really that weird? I didn't expect it, I mean, it's not like I have anyone in my family to compare our growth to," the young rabbit said, lightly scratching his hair. "Of course it's weird. But anyway, from what I see, you can go down to the 6th floor, don't go past that floor. And I hope you listen to me this time." Eina scolded Belle while pulling his ear. I promise," Belle said without complaining about the pain. "Then it's time for me to leave, thank you very much for your approval, Eina, see you in a few hours," the boy added before leaving the guild. "Take care Belle," the advisor said with a kind but worried smile for the adventurer. "Phew, I think there's no need to ask if something's wrong anymore," Misha commented, laughing slightly. "What do you mean?" Eina asked, tilting her head. "I'll just say that you remember our rule, don't fall in love with an adventurer," said the pink-haired advisor with a serious and somewhat dejected tone towards her friend. The blush on Eina's cheeks returned again upon hearing those words, but also a certain sadness. Many girls, both in the guild and outside of it, think that way. Falling in love with an adventurer is something bad. It is very possible that they will die, leaving behind the broken heart of the person to whom they swore their love. "Belle, don't die," Eina said, placing both hands on her chest with a worried face and a gaze that didn't move from the door. In the dungeon. We were on the first floors of the dungeon. It was obvious that, having passed without problems in the upper floors just on his first day, already with his status update, it would be less problematic, and so it was. The novice adventurers who walked around the area only saw a being similar to a rabbit brandishing his sword with great ease and grace, as if that weapon did not represent any inconvenience in his movements. Each movement he made, each step he took forward to finish off a monster. He only left a magic stone behind him. He seemed to have a natural talent to finish off those enemies without hesitation. That was a constant between floor 1 and floor 4, where I defeated the kobolds and goblins grouped in large numbers and then collected the magic stones. I have no idea how much money I'm going to need tonight at the bar, so I think that the more money I can get, the more I'll be able to eat. Also, I'd like to buy a gift for Kami-sama and Eina if possible. For the moment I'll settle for getting money for dinner today, Belle said to no one in particular, just as feedback. Here come the monsters that, after the Minotaur, gave me the most trouble yesterday. Let's see if the gap between us is still that big, thought Bell as he noticed a group of 3 war shadows approaching him, these being the strongest monsters between floors 1 and 6. It's strange that they're here. I haven't even gone past the 5th floor yet. I think going down 1 or 2 floors should be normal, so I better ignore that detail and start fighting, said the white-haired man to himself as he ran to attack. Quick cuts, precise cuts, that was the way to define his way of fighting. None of the adventurers on those floors wanted to fight, they only wanted to see that young man who surprised them with his skill. The war shadow landed behind Bell, and he jumped to dodge the attack, landing right behind it and splitting it into 2 pieces with a slash, causing a horizontal cut on the monster's body, leaving only 2 parts, the upper and lower, which disappeared after a few seconds, leaving behind a magic stone, and to Bell's surprise, a war shadow finger blade, the loot from the monster. Great. Bell celebrated, not realizing that another of the 2 remaining war shadows was launching itself to attack him in the face. This was noticed by Bell who, without hesitation, threw his face back, kicking the war shadow away from him. With the distance between them already established, the white-haired man planned his next moves just by looking at the terrain and locating both opponents he was facing. Curiously, the 2 war shadows were separated from each other. If they were together it would be more problematic to finish them off, since it would mean having to attack one first, and at that moment the other could attack Bell. I have to take advantage of this scenario, Bell thought, smiling at who would be his first target. Silently launching itself before the eyes of everyone in the place, a white blur passed at great speed in front of them. Both adventurers and war shadows did not see where that rabbit went until a noise was caused. Slash. That sound was produced by the air being cut by the edge of the sword blade that was about to collide with the poor victim, instantly cutting the penultimate war shadow, which suffered the same fate as the previous one. Well, there are 2, only you're missing, said the boy proudly, without turning to see the last monster who was standing behind Bell. The war shadow did not want to attack. It was clear that its survival instinct told it that there was no way to survive that adventure. Well, that thought seemed to pass through the mind of that monster. It was killed quickly and painlessly. That was the last one, Bell said, picking up the war shadow's magic stone. I think I did well to finish them off quickly. Being an adventurer does not justify cruelty towards monsters, Bell commented with a serious face. He hated that kind of cowardly acts. If you can finish off your enemy quickly, it is your obligation to do it. Humiliating him and making him suffer is cowardly. He put his sword back in its sheath and began to trot to go up again. It had been 6 hours since he arrived at the dungeon, and, although night had not yet fallen, he wanted to do some shopping before going to the Lady of Plenty as Bell had said before. It's impressive. Is he really a level 1 adventurer? If he wanted to, he could easily reach the first section of the intermediate floors, commented one of the adventurers who had observed the battle. Apparently Bell didn't notice them or wasn't interested in them watching him. He has a future. I wonder who his god is. He doesn't seem to belong to a big family, but I'm glad to know that the rumors that he defeated the Minotaur are true. They must be. He didn't flinch when he defeated those war shadows. Even if they aren't that great for adventurers like us, it's still something to highlight, said the girl's companion who said the above. You're right, Rawl, but we must continue training, not seeing other adventurers, said the beautiful cat girl. Right, let's continue to see how far we can go, and Akadi Rawl responded to the words of his friend and companion in the Loki family. Already on the surface, in the streets of Orario, Bell walked freely, heading to the guild to exchange his magic stones. Although he wouldn't have the same amount of money he managed to raise yesterday, since he didn't have an encounter with a monster like the Minotaur, the profits were not few. Among so many kobolds, goblins and those dark shadows that he defeated, at least 10,000 valis he should obtain, not counting the loot that the latter dropped. Here you go, little one, 24,000 valis. For the war shadow finger leaf, you got almost double what you would have gotten without it, said the one in charge of providing the money for the magic stones. No idea who that is honestly, haha. Woo-oh. Thank you so much. Bell said with great surprise in his eyes and smiling happily as he took the money in his hands. "Oh, by the way, is Eina home? I couldn't see her when I entered the guild." The white-haired man asked before leaving. "She's not there, she had to go back home for some things, she'll be back in a few hours, if you want you can wait for her," Misha answered from a distance upon hearing the boy's question. "I understand I'd better come back another time to meet with her," Bell said in response to the advisor, Eina's partner. "This will give me time to think about what to buy for Eina and Kami-sama," Bell thought with a smile as he left the place. At night, on the way to the Lady of Plenty for Bell's dinner. "I hope I don't arrive too early, even though it's 8 p.m. Did it take me more than 5 hours to buy something for 2 girls? It's hard to know what they like, so it's better to take your time to avoid making mistakes. According to my grandfather, you should never anger a woman because it's dangerous, so what would it be like to anger two? I hope I never find out," Bell thought as a shiver ran down his spine. In her hands she held 2 small bags, inside them were a pair of hair ribbons and a small hair arrangement for Hestia and Eina respectively. He paused for a moment. "I think this is it," Bell said as he stood in front of the Lady of Abundance and then entered the place. "Bell. You came," said a beautiful waitress named Sir Flova when she saw the boy enter. "I promised, didn't I?" Bell replied, smiling kindly. "Come, I'll take you to the bar so I can serve you," Sir said while pulling the white-haired man's arm. Wait sir, I'm going to drop the bags," the boy said, tightly gripping what he had in his hand. "Well Bell, what do you want to order?" Before Sir could finish saying those words, a large plate of food fell in front of Bell. "Hey kid. You're very thin, Sir told me you're an adventurer so you must eat a lot, with this you can start," said a dwarf who seemed to be the boss of the place. "Excuse me B, but I didn't order this," Bell answered, a little nervous due to the woman's imposing presence. "I don't recommend you contradict him, it's better to accept the food," Sir suggested with a whisper in the boy's ear. Then, thank you very much," the white-haired man thanked him for the food. "Call me Mamma Mia, I don't like to be addressed formally," the dwarf commented, smiling at the boy. "Thank you very much Mamma Mia. Enjoy your meal," Bell said, clasping his hands and thanking her for the food. The atmosphere in the place was calm and cheerful. Bell chatted peacefully with the waitress and the owner of the place every time they had the opportunity. It seemed that the boy had a certain talent to please women, since even 2 waitresses with cat ears and tails began to approach the boy in the same way to chat with him. "Yeah haha, I was the one who defeated that Minotaur, but I was saved, if it weren't for that person, I could have died from another monster," Bell commented to Mamma Mia and Sir. "But, kid, haven't you only been an adventurer for 3 days? How did you manage to do it?" the dwarf asked, surprise clear on her face. "Actually I have too, but I don't know, I want to believe it's a survival instinct," the boy answered, unaware of the reason why he managed to win. "It's possible, but for an adventurer, that's not enough. I think you had rookie luck," Mamma Mia said as she slapped Bell hard on the back, making his entire thin body rumble. "The people from the reservation have arrived Naya," shouted one of the catgirls, whose name was Anya, according to what Bell heard from Sir. At that moment a large group of adventurers entered who seemed very important and strong. Bell could not withdraw his expectant gaze from those people. "They are the Loki family, the second strongest in Orario," Sir said as she noticed where Bell was looking. "Loki family," Bell commented with admiration. At that moment he noticed a beautiful girl with a serious face and long golden hair. In her memory she could notice that, before fainting in her confrontation, an adventurer with the same features as her was the one who had saved him. "She is the Princess of the Sword, a level 5 adventurer," Sir returned to resolve the boy's doubts. "She was the one who saved me, I would like to thank," Bell commented until he was interrupted when he faintly heard the conversation taking place at that table. "Hey Aiz, tell us that story about the little boy you had to save from the Minotaur. They've been talking a lot about that bastard. I think they're exaggerating, you probably saved him, and when you brought him he was fainted from fear," said a werewolf with an arrogant attitude. Bell stopped dead in his tracks upon hearing that. "But bet, he did defeat the Minotaur," the expressionless girl answered. "Oh? Don't talk nonsense Aiz. There's no way a little trash like him could defeat a Minotaur, I think you're making things up, it's obvious from a distance that he's just a crybaby," Bet replied to the princess's response. "Hey mangy wolf. Shut up and stop bothering Aiz, but I think you're right, it's impossible for us to believe that a kid like him has achieved such a thing," said a pretty Amazon with good proportions. Bell just looked down, trying to hold back the tears of helplessness at not being able to defend himself against the words of those adventurers. "Bell?" Sir asked with concern. "Excuse me sir, I have to go. Could you do me a favor?" Bell asked without looking up. "Sure Bell, what do you need?" the pretty waitress asked in a friendly manner. "Please take care of the bags I brought, here is the money for the food, I don't know if it's more or less, but in case it's less, I promise to come back tomorrow to complete the payment," Bell said, while handing a small bag with valise to the waitress. Okay Belle, if that's what you want, the girl answered, taking the money in her hands. As soon as he dropped the bag, Belle started running out of the place, with tears in his eyes, without looking back, as everyone in the place looked on. That was Aiz said when she saw Belle leave the place, so the girl followed him as did Sir. Hey Aiz. They all shouted when they saw her come out. Outside the bar he couldn't see Belle. She left, Aiz said without changing her face, but she was clearly depressed. Hey Aiz. What's wrong? Why did you come out like that? Loki asked the sword princess, but without receiving any response from her. In the dungeon. On Belle's side, the boy had a withering and determined look. He was inside the dungeon late at night. The words of those adventurers had greatly hurt the pride that lay within him, causing his feelings to intensify. I must show what I'm made of. I must show that my victory wasn't just a stroke of luck. I must become strong enough so that there's no doubt that I can be a hero, Belle said while finishing off a large number of monsters in his path. 1, 2, 3, 6, 10, 30. The count of how many monsters were destroyed by the boy increased with each advance he made. He only left on the ground a large number of magic stones that he didn't bother to pick up. I have to be stronger, I have to be stronger, the boy repeated to himself repeatedly while he continued to brandish his sword, not caring how many floors he went down or what monsters he was defeating: goblin, kobold, war shadow, dungeon lizard, frog shooter, killer ant and an orc. What bucking floor had he gone down to? At least to the 10th floor. I have to be stronger. Belle shouted, venting his frustration. This situation was repeated all night. At the Hestia family headquarters, dawn. Hestia found herself looking towards where Belle always disappeared before her eyes when she went to the dungeon. A whole day had passed since Belle left and there was no trace of him. She had already asked in all possible places and no one could give her any clue as to where he was. Belle, please come back, she said to Hestia with tears in her eyes and looking down in concern. Until in the distance a person was walking with difficulty. It was Belle. When Hestia was able to glimpse him, since the sun's rays did not allow her to see who it was correctly, she ran in his direction and there she was able to notice the physical state he was in, full of bruises, blood falling from his head and some deep wounds on his arms and part of his torso. Belle. What happened? Hestia asked as she helped the boy walk. Kami-sama, I want to be stronger, Belle expressed his wish to his goddess before fainting. Chapter 5. A date. Kami-sama, I want to be stronger, Belle expressed his wish to his goddess before fainting. Those words began to show how seriously the boy wanted to achieve his dream. They weren't just empty words, they weren't an illusion. The determination, will, and resolve that emanated from him were strong enough to believe in Belle. Well, Belle, I will do everything in my power to make your dream come true. After all, you are the first member of my family. What kind of goddess would I be if I didn't support you? Hestia replied with a kind smile as she took her son to where the blue pharmacy was located. Upon closer inspection of Belle's physical condition, she was able to conclude that it was not as serious as it seemed at first glance. Blue Pharmacy, home of the Maich family. Listen, I understand that he's an adventurer, but I don't think it's normal to get hurt like that 2 days in a row. I think he needs to get himself under control, Naza said, while bringing some potions for the white-haired boy who was lying down. Now Naza, you know how young adventurers are, they always get into a lot of trouble because of their enthusiasm. I'm glad to know it didn't get any worse, replied the family god as he took the potion and poured it on Belle's wounds. Are you okay? Will you require any additional treatment? Hestia asked her friend Maich with concern. I doubt it, considering he spent almost 12 hours straight in the dungeon. He's feeling pretty good. I wonder what floor he got to, Maich replied, without losing sight of how Belle's wounds began to close little by little due to the effect of the potion. That's a relief, it's not like we have the funds to pay for major treatment, Hestia said in a calm manner. Okay, this should be enough, he just needs to rest. I think it would be advisable for Belle not to go to the dungeon today. I think he's had enough adventures in these 2 days, Naza said as a recommendation. In that time of rest for the exhausted adventurer, his mind kept repeating and resonating those words heard in the bar the night before. The anger that came from them was simply and plainly because deep down he felt they were right. Since he was young he has been a coward, like that time he was afraid of a goblin, and his grandfather had to save him from certain death. The goblin, I was scared of a goblin, I'm pathetic, Belle said in his subconscious. But no more, I will not allow myself to continue like this. I will not let others decide what I can or cannot become. I will be the greatest hero the world has ever seen. I will be stronger than anyone. I will protect everyone around me, everyone I care about. I will not lose anyone, not like with my grandfather, not like with my parents, not like my stepmother Alfia and Uncle Zard. They tried hard to train me since I was young. I still remember all the dedication they put into taking care of me, how happy we all were together, but, from one day to the next, they both left, and some time later my grandfather followed them. I am not so incredulous to think that they are still alive, my heart would like to believe that it is a possibility, but several years have passed since that, and it is impossible for that to be true, Bell added internally while, in the real world, some small tears delicately slid down his cheeks. Humming from the boy's closed eyes. Hestia said upon seeing such a scene, it was not possible to know what she was dreaming about, but you didn't need to be a genius to understand that it wasn't a pleasant image that was going through her mind. But back to Bell. Stepmother Althea, Uncle Zard, grandfather, today I will begin to walk forward, there will be no doubt in my being, I will be the person you worked so hard to make me, the training you gave me, your teachings, the beatings I suffered, it will all have been worth it, thought the young man with a smile, while an image of him and his family passed in front of him. Bell could only be another spectator, watching from afar. Suddenly, that world in his head began to disappear as the seconds passed, until his eyes slowly opened. Where am I? Bell asked with a certain disorientation, typical of a person waking up from a long sleep. Bell, you're in the blue pharmacy, don't make any sudden movements, although your wounds were healed, the tiredness is still present, Hestia replied while calming the boy by patting him on the back when he had already sat on the bed. Well Bell, tell me, what were you thinking when you entered the dungeon at night and stayed inside until dawn? The goddess asked her son in a warm and tactful manner. I regret my incompetence, Kami-sama, I should have followed your and Eina's advice and not gotten into too much trouble, but at night, when I went to dinner some people from the Loki family started talking about the Minotaur, and let's just say I felt bad about some of the comments. I know it shouldn't be that way, that criticism will always be present, and I must be strong in the face of it, but it hurt me that most of it was true, it was irresponsible. Impulsive and even foolish to have done what I did, but I think it's something I needed to do, the white-haired young man answered with his gaze downcast and apologetic. I understand, you know, Bell, I understand that feeling, being attacked with words hurts more than any physical damage that can be inflicted on you, I have gone through it the same way as you, so there is no need to apologize, but you must be stronger, you are still a child, you have a bright future, let them talk, you just dedicate yourself to giving your best effort, and you will see how the mouths that previously attacked you will glorify you, Hestia said, while caressing Bell's hair. As a mother would do with her son when he is sad. It wasn't a scolding, it wasn't condescension, the words his goddess provided him were sincere and full of concern. I will do that, Kami-sama, I will not let the opinion of others affect me again, Bell replied with that characteristic smile of his, the one that had been lost for several hours. Okay, I hope so, today I was soft, but if I find out again that you were irresponsible, I'll tell your advisor and see how she eats you alive, that girl at least knows how to keep you in line, Hestia commented with a serious look that changed to a mocking one, as did the laughter that came from her. It was clear that the goddess enjoyed seeing her son's reactions when that half-elf was mentioned to him. I would prefer that we did not go to such extremes, Eina may be very beautiful, but she has a very strong character, although that is another thing that I like about her, Bell said in response to Hestia's reprimand, awakening the surprised look of the goddess. Juju, I see, they are not empty feelings, but what nerve you have to say that out loud, not just anyone would do it, I recognize it, the goddess responded still with a mocking laugh that was covered by the palm of her right hand, so that it would not be so obvious. Hearing those words, Bell blushed deeply, apparently thinking he had said it in his mind, but nothing could be further from the truth. Did I say that out loud? Bell asked very sadly. That's right. Hestia, Maich and Naza shouted from a distance. Sometimes I think I'm the only one who deserves to be the butt of ridicule, but what can you do? The white-haired young man said with a defeated look. Leaving aside the teasing, I think it would be a good idea to update your status, I think we could get some very pleasant surprises if you gained a lot of points in one day of dungeon, I don't want to imagine how much you will have gained now that you were fighting without rest for many hours, Hestia commented with great confidence, she was sure that that training would bear fruit, not for nothing Bell was an irregular adventurer, one with potential, no matter how you looked at him. It was clear that this white-haired young man was not normal at all. Kami-sama is right. I want to see how high I climbed. The young man said with stars in his eyes from the excitement and anticipation he had. Fine, lie down on your stomach, I'll take care of it, Maich. Is it okay if I update you if I've been here? Hestia asked the god who owned the place they were in. No problem Hestia, we'll go to the front so as not to interrupt them, let's go, Naza, Maich said as he left the room with the beautiful girl behind him. Ready, Kami-sama, said Bell who had already removed his shirt. I'm going, don't be so anxious, Hestia commented as she got on top of the boy's back. He dropped a small drop of blood that came from the index finger of his right hand, which had previously been pricked with a small pin. Touching his back revealed Bell's condition, allowing a glimpse of the improvement that the young adventurer had achieved thanks to the difficult night he had endured. Cranel. Human. Level 1. Strength H152. Resistance H155. Dexterity H190. Agility H199. Magic Eye 0. Abilities. Lyris Freeze. Rapid growth for as long as the feelings last. The intensity of the effects corresponds to the user's level of feelings. As a side effect, it makes the user immune to charms. The Hestia Surprise, all of Bel's stats, which had been around 90 to 100 points in his first update, had increased at an extremely high rate and amount, averaging between 150 and 200 points in each stat category, with just one day of training. This gave Hestia a small idea about the kind of training her son had had. Bel the goddess named the young man with a funereal voice. Yes, Kami-sama. Bel said, tilting his head but not moving from his position. Tell me honestly, what floor did you reach? I won't get angry, I promise, but I want the truth, Hestia asked, using the same tone she had used when naming the boy. Apparently that question made the young man nervous. Damn. I can't tell him no, I'm not even sure what floor I got to, I only have one thing clear, after the 7th floor, I lost count, Bel thought as huge amounts of sweat came out of his skin from the fear he had. Bel, tell me, if you tell me now, I won't have to inform the advisor to scold you, Hestia threatened. Ugh, he used that card. The white-haired young man said in his mind, seeing that his response options were dramatically reduced at the mere mention of Eina. I have no choice, the boy concluded, giving up as he couldn't find anything to say. I think up to the 10th floor, Bel answered with a low volume in his words, hoping that Hestia didn't hear well. Up to the 10th floor, Hestia repeated. Hell. He heard me. Bel said in his subconscious. Hestia took a breath. How dare you go down to that place? It's fine that you're very strong but you're still a level 1. Hestia shouted as she hit Bel from behind, right in the back. Sorry. Like I said, I was lost in my thoughts and didn't contemplate the danger, said Bel, who received blow after blow. They weren't very strong, but the pain was there. Hestia just snorted to calm herself. Okay, I said I understood you, so I won't do anything else. Calm down, as I promised, I won't say anything to the advisor, but you should know that she can find out. You're not very good at lying, so to speak, so avoid getting me into that problem. Anything? I don't know anything, said the goddess, while she handed a sheet of paper to Bel, in which he could observe his progress, although of course, like the previous time, his ability was erased. I promise, I think one person should be enough, the white-haired man replied, taking the status sheet in his hands. Incredible, I don't know what the average is for adventurers who have been here the same amount of time as me, but I can't help but get excited when I see that my efforts are visible. I feel like everything I do is being rewarded, Bel added to his words, with clear joy on his face. That's right, my little Bel, let's keep working hard to make your dream come true, Hestia said, giving her son a thumbs up. Yes. Bel concluded. In the streets of Orario. That's true, I didn't change the magic stones I got at night. I also have to go to the Lady of Abundance to pick up the gifts I bought, also to apologize to Sir and the workers of the place. It was very rude of me to leave like that without saying goodbye properly. I hope the money I left was enough. I wouldn't like to be hunted by Mamma Mia, Bel thought as he calmly walked to the Lady of Abundance. That day he didn't have to go to the dungeon, so it was practically a free day for him. When he thought about what Mamma Mia could do to him if he hadn't paid fully, he felt a chill run down the length of his back. Many glances were directed at him, the reason was simple, the Minotaur thing, coupled with the fact that he practically ran through the streets wounded and covered in blood a few hours ago, gave a lot to talk about. Apparently it was typical of him to draw attention, even if he didn't want it. Bel simply limited himself to ignoring the voices that talked about him and the glances that pierced him, as if they were spears. I said it yesterday and I'll say it today, it's uncomfortable to be the center of attention, at least pretend, Bel thought with his gaze downcast, heading to his first destination, the bar where he had to apologize profusely. After a few minutes of walking the streets of Orario at a slow pace because he was in no hurry, he arrived at the Lady of Plenty, who was just opening her doors to customers. Good morning, he said to the girls at the side as he crossed the door, with a nervous tone. Hey look, the cute butt boy arrived, Naya. One of the cat-like waitresses shouted to alert her friends. Chloe was her name. I would prefer that you didn't call me that way, Miss Chloe, Bel expressed with his cheeks red and covering his butt with his hands. Hey kid. I'm glad you came, if you hadn't I would have brought you by force, that's no way to leave my bar, besides you sat in poor Sir, Mamma Mia claimed with a serious tone, but it seemed like her words were full of mockery. Mamma Mia. Don't say that, replied the person in question, sir. She looks kind of cute when she's nervous, what the hell am I thinking? I'm faithful to Eina. Even though we're not in a relationship yet and I don't know what her feelings are, no. No excuses, I'm faithful to Eina. The boy thought, slapping himself to come to his senses, scaring the girls who had been caught off guard by this. Bel noticed this and apologized. I am sorry, I got lost in my thoughts, and that helped me get out of them, the white-haired young man apologized. Oh okay Anya replied as she moved away from him a little. Leaving that aside, I want to apologize to all of you for running away like that. I left money for Sir as payment for my meal, and I wanted to know if that was enough, Belle said to all the waitresses, although that last part was directed towards the owner of the place. Making that dwarf angry didn't seem like a good idea. Yes, Belle, the money was enough. Sir was about to answer the boy's words, but was interrupted by Mamma Mia. No kid, there were about 3,000 valis missing to be able to fully pay your bill. Since this girl told me that you would come back to pay in case there was anything missing, I didn't go after you, Mamma Mia said, while covering the silver-haired waitress's mouth with her hand. Oh? Is that so? I thought that would be enough. Here you go. I had my money saved up, but I wouldn't want to owe you any money. Here you go, Belle replied, taking a few coins out of his small bag. This made several of the waitresses feel bad, except for Ryu who had her usual serious face, as was her custom. Leave it that way, boy, just promise that you'll come over for dinner once in a while. I see that many of my girls like you, the dwarf commented as she approached him. Really? Then I promise. The boy replied with a friendly smile. He hadn't noticed that the silver-haired young woman was pleased to hear his answer. A little advice, it makes no sense for an adventurer to pretend to be something he is not. When you start you must give your best effort to survive, Mamma Mia said calmly. Belle listened attentively to the dwarf's words. They seemed full of wisdom and experience, so he didn't want to miss a single detail. It doesn't matter how pathetic you are or how much they make fun of you, if you come back alive you win, the owner of the place added as she took him by the shoulders and turned him towards the door. I'm telling you because of what you did yesterday. I'll never forgive you if they kill you. Now go. We have a lot of work to do, and you're in the way, Mamma Mia finished, pushing the young man from behind. Yes. The young man replied as he began to leave. Wait, didn't he come for what I asked Sir to do? The boy thought as he turned around. Did you forget something? Mia asked. Why yes, I wanted to ask Sir for the couple of bags I left behind me last night, Belle commented. That's right, I'm going for them, Belle Sir replied upon hearing the young man's words as he climbed the stairs. After a few seconds he came down. Here you go, Belle said the girl as she gave him both bags. Thanks, Belle replied as he walked back out. You know Belle, the waitress added. Yes. The white-haired man asked. I'd also like a hairdo bought by you, Sir whispered those words in Belle's ear and quickly returned to the kitchen without looking back. This made Belle blush and cup his hand over the ear where Sir had said those words. It's very dangerous. Wait, why did she check the bags? Belle said in his mind, but he knew there was no point in complaining anymore, so he decided it was best to leave. Towards the guild. How troublesome this day has been, and I still have to tell Eina my stats. I wonder how she will react, the young man thought happily, while imagining the half-elf's reaction, believing that she would congratulate him. All your stats are these in just 2 days of being an adventurer? Eina shouted in surprise, incredulous at what she heard. This alerted those present, who turned their gazes to Belle, some with envy, others with anger, and a few more scared by the monster in front of them, although it was difficult to tell if the monster was Eina or Belle. Eina, I think you should lower your voice, Belle said, trying to calm his advisor. No way. That's not normal. What floor did you get to yesterday? I don't want any lies. Eina asked angrily, thinking that the fool had disobeyed her instructions again. The confused grimace crossed Belle's face. I expected a different reaction. If I tell him the truth he'll kill me, and if I lie he'll realize I did it and kill me, Belle thought while crying internally. Up to the 8th floor, the boy answered nervously. The withering look was aimed at Belle. This, the young man stammered. I can't lie to you, last night until today at dawn I was in the dungeon. I lost count after the 8th floor, but I think I made it to the 10th, maybe lower, Belle replied, waiting for the scolding, closing his eyes and putting his hands in front of him. Belle, why did you do something so irresponsible? Eina scolded the poor rabbit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Belle kept saying. The scolding continued, the shouting didn't stop, Belle only apologized every 2 seconds. Eina seemed really angry, and she had reasons to be. The adventurer she was in charge of could have died just 2 days ago, and come and tell you that he practically spent the night in the dungeon and ignored all the warnings you gave him, all the advice you provided and the promise you made. I know I'm sorry for doing something so irresponsible, but seriously, I'm fine. I had some superficial wounds that I was able to heal with a potion from the Maich family. Seriously, trust me, I would never do anything to make you sad, the young man explained to calm the advisor, with a sweet tone. Wait, didn't I just say something really embarrassing? Belle asked himself when it dawned on him what he had said. Belle turned to look at Eina and could notice that she was completely red, her whole face was really red, almost as red as the rabbit's eyes. What is this fool saying out of nowhere? I'm supposed to be scolding him to make him see reason, but for some reason that last thing she said made him forget why she was angry, Eina thought without saying a word and looking away so that they wouldn't see her pitiful state of a blushing maiden. I let it go just because your stats are already at H, just for that, but you have to get a party, at least a partner, said the beautiful half-elf, trying to regain what little composure she had left. I'll try to do it, Belle answered. Both had smoke coming out of their heads, neither of them had experience talking to people of the opposite hex. It was obvious that would be their reaction, especially if we take into account that Belle felt his heartbeat at an abnormal rate the moment he saw her. By the way, Belle, I think it would be good to get you some better equipment. Are you free this afternoon? We can go buy you some armor, Eina suggested to Belle. It was practically a date, but she hadn't realized it. I accept. I don't have much to do today. I'll go to the dungeon tomorrow, so I accept, Eina the white-haired man answered without any hesitation. You could say he was excited, but he tried to hide it. Okay, then I'll see you at the fountain in Love Square, okay? The beautiful advisor added the meeting point. Yes. Belle answered. They both said goodbye after that. I see, Eina, you didn't listen to us, Misha said behind her friend. What do you mean? The half-elf asked. Asking the guy out on a date. I didn't know you liked young people, Rose, another of the union workers, commented mockingly. Huh? That sound came out of Eina's mouth. How foolish I am. It's practically a date. Eina thought as she held her head. If you decided on that path, follow it to the end, go get ready, we'll take care of your work for you, you go out and have fun with that boy, Misha and Rose suggested, winking at their friend and giving her a thumbs up to show that they supported her. Girls, it's okay, but it's not a date or anything like that. I'm just going to help him. Yes, just that, Eina replied, still with nervousness in her words. She's not very honest with her feelings. It would be great to invent a word for girls like her, who refuse to accept what they feel, both girls thought. Meanwhile, on Belle's side. I have a date with Eina. She thought excitedly as she jumped, showing her energetic joy. Wait a minute, I couldn't give her the hairdo, I'll give it to her when we see each other in a few hours, the white-haired man said to himself as a plan. Yes. I will. He added, raising his fist in the air. After a few hours, in Babel. Well, I took a bath, I brought my saved money which, although it is not much, is enough to buy myself an armor and invite Eina, the lady of abundance, to dinner. My clothes are the same as always. I think I should buy more clothes, I smell good. I want to believe that I smell good. I also have the gift saved, everything ready, now to wait, thought Belle, making a complete analysis of his appearance, trying not to forget anything important while he waited standing next to the fountain. Meanwhile, the radiant girl was walking towards the fountain, her heart pounding. It was the first time she had gone out with someone in her 19 years of life. I'm nervous, I know we'll only buy one armor, but I'm nervous. Is this even normal? I don't want to get my hopes up, maybe Belle just sees this as a friend's outing, right? It would be the best, but the idea of him seeing things like this makes me feel bad for some reason. I better ignore it. Yeah, that's what I'll do, Eina said as she cupped her cheeks. A few seconds passed until they both met and looked face to face. No one said anything, they seemed too surprised to say anything. Take courage, Belle, said a voice in the boy's head, apparently his grandfather. Taking a breath, he prepared to break the ice. You look beautiful, Eina, Belle said calmly, giving her a smile along with that compliment to the remarkable appearance of the elf, who was wearing a white shirt with long sleeves and a red skirt, curiously the same color that her cheeks were painted. Those words alone were enough to cheer the girl up. You look very good too, Belle, the half-elf answered, just like Belle. Well, I'm in your care, Eina, the boy added. They both started walking together towards Babel. Needless to say, being the fashionable rookie, many eyes were fixed on both of them, although they were mostly directed towards Belle. Belle wanted to hold her hand, but he knew beforehand that they didn't have that kind of relationship, so he refrained from doing so. Someday I'll be able to do it, but that day isn't today, Belle said those words to himself and resigned himself. In Babel, specifically in the gun shops. That's too expensive, Belle said when he saw a weapon that had a price almost 1,000,000 times higher than the money he carried with him. Yes, it is, but we didn't come to buy at this store, you'll see what I mean, Eina replied to the disappointed white-haired man. I'm going with you, Eina, I hope I don't get lost, it's the first time I've come here, I'm not even used to the city streets yet, Belle commented with some sadness. It's okay, you'll get used to it, come on, replied the beautiful advisor while pulling the boy by the arm. The little goddess watched them from a distance while smiling. My little Belle is a real man, his first day off, and he went out with the advisor on a date. I'm happy for him. I'm also glad he didn't see me. I don't want him to know that I work to pay for the house anyway. Knowing him, he'll think I'm not doing enough and he'll get into more trouble trying to get money. I can't allow him to do that for me. He already has a lot to think about, Hestia said to herself as she watched both of them walk away from where she was working for Hephaestus. They continued walking, looking at shops, and little by little Bell noticed how, as they passed by the shops, the prices were gradually decreasing. This gave him high hopes of being able to find an armor for himself at a good price, although he knew he shouldn't rush into his decision and way of thinking, perhaps they are cheap for a matter of quality. It's incredible how prices keep going down the further we go, the boy said in surprise. That's the good thing, well, we've arrived, Eina said, entering one of the most hidden stores in the place. You thought a shop like the Hephaestus family's was out of your reach, didn't you? The half-elf expressed proudly. Yes, Bell replied, scratching the back of his head. But it's not like that, look at this, Eina replied as she walked and Bell followed behind her. Huh? It's not that expensive, said the white-haired man, noticing the low price of a dagger on a shelf. Indeed, everything here is from new blacksmiths, even if it's cheap, the advantage is that you buy them so they can be evaluated, and some are very good, well, follow me, the beautiful advisor continued her informative speech. Bell was amazed at the large amount of armor on display. I'll go see what I find back there, the young boy said excitedly. Eina just watched Bell's emotion and sighed, but without erasing her smile. There's no doubt he's still acting like a child, she thought as she watched Bell walk away. She would wait for him there, but first she had something she wanted to get, a gift for that adventure. The boy walked for several minutes, observing each armor he came across, none of which had been of interest to him until that moment, but suddenly he came across a hidden box, and there he could see a white armor with red finishes that caught his attention. He proceeded to take it to inspect it. It has the blacksmith signature Welfkrazo, Bell said upon seeing the armor. How much does it cost? 9,900 valis. I think I can afford it, but it would be impossible for me to go out with Eina, the boy commented while he thought about what to do. I think she would want me to choose my safety another time. I will invite her on a date, concluded the white-haired man while carrying the box. Oh Bell, here you are, I see you found something you like, Eina said when she saw Bell crouching down. The Eina, yes, I found something, answered the little rabbit. I hope you didn't hear the last thing I said. I'd die of shame if that were the case. Eina's gaze continued to watch Bell expectantly. Looks like he didn't hear me, that's a relief, Bell thought as he sighed. Come on, let's go pay for it, Eina said as Bell stood up and carried the box. Bell paid for the armor with his savings, and that was how his money last found its way into his small purse. I knew I couldn't live after defeating that Minotaur, Bell thought as a small tear fell from his eye. And so the purchase of the armor was made. Outside of Babel. I think we part ways here, Bell, Eina said as she looked at the young man face to face. It seems so, thank you very much for accompanying me and showing me that place, Eina, Bell replied happily. There is one more thing I would like to give you, added the half-elf while extending a kind of scarf. Oh? Bell managed to say. Here, it's a scarf made with Goliath skin, seeing that you advance and grow very quickly, sooner or later you will need it, I hope not too soon, it is very resistant and also protects you from blows and impacts, Eina said while giving her the gift. Eina, thank you so much. I will treasure it forever. The young rabbit replied excitedly. By the way, Eina, I also have something for you, Bell added while looking for the gift he had prepared for her. A gift? For me? The girl asked doubtfully. Yes, here you go, Eina, I hope you like it, Bell replied as he gave her a small crumpled paper bag. She just opened it and there she could see the gift. A small metal rod with arrangements on one end. It took me a while to choose the right gift, I don't really understand what women like, we don't have much time to know each other either, but I would like to continue doing so, I want to continue knowing everything about you, not only as an advisor and adventurer, but as a boy and a girl, Bell said, gathering the necessary courage to do it. Luckily he had succeeded. This took Eina by surprise, who was really happy with those words. If you don't like it, I can buy something else, the white-haired man added until he was interrupted. No, it's perfect, Eina expressed with a warm smile, holding the arrangement with both hands and pressing it to her chest. A small breeze passed by, moving the hair of the seed elf, allowing Bell to contemplate how beautiful she was, more beautiful than the beautiful sunset that was shown behind her, a sunset which was ignored by the young rabbit in love. Bell's gaze towards her made Eina feel somewhat uncomfortable, it wasn't unpleasant, but it did feel strange. I think it's time to go, I think your goddess must be worried about you, besides it's already a bit late, we both have things to do tomorrow, Eina said, trying to get out of the awkward situation they were in. Why, you're right, thank you very much for this day, Eina, see you tomorrow, Bell replied as he began to walk away. And so they both went their separate ways, but they knew they would see each other again, which made them happy. In a small alley. Bell was still remembering all the events he experienced with Eina that same day until something interrupted him. Crash. The sound that was caused by two people colliding resonated in the place. Sorry, it was my fault. Are you okay? Bell asked, reaching out to the fallen person. I won't let you escape, damn hobbit. a man shouted behind Bell while a sound similar to a sword being unsheathed was heard. Bell quickly drew his own to cover the attack. Plank. The impact of two swords sounded on the spot. "Who are you? Are you his friend?" the guy asked. "And no, I don't know her," Bell replied. "And why do you defend her?" that person asked another question. Why is she a girl?" Bell said with doubt. He didn't even know why he was defending her, but he felt he was doing the right thing. What nonsense," the person said while throwing an attack. Bell just moved, blocked the attack with his weapon, and knocked out his opponent with one blow. "That was too easy. Hey, are you okay?" "Huh?" Bell asked the little girl, who was a hobbit from what he could hear, but when he turned around he didn't see anyone. "How strange, he probably ran away out of fear," thought the young rabbit as he returned his sword to its sheath. He decided to take the unconscious body and lean it against the wall to prevent it from being hurt or stepped on. "That should be enough, I'm sorry," Bell said as he left the place. "It's not very impressive, but I'm surprised that he finished off that person so easily. It seems I didn't have to interrupt the battle, he was able to handle it. It seems Sir found someone interesting," a girl commented upon seeing such a scene. It was Ryu, a waitress of the Lady of Abundance just like Sir. Chapter 6. Getting to know a support. After that encounter in one of the city's alleys, Bell headed towards the abandoned church, his home in the Hestia Familia, still carrying the box in which his newly purchased armor was, as well as the Goliath fur scarf, which had been given to him by his advisor. As he walked he could see that people kept looking at him, the reasons why they did it were clear. It's not like there were many novice adventurers with red eyes and white hair. Apparently a rumor began to sound in the streets because of a conversation between two members of the Loki family that was heard by some adventurers, which said that a level 1 adventurer who hasn't been in Orario for a week had reached the 5th floor and had a hand-to-hand combat with 3 war shadows. But their surprise was even greater when they found out that this same adventurer was the one who defeated a Minotaur just a few days ago. Seriously, it's uncomfortable being watched, to my left, to my right, the people behind me, some in front of me, but there's one in particular that sends shivers down my spine, and it's coming from somewhere in the Tower of Babel, Bell thought as he tried to ignore what was happening around him, which was impossible. He heard every whisper clearly. After an internal debate in which Bell was deciding whether or not to say something to those people, he arrived at the abandoned church that was far from the more populated areas of Orario. "Good evening, Kami-sama, I'm back," the white-haired young man greeted upon entering the place, announcing his arrival. "Oh Bell, I'm glad you came back. If you didn't come back I would eat all this food I got," Hestia replied with a piece of bread in her mouth. "Right, I haven't eaten anything since breakfast, I'm starving," Bell expressed while placing the palm of one of his hands on his stomach. "Come on and eat. Sit here next to me," said the little goddess as she offered him a spot on the old armchair she was sitting on. Both sitting, each at one end of the chair, began to eat, but not before giving thanks for the food. "And tell me Bell, how was your date with the advisor?" Hestia said bluntly, also without stopping eating. Cough, Bell had choked upon hearing his goddess's question, so he quickly put down his food, drank some water, and swallowed. How did Kami-sama know?" the young man asked with such a big blush on his cheeks, the color was too similar to the color of his eyes. "I am a goddess, I can see everything," she shouted to Hestia proudly. Really?" Bell asked in disbelief as his goddess stood with an imposing aura. "No, I'm just playing, I saw you with her in Babel by chance, did you really believe that?" "Ha ha ha ha," the goddess replied while laughing out loud at Bell's innocence. "Oh? I admit that for a moment I believed it," Bell replied with his head down, he had fallen for his goddess's joke. "So Bell, how was your date? Did you take any steps towards adulthood?" Hestia asked again with a suggestive look while taking a bite out of a piece of meat. "You don't play with that, Kami-sama, I couldn't do that. I think it was nice, yes, that, nice, I felt good being in her company for a few hours, my heart was beating a lot having her near me, but I still don't know what her feelings are towards me, besides the fact that we haven't known each other very well, I've only been able to live with her for a couple of days, I don't want to rush into things. I'd like to take everything at my own pace," Bell responded with clear calm, although he couldn't stop thinking about Eina as he passed by her words, he seemed truly enchanted by the beautiful half-elf. "Oh Bell, you're a great and very strong boy, but you're really terrible at noticing women's feelings. How can you be so smart and such an idiot at the same time? But I think it's something he should face alone, it's not like a virgin goddess like me can give love advice to someone, although it's clear that Bell is more virgin than oil," Hestia thought while laughing lightly at a previous comment. "Why do I feel like I've just been insulted?" the white-haired young man asked himself as he sighed. "You're right, it's not good to rush things, go at your own pace, as long as you're honest with your feelings, I'm sure she'll never leave your side." "Who would?" It's not every day you find someone as good as you, attentive, polite, hardworking, you're the ideal man for any girl. I wouldn't be surprised if in a few months you'll form a fan club, Hestia replied, while stroking her son's hair. That sounds crazy, but I will do my best, Kami-sama. I want to be worthy of Eina, she is a very special person, I want to be able to protect her, just as I wish to protect you, Kami-sama, Bell expressed, giving a smile to his goddess, a kind smile, which revealed the purest feelings that were born from that boy. You will achieve it, it is only a matter of time, you will not walk alone, your charisma will bring more and more friends to you, besides, I will always support you. What kind of goddess would I be if I didn't? Hestia answered tenderly, even if it was her first child, she would do everything possible to make him happy. Thank you very much, Kami-sama, I was lucky that you found me, I don't know what I would do without you, replied the young man. The same thing happens to me, I don't know what I would do if I hadn't found you, but enough of the sentimentality. Tomorrow you have to go to the dungeon, you need to rest well, if not, the advisor will kill you for going in bad condition, and then she will kill me for allowing you to go like that, expressed Hestia, while getting up from the armchair to go to sleep in the only bed there was. Kami-sama is right, but before that, I would like to give you something, Bell said as he searched for a small bag he had brought with him. Give me something? The goddess asked, tilting her head in confusion. Here it is. Bell said excitedly. They are hair ribbons, Hestia commented in surprise upon seeing the gift. I love them. The goddess said with a big smile, holding the ribbons tightly and with emotion. I'm glad to hear that, I bought them shortly before buying my armor today, but I couldn't give them to you yesterday, Kami-sama, I'm sorry, Bell replied, apologizing for every little detail, as was his custom. You are too kind, Bell, whoever marries you will win the lottery, I will treasure them a lot. I will use them tomorrow. Hestia said happily. I'll take that as a compliment, Thank you. Bell said, somewhat nervous to hear the word marry. But now, let's go to sleep, no excuses, we'll both have things to do tomorrow, good night, Bell, Hestia added, saying goodbye to her son. Good night, Kami-sama, concluded the white-haired man, watching as his goddess went to her room. The next day. BL. You look amazing with the armor and the scarf. You look like a first-class adventurer. The little goddess shouted in awe at the young adventurer who had just put on his white armor and was wearing the red scarf that his advisor had given him around his neck. Really? I thought I looked great, but knowing that someone else thinks so makes me feel better, he replied excitedly while nervously scratching his head. Seriously, Bell, but well, I don't think you'll get stronger if you waste time talking to me, so go to the dungeon, at night I'll update your status to see how much you're progressing, Hestia commented as she pushed Bell out. I am coming, Kami-sama. See you at dusk. The white-haired young man answered while waving his hand in the direction of his goddess. Having already distanced themselves from each other, Hestia could only watch from afar as her son embarked on a new adventure. Don't come back hurt again, protect yourself, Bell, the goddess said without taking her eyes off the place where the young man had gone. The streets of Orario were beginning to fill up. Although Bell always left for the cell very early, there was always someone watching him pass by. It was something he had grown accustomed to in just a few days. He liked seeing the peace in the city, people socializing, smiling, and preparing for the start of their workdays for those who had their businesses. When I'm not under the pressure of people staring at me, it's nice to walk the streets, Bell thought as he glanced at the people. After a few minutes of jogging, a person caught his attention. Bell. Someone had named him. The white-haired young man stopped dead in his tracks when he heard his name. Sir? Is something wrong? Bell asked when he saw who had called. It was Sir Flova, a waitress at the bar, the Lady of Plenty. You forgot to pick up your bento, I made it especially for you, Sir said as she puffed out her cheeks, showing anger, although it was clear she was doing it as a joke, but the detail is that Bell didn't notice that. Bento? But I couldn't eat your food again, once is enough, Bell answered nervously. No problem, really, as long as you come to eat at night, that's enough for me, besides, I do it because I want to, replied the beautiful gray-haired waitress. Then I'll accept it, although I feel like you're better off than me by doing this, Bell said as he took the small box of food in his hands. So Bell, see you, good luck in the dungeon, Sir said with a sweet smile as she finished her farewell. Thank you very much, sir, for the good wishes and the food, the boy replied as he resumed his path towards the guild and then went to the dungeon. It's really fascinating, thought the girl as she watched Bell walk away. In the guild. Both Eina and all the advisors of the place were working in their places, apparently there was a lot of paperwork to do, the monster Philia was approaching, and they had to sign several permits, both to the Ganesha family and to the adventurers who were going to participate in it. In short, everyone was extremely busy. Eina seemed the most focused on her work, there was no trace of tiredness on her face, she has always been very diligent in her work. That is why she is used to finding herself full of work on several occasions. Eina. Bell said, entering the guild, distracting Eina and causing her to accidentally scratch one of the papers. This made the half-elf slightly angry, but it was difficult to stay that way with that white-haired young man. "Hello Bell," the advisor responded kindly. "What's wrong, Eina? You look strange," Bell asked, tilting his head at the girl's attitude. "Bell, how many times have I told you not to come in shouting my name?" the brown-haired girl said threateningly. "Why, you're right, I'm sorry," Eina, Bell replied when he noticed the paper that had been thrown in the trash. "Misha, bring a copy of Permit 5 please," the advisor expressed her request. "I'm going," Misha replied without complaining. She knew that contradicting her friend when she was angry was signing her death warrant. "Boy, did you really notice a girl like her? You must be a masochist," the pink-haired advisor thought as she walked away. "I just felt like I was insulted," the white-haired man said in his mind, looking away in the direction Misha was leaving. "And tell me, Bell, what is so important that you interrupt me?" The half-elf threw those words, still with her murderous aura. "Calm down, Bell, don't say anything that will ruin this mood even more," thought Bell, trying to calm down. "I just wanted to thank you again for the gift. I'm going to the dungeon. I promise not to come back hurt like on previous occasions," Bell replied. "Is that all?" Eina replied, the stress of work made her act somewhat cruel, but that was temporary. "No, I also wanted to see you before leaving, so I know there are people waiting for me and worrying about me when I'm in the dungeon," the young man added to his previous words, giving a cheerful smile. "Grandpa, please, if this doesn't work, save me a spot up there," Bell thought while crying internally. Although his words were full of truth, the reason for saying them was to calm Eina down even a little. Am I?" Eina said upon hearing those words. A very intense eye color had taken over a large part of her face. "What's wrong with him? He's more sincere than usual, but I won't deny that his words made my heart beat," Eina thought, still saddened by what Bell had told her. "Well, I think that's a good reason to come, maybe," the half-elf added, looking away and clasping her hands together. She looked like a maiden in love as she made those gestures. "Awesome. It worked." Bell celebrated with euphoria in his subconscious. "So Eina, see you later, you'll be the first to know that I'm okay," the young man replied as he began to walk away. "Idiot," Eina said, sighing with a smile on her face. "That kid discovered his anger off switch." Rose and Misha shouted in surprise. This made Eina angry. "Misha? That copy?" the brunette shouted to her friend. "And he came back," they both said. "Towards the dungeon. I'm ready, although I would have liked to stay a little longer to see Eina's face. She's always pretty, but blushing she looks more beautiful," Bell said to himself. Mr. Adventurer," commented a girl next to the white-haired man. What's wrong?" the adventurer asked the person. "Lily has been asking him for a few seconds if he wouldn't like to hire a support person," said that girl to Bell. Apparently her name is Lily, although it is strange that she names herself in the third person. "I didn't notice," Bell thought as he heard his name called a while ago. "I'm sorry, I got lost in my thoughts. Answering your question, what is a support?" asked the young man with red eyes, tilting his head in clear confusion. It was not strange that he did not know the function that a support played, he is still a novice. "Lily will explain. A support like Lily will help you collect the magic stones that you leave behind when defeating the monsters, so you only have to concentrate on fighting, and that way you could get more profits," Lily answered kindly towards Bell. I understand. Hey, aren't you the hobbit from yesterday?" Bell asked, recognizing the girl. "I think you're confused, sir. I'm not a hobbit, I'm a beastman," Echientrif, Lily replied, taking off her hood and revealing her small ears. "Oh, you're right, you're not a hobbit," the white-haired man said, while caressing Lily's small ears. Sir, my ears are sensitive," said the Chientrif while blushing. "Oh. I'm sorry. It was my mistake, but answering your question, yes, I would like to hire you as support, Miss Lily. My name is bellcranel. It will be a pleasure to work alongside you," Bell said to the small girl in front of him. "You'll see that Lily won't let you down," Lily replied happily. Inside the dungeon, adventurer and support were going down between floors. Bell was in charge of finishing off the kobolds and goblins that were on the first floors. Thanks to his irregular level 1 status, it was relatively easy to do so. To that we must add the short training he had with his Aunt Alfia and Zald, which, although they could only have a few sessions, was fruitful for his growth, so much so that, even without status, he could easily reach floor 3 or 4 of the dungeon, according to his calculations. It's still not enough. I can be stronger, I can move faster, I can improve my reflexes, I have room to grow. I promise to take care of the people I love. I don't want to lose anyone close to me, not again, not like my grandfather, not like my Aunt Alfia, not like my Uncle Zald. This time I'll be the one who protects the others," thought Bell as he continued to swing his sword towards the bitten at a really high pace. The only thing they left behind were some magic stones that Lily quickly picked up and put away. Mr. Adventurer, you are truly incredible, we'll be on the 5th floor in less than 20 minutes, Lily said as she noticed the speed with which Belle was finishing off his rivals. In her eyes, he was an impressive adventurer. That's right, I hadn't realized, I was so immersed in my thoughts that I didn't notice, haha the white-haired young man responded with clear surprise when he noticed where they were. By the way, Lily, you can call me Belle, I have no problem with you doing so, in fact, please call me Belle added the boy to the little girl. Are you sure, Mr. Adventurer? Wouldn't that be disrespectful? The support woman asked, somewhat embarrassed. Not at all, we're working together right now, so I'd like us to get along, leave the formalities aside, Lily Belle answered the Chientress questions. This made Lily look at that young man in disbelief. She, belonging to a family like the Soma family, always received bad treatment from them, so it was new for her to find someone as kind as Belle. Then Lily hopes we work well together, Lily replied, giving the young man a happy look. Okay. We should keep going. It's not good to stand around in the dungeon for too long, the white-haired man said as he looked ahead, ready to continue killing monsters. Meanwhile in another part of the dungeon, a few floors below where Lily and Belle currently were, some troublesome people were planning something. You have the killer ants, right? That little hobbit is with someone problematic, apparently he's the adventurer of the moment, we have to teach him a lesson said one of the people to his companion. That's right, if that child is next to her, we won't be able to steal all the money she has saved, answering the previous, no, the killer ants aren't ready yet, we must wait a little longer, replied the person next to the previous one. Damn, we should wait until there is an opportunity, you're saved for now, damn thief the first adventurer concluded angrily. Back with Lily and Belle. Belle, be careful, some killer rabbits are surrounding him. Lily warned the white-haired young man. In a swift movement, Belle took care of the monsters, cutting one of them in two, hitting the second with a sharp blow to the face, and then slicing it like the previous one, and simply crushing the last one with pure brute force, smashing it against the floor with a kick. Belle, are you really level 1? We're on floor 7 and you could easily take out the monsters from lower floors. I've never met an adventurer like you, Lily expressed when she noticed Belle's strength. It wasn't common, even for a level 2 adventurer. Killing the monsters from floor 1 to floor 7 should cost them a little more effort than Belle was showing at that moment. Yeah, I'm level 1, I started a few days ago. Why? Belle asked doubtfully. For someone who had just arrived in Orario, it was normal that he didn't know the strength levels needed to climb between floors, as well as the differences between people with levels higher than 1. Days? It's been days. It's impressive, how is he so strong? Lily asked as she continued collecting the magic stones. I think it's because I want to protect all the people who are important to me. They say that people who have nothing to lose are the most dangerous, but I think that people who have something to protect are even more so, the white-haired boy answered with a melancholic look, looking down. What was going through his mind at that moment was not something really pleasant, knowing that he did nothing to help his family would always haunt him, but it would not stop him. Lily could only look at him for a few seconds, a pure gaze, a gaze that did not correspond to the typical adventurers of Orario. Can Lily trust someone like that? Can Lily finally trust an adventurer? Has Lily finally found someone good? The little girl thought, hoping that the answers to her doubts would be answered in the affirmative. Okay, Lily, shall we continue? Belle asked, changing his gaze to one determined to continue his journey. Yes, Belle, the hobbit answered happily, running happily towards that adventure. I'll decide to trust him for now, he said to himself. And so the hours passed, they continued going down between floors until they reached the 10th floor. According to Lily, with the potential and strength that Belle possessed, it was possible to reach that floor without any risk. Belle, an orc, be careful, the girl warned the adventurer when she noticed the presence of that monster in front of them. I'll have it, I'll take care of it, you protect yourself, okay? Belle said to Lily, walking slowly through the thick fog that characterized the beginning of the intermediate floors. Okay, maximum effort. The white-haired young man said in a supportive manner. In a moment and out of nowhere, the orc could feel a presence rapidly approaching him. This caused him to be alert to any attack, which did not work as well as he thought. In a quick movement, a silver blade entered his field of vision, managing to move slightly to avoid the blow. Although he was not lucky enough to completely avoid the cut, a red line of blood had been drawn on one of the monster's cheeks. He searched for where the attack was coming from, but he couldn't see anything. He couldn't feel the presence of the adventurer. He only heard light footsteps moving quickly around him, like a wolf waiting to attack its prey. Slayash. The blade of Belle's sword had reached one of the orc's arms, falling in the process. From that wound a large amount of blood began to flow from the monster. The sound of pain was the only thing that came from the orc. He couldn't find a way to defend himself, much less find a way to return the attacks. If we compare it to the Minotaur, it is slower, also bigger, but size was never a problem when fighting. It is useless to gain in size if your fluidity is reduced, thought Bell while he continued looking for an opening in the monster's defense. It would be advisable to attack the area where that arm had been cut off, since to cover himself, he would need to move the opposite part of his body. I'll do that, he added to his thoughts. In a white flash, he positioned himself in front of the monster. For the first time the orc could glimpse the adventurer. He thought of attacking, but just as he appeared, he disappeared. His presence was erased in a microsecond, until with the corner of his eye he could notice him again, but it was too late, a long sword was near his neck. The last thing the orc saw was fog and a pair of legs approaching him until everything went black. You did it, Mr. Bell. You're amazing. The hobbit celebrated as she ran toward the adventurer. It wasn't that easy, haha, but I think it was a good job. I think with a little more training, I could stay here longer, for now. What do you think about going back to the surface? Bell suggested to his partner, not that he was tired, but he had promised Eina to be careful. Keep going down would be breaking his promise, he didn't want to do that again. Yeah. I'll just grab the magic stone and we'll go, huh? Bell. You managed to get some loot. It's orc skin. Lily said in surprise when she saw what the monster had dropped along with her magic stone. That's true, this way we'll get more money, come on, the boy said while waiting for the support. And so their little journey in the dungeon was over. They decided to go back up and leave the 10th floor. So his name is Bell, he's on the 10th floor, wasn't he a rookie? How does he get so strong? Said a beautiful golden-haired girl with a silver sword while returning from a short walk through the intermediate floors as training. I must know your secret, the girl said again. On the surface. Lily, could you go change the magic stones? I'll visit my advisor for some things. Okay. See you at the fountain in a few minutes, Bell said to his partner. Okay, Bell, no problem, see you in a few minutes, Lily replied. At that moment, they both separated at the entrance of the guild. Look, Eina, it's the rabbit boy, he's coming to see you, Misha said to Eina when she noticed Bell's presence. Bell, how strange, this time he didn't come in screaming, the beautiful half-elf said upon noticing Bell's presence, who entered waving his hand in greeting towards her, replacing his classic scream. Hi Bell, how did it go? Are you okay? Didn't you get hurt? And more importantly, what floor did you get to? Eina had begun to bombard Bell with many questions, showing the concern she had, although the last of them was socked with a threatening and serious tone. Hi Eina, I'm fine, I did well, I didn't get hurt, and I made it to the 10th floor, but before you get upset Eina, I have to tell you that I got a companion. Her name is Lily, she worked together with me as my support and she helped me a lot, Bell answered quietly, although after having said that he reached the 10th floor, he decided to quickly excuse himself before Eina had any reaction. I see, then I think that might be fine, although it's still dangerous for only 2 level 1 adventurers. Anyway, I'm glad you're okay, Eina replied to the adventurer in front of her. I told you I would be fine and that you would be the first to hear from me, so I kept my word, Bell said, giving Eina a smile, causing her to blush. Hey, at least this time you fulfilled it, I hope it continues that way, okay? Eina responded calmly. I hope so too, I don't want to make you cry again, the white-haired young man answered, still regretting it. After his first day and his fight against the Minotaur, Eina had cried because of him, he didn't want that to happen again. Well then, I think I'll see you later Eina, I'm leaving, Bell added to his previous dialogue as he walked away, not noticing Eina's surprised face after hearing his words. I hope you keep your word, fool, Eina commented when Bell had already walked away, taking both hands and putting them together on her chest. At the source. Lily was sitting on the edge of the fountain, waiting for Bell to arrive so they could split the winnings, until 2 people approached her and took her behind some bushes. Hey girl, don't act like an idiot, if you don't give us your earnings things will go very badly for you and that boy, said the first of them. Although that boy may visit him along with other adventurers, he still owes me a blow. It was not pleasant to wake up lying in the street, but he can be saved if what you won makes me happy, said the other adventurer. Apparently it was the one Bell had faced the day before. No. I won't give you anything, Bell and I were the ones who worked hard to get this, Lily replied fearfully, holding the bag with Valis tightly. Don't be an idiot. Will you really risk your life for that child? Do you have air in your head? We all know that sooner or later you will betray him, so give us that. Shouted a beastman, apparently he was a member of the same family as Lily. Before he could bring his hand closer to Lily's face, whose eyes were closed, a blow was struck across her face. Huaya. That was the sound that came out of Beastman when he received the blow. Hey, I'm a calm and very kind person, but if you mess with the people I care about, you won't get away with it, said the person who had launched the attack. Hey, idiot. Who do you think you are? Said the other person who was threatening Lily. Who? The impact of a knee making contact with the adventurer's stomach resonated throughout the space, drawing everyone's attention. "Are you okay, Lily? Didn't they hurt you?" Belle asked the little support girl. "Belle," the little girl managed to say. "It's all right now, I'm here, I won't let anyone hurt you," Belle said without taking his eyes off his rivals. "Why the hell are you defending that filthy thief? Sooner or later she'll betray you and steal from you." "She's nothing more than Basu," the beastman shouted until he was interrupted by Belle, who had punched him in the jaw. "She wouldn't do that, the simple fact of not giving in to her request from the beginning is more than enough for me to trust her, that's why, if I see that they lay a hand on her again, I won't be so kind," said the white-haired man with a cold look and a threatening tone, which made both adventurers tremble. "Belle, please stop, I don't want him to get into trouble because of me, everything they say is true, I'm a thief, I don't deserve their protection, I don't deserve their kindness." Lily shouted with tears in her eyes, it was the first time someone intervened to protect her. "I don't help you because you deserve it, I'm not kind to you because of that, I do it because I want to, I do it because it's you," Belle responded to Lily's plea. This took the hobbit by surprise. "Go away, take this as a warning," added the young rabbit, addressing the two beaten adventurers on the floor. "This won't stay like this," they both shouted as they left. But after all the fuss, some members of the Ganesha family had arrived. "We saw enough to let you go, you're coming with us," said Shakti, the captain of the Ganesha family. Both were surprised by those words, they knew they couldn't argue anything, they had their backs against the wall. "Belle, do you really want Lily? Will you really protect me?" Lily asked the white-haired boy, who had already softened his face upon seeing those two people being taken away. "I promise, after all, we're friends, aren't we?" Belle asked the little girl with a smile. "Yes. Thank you very much," Belle replied the little girl while hugging Belle, she was no longer alone, she had a friend. "Grandpa, did I do it right? I stood up for a girl, like you always told me, although more than being a girl, I did it because she was her," Belle thought with a smile as he stroked Lily's hair. "At the Tower of Babel. Ah, you are truly wonderful. How your soul shines, its color so wide and pure, I want to see you grow, I want to see how far you can go, that's why I'll give you a little help, maybe if I hurry I can get there in time," said the beautiful goddess Freya from her chair, looking from her viewpoint at the entire city of Orario, although she was specifically looking at that little newcomer. "I wonder who your goddess is, little one, to snatch you away, for the moment, giving you this I can help," expressed the same goddess while taking a book in her hands. Otter, Freya called the captain of her family, the King Otter, a level 7 adventurer, the only adventurer in Orario with that level. "What does Freya-sama want?" Bose responded to his goddess's request. "Make sure you leave this in that place, make it look like an accident, convince someone to do it, but let it be now, I feel like I'll be able to see my little bunny tonight," Freya said to Otter. "As you wish," Freya-sama replied the adventurer, taking that book in his hands to go fulfill his goddess's request. Back with Belle. "I think this amount of money is more than enough for me to go eat at the Lady of Plenty in a few hours, after all I told Sir I would do it, for now I'll go to the church to change my clothes," Belle said to himself as he headed to his headquarters with almost 25,000 valis of profit after having divided the money equally with Lily. Excuse me, why are there so many people making preparations?" Belle asked when something caught his attention, a large number of people were carrying large amounts of wood to a place he couldn't locate. "Oh, kid, are you new here? Tomorrow is Monsterphilia, it's an event that the Ganesha family is organizing. I'm sorry I can't tell you more details, I'm in a hurry, see you later," said a somewhat older man to the young adventurer as he continued walking with his wooden beams. "Monsterphilia sounds interesting," Belle commented before continuing on his way. Chapter 7. Monsterphilia. On the way to the Lady of Abundance, Belle had learned of the event that was about to take place in Orario tomorrow, the idea of it made him shudder, it sounded really interesting, not for fighting of course, he had other plans in mind. "I should invite Eina, from what I see there will be many food and miscellaneous item stalls, it would be a good idea to go out with her that day, but it is an event held by the guild, it is very possible that she will be busy that day, and I would not like to be a bother," Belle said to himself as he continued on his way. "I have nothing to lose by asking him. I'll tell him first thing tomorrow morning. I hope everything goes well," the young man added to his previous thread of words. As he continued on his way, some adventurers were talking about him behind his back. It was obvious that he had reached the intermediate floors in less than a week. Rumors about this spread rapidly among all the adventurers. "Must have a special ability. It's possible that it's natural talent, at this rate I wouldn't be surprised if he levels up and breaks the princess's record. He probably only got to that floor by running away. I doubt he would have faced all those monsters. He doesn't look like an adventurer." "Calm down, Belle, remember what Mamma Mia told you, just let your actions speak for themselves," thought Belle, ignoring what they were saying about him, those people didn't know that they could be heard perfectly by the boy's developed hearing, who could practically level up thanks to his stats. And the Lady of Abundance, entering the night. Belle had arrived at the place, the atmosphere was somewhat calm, with good reason, it was not yet rush hour, normally it is full of people at nightfall, almost at dawn. Cranel-san, I see you've arrived, I'll tell sir to take care of you, said a beautiful elf with greenish hair. Thank you, Miss Ryu, the white-haired young man responded with a grateful smile towards the waitress. While waiting for that gray-haired girl, he sat down and began to read the menu. Thanks to his earnings from that same day, he could give himself the freedom to consume freely, although he still did not want to waste his money in case Eina agrees to go out with him. While thinking about it, pretending to look at the menu, a girl caught his attention. Hello Belle, I see that you came today as you promised. Or are you here to see me? Sir said with a sweet smile, although her words showed a strong insinuation. The boy became nervous upon hearing that. He had never been very good with women's provocations. It had always been easy to joke with him and make him look like a fool, which was why he always received scoldings from his stepmother Alfia, while his grandfather and uncles all made fun of him. A little of both, mainly the second, beautiful Miss Sir Belle replied with confidence in his words. It always bothered him to be the object of mockery of that girl he barely knew, it was only fair to give her a taste of her own medicine. Oh? Wait, are you serious? The gray-haired girl answered with surprise on her face, she didn't expect that answer or reaction, normally Belle would blush and change the subject. Ahaha, who knows? Maybe he's serious or just playing, that's up to you, although it's no different than what you do to me, the young man responded mockingly, although without any bad intentions. So it was revenge, it's not fair, it's not fun if it doesn't happen with you, sir expressed, puffing out her cheeks, implying that she was a little angry. I'm sorry, anyway, I promised to come, so it's because of you that I'm here in a certain way, the white-haired man apologized in front of his friend's feigned anger. Well, you're forgiven, but you better order a lot of food today, sir said, resuming his usual attitude. That's right, I'm fine with today's special for now, Belle commented, placing his order. It will be a special, I'll bring it to you in a moment, sir replied, walking away from the table towards the kitchen. She's very insistent but really nice, I'm glad to know I have a friend like her, said the white-haired man to himself after a long sigh. It's still early, although I wouldn't like to stay here all night, it would be nice to kill time somehow while I wait for Kami-sama to return from wherever he went, Belle said again to no one in particular. Here you go, Belle. Today's special. Sir interrupted with great joy as she gave the food to the young man. Thank you very much, sir, I see you're very happy, I am glad to know it, Belle responded, and I saw a smile directed at her. It's because you're here, the waitress said in a very low voice, almost imperceptible to the person in question. Oh? I couldn't hear you, the young man replied, unable to hear what Sir was saying. It's nothing, by the way, I heard you wanted to kill time. Have you tried distracting yourself by reading a book? The young girl suggested to Belle. Reading a book, it sounds good, but there aren't many where I live with my goddess, I don't know where I can get any either, the white-haired man replied while taking his chin, trying to remember what books were in the abandoned church, which was his headquarters. If it's not a problem, I can give you this book, an adventurer left it here a few days ago and hasn't come back for it, I don't think there will be a problem, as long as you return it after using it, after all, if he hasn't noticed its absence, it shouldn't be important, right? Sir replied, revealing a book with a considerable thickness. Is that really no problem? In that case, I gladly accept. I'll read it today, Belle said, taking the book in his hands and smiling gratefully at the girl in front of him. After that, a couple of hours passed until Belle finally filled his stomach, he couldn't eat any more, he said goodbye to all the girls in the place, as well as Mamma Mia, thanking them for the food and the book given to him. After several minutes of walking, he finally arrived at his headquarters, as expected, Hestia had not yet arrived. I feel like if I move any further, I'm going to burst, the food in that place is a danger to my health, but I'm not crazy about stopping going, dying, eating something prepared, there must be one of the most beautiful ways to leave this world, Belle said to himself while laughing at his silly words. I'd better not laugh, there's a pressure on my abdomen, and everything I ate will come out, I'd better start reading the book, the white-haired man commented to himself again, as he dropped his armor. After changing and wiping off some of the dirt with a damp cloth, he lay down on the couch where he slept and opened his book. Autobiography. Mirror, the most beautiful magical girl in the world is me, side story allowing you to become a magic master episode. What should I do? There's an unpleasant feeling at the very beginning, Belle thought as he read the first texts. Goblins can also understand modern magic. Then why don't you teach magic to the goblins, Belle said in his thoughts in an ironic manner. Belle desperately resisted the temptation to close the cover, but he couldn't let Sir's good intentions down. So he was forced to finish and continue reading. Although the opening was something like that, the content was pretty decent. From the titles in the table of contents, it appears to be a magic-related book. The white-haired young man's eyes sparkled, and he felt lucky that he had the opportunity to enjoy himself in the sea of books. Magic is divided into innate and acquired categories. Innate means it's obviously related to the target's traits and race. The ancient magical race carried potential talent, and through practice and rituals, they would be able to learn magic from the beginning. Well, there was also the possibility of attributes being partial, most of them were powerful and had a wide range of effects. Because it was compiled using a common language, Belle was barely able to understand it. However, what are these small texts that wander between the lines? Ancient text? No, it seems that all of these, are they formulas? Turn the page. The acquired type uses God's grace as a medium, so it's possible for the shoots to grow. There are unlimited branches along the way. It is greatly affected by experience points. It was different from the sacred text, but it didn't seem to be various demi-human languages either. There was no unified form, it was a group of complex and strange signals. Turn the page. Magic equals interest. That is the primary fact needed for an acquired type. The things they care about, accept, hate, dream about, feel, regret, revere, swear by, desire. What they believe always exists within their body. God's grace will only reveal the most pristine part within their hearts. An image appeared. There was a face. Eyes. Nose. Mouth. Ears. It was the face of a human. It was created by compiling dark writing, the face of a human with closed eyes. The face in the article. Turn the page. If you wish, then just ask. If you wish, then just break it. If you wish, then just sit and take note. The mirror that allows no deception to be prepared. No. It was my face, it was my own face where there was nothing above my head. No. It was a mask, my other face. The me I don't know, the other consciousness. Turn the page. So, let's begin. His closed eyes opened. He heard his own voice. The crimson eyes, filled with text, seemed to penetrate me. The small lips that were made of small texts began to weave the words. Turn the page. For me, what is magic? Don't know. But, it was something uncertain but powerful. A decisive move to defeat monsters. The mystery that allows heroes to rise from the dead. Powerful, full of drive, compassionate, overwhelming. The wish I longed to attempt once, a pure aspiration. Turn the page. For me, magic is the powerful force. The great weapon that can destroy the weak self. The powerful weapon that can inspire the weak self. It is not a heavy shield of a guardian, nor a magnificent item like healing hands. Many questions were directed at the young white-haired boy about his interpretation of magic, about what he thought about it. All of them were answered in a way that seemed to be guided by the dream of a child who wanted to become a hero, who wanted to grow and become stronger and stronger to protect those he cared about. From one moment to the next, his face in that world that was in Belle's subconscious, smiled and suddenly, everything went black. What happened? Why am I lying down? Belle said as he slowly opened his eyes. What was that? It was strange, the young man commented as he stood up and picked up the book that was lying on the floor. I have a very strong pain in my head, the boy thought as he grabbed the back of his neck. Until you woke up, Belle, I didn't think you were one of those boys who went to sleep so early, Hestia commented, entering the room with a couple of glasses of water. Kami-sama, when did she come back? Belle asked with some doubt, he didn't notice she was there. Less than an hour ago, when I arrived you were already asleep with that book on your face, Hestia replied, reaching out to give him the glass. I see, it was strange, when I started reading I felt tired and fell asleep, I had a strange dream, but I guess it's nothing out of the ordinary, Belle replied, taking a sip of water. Wait, let me see that book, the little goddess said upon hearing those words. Sure, here it is, Kami-sama, the white-haired man replied, giving him that book. A few minutes passed and the gaze of his goddess began to disturb Belle a little, as it changed with the passing of the leaves. Is something wrong, Kami-sama? Belle asked nervously. Let me tell you, it would be nice to throw this thing away, Hestia replied with a nervous laugh and cold sweat running down her forehead. This is a grimoire, they are used to provide magic to people, they are really expensive and can only be used once, after that, their pages are blank. Look, Hestia explained the situation, giving the book back to Belle, so he could see that she wasn't lying. It can't be, sir, and Mamma Mia are going to kill me. Belle shouted in fear at the thought of what would happen. I have to pay for it, at least that's what I should do, the white-haired man said again. I doubt you'll have enough time to pay for it, they cost millions of valis. Look, for now I think the most sensible thing to do is go to the place, explain the situation and see what happens. If they lent it to you, it must be because they trust you. Also, if someone left it there and didn't come back for it, maybe it wasn't important to them or they're already dead, so I think there's no point in worrying, but the sooner you go talk to that girl, the better. Hestia gave her opinion on the situation, which was surprisingly accurate. Kami-sama is right, it would be good to go, Bell replied as he got dressed again. Wait, I think I should update your status before that, so I can see what kind of magic you obtained, and also to see how much you grew today, the goddess interrupted her son before he left again. I think it's a good idea, if I can't return the magic anyway, I'll take advantage of it, Bell said, lightly scratching his hair. Exactly, you're starting to see the positive side of this, anyway, come, take off your shirt and turn your back, Hestia commented while looking for a small needle to let out some of her blood. Bellcranel. Human. Level 1. Strength D502. Toughness E409. Dexterity C605. Agility C660. Magic I0. Magic. Firebolt. It is a non-chanting magic, allowing you to use it without reciting an incantation. Abilities. Lyris Freeze. Rapid growth for as long as the feelings last. The intensity of the effects corresponds to the user's level of feelings. As a side effect, it makes the user immune to charms. Hestia upon observing the magic was truly surprised, a friend without a chant directly delivered from a grimoire, it sounded really interesting, she knew perfectly well her son's battle style, which was fast and accurate, therefore, she knew in the same way that magic would be useful to him in his adventures, but there was something that she couldn't ignore, the great increase in his statistics, they went from having between 100 and 200 points each, to exceeding 602 of them. The lowest was resistance, which was at just over 400 points. It's really surprising, I don't think he overexerted himself today, he doesn't seem to be hurt, I guess his ability is stronger because of his feelings, it will possibly rise faster, the more he falls in love with that advisor, although he doesn't say it's only because of a feeling, it's possible he has some other dream, thought the goddess of pigtails while reflecting. Here you go, Bell, you are really impressive, you almost raised 200 points per stat, in some cases it was 300 and even 400 points, Hestia said as she handed the sheet to her son and hugged him to congratulate him. Great. I'm getting stronger every time, I'm very happy about it, this way I can protect you and everyone I care about, Kami-sama said, the young white-haired man with a proud smile. You always have such noble dreams, that makes you special, I'm grateful to have you in my family, Hestia expressed as she hugged him tighter. I'm also glad to be part of your family, Kami-sama, by the way, the magic I obtained is incredible, it will really be useful to me, Bell replied when he had finally looked down to notice his magic. Firebolt, what an imposing name, Bell thought. I think you could go try it today, it's not too late yet, I give you permission to go to the dungeon. But don't go down any further than the 5th floor. Do we have a deal? Hestia said, she knew her son was excited, his look gave it away completely. Really? Thanks, I promise I won't be long. The young man gushed, looking like a child who had just received a toy. But don't forget to go to the Lady of Abundance first, the goddess commented, making Bell remember what he had to do. Kami-sama is right, I still have to talk to Sir, and Mamma Mia, Bell commented as he put on his armor and took his sword inside its sheath. Kami-sama has retired me, see you in a couple of hours, said the white-haired man, already with all his equipment, armor, Goliath skin scarf and the book to explain what happened. That boy has too much energy despite having been outside all day, I hope everything goes well, I know the owner of that place and she is terrifying, I think even Loki is afraid of her, that's saying a lot if I'm honest, Hestia commented, already in complete silence. And the Lady of Abundance. Bell, did something happen? You look a bit agitated, Sir asked when she noticed that rabbit-like boy standing at the entrance of the restaurant bar. Sir, can I talk to you and Mamma Mia, it's something important, Bell managed to say, taking a breath, he had run at full speed to get there. Sure, give me a moment, I'll go with her to let her know you want to see her, said the waitress as she went to the bar, where Mamma Mia was. Apparently the owner of the place had already heard what Bell said, which is why the dwarf was already starting to approach them both. Come on, kid, let's talk in the back, the dwarf ordered the scared rabbit. Once there, both Mamma Mia and Sir began to hear what had happened regarding the grimoire, and since Bell had no idea that was what he had read, for which he was apologizing since there was no way he could return the book to its original state, the dwarf began to flip through it a little, and saw that, indeed, it was blank. Stop apologizing, kid, what's done is done. If the adventurer didn't come back for him, it's his fault, so let's put this aside. After all, opportunities are there for the fittest to take. This time it was you. Take advantage of what was given to you and make good use of it. The dwarf commented as she threw the book into the trash can where they were talking. Bell, sorry for getting you into this trouble, if I had known what it was, Sir was saying before being interrupted. No, don't apologize, sir, it was my fault, you did it in good faith, I can't blame you in the least, in fact, thank you for doing it, Bell said to the waitress, giving her a kind smile. Okay, with that settled, if you're not going to buy anything, you can go, we've left the restaurant for a long time, I promise not to talk about it if you keep coming back to eat, Mamma Mia commented with a kind smile as she pushed the young man. It sounds like a threat although I would still come if the Grimmer thing hadn't happened, your food is the most delicious I've ever tasted, Belle expressed happily. The three people said their goodbyes and Belle set off towards the dungeon to use his new magic as he had agreed with his goddess. He would be lying if he said he wasn't excited by the idea. In the dungeon. Belle began to enter the dungeon, he was on the first floor and saw how several monsters approached him, since it was already night, very few adventurers dared to explore the dungeon, most were already in their headquarters. A large number of kobolds and goblins were gathering and running towards Belle, he had no idea how to activate his magic, apparently he didn't need a chant, but he didn't know how to activate it. What if I just say my name? The white-haired man commented, not caring about the number of monsters approaching him. Firebolt. The young man shouted as a large red ray shot out from the palm of his hand to where he had aimed, thus pulverizing all the monsters that had previously approached him. It's incredible. I finished them off with one blow. Belle said to himself with an indescribable emotion that was reflected in the brightness of his eyes when he saw the small amount of smoke that was still coming off his hand. Already knowing how to use magic, he began to be reckless with it, only using Firebolt without bothering to use his weapon or secure where he was. Firebolt. The young man shouted as a dungeon lizard was charred until only its magic stone remained. Firebolt. 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 Explosion after explosion echoed through the floors Belle passed through, every monster that had the misfortune of being hit by the magic was pulverized, the young man wasn't even interested in picking up the magic stones left on the ground, he kept playing with his magic and finishing off the monsters. This is very diverty, Belle said as his voice trailed off and his gaze began to cloud. Boom. That sound had come from Belle's body, which had come into contact with the floor as he had fallen on his back, unconscious. But the princess of the sword and 9 hells. Reveria, did you hear that? It sounded like explosions, commented the beautiful golden-haired girl. Yes, I heard it, I think they're coming from the 5th floor, let's go see what's going on, replied a beautiful elf with jade-colored hair. They ran as fast as they could to where the noises had come from. When they arrived, they didn't notice anything strange, just some burn marks on the wall. But there were no monsters around, nor any adventurers, which seemed odd given the state of the apartment and the large amount of smoke inside. Upon further inspection, they were able to see in the distance a small young man wearing silver armor and a red scarf, who had apparently fainted. Line 0 apparently he overused his magic, or he felt cornered or he was reckless in using it only, I think it's the second, normally someone with magic has enough skill to not depend on it so much on the first floors, maybe he just obtained it, Reveria explained to Aiz, who kept looking at the young man on the ground. Reveria, I know him, he's the adventurer who was there when the Minotaur thing happened, Aiz said when she realized who it was. You're right, he's the one who defeated him, isn't he? He answered the elf. Yeah, but did he get magic at level 1? I saw him on the 11th floor today too, the expressionless girl commented, surprising Reveria. Floor 11. But your goddess told us you haven't even been an adventurer for a week, Reveria said without taking her eyes off him. I want to apologize for him, because of me he received insults from Aiz expressed with a determined look. Oh, you want to make it up to her, well, you could do the following, Reveria replied while at the same time whispering some things to the young woman. Will that be enough? It's kind of embarrassing, Aiz replied with a slight blush on her cheeks. There is no man on earth who hates him, well, I'm leaving, I'll leave you alone, Reveria said as she left the 5th floor. At that moment, Aiz sat on the floor and gently and carefully took Belle's head, then placed it on her lap. Lap pillow, I hope that's enough, Aiz said to herself as she looked at the white-haired man's calm face. She began to play with the boy's hair, losing herself in her thoughts. Something inside her felt at peace, she had the impression that doing that calmed her, seeing the boy's unprotected face. You're amazing despite everything Bet told you, you keep trying, you keep growing, keep going, Aiz said to Belle, although of course, he couldn't hear them. How do you grow so fast? Before she could continue speaking, she felt Belle's head start to move and noticed him frown. That sound came from Belle as he opened his eyes. Mom, Belle said as he noticed a blurry presence in front of him. I'm sorry, I'm not your mother, the blonde answered seriously. A hallucination. The white-haired man commented, trying to get an answer. That's not it either, the sword princess responded with some discomfort. When the white-haired man finally realized what was happening, he began to blush profusely. I'm sorry, the young man said through gritted teeth. Right, I have to apologize, Aiz commented, but was interrupted. I'm sorry. He yelled at Belle as he suddenly stood up and ran off, leaving Aiz behind him. Why does he always run away? Said the sword princess, pouting slightly in displeasure. But as he stood up, he could feel something standing right next to where he had seen it. His scarf, he left it, Aiz said, seeing the belonging Belle left behind. I have to give it back to you, the blonde concluded. In the streets of Orario. What the hell was that? Why was the sword princess giving me a lap pillow? Why did she seem angry at not knowing who I was the first time? What was she doing there? Belle thought repeatedly as he hurriedly walked towards his headquarters, unaware that something was missing. What the hell just happened? Belle shouted at the top of his lungs when he finally arrived at his headquarters. The next day. Kami-sama. I'm leaving now. Belle said as he left the church. The day had finally arrived when he would invite Eina to walk around the city for the Monsterphilia event. Okay, Belle. See you. I hope the advisor agrees to go out with you today. Anyway, I have some things to do in Babel today. I would like to accompany you to see how things go. Hestia responded to her son's notice from her bed. There were a couple of hours left for her work, which Belle still knew nothing about. I understand, if we're lucky, we can go together next year, Kami-sama, so don't worry, said the white-haired young man as he turned his gaze to his goddess. It's a promise, good luck. Hestia finished to say goodbye to Belle. Already outside the church, he began walking towards the guild as was his daily custom, hoping that Eina would be there. The minutes passed until he received a call behind him. Wait, Naya, Belle, Naya said, a brown-haired girl, making Belle turn in her direction. Anya. What's wrong? Bella asked. The person who had mentioned him was Anya, a waitress at the Lady of Plenty, with whom he had had a few conversations in the few days he had been there. I have a Naya favor to ask you, Naya. Good Naya morning, Anya explained, giving a greeting after stating the intention of her call. Good morning, Belle responded to the greeting in the same way. At that moment, the aforementioned waitress took a small purple purse out of her pocket and dropped it into the white-haired young man's open hands. I ask you, Naya, to give Sir her Naya purse, said Anya, after giving the purse to Belle. Excuse me? I still don't understand what you mean, the boy said, his face clearly filled with doubt. It means you should give the purse to Sir, since she went to Monsterphilia and forgot it, that way she won't be able to buy anything, Ryu explained, coming out of a corner of the bar. I understand, but I'm heading to the guild. When I finish doing what I have to do there, I'll gladly find Sir and give it to her, is that okay? Bella asked, explaining his situation before. I don't think there's a Naya problem, the catgirl answered to Belle's question, also getting the approval of her elf friend. Then there's no problem, I'll take care of giving it to Sir, see you, Ryu, Anya, Belle answered as he walked back towards the guild. In the guild. Inside the guild, Belle headed to where his advisor always was, his office to be specific, but to his surprise, he couldn't see her in the distance, neither her nor the other pink-haired advisor with whom he seemed to have had a friendly relationship for some time now. Are you looking for Eina? I'm sorry to tell you she's at the arena where the Monsterphilia event will be held, said a tall girl with red hair and wolf ears. A werewolf. Oh, I understand, thank you very much, Rose, then I think it would be good to go look for her there. Belle responded to the information given by one of the adventurer advisors who were in the guild at that time. Rose. Wait, before you go, an adventurer wants to talk to you, it seems to be something important, Rose said before the white-haired man left to continue on his way. An adventurer? Sorry, I don't think I have time. Belle tried to excuse himself, since it was the truth, he had to go find Sir and invite Eina. She is the sword princess of the Loki family, the fact that she has come personally to look for you must mean some important matter. I would suggest you not to make someone so strong wait, and much less ignore, you can make many enemies, explained the redeed with a serious tone in her words and an equal countenance. The sword princess, okay, I think the sooner you take care of the matter, the better, thanks Rose. Where is she? The boy asked so he could go to that place. Inside the study rooms, he's waiting for you, Rose replied, pointing to the door. Thank you, Belle said. He walked to the door and opened it, where he found a girl with golden hair sitting on the couch, her back to the door, which she turned in his direction when she heard it creak. Sword princess, good morning. Were you looking for me? Belle asked at the imposing presence in front of him. Yes, there is something I would like to give you, the blonde answered while taking something she had left sitting on the armchair. Give me something. Huh? Belle asked doubtfully. Here you go, Aiz replied as she handed over the Goliath fur scarf that Eina had given to Belle. It's true, I hadn't realized that I left her behind. Sorry for wasting your time due to my carelessness, Miss Wallenstein said the young adventurer as he apologized to the girl. No problem, I also wanted to take this opportunity to apologize to you for what happened at the bar a few days ago, Aiz said to Belle. Don't worry, Miss Wallenstein, there's no problem at all. Those words hurt me for a moment, but the best way to make sure that doesn't happen is to make myself strong, that's why, I repeat, there's no reason to apologize. I'll make that werewolf swallow his words with my own effort, Belle replied with a pure smile, followed by a determined look. This greatly surprised the swordswoman, who just stared at the boy with her eyes wide open. That's good to hear, Aiz replied with her usual cold tone, but she had a slight smile on her face that was barely perceptible to the human eye. If that's all, then thank you for giving me back the scarf, it's important to me, I hope we see each other again, Bell said as he began to leave the place. Wait, said the sword princess, taking the boy's hand at that moment. Is something wrong, Miss Wallenstein? The white-haired man asked, his face clearly filled with doubt about what was happening. Do you have someone who can train you? I think I could help you continue growing, Aiz asked with a slight blush on her cheeks. Someone to train me? No, I don't have anyone to train me, why do you ask? The white-haired man answered. Would you like me to train you? The girl asked. This caught Bell off guard. He hadn't expected this turn of events. He took a breath, thought about it for a few moments, and then gave his answer. Of course. I'd like to be trained by Miss Wallenstein, the white-haired man replied, excited because he was going to train with one of the strongest adventurers in Orario. Aiz, call me Aiz, then we can start today, Kiz managed to say before being interrupted. I'm sorry, Miss Aiz, but I don't think I could do it today. I have some matters to attend to, but first thing tomorrow morning would be perfect. Bell said, leaving the blonde's words hanging. I understand, then there's no problem, we'll see each other first thing tomorrow at the walls, Aiz concluded. That's a promise, but, Miss Aiz, could you let me go? Bell commented, looking down at the hand being held by the sword princess. I'm sorry, Aiz said, quickly letting go of the boy's arm. No problem, see you, Miss Aiz, he said to Bell and then left. But the adventurer already several meters away, the sword princess managed to say a few words. I have to know how it gets so strong, but I can't deny that it's nice. Loki is waiting for me, I must go with her, Aiz said to finish her own monologue and leave the guild to meet her goddess. Towards the sand. The crowds everywhere near the arena were overwhelming. The streets were packed, food stalls were overflowing. Children, adults, teenagers, and senior citizens with different occupations and faces were walking around with smiles on their faces. Some people were at the stalls serving these people. It's nice to see so many people so calm and happy. I must concentrate, first I'll go for Eina and then we can look for Surt together if she agrees to go out with me, Bell said to himself as he put aside all his secondary thoughts. The white-haired young man walked through the streets before everyone's eyes. It was obvious that he could not be mistaken. White hair, red eyes, thin build, childlike face, all the characteristics that the rumors about the adventurer who defeated that Minotaur provided, fell on the person in front of them. Many voices continued to speak about him, but Bell was more focused on his goal. After several minutes of walking, he finally managed to glimpse the beautiful half-elf he was looking for, Eina, who was wearing her guild clothes as was customary to see her. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Tell me, Freya, so have you already noticed another child from another family? Asked a goddess with red hair and slanted eyes towards a beautiful goddess who was covered so as not to be seen. That's right, Loki, he's the one I've been looking for a long time, his soul is truly beautiful, with a white color that dazzles my eyes, I really want him, answered Freya, the goddess with whom Loki was talking. And is he another strong adventurer? Loki asked another question. Don't worry, he's not someone from your family, he's a really adorable young man, he's not someone very strong, but he always tries his best and is really sincere with his feelings, Freya answered while looking down at the crowd below them. I'm sorry, Loki, we'll have to continue this conversation another day, something unexpected came up, he commented to Freya as he stood up and left. This idiot left me the bill, Loki said, frowning. She seemed to describe Bell as certain swordsman thought when he heard the description given by Freya. Back with Bell. The young man walked towards Eina until he finally got close enough for her to look at him head on. Bell? What are you doing here? The half-elf asked in surprise upon noticing the young adventurer's presence. Hello Eina, good morning, sorry if I'm inopportune, it's just that I went to look for you at the guild and Miss Rose informed me that you were here, so I came because there was something I wanted to tell you, Bell said, while her blush increased exponentially with the passage of her words. Come on, Bell, gather your courage, he said to himself to cheer himself up. Something you wanted to tell me, Eina asked in surprise, repeating the words Bell had given her. This looks interesting, Juju, thought Misha from behind Eina while watching the scene between them. Misha was no fool for this kind of thing, she noticed the change in mood that Eina suffered when she spoke with that young man, she seems more relaxed and always has a fixed gaze on him, in addition to a slight blush on her face, every time Bell says something daring or tender without realizing it. Would you like to go on a date with me right now? I saw some food stalls and I thought you might like them, although I understand if you can't because of work, if that's the case, I'm sorry for making the proposal, Bell said, putting aside his embarrassment from before. A D-date, why you and I be, but Eina responded with a wide look, she was impressed by the courage the young man had mustered. Her cheeks were red and very hot, her mind wandered, repeating the proposal that the young man had given her. He wants a date with me B but W I have work also, why is my heart racing so fast because of it? Am I happy? I'm happy to be asked out on a date Eina thought as the red color on her cheek spread all over her face until it reached the tips of her long elf ears. Come on Eina. Go with the boy, I've covered your responsibilities, enjoy your date. It's clear that Belle tried hard to get those words out, Misha replied while pushing Eina in Belle's direction. Misha, but I don't want to leave all the work to you, the advisor managed to say to her colleague and friend. No problem, seriously, go with the young man, I can manage on my own, Misha insisted despite her friend's words. If it's a bother you don't have to accept, Eina, I don't want to interfere with your work, nor complicate yours Miss Misha Belle expressed with a face worried by the act that both advisors were doing. It's no problem Belle, just take care of Eina, go with the boy Eina, you better enjoy the date, goodbye said the pink-haired advisor, while giving her friend one last push and leaving the place. What she didn't notice is that because of that push, Eina had buried her face in the boy's chest. I am sorry. I didn't mean to. Eina apologized for what had just happened. Then no problem, then let's have our date, Eina Belle said with a smile as he extended his hand towards her. She hesitated to take it, not because of the traditions of her race, no, but because she knew that many glances would be directed at both of them, and that embarrassed her. See come on, but without holding hands, it makes me feel a little embarrassed Eina answered, turning her head to one side. At your service, miss, Belle replied with a nervous look, but without losing that characteristic smile of his. I hope what my grandfather and uncles all have taught me about how to act on a date works. My stepmother Althea never said anything to me related to dates. I think she didn't like the idea of me going out with someone Belle thought as he walked beside Eina, whom he saw for short periods of time. She's really beautiful just looking at her makes my heart race. One hope I can make her feel that way. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for this bunny Belle thought with determination. So the minutes passed, both were tense, but began to open up more and more. They began to talk about how their days had been up until the moment they met. So the sword princess wants to train with you, that must be great news, so I can be sure that someone strong will provide you with their knowledge in combat, Eina said calmly. If something worried her, it was the safety of that foolish adventurer who threw himself into the face of danger just on his first day in Orario. Yes, I was surprised by the proposal, but I think it was impossible to reject it. I hope I can become stronger with a combat master like her, and with the knowledge you provide me of the dungeon, although I doubt that Miss Aiz is as good a teacher as you, Eina Belle expressed with a cheerful smile directed at Eina. He knew that it never hurts to give a compliment to a beautiful lady. We won't know until we check it, but if you perform so well in my classes, you will surely improve a lot if the sword princess teaches how I do the half-elf responded calmly, enjoying the exchange of words. You're right, Belle replied until a food stand caught his attention. Eina, give me a few minutes, there's something I'd like to buy Belle said to the advisor as he went to the stand in front of them. Something caught his attention, it's obvious, it's his first event in Orario, he really looks like a child seeing everything for the first time, Eina said to himself as she watched him trotting. After a couple of minutes, Belle arrived. Here you have Eina, a Jag American, my goddess says they taste delicious, I haven't tried them Belle said, extending his hand so that the brown-haired half-elf could take the small bag with the food. Thanks Belle, I assure you that you will like them, they are really delicious Eina expressed while taking a bite of hers. They continued eating, sitting under a small tree, quietly, watching people pass by, feeling the breeze cross, and listening to people talking, and the noises coming from the sand where monsterphilia was developing. The loud shout echoed through the streets, alerting the people. What was that? He asked Belle, without taking his eyes off where the noise seemed to be approaching. I don't know, it sounded too close to be a sound coming from the sand Eina expressed, with a look of terror. Eina, stay behind me, Belle said as he took a fighting stance. Again that roar echoed through the streets, people ran out of the area where the scream was coming from, alerting the others, who got out of the way. Silverback. A silverback escaped. An adventurer shouted before being knocked into one of the nearby stalls. The monster's gaze, still chained and muzzled, furtively shifted toward the couple. Eina, I think he's watching us Belle said to the half-elf. I noticed it too Eina replied. Don't move from my back Belle said. From one moment to the next, that monster began to run in the direction of both of them. Belle is coming this way. Eina shouted in fear. I'm sorry Eina, you'll scold me for this later Belle said, turning around. Wait Belle, what do you mean? Eina shouted as Belle took her in his arms like a princess and started running at full speed, away from that beast that threatened to catch them. We have to get him away from the crowd. If we don't, there'll be injuries, the girl said, while Belle couldn't take his eyes off her. That's right, with so many people it's impossible for me to fight him. I have my sword with me, but any false move and someone could get hurt. I have to take you to a safe place. I don't plan on risking you in this situation, Bell said with a determined look, speeding up more and more. Daedalus Street. Bell. Daedalus Street. We can take shelter there and wait for support. Its streets are very confusing, with several paths to take. The half-elf shouted as an option to the adventurer carrying her. Guide me Eina, I'll take care of running away until I see an opportunity, the white-haired man asked. In this way the chase continued. Eina gave the instructions to Bell, who followed them without any objection. If it weren't for the status update that Bell had received previously from his goddess, thanks to what happened with the grimoire, that monster would have reached them a few minutes ago. I have to protect Eina. I have to keep that thing away from the civilians. If someone dies I will have lost. If someone dies it will be my fault. No, that won't happen, thought Bell while he got nervous, but that feeling gradually disappeared as time went by. They continued to flee. That beast did not take its gaze and its hatred away from both of them. Eina, the time has come, there are no more people, Bell said as he accelerated even harder and released her inside a house and then left. Bell. Be careful. Eina shouted. I'll get it. Bell replied, but without realizing it, a large fist was reaching him. Then came Memento Lego. Penso Bell mientras trataba de bloquear el golpe con sus brazos pero en consecuencia salió disparado un par de metros hasta que su cuerpo se encontró con una pared, lo cual frenó su avance. Resonó en el sitio donde se había estampado el cuerpo de Bell. Demonios, no pude reaccionar con prontitud, si no fuera por la bufanda, mi cuello estaría roto en este momento dijo Bell mientras se recuperaba, su espalda dolía demasiado. El monstruo comenzó a atacar donde la asesora estaba escondida. Hey. Tu enemigo soy yo maldito mono. Gritó Bell mientras corría con su espada desenfundada. Un gran grito de batalla provino del monstruo, el cual pensaba que con aquel golpe dado todo había terminado. Firebolt. Grito. Bell de un momento para otro, extendiendo la palma de su mano para dirigir el disparo hacia el rostro de la bestia. Royer. Grito como una clase de cuajito el espalda platita por haber recibido de lino, el ataque mágico. Más pronto que tarde, Bell ya se encontraba de frente a la bestia y de un corte logró rebanar una parte del brazo del mismo. Otro cuajito de dolor provino del monstruo, quien solo comenzó a lanzar golpes sin ningún objetivo aparente. Bell comenzó a lanzar tajos en dirección a él para hacerlo retroceder y alejarlo de Eina. Eina. No salgas de ahí. Gritó Bell, dando la orden a la asesora. Una ráfaga de golpes volvió a saltar a Bell quien se limitaba a bloquear con su espada, esta vez no sería tan sencillo que lo mandaran a volar. Los huesos del joven aventurero de nivel 1 comenzaban a vibrar tras cada golpe que recibía su sangre hervía, si bien tenía vidas que proteger, estaba disfrutando el combate. Ah. Gritó Bell con toda su fuerza, como si fuera su manera de activar o despertar la fuerza que tenía, despertar su espíritu de lucha y continuar puliendo, todos los civiles que había llegado a presenciar la escena, estaban impresionados, la fuerza y ferocidad con la que el muchacho se encontraba luchando contra aquel monstruo que triplicaba su tamaño era digna de admirar, con una mirada decidida, un espíritu inquebrantable, una fuerza espectacular y un agar en su espada. Bell continuó luchando sin pensar en ningún momento que perdería. Come on Bell, you can do more than just block and give some small cuts, you must do something more forceful, you must show what you are made of in front of everyone, you must stand up and say everything is okay because I am here. Bell said to himself, raising his morale and strengthen his attacks. Suddenly, as if he were a beast, Bell began to take control of the battle, stopping only blocking attacks. He began to give them and overwhelm the silverback who could not see where the attacks were coming from. A white blur was the only thing that those present in the battle could see, a white stain that when it approached the monster, left a large amount of blood dripping on the floor, coming from the monster's open wounds. Which could only launch attacks where it thought it was, but the problem is that, while he was attacking there, Bell was somewhere else. Desperate, the silverback began to use the chains as weapons, and they managed to hit Bell's body, who felt blood gushing from his chest. I can't drag out this battle any longer, Bell said, taking a breath and watching the blood flow. This will be the last attack. Ah. Firebolt. The white-haired man shouted, letting out a red ray from the palm of his hand, again into the monster's eyes. Firebolt. 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 Bell conjured repeatedly, blow after blow hitting the target, setting fire to the monster's fur. If I don't do it nobody will. As he ran towards the silverback, the latter caught sight of him and threw both fists in his direction. In a quick move, Bell jumped to avoid receiving direct contact. In the air, face to face, they both looked at each other, their red eyes watching what the other was about to do, waiting for the next move. Firebolt. A scarlet lightning exploded a short distance from both of them, destroying both of the monster's eyes, who could only scream in pain at that. "No!" The white-haired young man shouted, raising his sword with great determination, until, with all the strength he had left, he hit the monster's head and began to make his way through its entire body, with a cross cut, a clean cut, as if it were his last effort, before the edge of the weapon touched the monster's magic stone, which would cause its death. It threw its body forward, crushing Bell with its body and a wall. Ah! The cry of pain came from Bell, who felt like his bones were being crushed, but from one moment to the next, that pain was gone, it disappeared. The silverback had been defeated, he disappeared leaving behind a large magic stone and destruction throughout that stretch of Daedalus Street. I did it, Bell said as he fell to the ground from a few meters. Boom. The sound of a body falling was what had caused that noise. Looking where it came from, they could see that boy, among the dust and blood. Everyone in the place began to murmur and approach him, fearing the worst, fearing that the hero of Daedalus Street had died. Eina, hearing that everything was over, ran to where the people were lying in a heap. Bell, she managed to say while she saw the body of that boy, tears began to flow from her eyes until the boy put his arms in front of him to slowly stand up. "I won, haha," he said with a small laugh, although after it, he frowned, implying that he felt a lot of pain in his body. "Bell." Eina shouted with a big smile, throwing herself to hug the wounded, but not dead, adventurer. "The Eina, I thought you were embarrassed," Bell said until he was interrupted. "Shut up, fool. I was so worried about you. If you had died for me, I would," the advisor said, tears continuing to flow down her cheekbone. Bell understood that, so he was silent for a moment. "Eina, I'm alive," replied the white-haired man, reciprocating the hug. A great deal of applause from the inhabitants of Daedalus Street began to resonate in the place. They had witnessed a heroic act by that young rookie with red eyes and white hair. "You're a hero." Some children shouted excitedly. Bell could only smile at their words. "Congratulations," Bell said, a blonde swordswoman in the distance, in an alley. She had only observed the final part of the battle. "Hey Aiz. You're running too fast, huh? They finished off the silverback, he didn't get to see who it was, anyway, that way we're free, let's go," Loki said as he pulled the princess of the sword, and they left the place. On a roof, a beautiful woman covered from head to toe in a kind of tunic, managed to glimpse everything that had happened. "It's wonderful," thought Freya, yes, Freya, the goddess of beauty, who watched the fight from start to finish. "My plan worked perfectly," said the goddess, placing one of her fingers on her lips. Her cheeks were really flushed, and she had a look of delight. Meanwhile, Eina and Bell were still lying on the ground, the half-elf not letting go of him. "Grandpa, I did it, I protected the girl," Bell thought, before smiling calmly. Chapter 8. Training with a Princess. "You know, Bell. I like you, but seeing you here every day with injuries is starting to get tiring. I seriously wonder if you don't have some kind of curse. It's not normal the amount of trouble you've gotten into in the short time you've been here," Maich expressed while giving a healing potion to the young adventurer after that confrontation against the silverback at the Monsterphilia event just a few hours ago. "It's not like I do it on purpose, B, but I'm starting to firmly believe that I'm a monster magnet. I don't know how good that is," Bell replied as he took the potion in his hands and then drank it. "Bell, seriously, I'm sorry, it's my fault you were hurt. If I hadn't been there you wouldn't have had to worry about protecting me," Eina said with a dejected look, remembering that event. If seen from an extreme point of view, the monster did not seem to be going for Bell. In the white-haired boy's mind, the idea crossed that it was going directly for Eina, just for the fact of attacking her, even though she was taking cover and ignoring the boy when he was unexpectedly hit by its large arm. "This is really strange, something must be going on, but I have no starting point to be able to formulate an idea of all this," thought the white-haired man with a confused look, but without taking his gaze and attention away from what Eina had said. "Eina, please look up," Bell said to the advisor. Eina only did what the young man had told her, but was surprised when the palms of both the white-haired man's hands rested on either side of her face. "You weren't a burden. If it weren't for your idea of going to Daedalus Street to get him away from the crowd, many people could have been hurt. You're a heroine. For that very reason, don't feel bad. I was hurt, yes, but for the simple reason that I decided for it to be that way. I made the decision to face that monster to protect you, and to protect the others. If someone is to blame, it's me and my tenacity," the boy expressed with a calm smile. But the intention of lifting the spirits of the half-elf. Bell didn't seem to notice how compromising the scene seemed and how much Eina had misinterpreted Bell's intentions. I thought a different outcome," Eina said in her mind with her cheeks blushing from feeling the touch between her cheeks and Bell's hands. After a few seconds he calmed down and gave a response to what Bell said. "But anyway, I'd like to make up for all the trouble we had. Our D-date was ruined because of that incident," Eina replied, looking away in embarrassment at the word date being said by her. That's true, Bell replied, removing his hands from Eina's face. But seriously, you don't owe me anything, you're not in debt to me for it, but if you insist, added the white-haired man. What's he thinking? The half-elf said in her mind as she noticed the change in tone of the boy's voice in the bed. Miss Eina Tulle, would you do this adventure or the honor of going with him on a date tomorrow night? The boy asked in a serious tone, apparently being able to ask her out once had given him enough confidence to not feel nervous again. Eina didn't have to think long to accept. I gladly accept, Bell, the advisor said in response to Bell's proposal. Hey, you know we're still here, right? Naza asked with a look that showed how much fun she had watching those two. Naza, don't interrupt them, they were having such a lovely moment, Hestia said with some annoyance at seeing that interaction interrupted. Kami-sama. When did he arrive? Bell asked, his cheeks the same color as his eyes due to embarrassment. Until you notice my presence, Bell, I arrived at the moment you said Eina, please look up Hestia responded, exaggerating the scene where Bell said those words to Eina. Kami-sama. Please don't make fun of me, if you came from that moment, why didn't you say anything? Said the white-haired man with a level of sorrow already too high. I couldn't interrupt a romantic moment, that's a sin that not even the gods forgive us, Hestia responded calmly, making it seem like that was the most obvious thing in the world. Don't tell Aiz Hestia, Bell is very gullible, he might believe it, Maich said as he peeked through the door. I want to die, I would like to die right now, thought Eina, who was as or more embarrassed than Bell. She had never been a very expressive person with her feelings, she had always dedicated most of her life to her work, so it was strange that she behaved that way, even more so if we consider that the boy who made her feel that way was an adventurer under her charge, who hadn't even been in Orario for a week. How is it possible that I feel this way about someone I've only known for a short time? Why does it happen? I don't understand, under normal circumstances I would simply deny anything related to love, I did it with that elf and dwarf who sent me letters and invited me on dates, but I can't reject a simple proposal to leave Bell, the half-elf said to herself with clear discomfort. Why is it different with you? He wondered. Yoo-hoo, it seems he's thinking something very interesting, sorry, I can't read minds, but I don't need to have telepathy to imagine what's crossing your mind right now, yes. Fall in love with my little Bell. Hestia thought euphoria, like every mother she wanted her son to be happy, she approved of Eina as Bell's partner, curiously, if she compared her with the girls who have been in contact with him in the short time she has been in Orario, the only one who really didn't cause her doubts was her, in addition, tied to those, was that she wanted Bell's wish to be fulfilled. Let's leave them for now, I think it's better if you go back to your work Eina, they're probably looking for you, you have the perfect excuse to not get scolded by Mr. Royman, Maich said as a suggestion to the half-elf, who for a few moments, seemed to have a lost look. Why you're right Maich-sama, it's better if I go, see you Bell, tomorrow Eina replied, directing her last words towards the white-haired man who was still resting in bed. Oh okay Eina, see you tomorrow on our date Bell answered. The half-elf started to leave, but before crossing the door, Bell called her. Eina. She just turned to look to find out what the boy had to say. If I had to give my life to protect you again, I would do it without hesitation, but if my death would result in making you sad, then I will find strength from somewhere to overcome any adversity and return alive, I promise you, Bell said in a tender but determined manner, revealing a very high conviction. Eina could only open her eyes wide, she didn't expect those words from Bell, she tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come out, they remained stuck. What can you say to someone who practically just promised not to die just to not see you sad? After a few seconds and a confusion in her mind, Eina answered. If you promise, I guess I can trust you, Bell the advisor replied with a really big smile, she couldn't hide her happiness, which was greater than the shame she felt at that moment, not just anyone promises something like that in front of people, whether they are known or not. After those words, the half-elf finally left the grounds of the Blue Pharmacy, the seat of the Maich family. Wow, if that were a marriage proposal, no one would refuse, Naza expressed, breaking the silence formed by Eina's departure. Huh? The white-haired man managed to answer. You practically promised to come back alive for her, that's what people normally say to their partners when they go to a dangerous place, Maich replied, taking her chin with his hand. You better do it, I'll hate you if you don't, for playing with a girl's heart, Hestia said. In this way, the three of them left that room to allow Bell to rest. What just happened? The white-haired man asked, alone in the room. A couple of hours passed, Bell was ready to leave for his headquarters again, he felt slight discomfort and tiredness still, but nothing out of the ordinary, after a few minutes of walking, he headed to the church where he lived with his goddess, Hestia stayed for a few moments to talk with Maich. Wait, what do I have in my pocket? Bell wondered as he felt a small lump on the side of his right leg. He put his hand in and there he could notice a small purple purse. I didn't give Sir her purse. During everything that happened, I couldn't find it, much less give it to her. Belle shouted in fear in the middle of the street for not having fulfilled the favor that Anya and Ryu had asked of him. I have to take it to her, Belle thought, calming down when he felt everyone looking at him like a weirdo for yelling a few seconds ago. At that moment, he started running at the highest speed he could, heading towards the Lady of Abundance. Luckily for him, it was still early for a bar, of course, so it was unlikely that it was closed or that Sir wasn't there. And the Lady of Abundance. After a few minutes of walking through the streets, Belle was finally able to reach his destination, that bar that was in rush hour at that moment. Normally that was the time when adventurers returned from the dungeon. Apparently the event was not an excuse for them to go to work. Young Belle proceeded to enter, but surprisingly, many eyes fell on him as soon as he peeked out. The murmurs began to become evident. You didn't have to be a genius to know the reason. The rumor that the child in front of them had defeated the silverback who escaped in the monsterphilia and consequently had saved the people involved in the incident soon spread throughout the news like freshly baked bread. Are you sure it was him? He looks too young, I can't believe he did something like that, and without hesitating for a second, wait, isn't he the same one the Loki family says defeated the Minotaur? Yes, he is the same one. An adventurer said to his table companion, much to his chagrin. Belle could hear every word perfectly, even when he tried to lower his voice. It's terrifying. Who would have thought that such strength would be hidden behind that innocent face? Said the companion of the previous adventurer, in response to what his companion had said. It's nice that they're starting to believe in me, but it's uncomfortable that I can hear absolutely everything. It seems like they don't make an effort to hide the fact that they're talking about me, thought Belle, who was still standing by the door. Huh? Belle? What are you doing here? Asked a pretty, silver-haired waitress who had been in the kitchen a few moments before, clearly not cooking. Hi sir, I came to see you, I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time, the white-haired man answered Sir's question. Oh, so you came to see me, Sir replied, cupping her cheeks and with a slight blush on them. Don't get me wrong. I just wanted to give this to you, the young adventurer said as he took Sir's purse out of his pocket and approached her to hand it to her. Hey, if you're going to talk, do it outside, in the middle of my bar, you're just getting in the way, Mamma Mia said, implying that she was giving her waitress permission to go to a more private place with the boy. Sorry Mamma Mia, come on Belle, the silver-haired girl commented, pulling the boy's arm to take him towards the stairs that lead to the Lady of Plenty's rooms. Wait sir, Jay just came to give you your wallet, Belle managed to stammer while being dragged against his will. Remember Belle, never contradict a woman unless she has something perverted in mind for you, in that case you move away and talk to me so I can give that damn bitch a gospel with all my might. Those words echoed in Belle's mind, those words that his mother Althea had told him. It was practically the only advice about women he had ever received from her, that if he were to choose a girl, she would have to defeat her to earn the right to be with her son. But if my mom Althea is no longer here, who should I tell to hit Sir? No, I wouldn't tell anyone, she's very sweet to me, I doubt she has anything like that planned, the white-haired man thought, calming down a bit. Well, we're here, Belle, Sir said, interrupting Belle's wandering mind. Sir, what are we doing here? I just wanted to give you this, Belle answered nervously. I wanted to talk to you. Can't I? The waitress said in a tender manner, with her eyes wide open. It's not that you can't, the white-haired man replied with some nervousness. What happens is that I saw you with that advisor at Monsterphilia. Is she your girlfriend or something? Sir asked with a certain tone of sadness in her voice. Girlfriend? Eina and I don't have that kind of relationship, Belle said, clearly saddened by Sir's interpretation of that date with her advisor. Oh, so she's not your girlfriend, well Belle, thank you very much for giving me my wallet, that was all I wanted to ask, the girl answered, moving away from the stairs and returning to her work. Wait sir, what's the reason for the question? The white-haired man interrupted the departure of the beautiful waitress, who seemed to feel relieved by the answer Belle had given her. Oh, that's it, what happens is that I saw your fight with the silverback, and Sir said before quickly approaching Belle's ear to whisper a few last words before leaving. I fell in love, the waitress added before leaving Belle alone, who still hadn't processed what she had said. After a few seconds, Belle reacted. He shouted in confusion, as if he couldn't seem to believe what his ears had heard a few seconds ago. I think I better go, I can't believe handing over a wallet is so difficult. Belle concluded as he began to leave the place. Hey Sir Naya, what did you say to him, Naya? Anya asked when she saw the way Belle left, with his face a scarlet color and running. Fufu, nothing important, Sir replied winking. Oh girl, you always have fun playing with that boy, you seem to have fun playing with that boy, Mamma Mia said with a tired but smiling face. What I said wasn't a game, I really mean it, the young woman replied to her boss's complaint. And I'm sorry, Sir thought before returning to her work. In the abandoned church, headquarters of the Hestia family. You're finally here, Belle said the little goddess with clear anger towards her son, who was entering the church. I'm sorry Kami-sama, I had a problem, but I was able to solve it, Bell responded to the reprimand that his goddess was throwing at him. Well, in that case there's no problem, it's been a long day, so I won't ask anything, anyway, I should update your status, don't you think? Seeing your abnormal growth rate, it wouldn't be a surprise if your stats have increased a lot, Hestia expressed with an excited face. Yes Kami-sama. I want to see how strong I've become today. Bell answered in the same way as his goddess. Okay, lie down, but not before taking off your shirt, Hestia asked Bell. Bell proceeded to remove his shirt, lay his sword down beside him, and finally lie face down, as was customary at the time of his upgrade. I see you're gaining muscle, if you keep going like this, you're going to have a lot of women after you, Hestia said mockingly. Then don't joke Kami-sama, although I think you're right, my muscles feel harder, I hope that doesn't slow me down when running or dodging, Bell replied, confirming his goddess's impression. Well, I'll start, commented the little goddess, dropping a small drop of her blood on Bell's back, revealing her condition. Bellcranel. Human. Level 1. Strength. B800. Resistance. B805. Dexterity. B845. Agility. A900. Magic. E320. Magic. Firebolt. It is a non-chanting magic, allowing you to use it without reciting an incantation. Abilities. Lyris Freeze. Rapid growth for as long as the feelings last. The intensity of the effects corresponds to the user's level of feelings. As a side effect, it makes the user immune to charms. You are really impressive, Bell, you went from having stats in C and D, but with 0 in magic, to having almost everything in E or higher. Your feelings for the advisor are getting stronger and stronger. I'm interested to know if there is a limit to that ability. I sincerely doubt it, someone as pure as you must be too sensitive and expressive with their emotions. You have a lot of room to grow, Bell, I hope it will always be like this, Hestia thought with a smile seeing the rise in his stats. She was no longer surprised to see those high numbers, after several occasions she has gotten used to it and prefers not to expect anything from Bell, since he always surprises her. Here you are, Bell, I hope this is confirmed, honestly you must be the only adventurer in all of Orario with those stats in almost a week here, without fear of being wrong, it is possible that you are the strongest level 1 currently, I hope you do not reveal anything about your stats other than your advisor, we do not want to draw the attention of other gods, it would be problematic if someone wanted to take you away from my family, Hestia said as an instruction to her son, with good reason. A child with such a high growth rate could be a reason for other families to challenge Hestia to steal him. Don't worry Kami-sama, I will try to be as cautious as possible, no one will take me away from your family, not if I can help it, you will be my only goddess, Bell replied as he took the leaf and looked with his eyes wide open at its statistics, where, as usual, agility and dexterity stood out, but the rest of them were not far behind. Kami-sama, what does it take to level up? The white-haired man asked without taking his gaze off the leaf. Do something that impresses the gods, I'm sorry to tell you that, while it is surprising that you defeated the silverback, it is not enough to consider a defeat, you must have your own adventure and defeat a truly amazing monster, I think the Minotaur you defeated on your first day fits the bill, if you want I could level you up, Hestia said, approaching Bell again. No, that was my first adventure, besides, no one believes I did it, that's why I will do another merit to achieve it, so that there is no doubt that I am a capable adventurer, the young man interrupted his goddess, with a determined look. If that's what you decide, I can only support you, I expect great things from you, knowing you, it won't take long for you to find a rival that will allow you to go up to level 2, little monster magnet, Hestia replied, hugging Bell and smiling at him. Let's hope he's ready for when that happens, Kami-sama, for now I think we should go to sleep, tomorrow I have an engagement with the Sword Princess, Bell said as he stood up and stretched to relax his muscles. You're right, tomorrow you have to what? Hestia shouted in surprise at what Bell had told her. It's not what you think, she suggested we train, I'm aware of the heavy relationship she has with Loki-sama, but I promise she won't find out, we'll train on the city walls, as far away as possible from the Loki family headquarters and people, Bell explained to calm his goddess and not make a scene by thinking badly of what he had said. If that's the case, then fine, I hope it helps you get stronger and just train. I'm going to be mad at you if anything else happens with her, you're supposed to love the advisor, said the goddess in a threatening tone. It will be like that, Kami-sama, I promise, I only love Eina, there is no room for anyone else in my heart, the white-haired man replied, going to lie down on the couch. The next morning, on the city walls. Well, I arrived early, maybe too early, Miss Aiz hasn't come yet so I have to wait, Bell said to no one in particular, only to himself in a self-reflective manner. Bell, never keep a girl waiting, always be punctual when you have a commitment with one, that was the advice his grandfather had given him regarding meetings with women, but Bell thought that his grandfather might have been referring to another kind of commitments. A few minutes passed until the Sword Princess finally showed up. "Good morning, Miss Aiz." Belle greeted the sword princess upon seeing her arrive. "Good morning," Belle Aiz responded to the greeting. "Well, Belle, from what I see in sword fighting, before teaching you anything, I would like to see your fighting style." "That's why," Aiz said as she unsheathed her weapon, but only to take the sheath and use it as a weapon. "You must attack me with everything you have," the sword princess concluded as she pointed the closed end of the sheath toward Belle. "Okay, if that's the case, then I'll do it," replied the white-haired man, positioning his sword in his right hand. At that moment Belle ran with all the strength that his condition allowed him. Despite a series of attacks and slashes at maximum speed, Belle could not connect with his opponent, but that was not the strange thing. The strange thing was that, although Aiz was holding back, she could not land a precise blow, only small grazes on the arms and cheeks of the boy who seemed really focused on attacking non-vital points. He knew of the strength that the sword princess possessed and that she was probably holding back, but Belle's personality is always to avoid hurting innocent people. That's why he could not help but limit his attacks, since there was a possibility of hurting the sword princess. After a few seconds where Belle couldn't seem to even touch Aiz, the sword princess increased the difficulty, starting to attack more fiercely than before and with greater speed. Belle couldn't avoid receiving even more blows than before, for good reason. He was now fighting as if he were a level 3, according to Aiz's estimates. She had started from limiting her strength as much as possible to matching the strength of a level 3, she was clearly surprised. She couldn't believe that a level 1 adventurer had such high resistance and experience. A novice adventurer would have a hard time maintaining a fight of that level. Meanwhile, only a few internal dialogues echoed in Belle's mind. It's hard to keep up with him now that he's started fighting a little more seriously. I feel like the punches aren't just passing by, some are making contact with me. I have to do something to reciprocate his effort. After all, it's not the first time I've faced someone much stronger than me. The moment his internal dialogue had ended, he took his weapon with both hands and began to put all the strength his arms had to throw more accurate and stronger blows. This was noticed by Aiz, who just kept blocking and dodging. With one hit I will prove my strength," Belle said to himself, already frustrated by the difference in level. "That boy is interesting, although I'm not looking to do mortal harm. I can't believe how quickly he learns." The points where he attacked easily through the spaces he left as weak points are starting to be more difficult to access. He protects himself better, but that's not all. His cuts are no longer reckless. He handles his sword well. He seems to have experience, maybe some master, thought Aiz, who without realizing it, had taken training very seriously. He said to Belle when he felt Aiz's sword sheath hit him hard and quickly in the face, then sending him flying. "I think I didn't measure my strength," Aiz said to herself when she realized what she had done. She quickly ran to check on Belle, praying that she hadn't done anything serious to him. "If I kill him I'll get into a lot of trouble," the blonde said to herself, truly worried about the existence of that possibility. "Belle, are you okay?" asked the sword princess as she bent down to look at Belle. I think so. The scarf cushioned the blow. Forget it, I'm not okay. I think I'm going to faint," the white-haired man answered before his vision went black and his head returned to the ground. "At least he's alive, but how did he survive the impact? The force should have been enough to at least hurt him more. It's not like he had that intention," Aiz said to herself as she saw the adventurer lying on the ground like a sack of potatoes. "Wait, this could be my revenge for what happened in the dungeon a few days ago," Aiz thought as she remembered how Belle had run away from her lap pillow that time. She took the boy's head after she had sat down next to him and placed it on top of her legs. Why is this strangely relaxing? Seeing him lying down like this, defenseless, so pure, when I think about it, I wonder why he's an adventurer. He doesn't look like one. He's so innocent. He's not like anyone I know. Everyone has very twisted motives and personalities when it comes to fighting, but he just seems to want to live day by day and help. A normal person would have run away from that Minotaur and let it kill the other adventurers instead of himself, but You faced him without thinking of anything else but saving those strangers even when your life was at stake. I don't want you to enter that darkness that my heart always sees. Don't become like that, please," Aiz thought, without taking her gaze off the peaceful face of Belle who lay on the princess's lap. Little by little, Belle began to wake up and open his eyes. When they were completely open, he could glimpse that scene. It seemed like deja vu. Miss Aiz?" the white-haired man asked the sword princess who kept caressing Belle's white locks. "Yes," she replied. "May I ask what's going on? Why are we like this?" He threw that question towards Aiz. "Why would it help you heal faster?" Aiz said in response, although she wasn't sure about it. Belle just moved off her lap and stood in front of her. "She's a natural fool," Belle thought with wide eyes and a flushed face. He had kept his cool as much as he could since he didn't want to run away at full speed like last time. "Belle, don't you like it?" Aiz asked with a sad look. "That's not the point, Miss Aiz. I just don't understand the reason for doing it, that's all," the white-haired man replied, trying to be as tactful as possible. It's just that Riveria told me to do it to apologize, but I don't know, the sword princess answered with a tender look, but with a slight, almost imperceptible blush on her cheeks. I understand, look Miss Aiz, it's not that it's bad or that I don't like it, it's just uncomfortable, although I think that as long as I'm knocked out there shouldn't be any problem, Belle explained calmly. So it's okay to do it when you're knocked out, Aiz said with a hopeful look and sparkles in her eyes. Hey Aiz, what's that sparkle in your eyes due to? Belle managed to say, scared by Aiz's actions. You must be imagining it, she replied as she approached him. No. Wait. Aiz. The white-haired man shouted as he watched the blonde approach him. Ah. That. Scream was heard by everyone in Orario. After a few hours. I think that's enough training, I think that in general terms you do quite well, although you leave many spaces that can be taken advantage of if you fight with an opponent who has the same speed or superior. Do not depend so much on it, brute force is also a good weapon to use in your favor. Another thing that I must emphasize is that you are very condescending with your rivals, you must attack with everything you have if you face someone who surpasses you in strength if you want to win. Your grip on the sword is somewhat clumsy, it almost seemed that you wanted to attack my sheath instead of me. I think that's the only thing I have to say, Aiz expressed in an extensive way. She seemed like a teacher telling her student his mistakes. Wait a moment, wasn't that what they were? Wow, did you notice all that? I thought he was just hitting me to knock me out, Belle thought upon hearing the conclusions of his performance. I will do my best to improve my performance, Belle replied with a pure smile, characteristic of him. Aiz sat next to him, looking like she wanted to say something, but couldn't find a way to do it. Miss Aiz, is something wrong? You seem to have something to tell me, the young man asked, noticing the girl's body language. What's wrong, Belle, is that there's something I want to ask you, she expressed to the sword princess, looking for the best way to phrase her question. No problem Miss Aiz, I promise to answer if it's something I have the answer to, Belle said. Well, how do you get so strong in a short time? Aiz asked directly, apparently asking the question gave her relief. Miss Aiz, if I'm honest, I have no idea, I don't have any ability, I don't do anything that adventures as strong as you do, but I'm only sure of one thing, Belle said with the expectant look of the sword princess, who was waiting for him to continue with his words. As long as that mysterious reason that makes me stronger allows me to protect the people I love, I will make the most of it. There are people I want to take care of, special people to me, who I truly want to see smile for life, but for that I must be strong enough to achieve it. I know it's a long road, I know I'm still young, and I will have many setbacks along that path, however, that is the path I decided to take. That is my goal, to be the hero of those who cannot protect themselves, the young man concluded with a determined look, while the image of that girl for whom that desire became stronger passed through his mind, that beautiful half-elf with a strong but sentimental character when the situation warrants it. Aiz could only look at him in surprise, there was no lie in his words, she felt bad seeing how a young adventurer did not have any kind of selfish motive, on the contrary, a noble one. I know you'll make it, Belle, she said in response to the white-haired man's words. Hour of Babel. Did you call me Freya-sama? Otter asked his goddess. It's time for you to do that, Freya replied with a smile on her face and a glass of wine in her right hand, which she shook slightly. As Freya-sama orders, Bose answered and then left his goddess's room. Let's see how strong you can become in such an adverse situation as the one I have prepared for you, my bunny, Freya said to herself while from her gaze, she observed that boy of her interest talking with the sword princess, a level 6 adventurer of the Loki family. Chapter 9. Beautiful evening, following the heart. In the Adventurers Guild. After the training session Belle had with Aiz, he headed to begin his day in the dungeon, but, as was his custom, he went to visit that girl who had captured his heart, the beautiful half-elf named Eina. Hey. Good morning. Belle shouted to the four winds, excitedly calling for the advisor. That scream caught the attention of several adventurers in the place, where a dwarf and an elf were the ones who watched him most uncomfortably, apparently the name mentioned by the young man, and seeing this same man was not very pleasant for them, although Belle realized it, he did not seem to care. In the distance, from her workplace, the wanted person stood up as soon as she heard her name, blushing at the boy's actions. I've told you a million times not to enter the guild like that. Just getting close is enough, Eina scolded the adventurer for his insistence on disobeying that simple instruction. I'm sorry, I'm just feeling excited, Belle replied with a smile from ear to ear on his face. What's that due to? The girl asked, seeing the boy's overflowing happiness. It's about my training with the Prin, the white-haired man couldn't finish saying that name because Eina had covered his mouth with her hands. Shhhh, come with me, the half-elf ordered, taking Belle from the place. Already in the study room, where they both frequented with the aim of increasing Belle's knowledge of the dungeon, they sat down to face each other. What's wrong, Eina? Why did you bring me here like that? The young man asked when his advisor finally removed her hands from his mouth. I forgot to tell you something, you almost did something stupid and rumors would be created about them, bringing you more problems, as if it were necessary seeing your peculiar way of attracting very bad situations to you. Eina answered the young man's question. There were certain details that she overlooked when he had mentioned that he would train with Aiz Wallenstein. Tell me something. What? Bell began to attack the half-elf with questions again. Your goddess and Loki don't get along. How do you think Loki would react if he found out that the son of one of his enemies is training with one of his favorite daughters? I don't think he'd take it well. They could forbid the Sword Princess from approaching you. For that reason, you must keep that relationship a secret. If that weren't enough, you can get Loki's attention, and thus she will challenge your family to a war game to have you in hers. There are many situations that can arise just by training with Miss Aiz. In almost all of them you come out harmed, Eina explained in the simplest way to Bell, so that he would understand and not miss any kind of detail. I see, so I must keep quiet about it. That will be a problem, you know that, my goddess and the god Mych, Bell replied, while taking his chin with a thoughtful face. I mean, you should avoid telling everyone, as long as people you trust know it is enough. I doubt it will cause problems, the girl answered the young man. Oh. I understand. Then there's no problem, I promise not to say anything about Miss Aiz and me, said the white-haired man, now calmer. So, tell me, what is you so excited? Eina asked, smiling at the boy. She, without realizing it, had become more interested in what her hero does. Right. I almost forgot, as I was saying, today was the first day of training I had with Miss Aiz. I wanted you to be the first to know how it went, Bell replied to the girl in front of him. Seriously? Thank you so much for thinking of me for that, the girl replied, clearly embarrassed. It may seem like a small detail, but for someone who doesn't know what love is, every little thing is important. Huh? Eina, you're blushing. Are you feeling okay? Don't you have a cold? Bell asked, placing his forehead against hers, seeing how the color of Eina's fine skin changed. This caught her off guard and caused the red color from her cheeks to spread completely across her face until it reached the farthest tips of her pointy ears. You're fine, that's weird. Anyway, I'll continue. Bell said, not noticing anything strange about the girl's body temperature. What just happened? I know I'm not the type of elf who hates physical contact, but I wanted to push him away when our skins came together. I feel like it wasn't because of hatred. What am I thinking? How can you be so calm after getting so close to my face? Eina thought, smoke coming out of her head. Just a small approach was enough to short-circuit her brain. Eina. I don't think you're listening to me, the young man said, noticing his advisor's gaze, who kept looking up and holding her chest with both hands. Sorry. I was just thinking about some things, and Eina replied, trying to excuse herself. She hadn't heard a single thing, Bell said before being brought out of her trance. And no problem, I can start over, the white-haired man answered when he saw that nothing was wrong with the girl. Why is she acting so strange? I've already confirmed that she's not sick, the young man thought, tilting his head in confusion as he didn't understand the advisor's behavior. I'm fine now, go on, Eina said, taking a breath and regaining her composure. Okay, as I was saying, today my training with Miss Aiz began. At first I have to admit that I was brutally beaten by her. I only felt like my face was being hit and I was knocked out, but as time went by it seemed that I adapted better to her fighting style, like the 6th or 7th knockout, but I managed it, Bell replied, scratching his head in sadness as he remembered the beating he suffered before he could defend himself. I'm surprised. I suppose the princess had to lower herself to your capabilities, but keeping up the pace after a few hours of training with her is surprising, although knowing you, I doubt that's all you have to say. Am I wrong? The half-elf asked with a look directed at the young man and a smile on her face. She better than anyone knew the reasons why Bell would be so happy to tell an anecdote. You know me too well, Eina, that's clearly not all. I found another goal to achieve another objective, the white-haired man answered decisively, taking a dramatic pause before continuing. And what is it? Eina asked that question, waiting for the answer. Be the strongest adventurer in Orario. I will not allow anyone to look down on me, to defeat me. I will fight to be the one who protects those who cannot do it for themselves. When I met Lily, I understood that she felt afraid and alone. When I saw Miss Aiz, I could notice that same look. She had lost something important, something she wants to recover with all her heart. I will not allow anyone to lose hope and their dreams if I can avoid it, Bell said with a confidence worthy of a hero. Even being so young, he has those kinds of thoughts, protecting others, taking care of the weak and making everyone happy. Eina's gaze couldn't show how impressed she was. That this child, who had been in Orario for less than a month, could outline those words with such confidence was surprising. Contrary to what many adventurers have sought, this child wants to be a hero. I know it sounds like a dream a child would say, but I will make it come true, the white-haired man added to his words. Well, I trust that you can, Eina managed to say. She had seen firsthand what he was capable of doing, so it was impossible to doubt him. Thank you very much, Eina. After a few minutes of conversation, Belle was due to head to the dungeon. Lily was waiting for him at the entrance to begin her workday. And who knows? Maybe she'd even scrape together some money to have an even more elegant date with Eina tomorrow. See you, Belle, take care of yourself. Remember, even if your stats are at rank B and higher, I only give you permission to go down to the 11th floor at the most. I don't want you to take any more risks as is usual with you. Intendesti. Eina said with a threatening tone at the end, but it was clear that she was only saying it to protect the irresponsible young man she is in charge of. I promise, I won't go down to floors lower than 11. I've had a lot of excitement these past few days. A rest and a quiet adventure wouldn't hurt, Belle replied calmly. This time he would keep his word, unlike on previous occasions. I trust you, remember that, the girl commented as she opened the door to leave. Eina, before I go, I wanted to ask you why would a woman give up a lap pillow? I'm just curious, the white-haired man asked, looking away. Huh? A lap pillow? I don't know, I've never given one to anyone. Why do you ask? The half-elf replied, not understanding the purpose of the question. It's nothing. Forget it, it's a silly question, well, see you later. Bye, Eina. I love you. The young man shouted as he began to distance himself from his advisor to go to the dungeon. Do you love me? The girl asked to herself, those words took her by surprise. So the boy loves you. What are you waiting for to make him yours? Misha asked her friend who kept staring at the entrance of the guild. Misha? Eina shouted in surprise upon noticing the presence of another of the guild's advisors, with whom she had a good friendship. We heard somewhere that you were going on a date with him. How are you feeling? Are you ready? Where are you going? Rose persisted with that sea of questions, having approached Eina upon seeing her reunited with Misha. How did you find out? The half-elf asked with a slight blush on her fine, soft cheeks. You fantasize out loud, nothing more to add, Misha replied, laughing lightly. The advisor's already red face deepened upon hearing what she had done. You have to tell us everything, they both said, taking Eina by the shoulders and leading her to the study room where she had been a few minutes ago. Wait. We have work to do. The half-elf shouted, trying to stop them. Work doesn't matter when our friend is going on a date with the person who makes her heart beat. They both responded in unison. But the beautiful brunette tried to excuse herself. No buts. You've never been on a date. We'll give you all our girly advice. They both insisted even more fiercely. If they were like that for work, the guild wouldn't have so much delayed paperwork, although I can't deny that their opinions can be useful to me, and not that I'm interested in having a perfect date with Belle or anything like that, but I don't want him to get a bad impression of me, Eina thought as she let herself be carried away. She's like an open book, you can tell what she's thinking just by looking at her face. How is it possible that this kid is so stupid as to not realize that this girl is already enchanted by him? Well, men are very idiots to realize when they have a girl at their feet, they tend to belittle themselves and make excuses to avoid facing reality. How pathetic, Rose thought when she saw that Eina had a very big smile, almost as big as the red color that covered her entire face. In the dungeon, with Belle and Lily. The young white-haired man had arrived to meet with Lily, the hobbit reproached him for being absent, to which Belle only replied that he had some commitments to attend to at the guild, as well as having training before that. Lily decided not to give it another thought and began to walk with Belle to enter the first floor of the dungeon and thus collect money. Both had a very good relationship since they could talk during their stay in the dungeon. In addition to having good synergy, they complement each other perfectly, Belle ending the dangers that may arise and Lily collecting what that boy leaves behind. In that way they only worry about fulfilling their roles without interfering with each other's. They continued down, the 5th floor was their location, there they could observe a small group of dungeon lizard, they were chasing some novice adventurers who were fleeing from them. Belle, seeing this, decided to act as soon as possible. Firebolt. The young man shouted to activate his quick-chant magic. A red beam, originating from the center of his palm, shot out rapidly towards its target, eliminating the first of the monsters in the blink of an eye. Lily, don't get too close, if any other monster comes for you, don't hesitate to call me, I'll go as fast as I can to your aid, Belle mentioned to the small support next to him. Barely finishing those words, he started his race towards the rest of Dungeon Lizard. Taking his sword in both hands, he swung it to perform a sideways slash, the air splitting as he drew closer to his target until suddenly, the blade of the weapon came into contact with the body of the first monster that was about to be sliced by Belle. Slash. That sound was heard when the sword finished its lateral passage from the right end of the dungeon lizard's body until it came out the other end and continued its passage. There are already 2, but those adventurers don't run away, they must leave, it's dangerous for them to stand there watching without doing anything, thought Belle as he took in the panorama of the situation. If they took too long to finish off those monsters, more of them, or of another race, would arrive and get them into even more serious trouble. Hey. Run. I'll take care of them. Go up to floors 3 and 4, there shouldn't be any monsters to cause you any trouble. The white-haired man shouted towards the frightened adventurers. Why yes. Thank you very much. They shouted as they heeded what the stranger had suggested. Behind you. Lily said, getting the young man's attention. The large claw approached his face, but Bell was able to block it with his sword. After doing so, he launched an upward slash towards the body of that monster, who, upon seeing it clearly for a few seconds, knew it was a war shadow. That was close, Bell said as he quickly finished off that monster. Normally, they were on the floor below them, but it wasn't unusual for a few to come up. The rest of the dungeon lizards weren't making any movement, so Bell took advantage of the situation to end their lives in a few moves, achieving his goal after several seconds. In total he had defeated 7 dungeon lizards and a war shadow in a matter of minutes. For a level 1 adventurer, like those who had just fled, it was a feat, although of course, Bell is not a normal level 1. Are you okay, Lily? Should we continue? The white-haired man asked his hobbit companion. Why yes, I'm fine, although somewhat surprised. I'm aware of your abilities, but they never cease to surprise me, Lily responded to the young man's question. I don't think it's that surprising to take down those monsters. I have B and A rank stats, so it's the least they could do. Besides, Eina gave me permission to go down to the 11th floor. Shall we? I think we can earn a lot of money. I want to save enough of it. Bell answered with a hopeful look, hoping that his efforts today would be rewarded. I have no problem if you can protect me, although I must ask, why do you want to collect money? Asked the hobbit, noticing Bell's desire to collect more magic stones. Let's say I have a date, so I want to have enough to be able to invite her to a nice place. She deserves it, the young adventurer answered, smiling as he imagined Eina. You have a date, Lily said with a sad tone. Apparently she is beginning to develop slight feelings towards the one who was her savior. Yes, with the first person who trusted me since I arrived in Orario. I want to thank him for everything he has done and does for me, Bell replied to the hobbit, his face seemed calm and excited. Lily realized that the young man in front of her already had someone in his heart, making it impossible to have a relationship with him. Okay Lily, let's continue, let's save up some money so we can enjoy it, the boy said to the support, laughing slightly, trying to change the subject. He could stay and talk about Eina for many more hours, but it wasn't the place or the time to do it. I'll be right behind you, Mr. Bell, the hobbit replied as she finished collecting the magic stones that the monsters on floor 5 had left behind after being eliminated. To her surprise, they had dropped some items. Apparently, it was a lucky day for both of them. If Bell has someone he loves, I must support him. He saved me, he continues to protect and help me, I owe him a lot, I want him to be happy, Lily thought as she ran to reach that young man. You are the kindest person I have ever met, I am sure that girl will fall at your feet, Lily said when she stood at the same distance as her companion again. But what are you saying, Lily, Bell managed to say with a slight stutter. On Eina's side with her 2 companions. Girls, won't Mr. Royman get mad at you for being here instead of working? Asked Eina, who was sitting in front of Misha and Rose. No problem, the activity in the guild at this time is very low, we have at least an hour or an hour and a half, don't worry, replied the pink-haired girl to reassure the half-elf. Let's get back to what's important, has Bell already mentioned where he plans to take you for your date? You can tell a lot about a man just by knowing where he's going to take you. It could be dinner, a walk, shopping, or all of them together. The boy seems to have no experience with dates, so he'll probably choose something simple, Rose commented to Eina, to give her a brief introduction to the meaning of dates. He didn't mention anything, he only told me that he would come for me when I finished my day at the guild, the advisor responded with a clear blush on her cheeks, remembering that quiet proposal she received from Bell the day before, made her feel ashamed. So it will be a surprise, that can go very well or very badly, depending on where he takes you. Anyway, do you know how to behave on a date? The man won't do everything, you have to do your part, a date is for 2 people, so I'll ask, how are you planning to dress? Misha asked her friend, she knew that those details hadn't crossed the brunette's mind. I didn't have anything planned, I was thinking of going in my guild attire or the way I dressed when I accompanied him to buy his armor. Is that okay? Eina answered, worried about giving a wrong answer. Of course it's wrong. Rule number 1 of dating. He can't see you in the same clothes. They both said, apparently offended by the answer they heard. So what do I do? Will you guys pick out my clothes? We're in the guild, I don't think we can go to my apartment so you can see what I have, the half-elf said, unable to find a way for them to help her in that regard. You're right, but that can be fixed, just dress in clothes that Bell hasn't seen, although of course, that you consider look good, you have good taste for that I must accept, however, when choosing what to wear, ask yourself, do I want Bell to see me in these clothes? The werewolf replied to the brunette. If Bell wants to see me with it, he whispered to Eina, lowering his gaze slightly. The penultimate piece of advice, since this is your first date, is to let the man take the initiative, but if he asks your opinion, answer honestly. Don't forget that you should also get to know each other as they are, Misha added to the conversation. Oh okay, and what would be the last advice, the girl asked both of them. Rose and Misha looked at each other, smiled, and turned to look at Eina. Of course the last piece of advice is have fun. Enjoy your date, they both replied, hugging their friend. Eina was happy about it, she had very good friends. The hug continued until a union worker told them that Royman was about to arrive, so they stopped talking and went to their jobs. But Bell, at his family's headquarters. After several hours of venturing into the dungeon, Bell and Lily had a count of their earnings. They had obtained 70,000 valis, of which 35,000 belonged to Bell, dividing it equally obviously. There are a couple of hours left until my date with Eina. Where can I take her? I don't have anything planned. I've never been on a date with any woman, and it's not like I have any experience in that field. I think inviting her was more of an impulse. I followed my heart's desire before thinking it through properly. The young man said, while removing his armor, to himself, since there was no one in the church. Think, Bell, where can you take the person you love? I have some ideas but nothing concrete. I could take her to the Lady of Plenty, but it's a bar, and late at night there must be noise. I don't want to take her to a noisy place. I want it to be calm, so we can talk in a peaceful manner, thought Bell. He had sat down on the armchair. Take her for a walk to Love Square, a voice suggested from the church door. Hey Kami-sama. When did he come in? The white-haired man asked, realizing whose voice that was. I just got here, I heard what you said, so I gave you my suggestion. I think that, for a first date, what I told you would be perfect. Walk around the Love Plaza and chat. There's a little festival every night. It doesn't sound bad if you ask me, Hestia replied while changing her uniform. I think it's for the best. I don't have any suggestions that surpass that plan. I should have thought better before asking her out. That will be a mistake I won't repeat, Bell replied to his goddess's suggestion, agreeing with her. Well, it would be good if you changed. Your appointment time is almost here, right? Asked the goddess. It's true, I have to dress nicely, said the boy, looking for what clothes to wear. This boy really loves that girl. I hope it doesn't take them too long to form a relationship. It wouldn't be bad to see little half-elves with white hair or red eyes, Hestia thought as she watched her son running to find what clothes to wear. Build entrance. People watched a certain white-haired young man who caught their attention. Those who paid attention to the news spreading in Orario knew who he was. It was Cranel, the adventurer of the Hestia family, the young man who managed to defeat a silverback on Daedalus Street and had saved a few adventurers in the dungeon. He was already someone relatively famous. The reason they watched him was not that, it was because no one could believe the way Bell tied his dress. He wore a red suit with light green stripes, a tie of the latter color, and his hair was combed, something strange for people who had only seen him with his classic jacket or with his armor. It makes me a little nervous that everyone sees me as I pass by, but I guess it makes sense. I've never worn this, and I never thought I would, thank God that, without me asking, he bought me this suit. I didn't come in my regular clothes, thank God, I owe him a lot, thought Bell, closing his eyes to try to ignore the people crossing the street. The minutes passed and Bell didn't see Eina leave, but his surprise was extremely great when someone touched his shoulder, trying to get his attention, which was focused on the guild door. Bell managed to articulate that sound before turning around and seeing who had placed one of their fingers on his shoulder. That's where he saw her, the girl he was waiting for. Good evening, Bell. I'm sorry if I surprised you. I asked to leave early so I could dress nicely. I hope you don't mind being delayed, Eina said when the young man's gaze fell on her. Bell did not utter a word, his eyes only observed the great beauty that was in front of him. Eina wore an outfit worthy of being admired, a long brown dress that covered much of the surface of her legs. Over it, she wore a small pink jacket that covered the chest area of the dress and extended to her arms. Her wrists were covered by a thin white fabric that was attached to the sleeves, but last, but not least, on her face, she had those beautiful glasses that made her look incredibly beautiful. Even though they were on top of those beautiful emerald eyes. The young man could not utter a word in the face of such a display of art. He could only admire it. Bell, is everything okay? Eina asked in response to the white-haired man's lack of response. This brought Bell out of his trance. I'm sorry, Eina, it's just you look radiant, you look incredibly beautiful. I can't begin to list everything nice about your outfit and about you, Bell answered sincerely. There was no lie in his words. Eina, hearing this, felt a great relief. She had chosen her outfit correctly, but after the relief came a great sorrow for the boy's words. Being flattered in that way for the first time made her maiden heart beat wildly. Thanks, Bell, why you look really good too. For a moment I didn't recognize you, Eina replied in response to what Bell said. After a few seconds of awkward glances and silence, the young man decided to break the ice. Miss Eina, allow me to hold your hand and take you to our date, Bell said, extending his hand and thus beginning his night with Eina. She just watched Belle's hand until she finally reached out to place her own on top of the boy's. "I'm in your care, Belle," the half-elf said, giving her companion a smile. And so, the appointment began. Both of them, holding hands lightly, walked through the streets without saying a word. Belle didn't take his eyes off the direction he was heading. Eina watched his face. There were slight hints of red in it, but in his eyes, there was a very great determination, almost the same as when he said his dream of protecting everyone he cared about. Apparently, that quote meant a lot to him. People were watching them, the rookie of the moment with a beauty by his side. It was something that would clearly catch their attention, but they all agreed on one thing when they saw them walk by, and that was how tender they both looked. It was not necessary to pay more attention to understand that they were on a date and that they were both first-timers, but above all, they shouldn't be geniuses to know where they were going. Eina's mind was filled with questions. Where are we going? He looks too serious. Did he like the way I look? Of course he did, he said so himself, but what if he was just being nice? But on Belle's part. Damn. She's beautiful. She's really beautiful. She always looks beautiful, even in her guild uniform, but with these clothes she brings out all her beauty. My heart won't stop beating, I can't even speak because of how enchanted I am. I have to say something, it's going to get awkward if I keep quiet. Or should I wait until I get to the love plaza to start talking? Belle thought, he had a mess in his head, he knew perfectly well what he had to do, but his mind wasn't clear after that big surprise he had. After several seconds of walking slowly, they finally arrived at the Plaza of Love. "We have arrived," Eina Belle said, smiling at the half-elf, who had not noticed that they had reached their destination. She was distracted watching Belle. "Love Square?" Eina managed to ask when she saw where she was. "Why yes, there are many stalls and we can walk while we pass by each one. Also, we can continue with our talk of the day of monsterphilia. I want to know more about you," Eina the white-haired man answered towards the girl next to him. She could only feel her heart beating faster than before. A gleam appeared in her eyes before she gave her answer. "I want to know more about you too," Eina replied, smiling sweetly and tenderly at the young man. They started walking together, without letting go of each other's hands. They passed by several stalls. Nothing particularly caught their attention until they reached a part where there were many people gathered. It was a small musical group which was making several couples get up to dance. They stared at each other, unsure of how to suggest dancing together, until Belle looked away and saw someone asking a catgirl to dance with him. That's when he knew what he had to do. "Who do you think that is?" "Thanks, stranger, if I knew your name, I'd build an altar to you," Belle thought, closing his eyes and smiling. Eina Belle named the half-elf. "What's wrong, Belle?" the girl asked. At that moment, the young lady's companion stood in front of her and bowed with his hand extended forward. "Would you do me the honor of dancing with me?" the white-haired man asked. She didn't think twice and accepted. Deep down, she still wanted to dance with him, but she didn't know how to ask him, so she was happy that Belle suggested it. "Of course," Eina replied, taking her knight's hand. Thus began the dance. Belle was no expert at it, having never danced with anyone, but he tried to figure out how to do it by observing the couples in the room. He placed his right hand on the girl's back, making her tense up a little. Eina felt nervous, just like Belle. She had never danced with anyone. After placing his right hand on Eina's back, the white-haired man joined his left hand with hers, interlacing their fingers and closing them to hold each other's hand. Looking into each other's eyes, they knew it was time to start moving. The dance began. She delicately moved her feet just like Belle. They didn't let go of their hands, they moved to the rhythm of the music, with a subtlety and grace worthy of a professional dancer. They couldn't stop looking at each other's faces, they were enjoying dancing together, they smiled at each other, they blushed, it seemed like they were immersed in their own world, ignoring everything else, they only concentrated on each other. "I've never danced before, it's the first time I've done it, so I apologize if I don't do it well," Belle mentioned to Eina, with a small stutter at the beginning of his words. "No problem, it's also the first time I dance, I'm happy that it's with you," Eina replied, with a tone in her words that showed how happy she felt. Soon enough, the couples on the spot, along with the musicians, began to lay their eyes on the two, on how in love they looked and how well they understood each other while dancing. At the end of the music, Belle and Eina stood face to face, looking at each other as they had at the beginning, until a sea of applause directed at both of them appeared. "Huh?" they both managed to say when they saw that all the people were surrounding them. "Beautiful. It's definitely beautiful. They're the cutest couple I've ever seen in all my years as a musician," the members of the band said, tears in their eyes. Apparently, they were moved by Belle and Eina's demonstration. "See couple?" the half-elf and the young adventurer shouted at the same time. That had taken them by surprise. But we're not a couple yet," Eina replied, trying to deny everything. "Still?" they all shouted. "And no, what she meant was that," Belle said, trying to help Eina. "Don't lie to each other. You both love each other. Don't put it off," everyone said. I won't speak of my love from the movie Hercules would be perfect here. That seemed to be the breaking point for both of them and a signal for them to run away from the place in shame. After several minutes, they moved far enough away, calming down a bit and taking a breath. It had been too much for their poor hearts. Looking at the time, they noticed it was already too late. They both had responsibilities the next day, so they had to say goodbye. Eina, is it okay if I walk you home? I wouldn't be able to rest easy if I didn't take you to your front door safe and sound, suggested the young white-haired man with inhuman courage to be able to say those words. After a few seconds of thinking about her answer, Eina answered with her gaze lowered and playing with her hands. That's sure, no problem. All the way to Eina's apartment, which was located near the Twilight Mansion and the Gobnu family workshop, they talked about some trivial topics. Work, adventures, things they like, things they don't like, some funny anecdotes, of course, without letting go of each other's hands. And that's why my stepmother hit my grandfather and slammed him into the wall of our cabin, destroying it for the millionth time. Bell finished. He was telling one of the stories about the crazy things his grandfather did, making his stepmother angry. Ahaha, it seems your grandfather didn't learn his lesson. I'm glad you didn't grow up with him alone. I don't even want to imagine the kind of person you would be if he took care of you alone. Eina replied with a small giggle. She was amused by what her companion had said. You can't even say it, although he always helped me and believed in me, he's one of the reasons why I decided to come to Orario and be an adventurer, the boy expressed, with a melancholic look. Then I must thank your grandfather, said the half-elf, moving forward a little. Why? The white-haired man asked, not understanding the comment. It's nothing, we've arrived, Eina commented, perching at the door of her home. Oh? I didn't realize we arrived, Belle said, looking at the entrance of the place. It was very nice going out with you, I had a great time, thank you very much for inviting me, it's the first time I've had so much fun, expressed the half-elf. Her words were sincere, they did not hide her true feelings. It was fun for me too, I've never been on dates, but it was the best in the world, replied the boy, smiling at the one who was his companion throughout the night. We should do it again another day, Eina suggested, smiling at the young man as a small breeze blew past, moving her hair and dress. Belle noticed this, noticed how pretty she looked in the moonlight. Eina, Belle said, without losing sight of her. Belle? Eina asked, looking at the white-haired man in the same way. They both looked into each other's eyes, in silence, without saying a word, until suddenly their faces began to get closer and closer, with a look that only showed the desire to be with the person in front of them. Eina. Belle. They both named each other. Little by little. At a slow pace. At a steady pace. Without thinking about anything. Without thinking about anyone. They kept getting closer. Until. Chapter 10. Repercussions of a romantic experience. In the streets of Orario, a certain white-haired young man could be seen walking at a really fast pace, as if he were being chased by someone or something, although there was something worth noting, that fine, white skin that characterizes Belle's young face was close to tomato red, if not exceeding that standard. What was the reason for this? Anyway, returning to the main topic, Belle was walking at a fast pace, without looking anywhere, with his gaze fixed on the ground, as if he did not want to make eye contact with anyone at that moment. Hey, isn't that the young man who fought the silverback? Some voices asked, causing even more conversations among those who were on those same streets where the rabbit passed. Curiously, no comment made or look received had caused any kind of interruption in the boy's concentrated mind. Thus he continued on his way until he reached his headquarters. Abandoned church, home of the Hestia family. Hestia, the goddess of the family with the same name as her, was sitting, waiting for her only son. She wanted to be the first to know how her little Belle did. She supported the relationship between that advisor and the young man. Being a goddess, she noticed from the first interaction between them, the chemistry and sincerity that the two gave off when they were together. It seemed that their souls were in sync, moving together, being united by some kind of bond, but of course. Those are only Hestia's assumptions. There are not many gods who can confirm if souls have a specific form, or that can even see them. Getting back to the important thing, she had been worried for a few minutes, not believing that the amount of time that the appointment was lasting was possible, until her worries vanished when she heard the aforementioned man enter. Bel. How did it go? Did love blossom? Give me details. The little goddess shouted euphorically as she threw herself at her son like an American football player, ramming him until he fell to the ground. Poof. That sound was what resulted from Hestia's action, as well as a large amount of dust that was raised after the fall of both. Hey Kami-sama, I think he broke a couple of my ribs, Belle said with difficulty, apparently that attack had emptied the air from his lungs. Sorry, I'm getting up, Hestia replied as she got off of her son, standing up and extending her hand to help him up in the same way. Thank you Kami-sama, the young man answered, taking the palm of his goddess. Okay, now that we've covered the extremist welcome, I think you should tell me how it went. You're so serious that I can't tell if you had a good date or a bad date, so tell us. Demanded the imposing goddess, who is less than 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall. Well, goddess, take a seat, this is going to take a while, Bell said, still with a serious face, without losing his calm but imposing gaze. Well, Hestia managed to respond, feeling somewhat intimidated by that presence. It was nothing like her Bell. Damn, I don't understand the reason for that composure. He went out with his beloved. Why is he behaving like that? If you did something to my Bell, there will be no god or mortal who can save you from my fury. You heard me, advisor. Hestia thought, making a kind of oath of hatred, raising her fist slightly, without Bell noticing. Okay, what happened from the beginning wasn't, so the white-haired young man had begun his long and drawn-out conversation. The boy did not avoid any kind of detail. A long conversation would begin, starting from the meeting outside the guild. He had arrived minutes before as his grandfather and his uncles Alt had taught him. Bell, you should never keep a woman waiting. If you do, you better be prepared to live through hell for the entire duration of your date. Every mistake you make will be commented on, and preceded by a besides being late. That comment was given by his grandfather a few years ago. Continuing with the explanation to Hestia, after the beginning of the meeting, Hestia seemed proud of her son. He did everything right, arriving early, giving him a compliment about his image and taking the initiative, without losing the element of surprise that made their meeting more interesting. Well, at the moment I don't see any kind of reason that justifies his actions. It should have happened later, although, hearing how it started, it's hard for me to think of what ruined it, Hestia said in her mind, without detaching the slightest ounce of attention to Bell's words. Bell then began to recount the events that had led up to the evening, the walk through the stalls in the love square, the calm with which the two spoke and socialized, unconcerned by the presence of some people, who kept noticing the way the rumored newbie was very close and holding hands with an elven, or at least semi-elven beauty, unimportant details. The date had followed a normal procedure between two people who had known each other for a short time. There wasn't much either could do if they didn't understand each other in at least a considerable way. They couldn't be blamed, they'd known each other for just over a week, but the dancing part had arrived. Hearing that introduction, Hestia's eyes widened. Apparently, she hadn't expected her little Bell to suggest such a big step on a date. Dancing with someone on your first date certainly isn't something normal people would do. Isn't Bell just abnormal when it comes to adventurers? Is he abnormal in everyday life too? Questions for later. He asked her to dance. Way to go, Bell. Way to go. You've got a lot of courage. The pigtailed goddess thought, a small tear coming out of her left eye, tears like those a mother sheds when she feels proud of her little one when he achieves an achievement. Hey Kami-sama, are you okay? She closed her eyes for a moment and I thought I saw a small tear in her eyes. Bell interrupted his goddess's thoughts, with some concern upon noticing her actions. It's nothing, Bell, you must be imagining it, I'm listening. You were saying that you asked the advisor to dance. How did they do it? How did they feel? I'm all ears, the little goddess answered, placing both hands on her face and bringing her face close to Bell's. See, continue, said the white-haired man, feeling nervous because of the gaze fixed on him. At that moment, he recounted what had happened at the dance, as he had suggested, bowing and extending his hand toward his beautiful companion, cordially, sweetly, as a true gentleman would. Thus, they began their dance, recounting even the soft touch between their skin, that of his right hand against the slender and curved back of the beautiful half-elf, as well as the interaction between his left hand and Eina's right hand. Thus he continued recounting, from the long dance, the music, the chemistry between them, the fixed gazes between their eyes, the smiles they never stopped sketching every time they moved together, and that dreamlike ending, in which she lay bent over, and Bell with his face really close to hers, until a wave of applause greeted them, breaking the momentary zone they had both entered, after the admiration they had for that person in front of them. Bell ended the development of his story by explaining that they retreated to Eina's apartment, which is near the Twilight Mansion, really far from where they were at that moment. On that stretch of road, they both talked about funny little events that had happened throughout their lives. Before they arrived in Orario, it was all after, it was all fun, the date had been perfect. Wait, Bell, before you continue, I don't know if you've noticed, but your look doesn't match the series of events you're telling me. You look too tense, as if you were holding back. From what I'm hearing, the date was really a success. What's the reason for this attitude? Hestia asked, partially interrupting the story. That's it, Kami-sama, listen carefully, the young man answered, still with nervousness in his words. That mask he had used since he arrived at the headquarters was slowly breaking, revealing some small red spots on his cheeks that were increasing with the passing of the seconds and his words. Strange, this is giving me a vague idea, but I want to hear it from him, thought the pigtailed goddess, giving her son a look that implied she was allowing him to continue. Well, Kami-sama, what happened was, Bell said, scratching his head slightly, showing his feelings even more and completely breaking that mask. Outside Eina's apartment, on Belle's date with his companion. Eina. Belle. They both named each other. Little by little. At a slow pace. At a steady pace. Without thinking about anything. Without thinking about anyone. They kept getting closer. Until. The kiss was given. The lips of both had sealed to join in a beautiful and tender kiss, full of affection. The contact between both was warm, sharing that same warmth with its counterpart, creating a cycle between giving and receiving, just what love was like, a perfect reference to love if you consider it. They didn't want to separate. From one moment to the next, the half-elf's arms had completely surrounded the broad back of the person in front of her, joining them together and thus forming a tender and soft embrace. For Belle's part, he had done exactly the same thing, wrapping both arms around Eina's slim and beautiful body, placing his palms on her back and pushing her forward slightly so that they could be closer, so that they could feel her closer to him, so that he could feel the contact between his body and hers. Neither of them wanted that moment to disappear. It didn't cross their minds to interrupt that moment they had both been waiting for so long, but they had to do it. In a slow movement, their lips gradually separated until the kiss finally broke. Their gazes remained focused on each other's faces, with a look of desire, implying that they didn't mind doing it again. But something had made it so they couldn't do it again. A door opened behind the half-elf, who instinctively broke free from Belle's embrace, just as she opened her hands to stop hugging the white-haired man in the same way. Eina. You're finally back. You took too long, Misha said when she saw who was on the other side of the door. She had been at Eina's house, waiting for her friend to arrive, so that she could tell her everything about her date, but she didn't take into account that that gentleman was in that same place. Sorry, the advisor managed to reply, slamming the door shut. I think I should go. Belle shouted nervously, his brain had started racing again after that electric shock that came from the kiss. Why yes, you're right, see you tomorrow, thank you very much for the date, Eina replied, with her face completely red, as well as her long thin ears. I am leaving. Belle shouted, running at full speed to get away from that awkward situation. Goodbye. The half-elf replied, entering her house at the same speed Belle had used to leave. Once inside her apartment, Eina just took her face and felt how hot it was from the blush and embarrassment that fell on her being when she fully understood what had happened. But what did I do? He's just an adventurer under my care. I don't know why I kissed him. Or rather we kissed, I don't know if I can say for sure that I was the one who started it. Anyway. This is wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong. But if it's wrong, why do I feel happy? The girl thought, without removing her hands from her cheeks, without realizing that, on her face, a big smile had formed. She was truly happy. What do I feel for Belle? Is this love? The beautiful half-elf added to her previous thoughts. Misha just watched how her friend acted, making her feel happy anyway. She hadn't seen her that way in a long time. Kid, I don't know what happened, but you better take responsibility. She's already fallen in love with you. If you make her suffer, I'll kill you along with Rose, thought the pink-haired girl, smiling at her friend and approaching her. Back at the abandoned church. And that happened, I kissed Eina, the white-haired man finished, with his face injected in an intense red color and with a smile overflowing with happiness. Hestia only saw him with her eyes open to the maximum capacity that was allowed, physiologically speaking of course. The goddess rose from her seat, approached her son and stood before him. Hey Kami-sama? Belle asked, not understanding what was happening. Belle took a step up towards the adult world. I'm proud. I'm really proud. Hestia shouted as she hugged her son tightly. Kami-sama. You make it sound really bad. Belle replied in the same tone of voice as his goddess. You're finally making an approach. How can I not celebrate? Hestia replied, without letting go of her little Belle. I'm very happy, seriously, I'm very happy. This is a big step for you to achieve your dream. Nothing makes me happier than seeing that you are achieving it. How could I not act like this? Hestia said, lowering the tone of her voice and crying. She felt very proud to see how Belle was achieving his goals, even if it was a small step like a kiss. Belle just watched her and smiled at her words. Thank you for being my goddess, the white-haired man expressed, reciprocating the hug. Take care of him, Eina, he really loves you. Needless to say, that doesn't seem like it's going to change, Hestia thought, looking at the sky. I won't die, especially now that she apparently feels the same way I do, the young boy said in his mind, closing his eyes and seeing in his mind the beautiful face of the girl he was loving. I love you, Eina, he added to his train of thought while smiling. At Eina's apartment, after Belle left. Misha was standing in front of the half-elf, who had a really red face and a trembling smile, as if she was trying to hide it but was getting no results. Hey Eina, are you okay? Misha asked, putting her arm around her friend and guiding her to the couch. Thank you, Eina replied, calming down slightly, leaving aside her lovelorn attitude for a moment. Once they were both seated, the pink-haired girl asked the question that had been on her mind since the first moment she saw Eina's reaction to the interruption she caused by opening the door when she and Belle were standing saying goodbye. "I'm sorry if I interrupted your moment, but I feel like I have to ask. What happened? It's not like you to behave like this. You look so happy," Misha asked calmly. She knew she had to be patient since her friend still hadn't recovered from that emotional shock. What happened was he kissed me or I kissed him. Ah. I don't know if I can say for sure if either of us took the initiative. Eina replied, shouting that last part because she couldn't find an answer about who had triggered such an immoral, in her way of perceiving that fact and spontaneous event, she couldn't believe she had feelings for someone she just met, but is time important in love? Of course not. He kissed you? On his first date with you? The girl expressed with great surprise, she couldn't believe the courage and gallantry that boy had to do that, seeing how innocent he seems. I don't know if it was him. Or if it was me, the half-elf answered, shifting her eyes to the side while touching the tips of her index fingers. Whatever. It's your first date. I'm not just saying that because it's your first date together, it's the first date you've both had in your entire lives. How could you get carried away? I'm not saying it was wrong, on the contrary, right now I'm envious of you. Clicking and having that chemistry with someone so quickly isn't something that happens every day, but tell me the details. Misha demanded, bringing her blushing face closer, from imagining the scene to Eina's, who was avoiding making eye contact at all costs. It's too late. I just want to sleep for now, tomorrow I'll tell you and Rose what happened, Eina replied, pushing Misha out of her apartment. Fine, I won't insist, but before I go, I want to tell you something, the girl interrupted the half-elf, stopping her pushing before crossing the door. Don't be afraid to follow your feelings, you deserve to be happy, he's a good guy, and it's clear that he was amazed by you from the first moment he met you, allow yourself to love, don't look for vague explanations for that feeling, do what your heart wants, do what you want, after all, the most important person for you should be yourself, Misha said, with a tender smile, she has a great appreciation for that girl in front of her. Misha, Eina said, managing to name her friend. But above all, go for it, Tigress. They already kissed. Now he can't back down. The girl shouted with euphoria and flames in her eyes. Just go away. The half-elf replied, in response to that scandalous act. Pooh. The door slammed loudly as Misha finally stepped out, leaving the room in complete silence. All of my heart I've never thought about things about love, but if I could choose a partner in my life, I would want it to be Belle, Eina thought, leaning back against the door and looking up at the sky at the same time as an image of that boy passed through her mind. I'll do my best to be with him. I'll do my best to be with her. Both Eina and Belle shouted from two different places, further affirming their feelings. But they didn't count on one thing, they're both really bad when it comes to relationships. 1 week after the appointment. Let me get this straight, it's been a whole week and you have not made another move. Hestia yelled as she shook her son, she was truly furious. Sorry. Belle replied, feeling dizzy from being tossed around like a rag doll. You should have seized the moment. Take advantage of the feelings you both of them came to light. Now the moment has cooled down. Hestia attacked with that constant scolding for the lack of courage her son has shown in the last 7 days. But when I approached Eina at the guild, we both felt uncomfortable because of the situation a few days ago. I don't know how to talk to her in a normal way again. Just seeing her face, I get nervous and I remember the kiss, the white-haired man answered, directing both eyes to the side, with his cheeks really red because they would see how he felt when remembering the scene. You're hopeless, said the little goddess, letting go of Belle and turning her back on him. Belle, listen to me carefully, I'm not going to repeat it. What do you think Eina feels right now? She must be thinking that it was just a pastime and that, since you already got what you wanted, you'll throw her away. Is that what you want? A woman's heart is not something you can play with at will. You've already taken the initiative, now see it to the final consequences. Said the goddess with pigtails, trying to make the young chick see reason. But I really love her. It's not a hobby. The white-haired man replied, quickly getting up. Well, simple, show him, behave like a true person and love and take the initiative. The man must take the initiative, Hestia answered, placing her hand on the boy's shoulder and giving him a thumbs up that was accompanied by a mischievous smile and a wink. I'll do my best. The boy replied, regaining some of his determination. You better, if I find out you didn't do anything, I'll kill you, anyway, it's already late, you must go train with that girl from the Loki family, tonight I'll update your status, so don't come back late, expressed the little goddess as she was leaving the church, heading towards her work. Kami-sama is right, I'm going, see you, Belle said, leaving at the same time as her, but running so as not to leave Miss Aiz waiting. This kid, if you were as quick to take the initiative as you are to raise your stats, you would be in at least a relationship right now, anyway, what can you do? Hestia said, shrugging her shoulders and leaving that topic for later. In the guild. Day 7, Eina hasn't made any move, I repeat, day 7, Eina hasn't made any move. Do you copy, Rose? Misha said to the werewolf. I hear you loud and clear, Rose replied. Yeah. They make me nervous, I'm literally in the middle of both of them, Eina interrupted their conversation, although that was apparently the goal. You're too slow. You can't get beyond a hey even though you've already kissed. The two girls shouted in excessively loud voices, attracting the attention of several people in the room. Eina simply proceeded to apologize to everyone for her classmates' behavior. What's wrong? We're in the guild, lower your voices, the half-elf scolded the werewolf and the human. Sorry, but seriously, it's not possible that you haven't done something, I think you lack courage, let's think for a moment, what would happen if Belle fell in love with another girl because of your lack of initiative? Misha asked, awakening the young advisor's craziest ideas. If Belle falls in love with another girl and so began the creation of his imaginary world. In that world, she could clearly see a figure walking away with her rabbit, a beautiful girl with golden hair, a little taller than her, wearing silver armor as well as a long sword. It was none other than Aiz Wallenstein, the sword princess, adventurer of the Loki family. The two of them they're getting closer and closer, Belle hasn't told me how his training with her is going, they spend a lot of time together. Is it possible? No, it's not possible, she's rejected more than 1,000 men without flinching, I don't think Belle is the exception, or is he? That thought was forming in her mind, awakening a great deal of concern within her. That damn infidel. The half-elf shouted, suddenly standing up with a prominent vein on her forehead. Apparently, her imagination had altered reality, making her see something that had no basis whatsoever. Now you're the one making a lot of noise, Rose and Misha said, reversing their roles from a moment ago. Now they were the ones apologizing to the adventurers and the rest of the advisors. But it seems you saw something you didn't like, added the pink-haired human, further inflaming her companion's fury. Eina just blushed and looked down. Look, we don't want to force you to do something you don't want, but if you really want it, don't wait for him to do everything, do your part anyway, it's the best way to be true to your feelings and to yourself, we will support you, whatever decision you make, we can be a little annoying about the subject, but we are sure that what you both feel is mutual, you don't have to close yourself off because of that silly saying, an adventurer risks his life, yes. But sometimes you have to take a leap of faith and trust that you can be happy with him, Rose explained, with the greatest empathy possible. She better than anyone knew what that saying was, and although she agreed, she decided to trust that the love that is perceived at first glance between her friend and that new rookie will be able to flourish. Why do you think he really feels the same? Eina asked, still looking at the ground and with her cheeks red. We're sure, they both said at the same time. And training with the sword princess. Both were about to finish that training session, Belle was a little banged up, but nothing out of the ordinary in those 7 days they had been training. I think that's enough, today will be the last time we train for a while, I have an expedition today, Aiz said to the young rabbit. In her eyes, that boy who had trained for only a week became someone truly strong, comparable to a level 2 at the beginning of the path, but of course, she wasn't an expert enough to identify his strength exactly, although there was one thing she had no doubt about, he was the strongest level 1 in Orario. That's true, if you had told me, then I can only thank you enormously, Miss Aiz, without you I could not have become so strong, I am truly grateful, if at any time something is offered to you and it is within my possibilities, ask me for it, Belle replied, getting up from the ground where he was lying. I'll keep that in mind, Belle, the blonde beauty replied, smiling slightly, something odd about her. Over the time they'd spent together, she'd developed a certain degree of trust and affection toward the white-haired young man. I think it's time for me to leave, my companion must be waiting for me, good luck on your expedition, Miss Aiz, take care of yourself, said the young man as he left the site at a fast trot. He hadn't noticed it, but those words had a considerable effect on the sword princess. It's been a long time since anyone told me to take care of myself, Aiz whispered to herself. In the guild, again. After a few minutes of calm within the guild, both Misha and Rose, as well as Eina, were calm, they did not bring up the subject of Belle again, but that calm was interrupted when the fruit of discord crossed the door in front of them. Hi Eina, I'm sorry if I'm late, I came to let you know that I'm going to the dungeon, Belle informed, slightly averting his gaze, and with a blush on his cheeks. Good morning, Belle, thanks for coming to let us know, Eina replied, making the same expression as the young man. They even have the same reactions, seriously, what the hell do they expect? Rose and Misha thought, looking at both of them. I'm leaving, said the white-haired man, starting to leave. They just said hello again, Misha said after sighing at how fed up she was with that situation. I wouldn't be talking so soon, Rose interrupted, pointing at Belle, who was returning to Eina's desk. Belle, is something wrong? The half-elf asked when she saw the boy back. Eina, would you accompany me outside for a moment? The boy asked his advisor, causing her to look surprised. "That's sure," Aina answered, following behind him. "Do you think she'll make a move?" Misha asked her fellow werewolf. "I have no idea, but we'll know when Aina walks through the door. She's not very good at hiding her feelings," Rose replied, smiling slightly. Outside the guild, in a place where there weren't many people. "Is something wrong, Belle?" Aina asked. Belle had stopped walking when they arrived at that place. "Yes, what happens is that," said the white-haired man, taking a breath. "I'm sorry for not talking about what happened on our date. I know I should have done something to make the situation less awkward between us, but that's why I'm here, to tell you that the kiss wasn't a mistake or in the heat of the moment. I did it because I really wanted to do it. I don't want you to think that it was just a random moment for me. I haven't stopped thinking about it for a day since it happened," Belle said, with a great speed that only one person would be able to hear. "A certain girl accustomed to the tongue twisters," Belle said when he spoke nervously. "Belle," the half-elf managed to say, with one of her hands on her chest. "That's why I want to tell you that I really like you, Aina. I don't want you to think otherwise. I really fell in love with you from the first moment I saw you. My heart flutters and beats very fast when I'm with you, or when I see you. I want to be by your side. I want to be that person who spends your happy moments with you. I know I'm still a child, but it's no use keeping going around the matter like that. I wanted to, and I was honest with you. That's the reason we're here, so Aina, what do you feel?" Belle asked, with a look full of shame for what he had said. He had never confessed to a girl, and, although he has shared happy moments with the person in question, he still felt insecure. The girl lay without any reaction, only with her eyes wide open, her mouth half open, as if she were trying to say something that was stuck at the moment of trying to come out. His heart was beating rapidly, a slight tremor was present throughout his body, and his mind was wandering around a single thought, or rather, a single individual. I love you too," the half-elf replied, in a low but perceptible tone nonetheless. The adventurer's crimson eyes lit up upon hearing that answer. "That means you, we," the white-haired young man managed to say, not knowing what attitude to take. Aina did not understand what the young man was trying to say. Elle took a breath and relaxed. "Aina, would you like to go out with me?" "That's what I wanted to say," Belle asked, extending his hand towards her and smiling at her in the same way. The half-elf only watched the outstretched hand of her beloved, that person who, in a short time, was having a strong impact on her life and feelings. I accept, of course I accept." The half-elf shouted with a beautiful smile on her face, shedding small tears of happiness and throwing herself at Belle. They both hugged each other, their eyes met, and they kissed again. "Mua." A small touch between both pairs of lips, that sensation they both had had a week ago and missed each of those days. "Aina, I love you," thought Belle, without letting go of the hug and without separating from the kiss. "Belle, I love you," thought Aina, hugging the boy's broad back tightly. After that beautiful moment together, it was time to leave. "Promise me to come back, okay, please, now more than ever I want to be with you," the half-elf asked, without separating from the hug but placing her face on the boy's chest. "I promise, yes, from the beginning you were my reason to survive, now more than ever I have to return to your side," Aina, the young man replied, wrapping his beloved in his arms. "But there is something we must do. Let's keep our relationship a secret. If Mr. Royman finds out that I have a relationship, he will kill me, or you could have problems with other gods. You have been attracting attention lately, and it wouldn't be good if I were used as bait to attract you," he expressed his concern to Aina. "If that's how I can be with you, I accept any terms or conditions, and I want to keep getting stronger to be with you and protect you," Belle answered, posing his face in front of the nervous girls. They both separated completely, it was time to leave. "I'm leaving, Aina," Belle said, starting to leave. "Wait," the girl interrupted as she approached the boy. "Mua." Another kiss had been given, but this time it was the half-elf who took the initiative. "That's so you don't forget me," Aina said, running towards the guild. Belle just stood there, looking in his direction. "It's perfect, simply perfect." In the dungeon floor. "You're ready, I hope that kid is the same," said a big boss, seeing that Minotaur that had been training for a week since his goddess asked him to. He knew that that monster was too much for a level 1, so he hoped that it would kill that boy who had stolen the attention of his goddess. And after those words, a great roar resounded in the dungeon, awakening the gaze of many adventurers on the floor where it came from. Chapter 11. Great Adversity. Inside the dungeon. The young white-haired man was accompanied by a small support girl. They were starting their day in the dungeon as was customary for both of them. The journey began normally, defeating a few rivals, some goblins, kobolds and occasionally a few dungeon lizards made an appearance when Lily and Belle had descended beyond the first floor. "Hey Lily, will it be possible to go down to the 11th floor again?" Belle asked the little hobbit who was collecting the magic stones that the previously killed monsters had dropped. "I'll follow you wherever you go if you decide, Mr. Bell, but I have to ask, is it that girl?" Lily asked, picking up her backpack and putting it on her shoulders again, ready to leave. And it's not because of that, it's because I think it would be useful to know how strong I am. Yes. That's why. The white-haired man answered with a slight stutter as he began his sentence. Lily wasn't stupid, Bell is like an open book when it comes to hiding his intentions, in short he doesn't know how to lie. Mr. Bell, I've met many people, but no one has been as bad as you when it comes to lying, sometimes I don't know if you are very noble, very kind or just downright stupid, said the little support, trying to understand that specimen in front of her. Hey. I'm not stupid. But it could possibly be the previous two, haha, Bell replied, nervously scratching the back of his head and letting out a small laugh. Okay, Mr. Bell, let's put that aside and answer my question. I just want to know what's happening to you so I can help you like you've helped me since I met you. I feel indebted to you, and besides, shouldn't friends help each other? You said we're friends, so I'd appreciate a little trust, Lily said, closing her eyes and explaining each of her words in detail. Bell just remained silent, he was immersed in his world. Damn, the first thing Eina and I agreed to be together, and I'm about to give in, I find my back against a wall, gods, why did they make me so incapable of lying? I'm not saying that lying is good, but being able to do it would have gotten me out of so many problems throughout my life, although my stepmother Alfia would have killed me if she found out I was lying to her. No, she would have killed me even if I didn't lie to her, thought the white-haired man. Remembering all the times that lying would have made things easier for him throughout his life. Uncle's old grandpa, today more than ever I wonder how you survived with my stepmother Alfia. I don't know how I did it either, Bell whispered to himself in an almost imperceptible tone of voice. Mr. Bell. Are you okay? He stared at the floor like an idiot, Lily said, breaking the adventurer's concentration. Huh? Sorry, Lily. Hey. You're insulting me a lot today. The white-haired man complained upon returning to the earthly world after leaving the abstract world of his mind. Because you're acting weird. You just have to answer whether we go to the 11th floor for that girl or not. Lily replied in the same tone of voice the young man had used. Bell just took a breath to relax. You're right, sorry, yes, it is because of her. What happens is that, let's say I had a breakthrough in our relationship, but the dungeon is not the place to be talking about it. So are you coming with me? Bell asked, extending his hand towards the hobbit. That was so easy to say, huh? So fast. Mr. Bell, you're very bold. Lily said, looking at the boy with a surprised but mischievous look. It's not what you imagine. Let's just say the date I had with her was fantastic, Bell replied, with a sparkle in his eyes, typical of someone remembering a beautiful moment. Lily, seeing this, opened her eyes in surprise and felt a slight discomfort in her chest. Why, even though I said I was going to support him, does it hurt to see him like that because of another girl? I only feel grateful for him, right? Lily thought, trying to understand her own feelings. Suddenly, the boy's hopeful gaze was fixed again on the small support. Let's keep moving, Lily, Bell said, starting the step to continue descending. Lily just followed behind him, thinking, but without neglecting her senses in case any danger approached. He looks very happy, I can't intervene, it doesn't matter if we are just friends, as long as I can stay by his side I am happy, the hobbit said in her mind, with a very high determination. Let's hurry, Mr. Bell. You must have a lot of money to give your girlfriend a nice gift, Lily said, pulling on the white-haired man's arm. Her spirits had been lifted again by herself and her determination. Girlfriend? But she and I aren't. Bell was going to deny what the hobbit had said, but was interrupted. I already told you that you are a bad liar, and if that weren't enough, you are also very bad at hiding appearances, so don't lie, it's not your thing, continue being that pure person, Lily said, laughing and/or making fun of the boy. Bell just blushed and remained silent, there was no way to justify himself if a noble soul had made him the target of the little girl's mockery. And what is your name, Mr. Bell? The support asked. Her name is Eina, Bell answered, already resigned, but happy to have someone to trust. And so, they both continued down, unaware of the dangers that the dungeon, or rather, an adventurer annoyed by lack of attention, had prepared for them. In the distance from where Bell and Lily were, floor 3, some screams came from. Aid. Minotaur. Ah. These and many other screams of that kind were repeated until they were suddenly silenced, and then everything was absolute silence. The dungeon in silence is more terrifying than with noise. In the guild. The beautiful half-elf stood with her gaze lost in space, looking into nothingness. She had a smile drawn from ear to ear, crimson cheeks and her eyes full of tranquility and even better happiness. Eina said a certain pink-haired advisor to get her friend's attention, without success. Bell and I can't believe it, I've only known him for a week, but I couldn't say no, my heart beats irregularly every time I'm next to him, I feel enchanted, I've never had these feelings for someone before, I've never experienced this kind of love. Is it really love? How can I know if it's love? I want to know if what I feel for him is love, but something inside me, deep down, tells me that it is thought the advisor, without leaving aside that state she was in, unconsciously ignoring her coworker. Eina said, smiling as she named him. Eina. Rose shouted, slamming her palms on the half-elf's desk, thereby bringing her out of the trance she was in. Sorry. Seriously sorry. How long were you talking to me? Eina said, blushing from the embarrassment of being scolded and voicing her question. For half an hour now, the adventurers who come in have been seeing you strangely and you don't answer them, so they walk away and come to us. You're giving us a lot of work. You better have a good explanation for your actions. What the hell is wrong with you? What did that kid say to you? Misha asked with clear anger, although her anger was an external layer of her true feeling, which was purely curiosity. I never thought I'd say this about an airhead like Misha, but she's right, you're strange, Rose said, sighing at the end, although, like her other companion, she was curious about what had happened in the few minutes that Eina and Belle had talked outside the guild. Girls, and nothing happened, he just said some nice things to me, and the half-elf tried to argue, but apparently, the beginning of her explanation was not convincing for those two girls who were really perceptive. Don't lie to us. No one acts like that just because of a few words. Not even you, who have no experience in love. The werewolf and the human shouted fiercely. That claim drew several glances at the trio of girls, who then proceeded to euphoria-filledly apologize for the scandal they had unwittingly caused. Let's leave that, it's personal. I don't want to talk about Belle and I, at least not now that we're working, Eina said, covering her face with her hands. She was very red since she remembered that statement from a few minutes ago. It's not personal anymore, your lack of focus is just piling up more work for us, so Rose said. You will speak now to the study room. Misha completed the werewolf's words, pulling the half-elf to that place, while Rose entered with them and closed the door behind her. Wait. Eina tried to stop them. Pooh. The sound of the door slamming shut made that loud bang, leaving the adventurers in a state of confusion as to what was happening. The advisors are terrifying. Don't even mention it. Who would have imagined that behind those beautiful faces lay a character of that caliber? I think that not only should advisors avoid associating with adventurers, we should also stay away from these crazy women. Back to the dungeon. Belle and Lily continued going down between floors after some confrontations between the adventurer and some frog shooter and war shadow that had occurred when they crossed from floor 6 to floor 7. That confrontation was completely easy and manageable for the white-haired man who has a status close to level 2. Suddenly some killer ants began to arrive along with several needle rabbits. Lily, there are too many of them behind me, you could get caught up in the fight, Belle said, placing an arm in front of the girl and unsheathing his sword with his free hand. Lily heeded this and moved a few meters away from him. Well, let's see how I perform against many opponents, said the white-haired man to himself, without losing sight of his rivals. Stomping his feet to propel himself forward, he began to run in their direction, alerting the monsters so that they would go forward anyway to begin the fight. Belle swung his sword quickly, rotating the weapon from hand to cover different angles of attack. Thank you, Miss Aiz, without you, I would still be using both arms, and when attacking, one of my sides would be unprotected, thought Belle, remembering some of the training he had with the sword princes throughout the week. He kept throwing those cuts, 1 2 3 every time the sword came into contact with the surface of one of the bodies, they were eliminated. The killer ants began to surround him from all possible spaces, but with a quick turn they were cut, leaving only their magic stones as a reminder that they ever existed. One of the needle rabbits approached from a blind spot that Belle had intentionally left uncovered. Before he could even sink his teeth into his human-shaped counterpart, a word left Belle's mouth. Firebolt. Followed. By that chant, a scarlet ray concentrated in the palm of his hand and then quickly shot out in the direction of the poor rabbit who only saw death knocking at his door. The rabbit was eliminated and only a few others remained to accompany him in a few seconds. Belle had decided that depending too much on his magic would be suicide, the exhaustion plus the risk of falling into mine zero, and in that way leaving Lily to her fate by not being able to move, would cause an imminent risky situation. He would not always be lucky enough to be found by Miss Aiz like that time when he tried his magic for the first time. The enemies continued to fall one by one, clearing the area until he was finally able to finish off the last killer ant by slashing his sword downward from its head until its body was cut in two. Belle just looked around to make sure he had finished his work. It's safe now, Lily, you can come out, said the white-haired man, so that the little hobbit would come out of her hiding place. That was great, Mr. Bell. You took them all out in the blink of an eye. I can't believe you're only level 1, you're the strongest adventurer I've ever worked with, Lily said, praising the young boy, causing him to blush. Really? Maybe I am that strong, but I still have a long way to go, Belle expressed, responding to the praise, even if it was ridiculous, those words slightly raised his ego and confidence. "I hope I can be of help to you on your journey, Mr. Bell," Lily said, looking into his eyes. "That's right," Lily Bell replied, but a chill ran down his entire back, putting him on alert. This took Lily by surprise. "The Bell? The little hobbit named the white-haired boy?" "Lily, run away, something's not right," said the young man, with his hand on the handle of his weapon that remained in its holster. "What do you mean, Mr. Bell?" Lily asked fearfully, seeing the serious reaction on the adventurer's face. "Go get help, use your magic weapon if necessary. I doubt there are any remaining monsters that can give you trouble. I eliminated most of them, so go, attract the attention of any other adventurers. If I don't return in 2 minutes," Bell ordered, without taking his eyes off the entrance to the 8th floor. "Okay. Mr. Bell, take care of yourself." "I'll try to get help," the little girl replied. She knew she shouldn't go against the adventurer's instinct. The girl quickly ran to the opposite side from where that presence emanated. Bell did the same, walking slowly to the beast's mouth. When he got close enough he saw it. What the hell is this?" he asked when he saw the carnage on the 8th floor. Crushed, cut, mutilated bodies, covered in blood, red pools spread across much of the floor, parts of bone sticking out from the adventurers who had lost their lives in such a brutal way, limbs in parts far from the bodies, crushed heads and a strong smell of iron. "It can't be. Who the hell did this?" the young man asked again to himself. There was no trace of the person responsible. Bell had to hold back his urge to vomit because of the scene and the strong smell. "Run away," said a voice among the corpses. Is anyone still alive?" Bell said, looking everywhere, searching for the person who had said that word. He walked quickly, looking at each body to catch a glimpse of the person in question. There he saw him, a man between 30 and 40 years old, apparently a somewhat older adventurer. The boy's surprise at seeing a survivor was tempered by the state he was in. He didn't have the lower half of his body. "The boy, run away," that person told him, with a look that was slowly fading, almost like Bell's walk when he approached him. "I can't run away, you're still alive. I have to save you." Bell shouted decisively, but something took him by surprise. The Minotaur approached from behind that man. Heavy landings resounded as it approached. The white-haired man felt an indescribable terror from the presence emanating from that monster. "Irregular," he managed to say when he perceived it correctly. The Minotaur looked at him directly, turning slightly towards where the man in his last breaths of life was. He looked back at Bell and smiled at him. "Wait." The boy shouted, trying to stop what that beast was going to do, but he wasn't fast enough. Crack. The crunching sound sounded as the Minotaur's hoof landed on the man's head and in a matter of seconds, destroyed it. Bell's gaze went from fear to indescribable terror, but there was no room for those feelings at this moment. He gripped his sword tightly, still staring at that sadistic beast covered in blood. "You know, sometimes I feel sorry for the monsters I kill, to the point that a feeling of empathy develops in me for them," Bell said, slowly taking out his weapon. His hand was shaking, but it must have been strong. The Minotaur looked at him intently, as if it understood what he was saying, as if it was waiting for him to be fully ready to fight. "But for you alone I feel an indescribable fury at this moment. There is a big difference between murder and cruelty," added the white-haired man, placing his sword forward with both hands. "That's why I can't forgive you. I'll finish you," the boy shouted. The Minotaur just smiled. The duel between that beast and that adventurer was about to begin. "Ah!" Bell shouted, lunging forward to be the first to attack, raising his sword to slash at the beast. The Minotaur did not wait and launched itself with greater intensity towards Bell. Bell saw the opportunity to cut the monster's torso through a small opening it had left when it raised its large, heavy arms to make contact with the young man's face. Sly. The sword was raised in an upward motion, slicing rapidly through the air, causing the tip and side edge of the sword to come into contact with the monster's flesh. When he made that cut, blood remained on the weapon, but apparently the monster had planned that. From one moment to the next, after that small brush, the monster brought both arms down with force, in the direction of the small young man. It was as if a large rock were dropped from a short distance. The speed with which they fell was really high, so high that it could not be dodged. What the hell, Bell thought as he saw what the monster had planned. Pooh. The great weight of the fists had come into contact with the ground. Bell had managed to dodge at the last moment. What the monster had hit was the boy's arm, but he managed to move it before it was slammed to the ground by the inertia of the blow. "He's too fast, I could barely dodge," the young man said to himself. "I have to win, I won't let that monster get on. If I do, many more lives will be lost," Bell said to himself, getting up from the ground where he was lying by throwing his body backwards. Bell launched himself again, with everything he had, with all the strength his legs could muster to increase the speed of his movements. The strength that lay in his arms was used to support the rapid movements he made with the sword, beginning to tear the Minotaur's skin and, consequently, making it retreat as much as possible to stop it. The monster seemed surprised by the sudden change in the boy's strength. It was not the same as when he had started the encounter. The Minotaur blocked each cut with his arms, Bell brandished his weapon in random places, or so it seemed. All his cuts went to specific areas, the junction of the humerus with the shoulder blade to prevent free movement of the Minotaur's shoulder on that arm, cuts to the soft areas of the ribs where he could better fracture the bones, and some of the attacks were aimed at the beast's face, but were intercepted before connecting. Each quick movement with his sword caused Bell to burn the skin of his palm. The speed with which his arms had to move to carry out the movements he planned in his mind was unusual. I have the advantage, but I shouldn't get too confident about it. That monster wiped out that large number of adventurers without even taking any damage, Bell thought as he continued attacking. It looked like a slippery rabbit, attacking from all directions, in front, behind, right side, left side. Every time the Minotaur tried to attack, it did so where the adventurer had been, because it had changed position in the blink of an eye, leaving only a curtain of dirt and dust. Faster, he needed to be faster to end this. He knew perfectly well that he couldn't sustain a battle like that for long, no matter how strong he was at the moment. Continuing with that pace of combat for a prolonged battle was truly impossible for his body. What Bell didn't count on was that the monster would adapt to that strength, not for nothing had he been trained by King Otter. Throwing a punch in the boy's direction, Bell realized his advantage was about to be eliminated. "Hua!" Bell screamed as he felt the blow connect to his stomach. Crash. Stone breaking upon contact with the young man's body was what produced that crunching sound. Bell had been slammed against a wall by that attack. "What the hell? It was just a blow, and it hurt like a steamroller had hit me," the boy said, trying to recover. Before he could even leave the wall, a large amount of dust was raised by the gait of an angry Minotaur. Everything was being destroyed with the passing of its hooves. "This is bad," Bell managed to say, trying to get out of the way. "Pooh." That impact had been received, but it was only given to the wall. Bell moved just before being contacted by that moving train. He jumped from swords and took distance, but before his feet touched the ground, a great kick came close to his neck. I can't move," thought the boy, seeing how that hoof was going to make contact. "Pooh." The blow was delivered again and caused a crack in the boy's neck. Bell's body dragged across the floor, the friction of that contact trying to prevent him from moving forward. Ugh, that sound came out of his lips as he felt his face fill with a sea of blood. He had broken part of his forehead when he hit his face on the ground. Blood covered the view of one of his eyes. He tried to get up, but another blow was delivered to his stomach, throwing him to the side and crashing into another wall. I can't get up, everything hurts, my arms are shaking," thought Bell as he counted the damage, but couldn't move his head to see the cause of it. "My neck hurts, I can't move it, it's stiff," the young man said in his mind. "Pathetic," said the Minotaur as he approached him. "You just Bell said that until one of his arms was stepped on until it almost broke. Why didn't it break? Simple, the Goliath fur scarf had done its job of absorbing some of the impact. When the kick was delivered to the young man's neck, it popped out of place and landed on the ground. Bell simply reached out to grab it, a small stroke of luck in a disadvantageous situation. "Be some luck," Bell managed to say with a tired smile. The Minotaur attacked again, repeatedly striking the boy's body. Bell screamed as he felt his bones creak from every contact he received. The monster, for his part, only smiled sadistically at seeing that deplorable scene of that adventurer who had said at the beginning of the fight that he was going to defeat him. Where did those words go? Where did that pride go? It was being shattered along with his body. Boom. That's all the poor boy could scream. His body didn't react. "I feel my consciousness fading," Bell thought. Each blow he received was only felt as a sting, and his body was already beginning to go numb. Spitting blood after each impact. His bones creaking. Some breaking. His eyes slowly fading. His life fading away with the passing of seconds. "Sorry, Grandpa," Bell said with the little strength he had. His neck turned to the side, his gaze falling on the arm that couldn't be broken. "Sorry, Eina," he added to his words, shedding tears. From one moment to the next, the monster stopped. There was no point in continuing to waste his energy. The outcome had already been decided since he stopped fighting. The Minotaur just walked away with a look of disappointment. Bell was going to die. The boy's eyes were fixed on his arm, specifically on that gift that Eina had given him. "I'm sorry I couldn't keep my word. I'm really sorry. I should have listened to you. I didn't save anyone, not even myself. I'm sorry you have to suffer because of me again," the boy thought, tears streaming down his face. But a phrase ran through his mind. "If I had to give my life to protect you again, I would do it without hesitation, but if my death would result in you becoming sad, then I will find the strength to overcome any adversity and return alive, I promise you. Come back alive." I promised him that. "I promise, yes, from the beginning you were my reason to survive. Now more than ever I have to return to your side, Eina. My reason for surviving to return to your side." "It's true," I promised her that as well as not to make her cry again," Bell said, recovering the shine in his eyes. He began to get up with everything he had left. "I also swore to protect people who can't do it for themselves," added the white-haired man as he stood up completely. "Because that's my path to being a hero," the boy concluded. "Hey!" Bell shouted, getting the attention of that beast in front of him. The Minotaur turned around in surprise at such an act. It was not expected that the young man would be able to stand up again. The white glow emanated from his body, illuminating his surroundings. A glow like that legend of a great hero who faced the very same rival, a Minotaur. "I'm still alive," the young man finished, pointing his sword at that beast and smiling with great confidence. A great roar was given by the Minotaur. "Ah!" A war cry was let out by the adventurer. They both raced towards each other to seal their fates, to find out who would win and who would perish. The second and final round of this match had begun. With Lily, looking for help. That little hobbit was climbing the floors, looking for someone who could accompany her to make sure Belle was okay. The 2 minutes he had given for if something would happen had already passed. "I need to find help, it's dangerous, if Belle acted like that, it must be something really dangerous," Lily thought as she continued running, but no adventurer or group of adventurers showed up to ask for help. Until, some voices managed to be heard by the little hobbit. It was about the Loki family. "I tell you, this time we will manage to shut the mouths of those damn Freya family, we will reach the 60th floor," Bet said with clear confidence or rather, arrogance. "I'd say you're very positive, but I know you're just saying that to satisfy your ego," Tyne replied, provoking the beastman. I'm talking about myself. "You're just in the way, you damn Amazon," replied the Joe Brolob, responding to his family member's provocation. "That's enough, you two. The dungeon is no place for arguing," Finn, the captain of the Loki family, demanded. "Tell that damn Amazon. Tell that damn dog," they both said at the same time. "You two are a case, I'm surprised Tiona didn't get involved," Riveria said, observing the Amazon, who was talking to Aiz. But out of nowhere, a presence was perceived. "Help please," Lily shouted as she ran towards them. They all said when they noticed the hobbit's presence. "Help please. My partner is in trouble," Lily shouted to everyone in the Loki family. "Step away, little one, don't get in the way," Bet said, pushing her aside. Don't be like that, if we can help her let's do it," Tiona reproached, approaching the girl. "Well tell me, what happened?" he added to the Amazon. "My companion. He's not back. Belle hasn't returned from the 8th floor," the hobbit replied, clearly afraid. "Belle?" Tiona asked, but she was surprised when a golden-haired girl started running at high speed. "What the hell? Let's go with her," Finn said, leading his family. "Belle, please tell me you're okay, I don't want to lose anyone else," thought the sword princess as she ran at high speed and behind her the rest of her family, along with that girl who had alerted them about what was happening. The great bows just watched from the shadows as all the adventurers passed by, without saying a word. "My job is done, that boy must be dead after the beating the Minotaur gave him, there's no need for me to interfere," Otter thought, but something interrupted that train of thought. "Firebolt!" was shouted from the 8th floor. The eyes of the captain of the Freya family opened wide. "It can't be possible," he managed to say with a face of disbelief at what was happening. "That damn kid is still alive, how is that possible? He's only a level 1," Bose added to his words. At that moment, he decided to observe what was happening. The Loki family was already too far away from him and close to Belle to stop them, he could only watch what was happening without interfering. Back with Belle and the Minotaur. The battle began, the Minotaur's blows were blocked by the boy's sword, gathering the strength of his arms to avoid being pushed back by the power of those attacks. His legs slightly slowed his movement and raised the earth that was combined with the liters of blood. That white glow continued to shine on his body, as if it were a lighthouse, his body felt warm, calming his heart and mind, but that wasn't the only thing it did. He regained his fighting strength. He wasn't healed, he wasn't cured. Only his will to move forward was restored. The Minotaur prepared to strike him, leaving an opening that was captured by the boy. "Firebolt!" the boy shouted, launching a red beam towards the beast's snout, making it recoil from the impact of the explosion. That small gap was taken advantage of and Bell plunged his sword into the monster's abdomen, but he was unsuccessful in reaching the magic stone, its body was still very resistant, so he decided to continue wounding it superficially so that the wounds would gradually become deeper as the seconds and cuts passed. "Ah!" the Minotaur screamed, trying to hit Bell, but with the simplicity of a dancer, he had dodged. When the battle had started, he would most likely have received that blow, but now that he had become that warrior again, it was impossible for him to be defeated with so little. "Firebolt!" the boy shouted again, launching his magic again, but at the open wounds on the monster's torso. The Minotaur stepped back again, feeling the burns of the flame spread inside him, spitting blood in the process. Part of his face was charred by the first blast, the power of that magic was uneven, it seemed to be boosted, for a quick cast magic, it was impossible for it to have that much strength. The Minotaur became desperate and launched itself with all the strength it had, Bell only blocked and counterattacked, he knew perfectly well that with another blow he would be finished, his willpower was the only thing that kept him standing, and, although he was fast, the monster's strength was still greater than his. Without realizing it, the Loki family had arrived to observe what was happening. That blow had guided them there. They all ate with a look of surprise. "What the hell is going on?" asked the werewolf upon seeing such a display of strength. Aiz said with great surprise. "Isn't that the boy who was in the Lady of Plenty that night?" Finn asked with the same face as everyone else. "It's impossible. That was just over a week ago. It can't be possible that he got so strong in a short time." Bet shouted furiously but couldn't stop watching the battle. "That Minotaur isn't normal," Riveria said to divert attention towards that boy and have everyone focus on the opponent. "What do you mean it's not normal?" Tyan said as she noticed the large number of corpses on the site, they were all level 1 adventurers apparently, but there were a lot of them. "It's not possible that only a normal Minotaur could have done this massacre, it must be at least comparable to a level 2 in the late or a level 3 in the early stages," Finn explained when he noticed that scene. "Then you must help Mr. Bell. He's only level 1. He could die. Look at his body." Lily said with tears in her eyes, she was really worried about her partner and friend. "Hey, damn girl. I don't know if you've noticed, but the one who seems to be begging for help is the Minotaur," Bet said, making the little hobbit return her gaze to the fight. Lily saw how that beast was being brutally massacred by Bell, who lay with a calmness unusual for the situation, but he was not unharmed, his blood was still covering his face, and his armor was destroyed, some wounds on his body were still open and leaking that red liquid. "It's like the Argonaut," the youngest of the Hiryut sisters managed to say. "That story about the boy who wanted to be a hero?" Tyan asked her little sister. "I love that story," Tion replied with a smile, apparently enjoying watching that demonstration. "I can't believe the brave one, am marveling at someone else's act of bravery," Finn said to himself. "A hero," Aiz mentioned. "Someday a hero will come for you, Aiz. Stay here, Aiz." The sword princess said in a low voice, that powerful presence that Albert, Aiz's father, emanated was similar to the one that the boy was having at that moment. Back to the fight. "I have to finish this quickly." I look calm, but inside I feel terrible, as if I were about to fall, thought the boy while he continued brandishing his sword, he could do nothing else, if he gave the Minotaur even a little space to attack, it would be his end, he was in no condition for a give-and-take battle. Just as he was about to take the initiative, a great pain was felt in his left arm. "Uhhh." That sound came out of his lips, he felt like a burning sensation was spreading. It was easy to know what it was the arm that had been crushed at the beginning, even if it wasn't broken, it didn't mean that it hadn't been damaged, in addition to that, he was forcing a lot of movements with it since he got back on his feet. The Minotaur noticed this and launched a blow towards him. "He's going to kill him." Aiz shouted as she ran to help him. "Firebolt." It had come out of the boy's lips, but there was no explosion. Everyone was attentive to what had happened, but no one expected that scene. The boy's weapon was painted a flaming red color, and underneath it the Minotaur's hand could be seen, it had been severed in a quick movement. Bell got away from the monster as soon as he could. "That was close, I didn't think that would work, I thought the sword was going to explode as soon as the magic passed through it," the young man thought, looking slightly at his weapon. The glow on his body was beginning to fade and his wounds were becoming apparent again. "I have to finish this." "Firebolt." He shouted again, returning the flames to his sword and launching himself at the Minotaur. The large number of cuts contacted the monster, who no longer blocked in the same way, without an arm, it was impossible, but if that were not enough, each cut tore everything that dared to touch the edge of the sword. The Minotaur tried to hit him again, but his arm was sliced off again. Slash. That was the only thing that cut had left, just that sound and an arm lying on the ground, the Minotaur was finished, armless, wounded, waiting for his rival not to have the same brutality he had with the adventurers he murdered. "I'm not you, let's end this quickly, cruelty, unjustified violence, are not for me, not if I want to be a hero," Bell said to his rival, preparing to end it all. In a swift movement, he rushed towards him and before his sword came into contact with the monster's torso, he said, "Firebolt," igniting the weapon and cutting the Minotaur's body so that it would explode later. Boo. After the explosion, one of the Minotaur's horns had been detached and, unlike the rest of the body, it did not disappear. The glow Bell was emanating went out completely, causing him to faint on his feet, although Mind Zero also had to be given credit for overusing his magic in the final stretch of the fight. All the spectators were impressed by the young man's feat. "That idiot did it," Bet said with great surprise. "Bell. Bell," cried the little hobbit, running towards him. Mine 0, I think he came out of all this very well, Riveria said as she approached the young man in the same way as Lily. Hey old lady, tell us what her stats are, demanded the werewolf. I can't do that, it's private, replied the high elf. Thank you for respecting that, said the person in question. Everyone was surprised to hear that voice. Are you okay? Can you move? Riveria asked when she saw Belle regain consciousness. No, I can't, the white-haired man replied, fainting again. He used his last strength to tell us that, let's respect his decision, Betfin said, trying to calm his partner. DCH, the beastman replied reproachfully. What did they say his name was? Asked the hobbit. Bellcranel, Aiz replied, with a smile, apparently she felt proud. From a distance, that Bose of the Freya family observed everything that had happened. What are you, Bellcranel? He asked. On the surface. The Loki family had escorted Belle and Lily, taking the former to the Die Insect family headquarters to recover. His wounds were multiple, too many to be cured by a potion or by healing magic by Riveria, who had tried to return him to a better state than he was in. The goddess Hestia was informed of what had happened and rushed to see how he was, but there was one place she had to visit first. Build. And that's what happened. Belle and IW are a couple, I'm only telling you because I trust you. Don't say anything. Eina said after finishing telling what happened with Belle and how the two had begun to form a romantic relationship. Wow, that kid is really impressive. I thought you would stay single forever and take care of my children, Misha said, with a downcast look. She wanted a boyfriend. Hey, that offends me a lot, you know. The half-elf reproached with a serious look. Anyway, congratulations Eina, I hope you are very happy and don't worry, nothing will come of this, Rose replied, winking at her friend. Thanks girls, but I think it would be good to get back to work, we've already wasted too much time, Eina said, getting up and heading for the door. When she opened it, a little goddess was waiting for her. Advisor? Belle. She's at the Die Insect family headquarters. Hestia shouted, then pulled the half-elf. Hestia-sama. What's going on? Eina asked hysterically. Belle was injured by a Minotaur. We have to go for him. The little goddess shouted. Those words had made the poor girl's heart beat faster, filling her with enormous fear. Go away, Eina. We'll be here. Both of the half-elf's friends said as they saw the advisor's face lose its color. The goddess and the half-elf ran in the direction of the Die Insect family headquarters. Please, let Belle be okay, please, please, Eina thought as her tears slowly came out as the seconds passed. I don't want to lose him, not now that I've finally found someone so special to me, someone who cares for me, someone who loves me, and most importantly, someone with whom I can share a happy life, she added to her train of thought. Advisor, I don't need to read minds to know what you're thinking, for now I know he's alive, I still feel his foulness, Hestia thought when she saw Eina's face. The girls in the guild only saw their friend crying in fear. I hope everything is okay, you don't deserve to suffer like this, Misha said. Kid, you better survive, if you hurt my friend when she dies, I'll find a way to revive you so I can kill you myself, Rose commented with her eyes up at the sky. Chapter 12. Knowing the potential of your power. Welcome to level 2. A bucket of cold water, a really high nervousness, perhaps there were different ways to express the feelings of that half-elf at the moment of receiving such worrying news. From one moment to the next, the feelings on that day were very changeable in a very short time, from the happiness of having managed to establish a relationship with that young adventurer who arrived just over 2 weeks ago, who conquered her heart in that same time. To a fervent fear born from learning that this boy had been wounded in combat and was hospitalized at the headquarters of the Die Insect family for some unknown reason until that moment. The reaction of the boy's little goddess was no less than that of Eina. She was also very worried, and with good reason. Her first son had a very intense fight because of what that blonde girl in armor, the princess of the sword, managed to tell him. Both of them set off, their faces red with tears, at a fast pace, without wasting time, each passing second increasing their fear. I'm on my way, Belle said, the frightened half-elf to herself. She had to see him, she had to make sure he was alive, she doesn't want to lose anyone, she doesn't want to lose him, her heart wouldn't take it, a boy she met a short time ago, about whom she knows almost nothing, a person like that was making her heart beat. Headquarters of the Die Insect family. Belle was lying in bed, his treatment had already finished, but he still hadn't woken up, his eyes were still closed, frowning, apparently he was having a not very pleasant dream at that moment. Riveria, what's wrong with him? Is he okay now? The sword princess asked upon seeing the young man's scene. Physically he is, but it seems that he is not seeing something very pleasant inside his mind, perhaps because of the trauma of his battle against the Minotaur. It is not unusual for some adventurers to develop a fear of the dungeon after such a strong experience, the high elf responded to the girl at her side. We should let him rest, it would not be advisable to force him to get up again, so leave the room, commented Ermid, captain of the Die Insect family, a young woman with silver hair and purple eyes, who was wearing a uniform similar to a nurse's. But, Belle, Lily said upon hearing the girl's instruction, she didn't want to leave the white-haired boy's side. I know you're worried, but for now, all we can do is follow the instructions and wait. He's already cured, there's no risk whatsoever. We don't need to worry anymore, Riveria replied to the hobbit. And so, the three girls left the room where Belle was. Aiz, before leaving the room, took a quick look and could see tears in the boy's eyes. Waiting room. Their goddess took a long time to arrive, she must have deviated for a reason, but what? Aiz, who was in charge of giving the warning, wondered. The goddess of Belle must have gone to give the news to the girl he's dating, informed the little girl to the two adventurers of the Loki family. Exit? Where to? The sword princess asked, tilting her head, apparently not understanding the context of those words. Lily seemed a little surprised by that reaction. Ignore her, she's very green in topics like that, but I did understand, he said to Riveria when he noticed the hobbit's face. This sword princess, what I mean by going out is that Belle has a partner, Lily answered, directing her words to Aiz. The couple? Like, a training match or something? The sword princess asked again, her face innocent and her head tilted once more. Screw it, I give up, Lily said with clear anger. Okay, but explain to me what's going on. She's a natural airhead, the high elf said to the small support, asking for details and giving her daughter a piece of her mind. Aiz just looked at her, even more confused by this, she didn't understand the reason for that hit, small tears formed in her eyes as she rubbed her head. Oh okay, I didn't expect to see a level 6 adventurer being treated like a child, but back to what I was saying, Belle started dating a girl from the guild, I don't know since when or how, since he hasn't even been here for a month, but they have a relationship, Lily explained to the jade-haired girl, she couldn't give many details, because she herself didn't have any. Fufufu, it seems that boy is some kind of pervert, look at him having a girlfriend in such a short time, not only is he an adventurer with abnormal growth, he is also very fast in conquering girls, Riveria expressed, laughing lightly. Lily blushed at the last thing. Oh, the elf managed to say when she realized that. Well, let's wait for your goddess to arrive, then Aiz and I will retreat, Riveria added to his words. Riveria, what's perverted? Aiz asked again. Seriously, how old is she supposed to be? Lily said, her face somewhat tired from the silly questions from someone who, until that moment, she saw as a fearsome adventurer and who deserved too much respect. This isn't a conversation I'd like to have in a hospital room. We'll continue later. What do you think about never? Riveria said to the blonde. HMPHA snorted, puffing out her cheeks to make a pout. They're both very strange, I'm starting to doubt that they're actually first-class students, but I guess that doesn't concern me anymore, the little support girl thought, watching how they both behaved. Master Belle, I hope you wake up soon, you really are someone impressive, fighting a monster like that, even being afraid, even when they outweighed you in strength, and not giving up at any time is something worthy of admiration, said Lily in her mind, looking towards the door of the room where the boy in question lay sleeping. The little girl's train of thought was interrupted when a loud bang echoed throughout the room. A door had been opened with monster speed and slammed into the wall, miraculously not broken. Where is the adventurer bellcranel? Two girls shouted, a little one with pigtails and a half-elf in a guild uniform. Wait a moment, this place is not for raising your voice like that, answered a worker at the place, nervous at the beginning of his words because of how intimidating the taller of the two girls looked, but he tried to compose himself. A vein popped out on Eina's forehead at the person's reprimand. I'm not interested in your rules. I want to know how Belle is doing. Eina shouted with great fury, grabbing the receptionist's shirt and shaking him fervently without stopping. Eina? Riveria asked upon seeing the half-elf. What? Said the girl when she heard her name. Miss Riveria. What are you doing here? He added to his words when he managed to glimpse the person who had said his name, it was none other than the princess of the elves and vice-captain of the Loki family, Riverial Joe's Alf. Eina stopped shaking the poor receptionist who had turned green due to dizziness. I would ask the same thing, but seeing this I think there is no doubt about it, replied the blonde, laughing a little. We brought the boy after he fell into Mine Zero at the end of his fight against a Minotaur, the elf added to his words, justifying his presence there. Minotaur, but what was Belle doing on the 14th floor? Eina asked in surprise. That's the detail, he wasn't on the 14th floor, Belle found him on the 8th floor, or at least that's what we think, since that's where we saw them fighting, but sit down, it's going to be a very long story, Riveria expressed, offering them her seat. Hestia remained silent, thoughtful, until an idea crossed her mind. Pray don't think I haven't felt your gaze on my little one, if you are responsible for this, I will find a way to return everything to you multiplied by 100, Hestia thought, with clear anger, she had noticed that goddess for some time now, whenever she is with Belle, she can feel eyes staring at her. Okay, we'll hear what happened, although I have the feeling it was something incredible, am I wrong? From your faces I can conclude that it wasn't Hestia, said to the High Elf and the Sword Princess, who remembered that battle, that strength, ferocity, skill, everything that made her marvel beyond belief. He is really strong, but he doesn't seem to be lying when he says he has no idea how he gets so strong and grows so fast, Aiz thought with her gaze lowered. I have to know the reason, he added to his train of thought. If you plan to use my son for your selfish reasons, I will take him away from you, Hestia whispered into the princess's ear. The goddess had sat down next to her. Aiz's gaze petrified, her eyes truly wide open at Hestia's words. I don't need to have telepathy to know what you think, but I advise you not to use my son. He can help you become strong without you having to treat him like an object. I know what I'm telling you. He already cares for you, and for that reason alone, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Hestia added to her words. Aiz just nodded, as if she had been scolded, although if she had been, hadn't she? Well, I think Lily should start telling what happened, but first of all I have to tell you that Belle is fine according to what Ermid told us a few minutes ago. He just needs to rest, said the little hobbit, standing in front of them. Eina only sighed in relief at the same time as Hestia. She looked calmer, so much so that she felt her body relax completely. Yufufu, don't tell me that boy's girlfriend is you, Eina. I have to talk to her another time. I didn't think that the dense and dedicated to her work Eina Tulle would fall in love with a boy, Riveria thought, observing the body language of the half-elf who was looking down. On her face she could see a smile of relief. And so Lily began to tell what happened from her point of view. Meanwhile, in the mind of that adventurer. Where am I? Why is everything so white? Belle wondered as he looked around for a clue as to where this place was. Suddenly all the flash that his eyes were observing went out, leaving complete darkness. What's going on? I don't understand anything. I'm not dead. I'm 70% sure of that. I think it would be best if I were 100% sure, but I can't say it with that much certainty, the white-haired man said to himself, surrounded by that dense, enveloping darkness. Let's see, I fought the Minotaur, he beat the shit out of me, then for some reason I managed to get back on my feet and start fighting again. After that I only remember slicing that monster with my sword, which was on fire from casting my magic through its blade. I honestly didn't think that was going to work. What if it didn't work and I'm dead? The boy fed back until the thought of that possibility presented itself in his mind. You're not dead, Belle, said a voice behind him. Who's here? The boy said, looking around, unable to see the person who said that. In the blink of an eye, all the darkness was replaced by a small town, one Belle knew very well. But this place is supposed to be destroyed, Belle mentioned with disbelief in his eyes. The place was the town where he, along with his grandfather Zeus, his uncles Ald and his stepmother Althea, had lived for a period of time. Belle walked through the town, towards the house where he lived. The town was never a place that Belle frequented regularly. His stepmother almost always prevented him from leaving the land occupied by her house. Perhaps she was overprotective, but she was good. She always wanted to take care of him and prevent him from getting hurt. Everything is desolate, just like when he arrived that day, said the boy, looking down. You're very interesting, kid, someone said behind him, causing Belle to quickly look in that direction. Who are you? What is this place? Belle asked the presence that finally stood before him. Oh boy, I thought you would speak more kindly to one of the heroes you admire, the person responded as if he felt offended. Hero I admire, said the white-haired man, not understanding what was happening. Damn kid, I thought you would realize faster who I was, although it is understandable. In your book about my story that old man was not able to put illustrations of me, only of the women who accompanied me, that damn perverted old man, although I am nobody to criticize him. Hehe, the other white-haired man answered. Yes, the person who was in front of Belle was identical to him. Wait, so you are Belle, said nervously. He had managed to decipher who it was. Nice to meet you, bellcranel. I am the famous hero from before the age of the gods, the Argonaut, said the boy, extending the palm of his hand for them to shake. The Argonaut, you are the Argonaut. Hell, I have a lot of things I want to talk to you about. How were you so strong without a fauna? How did you defeat that Minotaur? What was your weapon made of? Belle launched that barrage of questions at the poor hero who was only trying to do it backwards since he was getting too close to him and making him nervous. Wait. Calm down, kid. The Argonaut shouted, slapping Belle. Damn, I expected it, you're still being and acting like a child. Give me a break, I've been dead for a long time and I'm finally talking to someone. I would have liked it to be a girl, but not everything is possible, added the hero, sighing tiredly. I am sorry, but it's not every day you meet a hero, the boy apologized, lowering his gaze in sadness. No problem, but let's stop getting off topic. I came here with you for a simple reason, my sword. Do you remember how you found it? Asked the other white-haired man. Why your sword? The young man asked, surprised by that revelation. Yes, my sword, your weapon was mine a while ago, but leave the surprise for another time. I repeat, do you remember where you found it? That person insisted with the question. Now that you mention it, my memories of it are still confusing. The only thing that comes to mind is that I was playing outside my house, disobeying my stepmother Alfia, and that from one moment to the next everything went black. When I woke up, I was in my bed with a very hard blow to my head and with the sword in my hand. According to my uncle Zold, who was the one who found me, I didn't want to let go of it at any time, Bell said, rubbing his head and closing his eyes to see if he could glimpse any other detail that I had overlooked. I see, that's interesting, Bell. I'll be direct with you, we are in your subconscious or in a plane of it, that's why there is no one else, since you never interact with the people of the town, and your mind can't project them, so let's go to your house, the Argonaut replied, pulling Bell to hurry. They walked a few meters and finally came across the scene. The cabin isolated from the town, between the mountains. That small cabin was full of crops in its yard, several wheat and corn plantations, some fruit trees decorating the corners of the rectangular land. It's nostalgic to be here, to see it this way, everything's so alive, Bell said, seeing those moments of happiness that were in his home. I won't ask what happened for everything to be destroyed, it seems that it's not a topic you can handle calmly and serenely, but anyway, I think we should follow you, the hero replied, pointing to the left. Follow me? It's me. The white-haired man answered with clear doubt until he saw what his companion was pointing at. The little boy with snow-colored hair and ruby-colored eyes was coming out of his bedroom window, looking around in fear. Why were you so scared? I mean, your stepmother couldn't be that bad, could she? The Argonaut asked. You have no idea, I still don't understand how I'm still alive at this point in my life, nor has the dungeon been as close to killing me as my stepmother Alfia when she got angry, Bell replied, with a grim look. I understand, there are things that you don't even tell your friends, much less someone you just met, like me, anyway, let's go before we lose sight of you, concluded the other white-haired man. They both continued on their way. Little Bell had a tree branch in his hand, which he brandished as if it were a sword. I monster. I'll save the pretty girl and defeat you. That's what we heroes do. The boy said fiercely, punching the air repeatedly. They both stared at the scene, the Argonaut seeing him as a freak. Bell, for his part, hid his face in embarrassment with the palms of his hands. You're pathetic, said the Argonaut to break the ice. Shut up. He was just a kid. Bell shouted, his hand still on her face, his voice slightly muffling the volume of her voice. I'm the greatest hero of all time. The little boy shouted from a distance, taking a victory pose. I'll be honest with you, I'm starting to understand your way of being a little, said the hero, smiling and holding his chin. What do you mean by that? The white-haired man asked. You lived a quiet life since you were young, among stories of heroic acts, with the love of a mother, with the affection of two paternal figures who always supported you. It is understandable that you want to be a hero for those who did not have what you had, even if it was for a short period of time, the boy expressed with a warm and kind smile. Everything he said had hit the mark, except for one detail. My stepmother did not want me to be an adventurer. I am because of my grandfather. She did not want me to put myself in danger for anything in the world. She always protected me to prevent me from getting hurt. I cried a lot for superficial wounds, small scratches, but she did too, although for deeper reasons. My mother, my real mother, died when I was born. She was the sister of my stepmother Alfia. They were both very close. But they shared a very serious illness that weakened them little by little. My birth weakened her health enough for her to die. For a long time I thought it was my fault, and she hated me for being the reason for my stepmother's tears. I wished I had not been born, so that she would not lose her beloved sister. However, she never blamed me. She always loved me with the same intensity as my grandfather. She truly was a very good mother, although my grandfather gave me the desire to be an adventurer. The main reason why I am one was to recover the smile and happiness of Mom Alfia, defeating the Black Dragon and becoming the greatest hero in history. A very big dream for someone like me, although the chances of achieving something are higher if you try than if you don't, Bell commented, with small tears in his eyes, as he remembered everything he experienced with Alfia and all the moments he lived with her, which seemed very far away. The Argonaut just remained silent. I wasn't wrong in choosing you, things will be interesting, too bad I can't see it, thought the hero as he walked away beside Bell. Ah! Little Bell screamed as he fell into a depression in the ground that apparently covered a pitcher-shaped cave. Come on. It's already happened. Bell said, jumping into the gap with his companion. Wait. The other person said, but it was too late, it had already been thrown. Ooh. Bell screamed as if he was going down a slide. This damn man is crazy. The Argonaut thought with terror on his face. Boom. They both fell to the ground on their feet, apparently the distance was not much. I thought it would be deeper, this confirms my hypothesis, you didn't get knocked out when you fell, something else must have happened, said the hero, seeing that the small version of the person next to him was nowhere to be seen. They both walked to the only clear path in front of them, saw some small footprints, and knew it was who they were looking for. They arrived at a large room covered in plants and vegetation. In the middle, there was a large rock illuminated by a hole above it, allowing the sun's rays to pass through. Obviously, it wasn't that one, but only this image resembled what the scene depicted. "That's it," Belle said in surprise, wondering what was embedded in the large rock. "Yes, the sword you woke up with after falling here. Apparently you found the place where I hid it, by mistake or fate, tell it as you wish," explained the Argonaut, holding his chin. "But that's not all I left for whoever discovered my weapon, although it's not like anyone could get it out of that rock. I had to ask some favors from some magicians to seal the weapon, and that only a person of noble soul could get it," Audi added to his previous words. Suddenly, that little boy approached the rock, with shining eyes, and without measuring the danger that could be there, it was as if the sword was calling him. "Belle, you may have found this place by mistake," but the hero began his sentence. When the boy placed both hands on the handle of the weapon and a great white glow ran through his body, it aroused his surprise, but he did not stop and continued pulling with all his strength until the sharp blade of the sword left its rock prison and stopped emanating all that energy. Then from one moment to the next, the boy's body lost its shine and he fainted. "That you were able to get it out of there and wield it was a work of destiny, it was because you are worthy of being a hero," that person concluded as he began to fade away. "What's wrong? Why are you disappearing?" Belle asked nervously. "The memories you had suppressed prevented you from reaching the full potential of the strength that was granted to you after wielding the sword. Now that your mind finally remembers what truly happened, you will be able to unlock the abilities that come with it, so my purpose has ended. My soul will finally be able to return to the heavens and reincarnate. Honestly, I would just like to meet again with the person I loved before she passed away, to have a quiet life, without monsters to face. Without wars to fight, a world at peace," expressed the Argonaut, becoming almost transparent. "They'll make that world possible, goodbye," he finished, leaving the boy alone. Suddenly, both Zald and his stepmother Alfea climbed down the hole and reached the structure, where they saw their nephew and son respectively lying on the ground. Belle cried at being able to see his mother's face again. He wanted to get closer, he wanted her to hug him like when he was just a child, but he knew perfectly well that it was impossible for her to see him. Only that memory remained. "Stepmother Alfea Argonaut, I promise that I will make a world in which everyone can live happily and without worries, a world in peace, a happy world. My heart does not want to accept that you are gone, Mom, I really do not want to accept that harsh reality. I want to see you again, to be with you, to hear your screams, your complaints, for you to scold me when I do something wrong, and reprimand me, as only you know how, and finally manage to make you smile," the white-haired man said to himself. Crying more and more. And suddenly, it was all over. In the real world, in Belle's room. The boy had suddenly opened his eyes, still bearing traces of his dried tears that had run down his cheeks. "So I didn't really die, that's a relief. Was it a dream? No, it couldn't have been a dream, it was all too vivid, too real. Wait, if after this I'm supposed to have unlocked the weapon's abilities, they'll appear in my status," Belle said to himself as he got up from his bed. "I see you're okay now," said a silver-haired girl named Dermot. "Why yes, how long was I asleep?" the boy asked doubtfully. "A couple of hours, there are 3 people waiting for you to wake up to see you. I think I can give them the notice to come in," Dermot replied as she opened the door. "It must be Kami-sama, Lily and Eina. Damn it. She's going to kill me. I promised her I wouldn't put me in danger again and I didn't keep it." Belle thought as terror flashed across his face. "Hey Armid, could you tell them that?" the white-haired man commented to the nurse. "Tell us what?" Eina asked, poking her face out. Damn, they were right next to the door. No way, today is time to die, thought Belle, tearing up and accepting his cruel fate. But she quickly opened her eyes when she felt a warm kiss on her lips, followed by a shaky hug. "Oh," Hestia said with her eyes wide open, she didn't expect that. "You're an idiot, you really are an idiot. You have no idea how much I worried when your goddess walked into the guild and told me you were here. I imagined the worst. My heart hurt so much just thinking that your life was at risk, that you could leave me. I don't want to lose you, I don't want you to die. Please don't die. I love you, I really love you, so please don't scare me like that again. Stay with me, please, please," Eina said, crying her eyes out, her face buried in Belle's chest. Trembling with the passage of her words that were heard intermittently and shakily. "I know I can't promise that I won't get into trouble again. If someone is in danger, I have to save them. No, I want to save them, but, as I promised you since my first adventure, I won't die. I will find strength from any possible place to return to your side, to return to you, to be happy with you. I love you," Eina replied the boy, taking the girl tightly in his arms, hugging her and placing his face on her shoulder. A demonstration of love between 2 souls, 2 people who love each other, although it was uncomfortable for those who saw that demonstration, except for a certain goddess who was raising her thumb and winking at her son. "That's the way, Belle. That's the way." The little goddess screamed internally. This was noticed by Bell, causing him to blush, causing him to separate from the hug. When Eina realized the same thing, she had the same reaction as Bell. Hey. It's too late to act embarrassed. You're not fooling anyone here. You love each other and you're a couple. Treat each other like it. Hestia complained about the attitude the two of them took, trying to pretend that nothing had happened. I think there's no point in hiding it anymore. Eina and I are dating this morning, I asked her, the white-haired man confessed, still with his crimson cheeks, but nothing compared to his partner's completely red face. Then I was right to scold you for taking so long anyway. I think you'd like me to update your status, right? By defeating that beast, you'll obviously level up, Hestia said, making Bell remember the Argonaut's words. Kami-sama is right, Eina, is it okay if you leave me alone with my goddess for a few minutes while you update my status? The boy asked the half-elf. Then no problem, don't be long, Eina answered. You're not fooling me, advisor, you want to see your boyfriend's shirtless body, right? Hestia said, smiling mischievously at her. Eina's eyes lit up and her blush deepened again. It's not true. It's not like I want to see my Bell's broad, manly back. She shouted fiercely, even though her words didn't match her feelings. You don't fool anyone, you're like an open book, Lily and Hestia thought as they looked at her. The hobbit and the half-elf left the room, although the latter was only half peeking out as she left. I think it would be good to start, Hestia said as she made a small cut on her finger to let some of her blood flow. But the white-haired man, now naked from the waist up, he glimpsed his updated state before leveling up. Bellcranel. Human. Level 1. Strength. S1090. Resistance. SS 1140. Dexterity. S1045. Agility. SSS 1220. Magic. A985. Magic. Firebolt. It is a non-chanting magic, allowing you to use it without reciting an incantation. Abilities. Lyris Freeze. Rapid growth for as long as the feelings last. The intensity of the effects corresponds to the user's level of feelings. As a side effect, it makes the user immune to charms. Hidden. He gained a monstrous amount of points between his last status update, which was a week ago, a day before he started his training with the Sword Princess, Chapter 8 for more information. Here's your status before leveling up, Bell. Honestly, I'm not surprised when it comes to you, Hestia said, handing the sheet with her statistics to her son. Okay, Kami-sama, now please level me up, Bell pleaded. Wow, you're in a hurry, fine, I'll grant your wish, expressed the little goddess, hurrying to do so. The great glow formed on his back and a pair of texts in the language of the gods were written in the white-haired man's state. On his back, the glow was decreasing in intensity, allowing him to see what had been written there. This must be a joke, Hestia said when she realized what had happened. What's wrong, Kami-sama? Bell asked upon hearing those words. 2 skills and 2 development skills, said the little goddess, amazed by what her eyes saw. Excuse me? The rabbit boy asked again, not understanding what his goddess was saying. You'd better read it for yourself. Here, Hestia replied, giving him the sheet. Bellcranel. Human. Level 2. Strength I0. Stamina I0. Dexterity I0. Agility I0. Magic I0. Luck I. Abnormal, resistance I. Magic. Firebolt. It is a non-chanting magic, allowing you to use it without reciting an incantation. Abilities. Lyris Freeze. Rapid growth for as long as the feelings last. The intensity of the effects corresponds to the user's level of feelings. As a side effect, it makes the user immune to charms. Hidden. Argonaut. Allows 1 charge for a counterattack. It takes 4 minutes to fully charge and can sound like a small chime or a large bell, depending on the power needed. It can be used for any type of attack, but the effects will dissipate when the user is attacked or loses concentration. Hero Soul. Allows the user to multiply their base power by 1.5 times for 1 minute. The disadvantages are that they completely fall into -0 and only gain half the amount of Exilia in combat when this ability is active. The activation condition depends on the user's determination. Do not use it more than once every 15 days, otherwise it could have negative effects on the user. Author's comment. I already balanced the ability as much as I could. I didn't want it to be so broken, because if not, the excitement of the fights will go away. Let's put them in context. If Bell activates it being a level 2, his strength will be that of a level 3. If he fights as a level 3, it will be like a level 4.5, and if he fights as a level 4, he will have the strength of a level 6, and so on. I had to put some conditions for its use. If you have another suggestion I can add it, but I think it's fine like this. This is what the Argonaut with his weapon-like abilities meant, Bell whispered, deeply impressed as he read the description of his new abilities. Hiding Lyris Freeze from him is one thing, but I can't hide this other thing. We'll have a lot of problems starting today, Hestia thought with concern. You've already read the description of your latest ability, don't be reckless, we don't know what side effects it causes, said the little goddess to her son. Okay, I'll be careful, replied the young rabbit. At the Tower of Babel. Otter, I should punish you for what you did, Freya said to the captain of her family, who was kneeling with his eyes on the ground. But I won't. Seeing this spectacle, this strength, your determination to live, left me more than satisfied, but don't let it happen again. Understood. The goddess expressed, with a flushed face, worse with a stern look at her dependent. So it shall be, Freya Samabose replied. Cranel, what the hell are you? Otter thought, clearly furious at what had happened. You look like her, said the captain of the Freya family to himself, with a slight discomfort remembering the image of that woman from the Hera family. And you fight like that monster, Bose added, searching his memories and finding that warrior from the Zeus family. Chapter 13. Day in the hospital, painful past. What's happening here right now? That question was asked by Bel, who was still resting in bed after his battle against the Minotaur. According to Ermid's diagnosis, he should rest there for at least that day and then be able to go to his headquarters to continue his recovery. Simple, I came to take care of you, I can't neglect my boyfriend, right? Does it bother you that I'm here? Eina asked. She had arrived at the Die Insect family headquarters to take care of the poor rabbit. At that moment she was peeling an apple to give it to Bel. He said, boyfriend. Ah, I feel so happy. It's the first time he's called me that, even though we just started dating yesterday, thought Bel, crying internally but with happiness. Not at all. It doesn't bother me, on the contrary, it makes me very happy that you're here, but I'm a little worried about what Mr. Royman might say about all this. From what you've told me, he's a very strict person with you, and I wouldn't want you to get into trouble because of me, replied the young man, completely denying the possibility that the questions asked by the half-elf were affirmative. You're right that he's very strict with me, but he doesn't know I'm here with you, even though he's a tyrant. I've always worked diligently since I joined the guild, I haven't had a vacation, so I asked him to give me this day off, and he had no choice but to allow it. Working hard every day had its benefits, the advisor replied, smiling tenderly at her partner as she sat in a chair next to the latter's bed. I'm glad there's no problem, although I feel a little bad about you spending your day off in a hospital room here with me. I'd like to go out and take you somewhere, but Ermid will kill me if I step foot out of this bed, Bel commented, remembering how terrifying that nurse was. Not only her, I would do it too, you barely survived that uphill experience. I don't want you to move from this place or go to the dungeon until you feel better. Answering what you said at the beginning, I understand that a hospital room is not a place to enjoy a day off, but if I'm with you, any place is good, Eina said, blushing slightly at the last part of her words, which were interrupted by her nervousness. It makes me happy to know it, I feel the same way, when I'm with you, I feel very calm and happy, the white-haired man expressed, smiling tenderly and sweetly at his partner. You don't say such embarrassing things, you make me feel ashamed, replied the half-elf to the young man's sincere words. But you were the one who started it, Bel thought, not understanding the sudden change. I'm sorry, I know it's hard to handle a situation like this, we're a couple, but we've only known each other for a few days, that's why I'm willing to keep up with you, although, it's not like I don't feel the same way, I'm nervous about having a girlfriend as pretty as you, I feel like it's not real, for that very reason, Eina said, the white-haired man, while taking both of Eina's hands. Eina remained attentive to the boy's words, her eyes wide open, but when she saw her hands come into contact with Bel's, her mind short-circuited. What is he doing all of a sudden? The girl said in her mind, trying to understand what was happening, but her doubts were so great that she stopped hearing what Bel was saying. Let's go at our own pace, we don't have to do what others expect us to do, we should move at the speed we feel comfortable with, suggested the boy. He didn't care that it would take a long time to get used to the relationship, he was only interested in moving forward together towards a happy future. Although those words didn't reach the person they were addressed to. But Bel is the one who took my hand, so I can't be considered shameless, besides I feel very happy when I do it, it's silly to think that's something bad when we even kissed. What are you thinking, Eina? That was in the heat of the moment, I don't think I could do it naturally in a situation like this, but if you wanted to, I don't think I could refuse, Eina thought, while her gaze was fixed on Bel's face, who moved his lips with the passing of her words, but Eina's mind was not in that place. Eina? The boy named his partner, seeing that he didn't get any response. The half-elf continued wandering in her thoughts, not paying attention to that call. Eina? Bel insisted on the call, shaking the aforementioned girl slightly. What happened, Bel? Sorry, my mind wandered off, the half-elf replied, very embarrassed by her deplorable attitude. I thought so, no problem, I have no problem repeating what I said, Bel commented, understanding the situation. I said that, in short, although it may seem that this whole beginning of the relationship has been very fast, it does not mean that the relationship itself has to be. Let's go at our own pace. We have a whole life to get to know each other better after all, the young man added to his previous words, with a sweet tone. Apparently he had no intention of changing his mind or decision. He wanted to spend his whole life with that beautiful girl who stole his heart in an instant. The whole life, Eina managed to stammer. I've never thought about the future of my life having a partner as something that hadn't crossed my mind until now, until I met you. You seem very sure that you want me to be your life partner, but I still feel nervous. I don't want you to die and be alone again. It scares me to think that that possibility exists, but I'm more afraid of staying without doing anything. I have to take the risk. Even if there is a possibility that everything will end badly, I want to take the risk. Because it's worth it, Eina thought, as she looked fondly at that young man who stole her heart from the first moment she met him, that sweet smile that was always directed at her when both of their eyes met day after day in the guild. Let's go at our own pace, Belle. If there's something that bothers us at any time, let's talk about it and fix it. Let's be honest with ourselves and with each other. That's the kind of relationship I want to have with you, one in which we trust each other, Eina replied, placing one of her hands on Belle's cheek and looking at him fixedly, with a calm gaze, sure of what she says. Eina, I promise. Belle replied, doing the same as her, placing his palm on her cheek. Belle, said the girl, with a longing look. It didn't take a genius to know what she wanted to do. Eina, the young man named that girl. This is my adventure, he said in his mind, approaching to fulfill his duty as a man. And so it was, as they kissed each other tenderly again. The number of these same kisses they had given each other could be counted on the palm of one hand, but each and every one of them was truly a pleasure for both of them, inexperienced in love. After a few seconds of that tender kiss in which they joined only their lips, they separated. I love you, they both said at the same time. Their gazes remained fixed on each other's eyes, but their minds began to rev again, leaving aside the heat of the moment, and both of them were completely red as tomatoes. Aye, that's true, the apple. Why, you have to eat. Eina broke the ice, remembering that fruit that was still on the table. She had already finished peeling it, but she still hadn't given it to Belle. You're right. Now that you mention it, I'm starving. It's been a few hours since I ate. The boy's voice was interrupted when a piece of apple was brought to his mouth. Say, Eina said, looking away, containing the shame she felt. She was trying to feed Belle as she had seen on some occasions in the Love Plaza. Belle came out of the surprise and followed the instruction. Ah, Belle said as he opened his mouth. At that moment he dropped a piece of apple, and the young man began to chew it and then swallow it. Delicious, Belle said about the flavor of the fruit. Oh, another one, there's still more, the advisor said, as she brought a piece of the apple to Belle's mouth again, apparently losing her shame after having achieved it once. Ah, the young man opened his mouth again. After eating that piece of apple, they both looked at each other for a moment and laughed lightly at the sweetness of the scene. Being fed by you makes any meal taste special, Eina, Belle said, smiling at her and kissing her forehead. I'm glad to hear that, so please stay with me, she replied, hugging the boy. So it will be, he replied, reciprocating the hug and caressing the back of her neck. A few minutes passed, both continued in their happy couple scene, she feeding him, helping him settle into bed. In all that time, Hermid did not make an appearance, perhaps because a certain elf told her that she would take care of everything regarding Belle. With a very sharp look, as if she felt annoyed that another girl was taking care of her beloved, Hermid decided not to investigate it. She did not feel that she would come out alive if she contradicted that girl. It's very scary. I wonder if that young man can stand that attitude in his partner, but anyway, who am I to judge other people's feelings? Said the doctor on the other side of the door, while listening to how her patient's care was going. Well, her patient until a few hours ago. Back in the room. By the way, Belle, you said we had a lifetime to get to know each other, but I would like you to tell me about yourself, if it's not a problem. Of course, Eina asked, still sitting next to the young man. Of course, there's no problem, ask anything you want, I'll answer, Belle said, giving free rein to the young half-elf stouts. Well, you told me about your family, your stepmother, uncle and grandfather, but you did it all in the past tense. What happened? She asked. She had her suspicions, but she wanted to confirm them. Oh, it's a bit of a difficult subject to touch on, but I promise to be honest with you, the boy said, somewhat nervously. After sighing for a few seconds, he began his explanation. My stepmother, my uncle and my grandfather took care of me for a large part of my life. They trained me so that I could have experience when I ventured to come to Orario. That's why I can say that I am irregular. Yes, that, I think that was the term that Kami-sama used on me when he noticed my growth. But returning to what concerns my family, everything was calm until I turned 7 years old. Belle's gaze suddenly darkened. Everything was calm until they arrived, he added. Who? Eina asked. She had noticed Belle's gloomy reaction. Evilis, that name was said and caused a certain chill on Eina's back. The Evilis? The advisor asked fearfully. They came to my village, a god named Thanatos if my memory serves me right, along with Erebus, another god. The two of them brought with them some adventurers who were destroying my entire village and killing all the people in their path. Bell began to tremble as he remembered that. All that blood, that fire, that destruction, but above all the coldness of their gazes when killing was the first time I felt true terror, he added to his previous words. My stepmother and my uncle were fighting. When they realized what was happening, they had the advantage. My grandfather and I hid in the cabin. He tried to calm me down, but with all the screaming it was impossible. After a few minutes, everything remained silent until someone entered the cabin. Apparently, one of the followers of those two cursed gods managed to sneak in and knocked out my grandfather, took me hostage. Apparently they knew about my relationship with my stepmother. When she realized, everything stopped. She didn't want me to be harmed, but from one moment to the next, both gods approached to talk to them. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but my heart told me that was goodbye. Bell took a breath to continue while tears flowed from his eyes. Apparently it was not pleasant to remember all that. After a few minutes, my uncle and stepmother approached me. They had a tired look, but above all, they were crying. Apparently, my assumption was correct. Flashback. Bell, we have to go, Zold said, towards that little one. You Uncle Zold, why do you have to leave? Why would you go with those evil men? Asked young Bell, while crying, but trying to wipe his tears with his arms. If we don't leave, you'll be in danger, we'll be in danger, rather, I don't want you to get caught up in this, that's why we must go, Althea said, bending down and wiping away the tears that were sliding down her son's red cheeks with her fingertips. But he tried to give them reasons to stay, but he couldn't say anything. I'm sorry, my little one, but that's the way things should be, Althea replied, hugging the young man tightly and crying just like he did. Stepmother Althea, no mom. Please don't leave me. The young man said. As his crying increased. He clung tighter and tighter to her embrace, unwilling to let go. Belle, promise me you'll be strong, promise me you'll be so strong that no one else will force you to do anything you don't want to, but above all, keep having that sweet and kind heart, keep being that noble person you are now, fulfill your dreams, my son, Althea answered, looking face to face at the little albino. Belle kept crying, without stopping. He couldn't answer the question. Althea, it's time to go, Zold interrupted, placing his hand on her shoulder. How emotional, but I'm not interested. If you don't want Freya and Loki to find out about the existence of that child, the last gift from the Hera and Zeus family, you'll have to come with us. I'm a man of my word, so I'll do my part while you do yours, said a somewhat hoarse voice. Apparently it belonged to that god they call Thanatos. I will do it, but if you don't do your part, I will finish you off myself, Alfie replied, in a threatening tone. Please, we both know that you are not even half the adventurer you were before. Your illness is weakening you, I can tell, said the god, with an arrogant tone. The same thing happens to you, Zold, you are weaker, Thanatos added. Let's go, Erebus said, trying to cut off any conflict. They all left, leaving behind a destroyed and desolate town, as well as a little boy crying on his knees. Mom, Althea. The boy shouted with all his might, hoping to be heard. She, who managed to hear it, turned around. I will be a hero. I promise to become strong. I will kill all the bad people and save you. The boy shouted again at the top of his lungs, with a strong determination and clenching his fists tightly until blood came out of the palms of his hands. Althea just looked down, and tears started streaming down her face again. All I wanted was for you not to get involved in this, but I couldn't do it. Forgive me, sister, forgive me, Althea said to herself, with much regret, until a white glow coming from behind her caught her attention. The white silhouette sat behind the young boy, for some reason calming him and making him feel like everything would be okay. Be the greatest hero the world has ever seen, Belle. End of flashback. And that's how I lost my family. I strive to keep my promise. Thanks to my mom, I strive every day to be strong, Belle finished, still with tears running down the surface of his cheeks. A short time later my grandfather passed away, but I think it's something we should talk about later. I don't feel capable of continuing to remember everything that happened to me, the white-haired man added to his words, smiling at Eina, although he didn't express any happiness. Until Eina hugged him tightly. You must have suffered a lot. No, I'm sure you suffered a lot. You were only 7 years old, and that happened to you. I don't want to even imagine everything you felt at that moment and in the years to come, even now, but you're not alone. I'm here with you, your family, the friends you've made, and I are with you, Eina said, hugging him and crying on Belle's shoulder, imagining the pain she felt and feels because of that aftermath. Belle only reciprocated the hug and looked down, burying his face in her shoulder. Thanks to my mom, I strive every day to be strong, or that was the case until I met you, Eina. Thank you so much for being with me. I swear I will protect you, you and all the people important to me. They will not take anyone away from me again. I will not allow it, thought Belle with an unwavering decision. Thank you very much, Eina, thank you very much, Belle replied, tightening the hug, but the trembling he felt in his body stopped when Eina spoke. Flashback. It seems those two monsters have already left, said a voice behind Belle, who wasn't paying attention. I won't forgive them for what they did to me. They said not to kill you, but they didn't say anything about hitting you, although I doubt that will calm my fury, added the previous voice. It was one of Evilis's henchmen. Belle still didn't pay attention. As the person approached to hit Belle, a gleam on the boy's fist was seen by him, and his ears picked up a sound similar to that of Belle's. Shut up, the young albino whispered, aiming his fist at that person's face. Gospel, he added to that whisper, and a great force was put into that blow, hitting the person's face and tearing the head off the rest of the body. All the blood that flowed from the decapitated body came out like water from an open hose, staining the child's body. After that, Belle fainted and everything went dark. That was the first time the hero's power awakened in his body. End of flashback. So that happened later. Then it makes sense that the Argonaut told me that I forgot about the power. I've had it since I was a child, and on that occasion it was activated, but I forgot that too, Belle thought, with a serious face. I know it's almost impossible for you to still be alive, Mom, but even if there's a small chance that you didn't die at the hands of the Está family in the Evilis attack on Orario, even if it's tiny, I'll take it and give it my all to find you, he added to his train of thought, still being hugged by Eina. I love you, Eina, Belle whispered into the half-elf's ear. I love you too, Belle. I know the past is painful, but I will be there in your present and in your future to encourage you every time you feel like everything is falling apart, so, whenever you need to talk about something that's bothering you, count on me, Eina replied, taking Belle's face with both hands and kissing him again. I knew it, I found the right one. What would my mom think if she saw me like this? Eina's life and mine would most likely be in danger, Belle thought, laughing inwardly at the thought of that scenario. Although they both have very strong personalities, they would surely get along well, the young adventurer concluded. After a few seconds, their lips parted. A few quiet minutes passed until Belle remembered something. Oh. I almost forgot, Eina, I went up to level 2, the white-haired young man commented with all the naturalness in the world. I see, you reached level 2 in less than a month, Eina said calmly while peeling another apple. Until he understood what he had said. You got to level 2 in less than a month. The half-elf shouted in shock as she understood what that meant. Why yes, that's what I said, Belle answered, a little scared. This is dangerous, Belle, other gods may set their eyes on you. Eina shouted again, shaking the hospitalized Belle. Wait, Eina. We're in a hospital. The white-haired man said, trying to calm the advisor. Wow, I didn't expect this, I expected a nicer scene, more like a couple of person burst into the room and said that. Kami-sama, Belle said when he saw that it was his goddess. Calm down, advisor, as long as Frey or Loki don't do anything stupid everything will be fine. I doubt another family will be a rival for Belle, Hestia explained, calming Eina. The person being talked about laughed nervously. But Hestia-sama, Eina tried to excuse herself. He can easily defeat a level 2 in the late stages and fight toe-to-toe against a level 3 in the early stages. All the Exilia he has collected and the experience he has in battle from his family's training make him a tough nut to crack. Many level 3s don't even have the Exilia that Belle collected as a level 1, explained the small goddess, sitting on the bed. I will trust you, Hestia-sama, the half-elf concluded, avoiding continuing the discussion. Eina is partly right, I will attract attention. I hope we can continue to hide our relationship from others. No, we must do it, she may be in danger if the opposite happens, Belle thought, holding his chin. What troubled times are coming my way, the young man whispered as he looked at the ceiling of the room. Chapter 14. Meeting a blacksmith. Days had passed, after that visit from Eina, Belle was discharged and was finally able to return to his headquarters, although it was impossible for him to go to the dungeon, at least until his goddess and his partner said he should. Belle, you can't go to the dungeon, you haven't even been discharged for a day, if I have to tie you to the bed, I will, Eina said, scolding that boy who was taking his weapons to go to the dungeon secretly, but was intercepted by that half-elf and her goddess. Damn, that sounded really erotic the way he said that. Wait, focus, Belle. This isn't the time for that. Belle thought upon hearing that statement, causing him to blush. But Eina, I feel fine now, I have no discomfort, just some pain in my chest when I hyperventilate, but nothing more, Belle responded to the brunette scolding. It's normal not to feel pain. The half-elf claimed more fiercely. I agree with her, you fought a monster that demanded everything from you, and you were brought to the surface in a very delicate situation. Going a couple of days later, when you are still sore from it, would be foolish, Hestia interrupted, siding with Eina. Betrayal, but it makes sense, I'm being the foolish one right now, they're doing it because they care, I have to value that, Belle said in his mind, resigning himself and agreeing with the two. Okay, you're right, I'm being very impulsive, it's just that having had a battle like that made me feel like I'm weak. I survived largely by my willpower than by pure power or skill. I want to be stronger, but it doesn't happen overnight. If I continue like this, I'll die, the white-haired man expressed calmly but felt uncomfortable saying the last part. Belle, you are a great adventurer. I don't think there is anyone with the potential that you have, but you should know that no matter how strong you think you are, you must keep in mind that there are risks. You are still a level 2, yes, you leveled up in less than a month, so keep trying your best, but without putting your life and health at risk. You promise to stay by my side, right? I will hate you all my life if you don't keep my promise, Eina answered, while taking the boy's hand and looking at his face. Belle's eyes lit up at that. You're right. Even adventurers need to rest. I won't make you worry about me if I can help it. I'll go back to bed, Belle said, giving the girl a sweet smile. You two are very tender. It seems that when you are together you get lost in your own world, Hestia commented, smiling as she watched a pair of lovebirds holding hands and with their faces really close. Let's see, kiss each other, Hestia thought, but didn't say it since it would be very rude of her. Apparently, that comment brought them out of their bubble, causing them to instinctively let go and blush like a ruby. Don't be ridiculous. Don't try to act like a couple of children in front of me. You're too old to be true to your feelings, at least in front of those of us who know about your relationship, the little goddess complained about the two of them's actions. But Kami-sama. It's embarrassing to be watched. Belle replied with a slight stutter in his words. Belle's right. It's not the same when someone sees us. Eina agreed with the white-haired man's words. Fufu, what do you do when no one is watching? Hestia asked with an insinuating laugh. Kami-sama. Hestia-sama. Both Eina and Belle shouted at the same time because of that question. They haven't done anything so extreme, but being told that way would make anyone feel uncomfortable. I'm joking, you don't have to act like that. It's obvious from a distance that neither of you have any experience in love, although I'm not one to say that, Hestia replied while she continued laughing, but at that last part, she became discouraged. But once, in Tenkai, head logos, god of sweet words and flattery, told me a phrase regarding love, confessed the little girl, who had a small smile. Apparently she was happy to remember that. Eina and Belle remained attentive, their attention caught by that comment. No matter how strongly you feel something in your heart, if you don't convey it to the other person, it's meaningless, the goddess concluded. Whoever understands the meaning deserves heaven. That's why you shouldn't be afraid to be honest with your feelings. No one reads minds to know what the other person thinks or feels about a relationship or about us. Being able to talk, trusting and understanding each other is what makes a relationship last for a long time, Hestia added to the previous sentence, raising her thumbs and winking at Eina and Belle, who seemed surprised by that advice, surprised but not in disagreement. They both looked at each other and smiled. Kami-sama is right, I will be honest with my feelings, so Eina, if you excuse me, Belle said to his goddess, although he did not take his gaze off the half-elf. What do you mean BMMMM? Eina said until her lips were unexpectedly sealed by Belle's. He had kissed her. Oh, you took it very seriously, Belle. It seems you were holding back your urge, Hestia thought as she watched them both kissing. She couldn't help but laugh slightly as she saw how Eina opened her eyes as wide as possible in shock. The goddess couldn't believe her son's courage. After a short time they separated. What do you think you're doing so suddenly? Eina asked with a big blush, which covered her entire face and even the tips of her long ears. Eina, I love you, Belle replied, smiling at her tenderly, in the same pure way he always did. That seemed to be too much for her, who became even redder than before. You could say smoke was coming out of her head anyway. She looks like she's going to faint at any moment, the little goddess thought as she watched Eina stand there with no reaction. I love you too, Belle, the half-elf replied, with her gaze lowered. She didn't want them to see the face she had while she said those words. But please don't do that again, not so suddenly, I don't know if my heart can bear it. Why, if you want to do something like that, let me know so I can prepare myself, Eina added to her previous statement, still with some stuttering in her words, due to the sorrow accumulated in the elven maiden's heart. Belle, hearing everything she said, felt as if his heart would skip a beat. Eina, you are so cute. You are always cute, but you look cuter and also pretty. You are always cute, but this way you look even more so. Is that legal? It can't be legal to be too cute. Belle said in his mind. He was really enchanted by that side of his beautiful girlfriend. Okay, Eina, but it also applies to you. Whenever you want us to do something together, you can tell me and I'll do it. Even if you ask me to bring down the moon for you, I'll search heaven, sea and earth for a way to do it, the white-haired man answered, taking Eina's face with both hands so that their gazes were on the same level. I'll go to bed to rest, another day I'll go to the dungeon. I appreciate you worrying about me, you have work at the guild, and I don't want you to get into trouble because of me. I won't move from here, go calmly, added the young man, kissing his beloved's forehead and going to bed. She just stood there watching him walk away, which brought a big smile to her face. I've never known what love feels like, but I know it's supposed to be like this, she thought. She was truly happy with that boy who stole her heart so quickly, without anyone even realizing it, and that's how love is. It comes when you least expect it, but when you need it most. Not all of us are fortunate enough to realize this, and we let go of the opportunities that life presents to us to have that predestined encounter, afraid of rejection. Doubts. A life in which you are guided by the cons instead of the benefits is no life. You have to take risks to get what you want, stumble, but keep moving forward without stopping. The probability of achieving something is higher when you try than when you don't. Those two really have a very pure love. It's understandable seeing the circumstances of both. Bell takes care of her, Eina takes care of him. That's how love should be. Mutual feelings, equal treatment and sincerity between them, Hestia thought when she saw that Eina continued with her gaze fixed on Bell, which made her feel happy for both of them. I want to fall in love too. The little goddess concluded. A couple of days later. After that mandatory rest, Bell's physical condition was finally in condition to enter the dungeon again. During those 2 days, he received frequent visits from Eina, who would visit him at the guild before going to work, and also from Lily, who helped take care of him when neither Eina nor Hestia were around. Well, I'll finally return to the dungeon, although I'll need to get new armor. Mine was torn to pieces after the fight against the Minotaur, Bell said to himself as he dressed in a jacket and carried his dagger. The only thing he wore as protection was his Goliath skin scarf, a gift from Eina. If it weren't for this, I would have died. It really was a very useful gift. Thank you very much, Eina thought the young man, smiling at the sight of the garment. I see you're already going to the dungeon. I'm glad you're okay now, Hestia expressed as she saw her son very motivated. Yes, it may sound strange, but I missed fighting monsters anyway. I had already told Lily that I would see her at the dungeon entrance in a few more minutes. First I will go to the guild to greet Eina and give her my status sheet so they can publish my level up, Bell replied, showing that sheet that was in his hand. Okay, don't be long, I'll go to work, so we'll see each other tonight. See that you can have dinner. I don't think I can bring food. Hephaestus told me that there are a lot of orders, and he'll need a lot of help. I don't know, I can deny someone who helped me for a couple of months, besides being my best friend, Hestia said, dressing in the uniform of the store where she works. Okay, Kami-sama, see you later, the young man replied, leaving the old church and walking calmly towards the guild. On the way to the guild. Bell walked calmly, lost in his thoughts, remembering what his goddess had told him before. Being true to my feelings is no different than what my grandfather used to tell me. Let yourself be devoured slowly, the white-haired man whispered to himself, blushing at that, until someone touched his shoulder, making him exult. Bell managed to say when he felt that touch. Hey Bell, long time no see, said a silver-haired girl that Bell knew very well. Sir? What happened? He asked when he saw who had been responsible. What happened, you ask? Simple, I'm mad at a certain boy because he didn't come to visit me like he promised. I make bento with so much love and you just leave me hanging, the girl replied, greatly exaggerating her feelings, acting as if it were a huge tragedy, but with a smile that instilled fear. I'm sorry sir, it's just that I didn't go to the dungeon these days, I didn't even leave my headquarters, Bell responded to the waitress's statement. Why? Did something happen? She asked upon hearing the young man's response, although of course, she knew the answer. I had an encounter with a Minotaur inside the dungeon while I was with Lily, in which I ended up very injured, and I had to stay 2 days at the Die Insect family headquarters and another 2 at my headquarters to recover. Just today I feel fit to go, so I apologize for not having come before, but the reason is that the white-haired young man answered his friend's question. Are you okay now? Just leave the bento thing aside, it doesn't matter, sir said, her face genuinely showing concern. Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Bell replied, giving her a confident smile. I'm glad to hear that, here, so you can go to the dungeon. Will you come for dinner tonight? Sir asked, handing him the small box of food. Thank you and yes, I'll come for dinner, I promise, replied the white-haired man, taking the food. Aye sir. Bell added, walking briskly and waving his hand at her. The silver-haired girl just waved her hand in the same manner as she watched him walk away. Already in the solitude of the street, he finally thought of something. I must admit that you surprised me, you defeated that monster that Otter trained, I expected you to win, but when I saw the true strength of the Minotaur, I feared for your life. I want to continue watching you grow, Belle said in her mind that waitress as she went inside the Lady of Plenty. In the guild. Come on Eina, tell me what you did with Belle. Misha begged while shaking her friend in one of the meeting rooms inside the guild. I already told you I won't talk about it. It's embarrassing. Besides. We have work to do and you haven't done anything. If you continue like this Mr. Royman will fire you, Eina replied with a blush on her cheeks, but she tried to change the subject and maintain her composure so that she wouldn't continue to be bothered by the repeated advisor. See. Eina doesn't want to tell me the reason why she arrived very red 2 days ago. Misha said in a tantrum towards the werewolf. Come on Misha, we know something happened and that's enough. If you don't want to say it, there's nothing we can do. We're not going to force you to tell every detail of your relationship, either. Rose replied, hitting Misha with a stack of papers. Now, drop this childish attitude and read all these files, you have until tonight to do it, I don't care if you wake up here at the guild, but I want this ready, the werewolf added to her previous comment. But Rosie, it's too much. Misha answered, crying because of the huge amount of work she had. You should have started doing it a week ago, but you didn't, now don't cry, commented the half-elf at her side until something caught her attention, making her white cheeks blush. It was Bell, he was entering the guild and was desperately looking for Eina until he saw in the half-open door of that room the shine of some glasses that he knew very well. He approached slowly, he wanted to shout the advisor's name as was customary in Bell, but he remembered what she had told him a while ago, so he avoided doing that. I have to go out, I'll be right back, Eina announced, getting up from the couch and going towards her beloved. Where are you? Oh, I see, Fufufu, have fun, Misha replied while laughing, she had noticed the reason why her friend was leaving the place. What do you mean, have fun? The half-elf demanded upon hearing that suggestive statement. I don't know, you didn't want to tell me what you did with Belle, so I let my imagination run wild, the human answered, still laughing. We didn't do any of that. Eina shouted as she left and slammed the door shut. You're very insistent, Misha Rose commented, shaking her head. I'm sorry but I'm glad to see her like this, more lively, communicative and sociable. After what happened with the first adventurer in her charge she became someone too serious, it makes sense of course, not everyone would overcome that, however, she let it affect her a lot, causing her to change, although now that change has reappeared and it seems that color has returned to her life, Misha answered, with a melancholic look, but happy to know that her friend is finally moving forward. Wow, you're amazing, I thought you were just an airhead, but what you're saying makes sense, anyway, don't keep bothering her so much, I understand your concern, but there's a limit to everything, the werewolf woman said, leaving the room in the same way. I'm to be happy, boy, if you hurt her I'll hit you, the human finished. Damn. I have to do all this. She recalled as she saw all the paperwork she was supposed to do. He cried internally about it. With Eina and Belle. Hi Eina, I came to see you, am I interrupting anything important? Belle asked, greeting the beautiful brunette. Hi Belle, don't worry, you didn't interrupt anything, Eina replied, returning the greeting. It's a relief, I'm here to tell you that I'm going to the dungeon, but I plan to go buy some armor with Lily first, to that place where you took me. Oh. I came to give you this anyway, it's my status sheet, so that it can be published in the guild, the white-haired man commented, taking the sheet out of his pocket and giving it to the half-elf. Okay, it's a very coherent decision on your part, seeing that you are always very impulsive, I'm surprised that you decided that, leaving that aside, I'm glad to know that you still have the scarf I gave you, it's a relief, Eina replied, smiling at Belle. I will never lose her again, she saved my life and was the first gift you gave me, she is special to me, the young man replied, touching the scarf wrapped around his neck, he was happy to have that press with him. I'm glad you liked it a lot, the advisor responded, looking down in sadness at what her bunny had said. I'm also glad you like the hair accessory I gave you. Ever since I gave it to you, I've always seen you with it. You look really beautiful, although that's true with or without the ornament. Belle said, pointing at the artifact. Don't say that so suddenly. I'm not used to flattery, besides, the same thing happens with your scarf, it was the first gift you gave me, it's important to me, but not more than you, Eina replied, taking the white-haired man's hand. Eina, you are really beautiful, I love all your facets, the white-haired man replied with a very serious face. I already told you not to flatter me too much. The advisor complained, giving the young man a light tap on the head. Sorry, but I had to say it, it's the truth after all, well, I'm leaving, see you later Eina. I love you. The young man shouted, smiling sweetly at her and then running towards the exit. That last statement made his brain short-circuit and smoke came out of his head. Fufufu, so he loves you, said a voice behind her, with a mocking tone. Stop bothering me, Misha. The half-elf shouted to her companion. At the Tower of Babel, a few minutes after the visit to the guild. Thanks for joining me, Lily, I know I said we would go to the dungeon first thing in the morning, but I needed a new armor, Belle said, apologizing to the little support for the sudden change of plans. Don't worry, Belle-sama, it's good that you think about your safety, besides it's a good opportunity to get good weapons, Lily also needs to protect herself when you find yourself in trouble, expressed the hobbit, smiling with great confidence. You're right, fine, let's go this way, in that direction is the store where I bought my first armor, I want an identical one, it seemed really made for me, commented the white-haired man, walking somewhat quickly towards the store, but without leaving the small support behind. After a few minutes of walking, during which they were greeted by a sea of people, most of them adventurers for obvious reasons, they finally arrived at the store. "Come on Lily, let's go in," Belle said, but several complaints prevented him from speaking. "Why do you always put them in the corner? I'm risking my neck doing this, at least I'm asking for better treatment," a certain red-haired man said angrily. The shop owner had a tired look but noticed the presence of the duo standing at the entrance. "Welcome. What are you looking for?" the owner asked, ignoring the person's complaints. I was looking for some armor from the blacksmith Welf Krazo and some daggers for my partner," Belle answered to that gentleman's question. The owner had a face full of surprise, then instinctively looked at that man from before. Belle and Lily managed to say when they noticed the old man's reaction. The Redeed smiled suddenly, apparently hearing that it made him happy. "Ha ha 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 ha. If you want a Welf Krazo armor," said the one who was apparently the blacksmith they were looking for. Suddenly he picked up a box and placed it on the desk. "Here it is," the man concluded, revealing an armor identical to the one Belle had destroyed some time ago. Lily and Belle saw him and he was still smiling. The three had left the store, apparently there was something they wanted to talk about. Still in the Tower of Babel, somewhere with benches. "Wow, I can't believe the famous rookie came to buy one of my works," Welf expressed upon recognizing the person in front of him. "Rookie?" Belle asked doubtfully. "Belle-sama, I think you're right to call him that. Didn't you feel the looks directed at you? It seems they already know that you've risen to level 2, Lily replied, facing her companion's doubtful face. But they supposedly just announced it today. How does everyone know?" the white-haired man said in surprise. "You'd be surprised at the speed with which rumors spread from mouth to mouth, although there was talk about you before, because of the silverback, however, many are now beginning to believe that it was actually you who defeated that Minotaur a few weeks ago, and not the Loki family," Welf added to the little hobbit statement. I understand, anyway, shall we continue with what we were talking about?" the young man asked, he didn't want to stray from the topic, it was bad enough not being in the dungeon at that precise moment. "Sure, no problem, in short, you're looking for armor and a dagger, from what I heard, right?" the blacksmith commented, recapitulating the request. "Yes, although I didn't think I'd meet you in person," Mr. Krazo Bell replied. Could you avoid calling me Mr. Krazo? I don't like it very much, call me Welf, the Redeed asked politely, he disliked being called by his last name. "But leaving that aside, well Cranel, this is the second time you've bought one of my works. Are you one of my clients yet?" he asked Welf, changing his previous serious state to a happy one. The strange thing is that he raised his voice when saying this last thing. "I guess so," the white-haired man answered. This response received several defeated looks from some of the blacksmiths in the vicinity. "Sorry, we have to mark our territory. Anyway, Belle, do you want to form a direct contract with me? That way, I'll forge just for you. I'll make the armor and weapons you need or want, but it would help me a lot if you did something for me. I'll pay you for it." the Redeed commented, explaining what was happening and the reason for the other blacksmiths' long faces. What do you want me to do?" Belle asked. "Let me join your group," Welf replied. "Wait. Belle-sama, come here," Lily said, pulling the white-haired man towards her. Lily doesn't like that Welf, he seems like someone suspicious, even more knowing that he doesn't like to be called by his last name. "I don't know if you Belle-sama know, but the Krazo can make magic swords, leaving that aside, he also smells really bad, it seems like he hasn't bathed in days," whispered the hobbit in her companion's ear in a contemptuous manner. "Hey. The forge and making equipment takes up a lot of time. It's not like I don't shower on purpose." the Redeed complained, apparently hearing what Lily had said. Lily was right. "Did you see Belle-sama?" Lily said at that confession. Regarding the magic swords, I simply hate making them because of the damage they have caused. I don't want to continue with that bloodline of my family, that's why I ran away from Rakia, they wanted to force me to make them." Welf answered, with an uncomfortable look for talking about that. Mr. Welf, Bell named the blacksmith. "Please don't ask me for a magic sword, anything, but that," the Redeed replied, still uncomfortable. "It wasn't that, I wanted to tell you that it's no problem, I'm not going to force you to do something you don't want, so, I agree to make a contract with you, welcome to our group," Bell declared, smiling at him and extending his hand to close the deal. Lily just slapped her face with the palm of her hand, implying that she disagreed with that decision, but there was nothing she could do. "Really? Well, we have a deal." Welf replied, accepting the handshake. And so a new companion and friend joined the young adventurers group. "By the way, that sir thing makes me feel old, just call me Welf, I don't think I'm much older than you," Welf declared. In the dungeon. The trio of adventurers had been going down the floors, Belle's armor was in the status effect, there was no monster that posed any threat or that demanded it. "How's the armor?" the Redeed asked. "It feels great. It's very light but still protects well from blows, identical to the previous one, Bell replied as he continued to finish off many of the monsters on the floors before entering the intermediate floors. I'm glad to hear it. How about the dagger Lilicuajo? Welf asked, but this time to the hobbit. Surprisingly useful Welf-sama, but stop calling me that. The support claimed angrily for that nickname. By the way, Welf, could you make a weapon with this? The white-haired man asked, taking a Minotaur horn out of his bag and throwing it to the blacksmith. He analyzed it for a few seconds as he walked alongside the group. There were no more monsters around. Wow, this Minotaur horn is a very good material. I'll have a weapon made with it ready for you. I just need time to get started, Welf said, putting away the horn. Okay, friends, we've reached the intermediate floors, Bell informed them so they wouldn't get distracted. After a few moments of fighting, they finally finished off the monsters that were in the area. Bell, what's that? Welf asked, seeing small particles surrounding Bell's hand. I hadn't noticed, I don't know, the white-haired man replied, surprised by this. Could it have something to do with the new skills I gained from the Argonaut? The young man thought, recalling the gifts he was given after leveling up. That train of thought was interrupted when a noise came from a few meters away from them. It's an infant dragon. Lilicuajo. Watch out. Welf shouted to alert the hobbit. She was collecting the magic stones without noticing the presence of that thing. Lily? She shouted to Belle as she saw the infant dragon start to go after her partner. Damn, I won't make it in time, the young man thought in frustration. Without stopping running, he extended his right hand, the one with those particles, ready to make his move. Firebolt. Bell shouted, and a large amount of magic, greater than all the times he had recited such magic, shot out of the palm of his hand, but without its characteristic color. This time it was pigmented by a white color with blue edges. Pooh. That explosion resounded with great force and quickly made the monster disappear, to everyone's surprise. Bell fell backward from the force of the explosion. He looked at his hand in shock. Was it the Argonaut ability? It's too strong, the white-haired man thought, still stunned by it. Bell? What was that? You were awesome. Both Lily and Welf said. I think it's one of my new skills, I got it when I leveled up, Bell replied. But it's impossible for it to be a development skill, I don't know one that does that, the blacksmith said, helping Bell to stand up. It's not a development skill, my development skill is supposed to be luck, it's another one I got, the white-haired man replied, clarifying the doubts but creating more. You're truly unique, they both said. I feel a little tired from using it, I think it consumes a lot of mind to use the ability, we better go back, it's getting dark, Bell suggested, holding his head. No problem, we've reached the middle floors, thanks for helping me with that, so I'll keep my end of the deal, Welf replied, helping Bell walk. Your safety comes first, Bell-sama, let's go back now, there shouldn't be many monsters to face, it will be easy for us to go up, Lily commented, taking the magic stone from the infant dragon and putting it in her backpack. And so the group of three rose to the surface, thus ending their first adventure together, their first of many. I still have to go to the Lady of Plenty, I'm sure I'll be the center of attention, I just got back from my break and already I'm going to get into more trouble, Bell said in his mind, sighing at all the trouble he imagined. Chapter 15. An unfortunate event. I'm here. Do you want to come in for dinner with me? My goddess won't be home from work for a few hours, plus, we got a good amount of money, it wouldn't be bad to treat ourselves, don't you think? Bell asked Lily and Welf, his group. It's fine with me, but are you sure? We just met and I'll understand if there's any hesitation on my part, Welf replied, trying to see if Bell had any doubts about his presence and his sudden request. Not at all, we were already comrades in arms, if I could trust you with my life inside the dungeon, I have no problem considering you a friend, said the white-haired man, interrupting the red-haired man's excuses. Then there's no way I'm going to refuse. I'm starving, she said to Welf, hugging Bell. Lily doesn't trust you, but if Bell-sama does, I will too, Lily said, approaching both of them. By the way, Bell-sama, why didn't you invite your half-elf partner? Lily thinks she would have liked to come, especially if she's with you, the little hobbit added to her words, throwing out that question. Partner? Wow, I thought you were just a kid. I'm surprised to know you have a partner, Welf commented, surprised to know that the young man next to him was already climbing the steps to becoming an adult. Bell blushed upon hearing that, still embarrassed to say he had a partner. Why yes, I have a partner, but we have to keep it a secret. Please, don't let him leave here, because if they knew, there could be a lot of trouble, most of which would most likely be my fault, the boy replied, taking both of them to say it in the lowest possible tone of voice. And answering your question, Lily, I wish she had come with us, but there are two very important reasons why I don't, Bell added to her words, lowering her voice even further. Very important reasons. Wasn't it just that they couldn't find out? The support worker asked, not understanding what her colleague was referring to. Welf just remained silent, this seemed to be going down a very shaky stretch of road. The boy took a breath. I don't fully understand, but there's a waitress at the Lady of Plenty who is very kind and sweet to me, to the point of being flirtatious, Bell said, beginning his explanation. Dude, don't tell me you're planning to be unfaithful to your partner. I know we just met, but doing that is unforgivable. Welf interrupted, somewhat angrily. That's not the point at all. Bell claimed, shaking his arms. Don't interrupt, Bell Sama, Lily said, hitting the blacksmith. Back to what I was saying, some might think, that's all. Just tell her to control herself, but I have a very bad feeling about her, one that tells me she won't understand with words. I've met intimidating people, or rather, I met the most intimidating person there will be on the entire face of the earth, and Sir gives off the same aura. If that weren't enough, I feel her gaze penetrating my being, as if she's trying to search for something. Sometimes I quickly turn back when she's looking at me, and I manage to perceive that her lips are moving, saying something that I can't decipher. I'll be honest, she seems like a dangerous person with whom I wouldn't want to have problems, and, above all, with whom I don't want Eina to get involved. Bell completed his first statement, with a serious face and a tone of voice in the same way. Yes, here Bell is not an idiot. Are you sure about this? It's a crazy conspiracy theory. I don't think a simple waitress could be so dangerous, Welf said, feeling that the statement sounded far-fetched. Lily thinks she's dangerous, without having to know her she thinks so, not for nothing she works at the Lady of Plenty, the hobbit answered, provoking more questions in the blacksmith's mind. What do you mean by that, Lilicuajo? The Redeed asked, directing his words and gaze at the little girl. Simple. Don't you know who the owner of this place is? Mia Grand, former level 6 adventurer and former captain of the Freya family, Lily replied, making Welf break out in a cold sweat. And if that's not all, I've read the Orario records in my spare time. At least 3 of the waitresses there are were adventurers, all 3 level 4, Anya Frommel of the Freya family, Chloe Rollo of the Njard family and Lunwer Faust of the Demeter family. All 3 are famous, although these last 2 do not have a good history. The only one whose identity I have doubts about is Ryu, although seeing the other waitresses, it's not crazy that she has a dark past, however. Something tells me that they would not do anything to us, just like Mamma Mia, explained the white-haired man, dropping that bomb of information. What makes you believe that, Bell Sama? Lily asked. Simple, I trust them, all the waitresses at the Lady of Plenty and Mamma Mia, all the ones who work there except Sir. Sometimes I feel like she's not sincere with her expressions and words, other times the opposite happens. I have a divided opinion about her. It's not that I hate her or want to keep her away, on the contrary, she's someone I like and I'm happy with our friendship, but she's definitely not someone who should be made angry. I don't want Eina to get involved with her. It could complicate the situation for both of them. The last thing I want is for her to be in danger, Bell replied, looking down with a frown. Call it a sixth sense, though I may be wrong, but I don't wish to find out the answer to all of this, not for now, Bell added, standing up straight and changing his facial expression. Fine, I'll trust you, if you trusted me with all this, it's the least I can do, Welf replied, raising his thumb and smiling at his new companion. Lily says the same, nothing will get out of here, I promise, the hobbit agreed, making the same gesture as the blacksmith. Okay, thanks a lot for that, friends. Let's go in. Let's not let what we talk about interfere with us having a delicious dinner, Bell said, running towards the restaurant bar. I hope I'm wrong about Sir, I don't want to think she's a bad person, she was one of the first people to support me, Bell thought, worried that his assumption might be correct. Both Lily and Welf went after him, the good thing was that they both knew where it was. With Eina and the guild. Hey Eina, don't be mean. Help me with my work. You're almost done. We're friends, aren't we? Friends help each other with things like this, Misha asked, whispering into the advisor's ear. Sure, I'll help you, you just have to give me the percentage of your pay that represents the amount of work I'll do, Eina replied, smiling at him, although that smile was full of malice. You are a bad girl. Misha shouted, crying her eyes out at her friend's coldness. Boom. The werewolf, Rose, companion of both girls, had hit the human on the head. Last time I'm telling you to keep quiet, Rose said, clearly tired of how repetitive the situation was. Sorry, Rose said the pink-haired girl, with tears in her eyes and touching her head, where she received that blow. I think a break would be good, we've been working all day, Eina said, sighing slightly as she finished sealing a paper from all the things she had on her desk. That's not a bad idea, let's take a 10-minute break, we can talk about whatever you want, Rose said, and apparently pressed Misha's Ask Eina button, which had remained untouched since the morning's scolding. In a quick movement, 2 chairs were placed in front of the half-elf, and the werewolf along with the human sat on them. Well Eina, I've been patient and I want to be rewarded for it, so tell us, how much did you and Bell do while he was hospitalized? And more importantly, how the hell did he go up to level 2 in less than a month? It didn't even take the sword princess that little time. Misha asked, although she became euphoric at the last part. B, but how do you expect me to know that? It's personal to the adventurer and the family, I have no idea how he climbed so fast, Aina answered somewhat nervously. It's strange, I'm not saying he looks like someone weak, on the contrary, he looks like someone young, but with combat experience, something surprising if you ask me, someone must have trained him since he was young, Rose said, taking her chin and trying to find an answer to that. He mentioned to me that he was trained for a while by his mother and uncle when he lived in his village, but that one day they disappeared, leaving him alone with his grandfather. Be careful, I tell you this because I trust you, don't tell this to anyone, the half-elf responded, making her warning in a serious and threatening manner. A strong chill ran down the back of both advisors upon hearing the tone of voice of their friend. Don't worry, nothing we talk about will get out of here, said the pink-haired girl, somewhat nervous and trembling. I'm glad to hear that, but like I told you, he was trained. That's all he's told me about his childhood. It seems he doesn't have very good memories of that stage of his life, Aina added, recalling the conversation they both had at the hospital. Well, I won't say anything about what you told me about Evilis. If they find out, all the authorities of Orario can bombard you with questions. It can't be pleasant for that memory to come back to you. I don't want you to suffer reliving it. I'll protect you as much as I can, thought the advisor, smiling at the image of her beloved in her mind. She wants to protect that smile that she fell in love with. I don't wish to be the only one saved and sheltered, a burden to you, even if there's little I can do to protect you, I won't hesitate to do so, Belle, she added to her train of thought, blushing at this, but with great confidence in her resolve. Well, if she hasn't said anything else, we can't delve too deeply into that topic, but there's one question you won't escape, Aina Rose said, smiling at her friend with a certain malice. Aina swallowed, she thought she was rid of the question. About what we did while I was off duty as an adventurer was pampering ourselves, Aina said, her ears scarlet. Pamper yourself? They both asked in surprise. Why yes, I fed him, I stroked his hair, he did the same for me. We kissed. One day I saw him without his shirt, and something inside me was disturbed, the half-elf said with great difficulty. It was not easy to talk about it when you are not in the heat of the moment. Her friends were just as blushing as she was, just imagining the serious and diligent Aina in that state was unthinkable for both of them. Spoiled girl acting like a lovesick girl. I need to see that in person. Misha thought, screaming internally like a fangirl. The incorrigible Aina lovingly pampering someone, feeding them and admiring a man's half-naked body. Yes, indeed, this is not Aina, she's an impostor, Rose thought, trying to act serious, but trying to hold back her laughter. Why are you girls so quiet? The advisor asked, with her ears down and looking down. Rose and Misha looked at each other quickly. Ha. Hey. You're finally acting like someone normal. They both shouted, laughing loudly and hugging their friend. That's very rude. Aina complained, wanting to break free from the hug, but she had been given too much strength. It's just that, Aina. We thought you'd be dense and incorrigible your whole life. And yet you found a partner before either of us. Actually, of course, Rose replied, pulling away and wiping away her tears from laughing so hard. But, leaving that aside, we're glad you're acting sincerely with your feelings. We haven't seen you that way in a while. We may annoy you with it, but it really makes us happy to see you happy with that boy. Misha replied, stroking her friend's head. Girls, Aina said, with a sparkle in her eyes. Break time is over. The half-elf shouted, pushing both of them back to their places. Read the atmosphere. They both complained about the abrupt change in topic and atmosphere that occurred because of her. You said 10 minutes and 10 minutes have already passed. Aina replied. You really are at Sundeer, the two thought, giving up. As they returned to their places, Aina covered her face with her hands. Girls, thank you so much, really everything you said is true, I feel like I'm in a fairy tale. I didn't think I was capable of being happy, much less of falling in love with someone like that, Aina thought, crying with joy. It was seriously a miracle to be able to meet you, Belle. I want to be with you forever, she whispered to herself, looking at the ceiling and then continuing with her work. At the entrance to the Lady of Plenty after dinner. You know, Lilicuajo. Belle wasn't lying about that girl, Welf said, sighing in exhaustion. Lily thinks the same, it wasn't nice of her to look at Lily like that, replied the hobbit, trembling as she remembered the piercing look that was directed towards her when the girl saw Belle enter with her and the blacksmith. I told you, she's something special, but anyway, thank you very much for joining me for dinner. By now my goddess should have arrived at my headquarters, so I'll take her this little bit of food, in case she's hungry, Belle commented, lifting a small box of food that was in his hands. It was a meat dish with spaghetti that he had ordered to go. Yes, I think I should go. I would like to start making your weapon as soon as possible. The Minotaur's horn made me really want to work, it's a very interesting material to work with. I won't sleep until I have a weapon made with it. The blacksmith shouted with excitement, looking again at the item that the rabbit had provided him to build a new weapon. But don't overexert yourself, it's not really necessary either, seriously, I don't want you to sleep too little either, said the white-haired man, trying to prevent his new friend and blacksmith from dying from so much work. Lily can't believe how strange blacksmiths are, but at the end of the day it's her life, so Lily shouldn't care what she does in her free time. Leaving that aside, Bel-sama, Welf-sama, will we meet again to go to the dungeon together? The hobbit asked both men. Sure Lily, see you tomorrow at the same time. Bel was the first to respond, stroking the hobbit's head. Of course, Liliquajo. I may be a strange blacksmith as you say, but I keep my promises. I will continue going on adventures with you as long as you want me in your group. He said to Welf, followed by the boy, smiling at the little girl while doing the same thing as Bel, petting her. Then we're ready, tomorrow at the same time we'll go on adventures together, Bel added, extending both hands for both Lily and Welf to take and thus seal the deal. Of course, said his two companions, closing the grip. After that, everyone went to their headquarters home to spend the night. Bel walked calmly through the half-empty streets of Orario. It's nice to have companions in my adventures. Look mom, look uncle, look grandpa, I'm not alone anymore, I got friends, a good goddess and a beautiful girlfriend. Who would have imagined it? I didn't, but I'm glad it's like this, Bel said in his mind, extremely excited, waiting for dawn to see them again. In the abandoned church, headquarters of the Hestia family. Good evening, I'm home, Bel said, opening the door of the place and leaving his backpack and weapon on the floor. Welcome home, Bel. Hestia replied from a distance. She was lying on the couch, apparently it was a long day at work. Kami-sama. Are you okay? You look finished, Bel asked without a shred of tact. Ugh. That's no way to talk to a woman. The goddess complained, immediately standing up. I'm sorry. I only said what I saw, but leaving that aside, how do you feel? Was the work too hard? Bel asked again, insisting on knowing the condition of the little girl with pigtails. What can you do? If I'm not the advisor, I don't get a shred of kind treatment, Hestia said, crying internally, although of course, she said it as a joke. Don't play with that Kami-sama, Bel replied, laughing at his goddess's small act of jealousy, although he knew she did it to annoy him, as she almost always did when he mentioned Eina. I'll leave that aside for now, answering your question, yes, it was an extremely hard day, apparently, several families are going on an expedition soon, and they needed a lot of weapons. I think the Loki family is the one who will lead the expedition, so it's just tiredness, nothing serious, although it didn't give me the chance to eat anything for that very reason, Hestia replied, lying back down. So Kami-sama couldn't eat. Then I did well to buy this, Bel said, handing her the plate of food. You bought it for me? Bel. I love you. Hestia said, apparently regaining her energy upon seeing her son's gesture. I thought there was a possibility that he hadn't eaten anything, and I wanted to bring it to him. In case that wasn't the case, I could have served him breakfast, but it seems not to be the case, Bel replied, being hugged by his goddess. Then enjoy your meal, said the goddess, taking her cutlery and starting to eat very quickly, as if she hadn't eaten in days. I'll go change to sleep, Kami-sama. Tomorrow I'll go with my group to the dungeon. Today one more person joined us, a blacksmith from the Hephaestus family. His name is Welf-Krazo, commented the white-haired man, removing his armor and storing it in a box next to his bed. From the Hephaestus family? How strange, but if it's part of my friend's family, there's no problem. She knows how to choose her children well, Hestia said, still eating. Why, you must first finish what you have in your mouth, Kami-sama, Bel suggested when he saw that his goddess still had food in her mouth. Did you say something? The goddess asked, with stars in her eyes. She was really enjoying the food. And nothing, enjoy the food, Kami-sama. Good night, the young man replied, letting her do whatever she wanted. I can't tell him anything when he looks so childish, Bel thought, laughing nervously. Hey Bel. Before you go to sleep, don't you want me to update you on your status? Or do you want to wait? Hestia asked, wiping her mouth and swallowing what was in her mouth. No need, Kami-sama, I prefer to wait a little to be able to collect more points in my stats. Also, I will start going to the dungeon more often and for longer periods of time with my friends, so, if everything goes well, it should go up a lot, Bel answered, rejecting the suggestion. If you're sure, okay, I'll respect your decision. Good night, Bel, Hestia finished, saying goodbye to her son, who was entering her room. Already in the solitude of the room, the goddess finished her meal. She had several things on her mind that wouldn't let her rest. Welf-Krazo is someone special to Hephaestus, I don't know why, but she always seemed to blush when talking about him. Don't tell me, wow, the dense Hephaestus, is she in love? Hestia thought, trying to unite her train of thought. She remembered that the red-haired goddess spoke of that Welf with her and with the captain of her family, Tsubaki. Although not everything is good, I'm still worried about Freya. I'm sure she had something to do with the silverback, and I'd bet my life that the same with the Minotaur. I hope it doesn't cause more problems. I can't do much, I must get more members for the family, said the goddess in her mind, changing her curious face to a serious and tense one. I will protect my family at all costs. I will not let you take Bel against his will, Hestia whispered, then turned off the lights and went to sleep. And so a week passed. During all that time, the team relationship between Bel, Lily and Welf grew more confident, they got along better, and their chemistry in battle was greatly present. To the surprise of the Hobbit and the human, the Redeed, for being a blacksmith, didn't fight badly at all. On the contrary, he had great skill with the sword. Speaking of weapons, Welf managed to finish making a pair of daggers from the Minotaur's horn. One was considerably larger than the other. This was due to the piece of horn it was made from. One used more of the material, and the other was made only from the rest of it. The daggers were named Ushuakameru Nishiki, which was the one with the greatest length, and Ushuakameru, the short dagger. The latter was given to Lily, who needed a weapon to protect herself during visits to the dungeon. As for Bel and Eina, both were very neutral in their relationship. After their vacation day, Eina didn't have much free time, and we must add that Bel dedicated himself to increasing his strength in the dungeon as quickly as possible. That encounter with the Minotaur gave him the reality check he needed. He wasn't always going to be able to win a fight, even less being a level 2. Even if he is an irregular adventurer, he still had a long way to go. Bel and Eina understood each other's situation. They knew it wasn't due to a lack of desire that they didn't go out on dates and things like that. It was more due to a lack of time on both sides, although of course Bel had a plan to remedy that. In the guild. It was a morning like any other. The adventurers were exchanging the magic stones they had obtained, while many more went to register to become adventurers, a normal day within the parameters of the guild. The advisors worked diligently without losing concentration, although a certain half-elf looked like a locked maiden at the entrance of the place, waiting for the arrival of her white prince, as Bel was named by the advisors' friends. Calm down, Eina, he'll be here soon. To my surprise, he's too punctual and still hasn't given the time, said Misha, waking her friend from her trance. I'm sorry for being distracted, it's just that I haven't had time with him, and I miss spending time with him. Ever since we had our first and only date, I've wanted to have another one, Eina whispered, looking at Misha. I want to spend a lot more time with him. But I don't want him to think I'm annoying. When he's away, I always wonder what he does and what you think, the half-elf added, smiling tenderly, imagining Bel. A reference to one of my favorite romance anime. Eina, a person named the advisor, who had her back to her desk. BB Bel, the advisor said, very nervously, and to her misfortune, the person who had heard what she said was the one she was talking about, Cranel. Oh, he left them alone, Misha commented, leaving at full speed. Eina, the white-haired man tried to speak. Forget it. Why, you don't have to worry about that, it's just selfish. I don't want you to think I'm annoying. We're both really busy, and I shouldn't demand something like that from you, Eina excuses herself, with her cheeks reddened beyond belief, as well as her ears, but she couldn't finish speaking, because Bel interrupted her. It's not like that. I would never think you're annoying. Like I said that time before I went back to the dungeon, I want us to be honest with our feelings. If there's something you want to do, let's do it. Your happiness matters to me. Mine will always be present, as long as you're with me by my side. Besides, you're not the only one who always thinks about the other. When I enter the dungeon, I always have you in mind. You are my engine, and my reason to keep going. For you I want to become strong, to protect you whenever there are problems. But even so, I wonder what you do, how you feel. I worry about knowing if you miss me, or if you think about me. I can't get you out of my mind for a minute, Bel said in a low tone, almost imperceptible to anyone who wasn't the recipient, taking Eina's hands, who was really surprised. Eina, be as selfish as you want. I love you and that will never change. Ask me for whatever you want and I will do the impossible to give it to you, because nothing in this world is comparable to everything you give me. With the simple fact of existing, the white-haired man finished, smiling sweetly at her. Bel, the advisor whispered, her hand on her chest. Tell me, Eina, you want to go out together again, don't you? Want us to go on lots of dates? The young man asked. Yes, it's what I would like most, Eina replied, being sincere with her feelings. Then I promise you that this weekend, I'll take you on a date, just you and me, Bel said, fulfilling his beloved's wish. Promise me? Where will we go? The half-elf asked, her spirit soaring. I promise. As for the place, well, it's a surprise, the young man replied, winking at her. For both of them, neither of them was observed except by two advisors who were friends of Eina. Hey, don't even think about kissing here, remember that you're trying to hide your relationship, Rose whispered to the couple. Apparently that made them realize again where they were. That's true, thanks for reminding me, Rose, the white-haired man replied, remaining calm. So Eina, see you later, I look forward to that date with excitement, Bel said, letting go of Eina and starting to leave. I'll wait for her too, Bel, Eina replied, although the words were not reached by the adventurer who was crossing the door. You guys are bad at keeping your relationship a secret. It seemed like you would jump in to kiss him at any moment, he said to Misha, laughing lightly and looking at Eina in a suggestive manner. Misha? The half-elf claimed to her friend. Just kidding or not. Phew, replied the pink-haired girl, continuing to make fun of her friend. In the dungeon, hours after the meeting in the dungeon. So that's why you took so long. I must admit that you are very affectionate with your partner, like a man who loves only one woman. I feel proud, Welf expressed, while finishing off a couple of imp who were cornering him at the entrance of the 11th floor. This isn't the time for that, Welf-sama. We're on the middle floors, and there are still monsters. Stop talking nonsense. Lily complained, running at full speed to collect the magic stones left behind by the monsters that were eliminated by both adventurers. Calm down, Lilicuajo. There's no problem. Just look at Bell. He looks inspired. He's killing 3 orcs left and right without even breaking a sweat or shedding a drop of blood. The blacksmith replied, excusing his lack of attention to the situation since he was feeling confident, and how could he not? No monster could stand up to this lava-learned adventurer, who gained strength upon seeing his beloved. Firebolt! Bell shouted, blowing to pieces an infant dragon that was approaching him. A small group of hard-armored went to attack the white-haired man, but their fate was no different from that of the rest of their fellow monsters. Waving his long sword, the edge of it broke through the thick shell of the armadillo monsters without anything stopping him, decapitating some and splitting the bodies of the rest in half. This is too easy, no, Bell. Don't think like that. Whenever someone thinks like that, they end up inviting more trouble. Just keep going like that without speaking, Bell thought, undoing that idea of superiority. Large dry footsteps were approaching the group of 3 at full speed. You didn't have to be a genius to know who they were. It's Silverback Bell-sama. Welf-sama. She informed the support, running towards both of them to avoid getting caught in the trouble. Behind me. Welf. Protect Lily from the imp and bad bat coming towards us. Bell ordered the blacksmith. Yes, Bell. We'll leave the rest to you. I'll protect Lilicuajo. Welf replied, strengthening his grip on his long sword as the small support pulled out a short magic sword that still had a few uses left. Bell launched himself at both silverbacks with great force in his legs to increase his already high speed. He swung his sword skillfully at the attack of one of the great white gorillas. Pooh! A loud bang resounded on the ground, several fists were thrown to the ground in Bell's direction, but he dodged them, causing the monsters to slam their fists on the ground, raising a large amount of dirt and dust, along with large pieces of solid rock. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr moment, he was moving too fast. Slash. The precise cut to the ankles of the first silverback was made after that sound entered the ears of those present. Braya. The groan of pain came from the monster, and then he fell to his knees, tearing the leg support, and was unable to stand. Before his knee hit the ground, another cut was delivered. Ah! Bell shouted as he ran to the monster's face, scraping its face to prevent it from seeing. Another great wail of pain was given by the dying blind giant gorilla. Now! Bell shouted as he lunged to plunge his sword into the magic stone and end his pain. Brah! But the other silverback managed to anticipate his movements and threw a blow at the young rabbit. Careful, Bell! Welf shouted as he sliced an imp. The warning came too late for Bell, who received a big punch to his body. Guaya! Bell screamed as he felt his armor creak and his body be thrown into the air until he fell to the ground, which stopped his advance while he was dragged along. Cough cough, Bell coughed as he tried to stand up, spitting out blood. Damn, I got too confident, he whispered. But no more, he thought as he started walking and then running again. Ah! The attack cry was launched while he strengthened his steps with strong stomps. Slash. Unnoticed by the silverback that hit him, he was sliced in two, quickly disappearing. The other one left would die without him doing anything, but Bell decided to end it quickly. Firebolt. He shouted lightly so that the fire beam was fired and ended the life of the remaining one. All done? How are things over there? Bell asked his companions. I'm overusing my magic, my head hurts from using it since we entered the dungeon, even though I've avoided doing it, he thought to himself. Yes. We're fine. The pair shouted, running in her direction. Okay, let's continue. I think we can go down a few more floors. Lily has the monster repeller, which has been useful so far to avoid getting caught up in more hordes. I can still continue. I'll try to slow down the battle so as not to overexert myself. Welf, in case there are problems, I'm counting on you. Are we ready? The white-haired man asked, adjusting his armor and wiping the blood off his sword. If you say there's no problem, then so be it, let's continue, Welf said until some voices were heard. Aye. Loud growls came from dozens of hellhounds running in the direction of the three adventurers, but something caught their attention more. A group of three, as was their case, passed by them running at full speed with a girl on the back of who seemed to be the captain. Apparently they had been followed and were fleeing from the hellhounds. Belsama. Let's run. They used us as bait. Lily shouted as she launched a charge from her magic sword. Bell came out of his trance upon hearing that and went to help his friends. Slash. 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 Several cuts were made, but the hellhounds kept coming at them. Damn, old man. There are too many of them. We must retreat. Welf suggested while blocking the monster's path. You can't even imagine it. But he's got us surrounded. Going back the way we came would be suicide. Lily replied nervously, trying to avoid being grabbed by the beasts. We have to go down the safe zone on the 18th floor, Rivera. Eina told me about him. There is no floor boss. He must have been killed a few days ago, and it's not time for his respawn yet, Bell said, formulating his plan. Follow me. The white-haired man shouted, carrying Lily on his back and running. Firebolt. The young man called out to his magic to finish off a line of hellhounds that covered his path to the floors below. We'll go to Rivera. It's our only option. Bell informed, making his way of acting make sense. Welf just kept running as fast as he could. And in this way they fled from the horde of monsters that followed them. On the 17th floor, near the 18th. We're lucky we didn't encounter almost any monsters nearby. I think someone passed by here before. I was afraid of running into some minotaurs. My mental strength is about to give way, but still, fighting those Almridge wore me down a lot. I feel like my wounds still haven't healed, Bell reported, being the first to enter the floor. He was ahead of the team, making sure there was no danger in front of them. It's no such luck, this thing is already over, Lily informed, throwing away the small bag. If that wasn't enough, the fight against those damn rabbits, no offense to the present, left us in a bad way. I feel like I'll fall unconscious at any moment, Welf said, walking with difficulty. Sorry I got you involved in this, we should have retreated as soon as I finished with those silverbacks, he said to Bell, apologizing to his companions for his insistence. No problem, Bell, nobody knew this could happen, so let's follow your plan. It's our last hope for now, replied the red-haired Ale, walking, but with the help of Bell, who was still carrying Lily on his back. Lilicuajo is very quiet. What happened? Welf asked. She just fainted, she suffered some injuries from the Almirage, let's let her rest, the white-haired man replied, without taking his eyes off the road. The two ran as fast as they could, the entrance to the secure area on the 18th floor was getting closer and closer. We'll make it, Welf whispered. D-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. A small grunt was made. Did you hear that? The blacksmith asked, his eyes wide open. Yes, but we must ignore it. If that thing is close, we mustn't allow it to get close to us. He replied to Bell, quickening his pace. They were close, a few more meters and they would arrive. Until. Cry-ayosh. A loud bang echoed throughout the apartment. It can't be possible, said the blacksmith, who was scared. Yes. It's the damn Goliath. But we don't have time for that. Bell shouted angrily, cursing his luck, but he didn't have time to complain. The monster was getting dangerously close to the two of them. That beast was truly gigantic, from what Bell was able to study with Eina and from what he was able to see out of the corner of his eye. Luckily for the three, they managed to enter the safe zone without being hit. We did it, Bell whispered to himself, because Welf had also fainted. Well, I must keep walking. Guo. A loud bang shook the ground and the wall separating the 18th floor from the 17th floor. It can't be, that thing can't go through the wall, or can it? Guo. Another blow was delivered by the Goliath's large, heavy arms. Damn dungeon, give me a break. Doom. The walls began to crack, fissures forming on their surface. I need to call for help, but I can't leave you here. What I do? Bell said to himself, sweating cold and paralyzed with fear. I have no choice, I have to stop him until someone realizes he's coming. But how? Guo. A large piece of the wall was broken, and part of the monster's arm could be seen there. What do I do? I'm about to faint too. What's that sound? Bell asked. Clang. 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 Bells. Where are they coming from? It was at that moment that Bell realized what was happening. Argonaut, it was activated since when? No, I don't have time to think about that. Guo. Another blow, apparently the last, finished destroying the wall between him and the Goliath. Crayoic. Pieces of the barrier flew off and scattered all over the place. I only have one shot, Bell thought, as he watched the thing approach. Just one, if I fail it's our end. D-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. A small growl came from the Goliath when he noticed the white-haired man's presence. When their eyes met, the Goliath began to approach him. Just a try. A blow. The hero's strike. I hope he lives up to his name or I'll personally strike the Argonaut. Ah. The Goliath shouted as he threw his fist at Bell's body. Time seemed to stop for the boy, he saw everything happening in slow motion. I didn't perceive any sound. Watch out. Someone shouted in the distance, but he didn't notice. Firebolt. Bell shouted with all he could, with the air left in his lungs. A beautiful scarlet ray began to form in the palm of his hand, which abruptly changed color to white with blue fades, but the color was the least important thing. What mattered was the size of that colossal ball of energy. To say it was at least half the size of the monster it was aimed at was an understatement. Boom. The lightning bolt exploded on the wall opposite the one he was standing on, the one where the entrance to the 17th floor was located. The large amount of ash prevented us from seeing what had happened. Oh, here it comes. Mind Zero, Bell thought as his eyes went dark and his consciousness faded until he saw a silhouette running towards him and his friends. Save my companions, Bell whispered with the strength he had left until he fainted, not knowing what he had achieved. He pulverized the upper half of the Goliath with chantless magic, a golden-haired girl said with great impression when she saw that only a magic stone remained embedded in the waist and legs of what was once the floor boss. Well, I'll take care of the rest, he whispered to the girl named Aiz, destroying the magic stone and then taking the three adventurers. Chapter 16. A little calm before the storm. Save my companions, Bell whispered with the strength he had left until he fainted, not knowing what he had achieved. Hours later. Little by little, Bell's eyes began to open due to a strong brightness hitting them. Where am I? He wondered, covering his face with his hand to prevent the rays of light from hitting him further. Ouch. Why does my body hurt so much? Bell said to himself as he lifted his back and sat on the small futon where he was lying. He could see, after looking at his entire body, that he was covered in bandages, arms, legs and one that surrounded his head. Why am I like this? I don't remember being hurt this bad. Oh, the Almirage, the white-haired man whispered, but he remembered his unfortunate encounter with those damn rabbits when they needed to get safely to Revere. His mind was confused. The last thing he remembers happening was someone coming to his aid after leaving the Goliath in severe damage. If I'm here alive, it means the person who helped me finished off the Goliath. I should thank him for it when I see him. I wonder where my companions are. I'm alone here, Bell thought, looking to his sides and seeing himself alone in the place. His train of thought was interrupted when the tent was slowly opened. He just watched attentively to find out who it was. And there he saw her. Aiz? He asked as he watched a blonde-haired, expressionless-faced girl enter the tent and look directly at him. Bell, are you feeling better? She asked, walking towards Bell, looking a little worried. Aiz, were you the one who saved me? Bell asked, with the sword princess already at his side. She had sat down next to him. Yes, I saw you with your companions while you were carrying them. You were running with all your strength to get here. From one moment to the next you went back, but not before leaving them. When I followed you, I saw that there was a Goliath, and suddenly a white glow came out of your hand, thus destroying part of its body. Aiz commented, slowly but with great interest in it. Damn, it's one of the few times I've heard her string together more than 4 words in a row. This had only happened when we were training, and she would point out my mistakes, the white-haired boy thought, laughing internally at it. For him, Aiz was very similar to a robot with a voice box, which has no more than 50 words in its vocabulary. What a cruel opinion I have of her, he concluded. So that's what happened. I suppose you defeated the Goliath, right? By the way, how are my companions? And more importantly, where are they? The young man asked, worried about Welf and Lily's safety. Yes, I defeated him by destroying his magic stone. It was beginning to regenerate, Aiz replied. I see. And the other thing? He insisted on the subject of his party. Oh. Right, sorry, I forgot. They're fine, he answered without concern. Does she only answer what matters to her, or is she just naturally an airhead? I thought she was an imposing figure, but after knowing her for a while, it seems like she's really dumb. Even so, she's one of my few friends, Bell thought as he looked at Aiz, who looked away with her cheeks blushing. Aiz, are you a natural airhead? He asked her. Ugh. That was the sound the sword princess made. Apparently that question hit her pride. I hit a nerve, didn't I? Bell said with a tired face. Why yes, many in my family tell me that I am an empty-headed person who spends his time in the dungeon, that the only thing I have on my mind is the Jag-American and fighting monsters, Aiz replied, lowering her gaze, as if she were a scolded puppy. Yes, she's very cute, she looks like a little animal, the white-haired man thought. And no problem with that. I think if you showed interest in more things other than those two, you would give them a better impression. Have you thought about having a hobby? The young man suggested, trying to calm her down. What kind? He asked. I don't know, maybe the girls in your family know of one. Whatever it is, I wish you the best, Bell said as he stood up and offered her his hand to help her up. She took it and was pulled by the boy. Thank you very much, Bell, you are a good person, she said, with a small, very small smile, but full of determination. It's nothing. Now could you take me to my companions? I'd like to see them, Bell asked, leaving the tent with her. Yes, follow me, they are this way, Aiz said, as she moved forward and Bell followed her from behind. She seems a bit closed off, maybe she had a difficult childhood, she's helped me when I needed it, if I can do something for her, I will, although I hope Eina doesn't misunderstand my intentions. She's not exactly calm when it comes to me getting close to another girl, thought the white-haired man, while a shiver ran down his spine as he remembered several scenes of jealousy that Eina had made him due to misunderstandings, both with Lily and with Aiz herself. She's terrifying, yet I fell in love with her, with all her virtues and flaws. What can I do? He finished his train of thought, resigning himself to it. With Lily and Welf. Ugh, my head is killing me, Welf whispered as he rubbed his eyes with the pads of his thumbs. Not even when Tsubaki gave me some soma wine did I feel so disoriented. Where the hell are we? He wondered as he sat holding his head and looking around. It was then that he stumbled upon Lily's presence. Hey Lily. Wake up, we're safe, informed the Redeed, shaking the hobbit a little. Little by little she was integrating, just like Welf, she had a strong pain in her head and in her legs from running so much. It seems you are better, I'm glad to know it, said a voice from the distance. It was Belle, who was accompanied by Aiz. Yes, definitely better than a few hours ago, the blacksmith replied, standing up. Lilicuajo, rest, don't force yourself, he added as a warning to the little support. After a while explaining what happened and how they got there, they ended their light conversation. I see, then, thank you very much for saving us princess from the sword, both Lily and Well thanked. She just nodded at that. By the way, Belle, she said to the young man. Is something wrong, Aiz? He asked. Finn wants to see you, as does Riveria, apparently they want to talk to you about something important, reported the blonde, pointing to the tent where the captain and vice-captain of the Loki family resided. I understand, it must be something important, if I can help you I will, it's the only thing I can do right now to thank you, he replied as he began to move in that direction. But Finn and Riveria. That boy reached the 17th floor and destroyed a large part of the Goliath in one hit. It's impressive, being only a level 2 with little experience, he said to himself as feedback. He seemed really surprised. And how could he not be? Yes, it's impressive, but I don't think he'll take it well if you say that in front of him, so it's best if you don't bring up his secret so soon, Riveria interrupted, who was sitting on a small bench while drinking tea. I know, believe it or not, that's not the only thing that interests me. He would be a great ally, regardless of whether we manage to find out how he becomes strong or not. Adventurers like him are seen once in a lifetime, although of course, we were lucky enough to meet many of that type, such as the Zeus and Hera families. Going back to what I was saying, there's another reason. Have you seen how Aiz behaved with him? The hobbit answered, giving the high elf an amused smile, apparently finding the last thing he said amusing. What do you mean? The jade-haired woman asked, raising one of her eyebrows. Simple, how worried she arrived with the 3 of them in her arms and how much she rushed you to heal Belle. It's the first time I've seen her that way, Finn replied, remembering the way she arrived with the wounded to the Loki family camp. I know what you're thinking, but I must tell you that it's impossible. He already has someone he loves. We met her after the battle against the Minotaur, Riveria said, stopping her captain's spirits in their tracks. You already have someone you love. Hasn't she been in Orario for just over a month? Wow, surprising. They say that in this city you can find everything you're looking for, but I thought love would take a little longer anyway. Who's the lucky one? She must be a very strong and strong-willed adventurer if she won that boy's heart, Finn asked with great interest. It was rare the occasion in which he could talk about things other than work with the high elf, who by the way is one of his oldest friends. You're not wrong about the great character part, she's a very strong woman in that aspect. I would compare her with mine, she replied, taking a sip from her cup. Ugh, what kind of trouble is that kid in if that girl has the same character as you? Finn wondered, feeling sorry for Belle. Did you say something? Riveria asked, holding her staff tightly, her gaze terrifying. I didn't say anything, continue with what you were saying, the hobbit quickly replied, trying to divert attention from his previous comment. I almost ended my life, I thought I said it in an almost imperceptible tone. Elves are terrifying, he thought, feeling the sweat dripping down his forehead. The look that seemed to peer into the depths of his soul was directed at poor Finn. He could only swallow, trying not to lose his composure. She calmed down after a while and relaxed her gaze. As I was saying, the girl is not an adventurer, she is a guild advisor, she is Eina, Riveria added, revealing the identity. This took him by surprise. Eina, wow, you weren't lying about having a strong character, I still remember when we met her, I've seen them together, but I didn't expect them to be a couple. I think Rawl told me that he saw Belle when he went out with Anakity on a date, Finn said, placing his thumb on his chin. Anakity and Rawl. When did that boy get the courage? It's obvious they both like each other, but neither of them seem to be moving the pieces, the high elf responded, somewhat surprised by this revelation. That boy is more than you think. He shouldn't be underestimated. But back to what I was saying, let's make a good impression on Belle, the hobbit concluded, completely shutting down the conversation before it gets out of hand. Mama Riveria is very nosy when it comes to her sons. I feel like someone from another world wants me to throw him into the sea with cement shoes, the tall elf thought, looking up at the sky. Breaking the fourth wall, I'm scared gang. After a few minutes of uncomfortable waiting, the person the little blonde boy so wanted to see arrived. With your permission, Belle said, slowly entering the tent while looking around. Hello, nice to meet you, I'm Finn Damon, captain of the Loki family, it's a pleasure to meet you consciously at least the hobbit introduced himself, extending his hand towards the white-haired man. Hello, I'm bellcranel, it's a pleasure to meet you Mr. Finn, and yes, I can finally talk to you without being in a near-death situation Belle replied, holding the hobbit's hand in a friendly manner. Okay, please sit down. I think you already know Riveria, right? We wanted to ask you about what you did on the 17th floor. Aiz told us what happened, but we wanted to confirm it with you. Is there a problem with that? Finn said, pointing to a chair near a small desk. Thank you for your kindness and no, I have no problem telling what happened, I owe you a lot for what you did for us, you weren't obligated and yet you offered us help, Belle replied, sitting down. It's what we had to do, among adventurers we should help each other, the hobbit answered kindly, he didn't seem to be lying. I'm glad to know you're so kind, so I'll tell you. The first thing to say is that, like a normal day, my party and I found ourselves killing some monsters inside the dungeon to get profit and some rare fairies for my partner, since he's a blacksmith and likes to make test weapons, which I test Belle began to relate, by way of feedback. And so the conversation continued, the white-haired man recounting the incident on the intermediate floors, in which some adventurers from another family were overwhelmed by monsters and decided to use them as bait to escape from them. After that, the only option left for them to survive was to climb to the safe zone where they now find themselves, but the fatigue from the battles on the previous floors began to take its toll, reaching the state in which Aiz found them. At that moment, Belle reached the part that mattered to both the high elf and the hobbit. The Goliath had been born on the 17th floor before even reaching the safe zone, however, I managed to escape from it with my companions, although the monster launched attacks at the wall that separated both floors, so much so that the ground began to shake and the wall itself began to crack, he continued while taking a breath. I had no choice but to stop him my strength was very reduced, my mind almost empty, my only option was to slow him down enough for help to arrive, if I didn't succeed, I would most likely die and the Goliath would force its way into the safe zone, causing more unnecessary deaths, if someone was going to die, I preferred it to be me, but taking that monster with me he added, frowning a little as he felt weak for reaching that point. Hearing that, Finn and Riveria's eyes widened at the seriousness with which Belle had said that, he didn't seem to be lying, nor did there seem to be any doubt in that statement. With my quick-chant magic I managed to destroy a large part of his body in a single shot, to my surprise it was strong enough to destroy Goliath's body, and that was where everything turned dark for me he finished. I must avoid revealing the details of my Argonaut ability, thanks to my stepmother who taught me to lie is how I can get out of this, although it is practically not a lie he thought while laughing slightly inside. You need to learn to lie your way out of trouble. You're too truthful. But be careful if I find out you lied to me, because if I do, I'll leave you worse off than that old pervert. That was the phrase that came to Belle's mind. Who would teach their child to lie? Although I have to admit it was helpful, he concluded his internal dialogue. You're impressive although it's strange that with a quick chant magic, you managed to defeat a monster of that size, with just one attack Riveria opined, staring at Belle. I think the same but it's true, it was thanks to my magic that I managed to leave him in that state he answered quickly. It's not a complete lie it was with magic but enhanced with Argonaut, he said to himself. I understand, I'm glad to know that there are adventurers as noble as you, I would like to ask you this last question Finn said, emphasizing the latter. What is your dream or reason for being an adventurer? The hobbit asked. Without thinking, his answer was given. I want to become the hero who saves those who can't do it themselves. I want to be that light that illuminates people's hearts and gives them the hope they think is lost, and more importantly, I want to protect the smile and life of the woman I love most in this life, although I also have a promise to keep. That was the answer, without a hint of doubt, but filled with unwavering determination. Finn could only smile with excitement. You really are a great man, Belle he opined. Thank you very much for that compliment, Mr. Finn Belle replied. Although anyone next to him would be a great man, right? At least physically speaking, he, the white-haired man thought with a slight laugh. If that's not a problem, I'll be leaving. It was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Finn. Miss Riveria, thank you again for your help and hospitality. And thus the conversation concluded, leaving only one question in the minds of those present. What are you really bellcranel? After that conversation, Belle ran into some Amazons who began bombarding him with a million questions and calling him names in a rather curious way. Argonaut kun? He wondered. Yes. You looked like that in your battle against the Minotaur. one of the sisters replied with great emotion. Phew, for a moment I thought they discovered my ability, he said to himself as a thought. I understand, thanks for the nickname, I hope to have one as good as that when I'm the dentist, Belle said, smiling sweetly at the girl. You're so nice and cute. You'll be my friend. The Amazon exclaimed, pulling him by the arm. They all went to a small bonfire where they gathered to rest and eat. Even Welf and Lily, who were feeling better, sat around it and chatted happily, especially the blacksmith, although he seemed a bit uncomfortable with a girl with an eye patch. Apparently, she was from the Hesfist family and they had known each other for a long time. Suddenly, the tranquility was interrupted by some strange presences. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, said a girl with blue hair and glasses, as she looked out. Next to her were an adventurer with a wooden sword and the same people who used them as bait. Hermes family? Take Mikazuchi family? Tsubaki asked, greatly surprised by the presence of the 5 of them. We are here to rescue bellcranel's group, but I see that they are fine, Asfi answered, noticing the presence of the boy, the blacksmith and the hobbit. You came for us? Why? Belle asked. We'll explain it to you out here, follow us, replied the light blue-haired girl. Belle heeded this along with his friends and they left. It was there that they ran into a rather noisy person. I finally meet you, bellcranel, said with excitement a man with melon-colored hair who was wearing a hat. Excuse me, but who are you? The white-haired man asked, not recognizing the person. I am Hermes, Hestia asked me for help to rescue you, although I have to admit that I would have done it without being asked. I could not let such a promising adventurer get into trouble, the god replied, introducing himself and giving his reasons. I understand. And you, Ryu? What are you doing here? I'm glad, of course, but I'm surprised, Belle said to the elf at his side, whom he knew perfectly well as the Lady of Abundance. When Sir found out you were in danger, she asked me to come to your rescue, along with the Hermes family, and take Mikazuchi, the elf responded quickly. I understand. How are Aina and my goddess? They must be worried, said the boy. Hestia was the calmest of the two. We suggested she come, but she knew it would be a danger to everyone, although I ignored that warning. I regret it, Hermes answered. The calmest one? What did Aina do? The white-haired young man wondered. Everyone looked a little scared. Why, you see. Flashback. How's Belle in danger? The advisor shouted while shaking the god, take Mikazuchi. The poor god tried to make excuses, but the girl's unbridled fury didn't allow it. Aina. Calm down. Misha and Rose said as they tried to separate her from the deity. Take Mikazuchi had arrived to inform them of what had happened on the intermediate floors with his children and the party of Hestia's son, with whom he had a friendly relationship. I see Belle is fine for now, I still feel my fault in him, but we can't trust each other, Hestia said, making Aina calm down a little. I can help, said the voice of a god in the distance. Hermes? Why would you help us? The little goddess wondered when she saw an old acquaintance. Simple, I'm interested in meeting bellcranel. I can lend you my beautiful Asfi for this, suggested the god, pointing to the captain of his family. Hermes-sama. The girl claimed with a blush on her cheeks. What do you mean you're interested? Aina and Hestia asked at the same time. Simple, let's say I'm interested in him for his exploits, you know how much I like to see heroes being born, he seems to be able to become one, Hermes answered without a hint of lying. Leaving aside Hermes' dramatic entrance, I can lend you my children to go in search of your son and his companions, take Mikazuchi expressed, pointing at Mikoto, Chigusa and Aoka. Everything's ready. Let's go. The god said with great excitement. Wait, Hermes, you idiot. You're not going. It's dangerous for a god to enter the dungeon, Hestia said to her acquaintance. There's nothing to fear, if we lower our divine aura we can enter without problems, in fact, come with us, Hermes suggested. Not a chance, he's dangerous and would be a hindrance in this situation. I worry about Belle, but even I know that it would cause him problems. Hestia replied, immediately dismissing that possibility. Hermes-sama, please bring Belle back alive, Aina asked, with a really worried face. This surprised God, but he still gave his answer. That's what it will be like. End of flashback. Yeah, that sounds like something Aina would do, Belle whispered in her ear after the story ended. That woman almost killed our god with her shakes, it's really impressive, Mikoto commented. That's how she is, she can be as strong as an irregular monster and as sweet as sugar, although I think this last part only comes out with me. I'm sorry, only I am able to see the sweet and loving Aina, thought Belle, happy about it. Well, it would be best to wait until the next morning, the Loki family told me that the first group will leave early, after that we could go, reported the white-haired man. Sounds perfect to me, it gives us time to rest, right? Hermes asked his companions. Everyone agreed with him, the expenditure of mind and energy, as well as artifacts by Asfi, was not something they could take lightly, besides, there was no rush, so taking a night to wait was not something they could not do. Then let's go to the camp, except for you Hermes-sama, it would be a very big problem if they saw you, Belle commented. No problem, like I said, as long as my aura doesn't increase, we won't have any dungeon monsters inside the safe zone, Hermes said, ignoring the warning. Is he always this impulsive? The young man asked the captain of the family. No, sometimes it's worse, Asfi answered. And so that night's plan went successfully, however, there was something they didn't count on. Somewhere in the safe zone. Is everything ready for tomorrow? A person asked in a threatening tone of voice. Yes, Enyo, everything is ready for our plan, answered his companion. Perfect, let's see what they can do against a monster sent by the same dungeon, said the previous person, while an aura emanated from his body. Apparently he was a god. Evilis is here. Chapter 17. Evilis attacks. Bell tent, late at night. Bell, Welf, Auka and Hermes were inside a small tent, as there weren't enough to accommodate them all, they had to distribute them, even if more than two had to sleep in them, that's why there was practically a men's meeting on this occasion. Everyone was trying to fall asleep, except for a certain curious god and a white-haired boy, who was staring up at him, thinking so deeply that he didn't realize that the same god was looking at him, as if trying to decipher what was going through his mind. Either you like the finishes of the tent or you are sleeping with your eyes open, if it is the latter I have to admit it is a little disturbing, Hermes said in a joking tone from his sleeping bag. Hermes-sama. I thought he was already asleep. Is something wrong? Bell asked, coming out of his trance, apparently not noticing the god's presence. Nothing, I'm just wondering what you're thinking about. You've been looking up for a while with a smile on your face. Could it be because of that advisor who almost killed Take? The god gave his answer, followed by a question. That's clearly the reason, Welf replied, uncovering himself and sitting down. Weren't you asleep? Hermes asked. You guys are talking too loudly, and besides, I'm so used to staying up late that it's hard for me to get to sleep, was the blacksmith's reply. Well, Auka doesn't seem to mind, he's dead as a log, Bell said. Anyway, back to what we were saying, is it true that what makes you so happy is that girl? Is she your girlfriend or something? Hermes asked the white-haired young man in a suggestive, almost mocking manner, as if he doubted that was the answer. Bell's face turned a deep red, still unused to the word girlfriend. Oh, interesting, was the comment of the same god, upon perceiving the reaction of the questioned. Why yes, she's my partner, for a couple of weeks now, I can't stop thinking about her being in this situation, the boy answered, calmly, although still blushing. What's that? Do you have any plans when you get back? Welf asked, puzzled by it. Oh, that's right, I didn't tell you, I promised Eina that we would have a date this weekend, which is tomorrow, I want to keep my promise. Most likely when we return she will scold me effusively for getting into trouble again, she will get angry and wrinkle her brow, as well as her nose, while her gaze sharpens, her glasses will sit a little lower than they should be, and a small vein will appear on her forehead from the same fury. She will threaten to increase the time of the dungeon study sessions, however, when she manages to vent all her worry, she will once again be that sweet and tender girl who comes out when her heart is calm, when she is with me. I do not want to make her worry, nor make her cry, I want her to know that I will always be with her, and that no matter the wall to cross or the test that stands in my way, I will always return to her side. I swore I wouldn't make her cry again, and I plan to keep that promise, Bell's long reply continued, his smile growing even wider, as memories and images of Eina, stored deep in his brain and heart, flashed through his mind. Remembering the scoldings, the date, the blushes, the moments when they behaved more affectionately than a long-time couple. Treasured memories, kept deep within her soul. Welf and Hermes turned to look at each other in shock at how well the boy could describe his partner after being together for less than a month. Sounds like someone with bipolar disorder, haha, the god commented jokingly to break the syrupy atmosphere, although he didn't achieve his goal. Bell began to laugh slightly, as if he agreed with it. Haha, you're right, I can't deny it, however, it's part of her charm and one of the things I love most about her. Eina is like that because she doesn't know how to express her feelings in a good way, neither do I must admit that it's sweet to see her trying hard to bring out her true self when she's with me, however, I have to admit that I don't want her to feel forced to do it. Sometimes it bothers me to think about the possibility that she's forcing herself to behave that way because of me, as if she felt it was a responsibility and it didn't come directly from her, commented the white-haired man, reducing the wide smile to a light and almost imperceptible one. I want the natural Eina, who at times is more terrifying than a level 7 irregular Minotaur, if one existed of course, and at other times, a sweet maiden resembling a fairy tale princess. I like both parts and I find myself madly in love with both of them, even if dozens and dozens of years pass, that won't change my feelings, won't change, they'll only grow day by day, he added, imagining himself and the half-elf together. Both men looked at him as if what stood before them was the pinnacle of the human race and of the male gender. What do you think? he asked, turning his head to look at them directly. You are admirable, Belle, although I still say that a harem is the romance of a man, Hermes said, closing his eyes and slightly raising his hands to his side. This seemed to awaken a buried memory in the boy's mind. The harem is a man's romance, Belle. That cry came only from the young man's subconscious. I'm sorry, Grandpa, I failed you, although I don't regret it, he said to himself, ignoring the advice. I think you have a long way to go, since you seem to be a magnet for trouble, so you'll have to be strong enough not to worry that poor girl, Wilf commented, laughing slightly. I think you're right, Belle said until something interrupted him. Ooh. The loud explosion shook the ground with great force and power that struck fear into their hearts. What the hell was that? The four asked, since Auka was also woken up. As they left the store, they saw that almost all of Riveria was wrapped in a deep red color, however, that wasn't the most worrying thing. What the hell is that damn thing? Auka shouted, almost pale, when a giant monster several meters tall was in the middle of all the destruction and sea of flames. Irregular Goliath Attack. Irregular Goliath Attack. Shouted several adventurers from the Loki, Hephaestus and other families who were in the populated area of Riviera. As Belle looked around to find someone who could explain what had caused all this disaster, the captain of the Loki family appeared. Finn. What's happening? The white-haired man asked with great concern. We have no idea, we are evacuating the people from the city and bringing them here, that thing appeared out of nowhere, we have to finish it as soon as possible. Belle, I know it is something very difficult and I shouldn't ask this of a novice, but I need you to stay here to take care of the adventurers in case there are more attacks, the hobbit replied, with a serious face, but at the same time worried by the unexpectedness of the situation. I'll take care of it, Finn. Go with the rest of your family to finish off that Goliath. Belle said, gripping his sword and dagger tightly and running towards the evacuation area. He's very fast, the little captain of the Loki family whispered in great surprise. Finn, I'll take care of preventing any more monsters from approaching, if there are any, Welf was going to say until suddenly some gigantic violas grew from under the ground and destroyed a large part of the camp and the forest near it. This has to be a damn joke, the hobbit said to himself, unable to believe what was happening, this shouldn't be normal. Brave, go support the rest of your family to finish that thing, we will take care of these monsters, if the Goliath does not fall, all hope of winning will be lost, said a certain elf girl with her face covered by what resembled a cape and mask. Okay, I'll trust you and you, Gale, Finn said, looking sideways at Ryu. How? The elf asked. I'm not an idiot, I have to go, don't worry, if you help us, I'll deny having seen you, goodbye, replied the little one, running at full speed to the location of the black giant. Hey Lion, I know this will be an insult, but you'll need this, the red-haired blacksmith commented, throwing him a crimson magic sword and a sapphire magic sword. She looked at them and then looked up at Welf, although she understood that there was no time for external matters, there was a city and people to protect, that was more important than anything else. Equipping them along with her wooden sword, she was ready for battle, so she retreated with great speed to attack the violas. How do you have them? Auka asked him. Tsubaki is a very annoying person, she always brings some with her to convince me to make them, it was only necessary to activate them, so, I'll take care of the weapons. Let's defend Riviera. Welf shouted at the top of his lungs, taking his own magic sword and burning the violas that were dangerously approaching them. Hermes-ama, you must go to a safe place, if you stay here you could be in great danger, Asfi warned, giving a Hades helmet to her god to get away from the fight zone. I know, Asfi, come on, however, something smells very bad to me about this whole attack, take me up, there's something I want to check, Hermes said with a serious and cold look, like the sky blue-haired girl had rarely seen her god. At that moment, she followed Hermes's instructions and soared into the skies. On Belle's side. The boy ran with all his strength to reach the city and stop the violas that had appeared out of nowhere. Firebolt. The boy shouted, burning one of them and then slicing them with the edge of his dagger. This strategy was repeated several times throughout his journey without stopping for even a second, because if he did, the other plants would accumulate around him and it would be difficult for him to finish them all off together. He had to kill them one by one. He is still a level 2 and violas are not something that an adventurer of that level could handle. I have to run faster and finish these things off. The evacuation is going well. Since the plants are sensing danger on the side, they're not approaching from the other path where the wounded are being taken, he thought as he thrust his jet black dagger into the mouth of one of those things. Firebolt. He shouted to invoke his chant, and thus the blade of his dagger would catch fire, making the plant monster explode. Near the Goliath. We can see a girl with golden hair running at high speed, an elf who began to recite a chant, and a dwarf who cut every viola that crossed his path. Aiz. Use your magic. Try to finish off that monster as quickly as possible. Finn ordered a little further behind the three of them, although the message was well received by the Sword Princess. Storm. Ariel. said Aiz, summoning an emerald-colored wind around her, thus increasing her speed and strength. When he was about to get close enough to contact his target, something caught his attention and reflexes, barely dodging the attack in his direction. Boom. A small explosion was heard behind her. When she looked again, she saw a menacing person. She was a woman with a serious and stoic face, with crimson red hair. "Arya. You will fight me," shouted that monster. Every fiber in Aiz's body told her that thing wasn't human. The family adventurer's face tensed when her mother's name was spoken. "You won't get all the fun, Revis, I want to fight a little too," added another woman with short pink hair. "You'll have your chance with any of those who are coming, Valletta, but Arya's mind said with a terrifying look, who apparently is called Revis. Aiz. Riveria, Gareth and Finn shouted when they finally reached her. "Oh. I hit the jackpot. 3 first-class adventurers," celebrated the one named Valletta. The Loki family executives knew that there was no threat in front of them, it was enough to feel his aura to know it. "Alright Arya, let's dance together until your death," Revis shouted, going to attack the Sword Princess. "Storm. Avenger," said Aiz, changing the green wind on her body to a jet black one. Riveria was not far behind and launched one of her chants. "More others. Respond to the contract, Flame of the Earth. Follow my order and burn the violence. More others. Flare burn." At the end, a sea of flames headed towards the pink-haired girl, but a barrier of violet hue spread around them. "Nice try. However, your status is reduced by that barrier, just like that brat's. Your flames are nothing more than a small, warm breeze running through my body," Valletta said with a mocking laugh. The faces of the 4 members of the Loki family tensed, they felt their strength diminish. "Now it's my turn," he shouted. "Pooh." A strong blow was given to her face before she could address the elf. "We're here, Captain," shouted both Amazon twins, entering the scene. "We have to get out of the range of the ability," Finn shouted after a quick analysis of how that woman's magic worked. The 6 of them came out of it and their strength returned to them. I didn't expect that," both the cut on your face from those Amazons and the quick judgment and analysis of the best strategist in Orario. "I have to admit that my interest in you is starting to grow. Unfortunately I must finish you off," the woman said again, making her thirst for blood grow. He went to attack them with great ferocity, so much so that if it weren't for Gareth and his great defense, Finn would most likely have been hit at point-blank range. Pooh. The large air current extended from where the impact was received. "OHHHHH. For a barrel with feet, you move well," that woman said happily. "For a standing corpse, you have a very long tongue," a werewolf shouted in the distance. Pooh. Crash. Another strong impact was delivered in Valletta, this time directly to her stomach, sending her flying until she crashed into several trees. "That?" Tiona asked. "I heard and felt that tremor from 10 floors up. I knew something bad was going to happen, and you damn weaklings wouldn't be able to stop it. I was pleasantly surprised when I saw that some plants and this tomboy were kicking your asses," Bet said, mocking the situation. "If they've already finished hitting me while I'm distracted, we have to fight. But before that, is there anyone else I should be wary of?" Valletta asked, with a vein marked on her forehead due to anger. "I'm more than enough to kick your ass, damn woman," the werewolf shouted, pointing at himself with his thumb. "The volunteer," she whispered, and in the blink of an eye, she landed face to face with the wolf and punched him in the face, sending him flying in the same way he had sent her flying. "Get out," both Amazon sisters shouted. "Iona, Tyan, you take care of Aiz. Riveria, Gareth, Bet and I will take care of her," Finn ordered, taking his spear and sticking it into Valletta's arm. "Ugh. Damn hobbit," the woman complained, trying to hit him away, but an axe blow passed near her hand, slicing off some of the flesh from her fingers. "This barrel with feet moves faster than you," Gareth shouted with glee as he launched another slash in her direction. "Take this," the pink-haired girl shouted, pounding her fist with the metal of the axe. The dwarf had used the side of his axe to block the impact. "Ah," was the shout Bet used as he approached at high speed after being separated from the battle. In a swift movement, the woman threw the hobbit towards Bet, causing them to collide, and then kicked the dwarf's body, sending him flying. However, she had forgotten someone. Wind from Bolviter. A great icy mist and cold wind came out of Riveria's staff, freezing Valletta's body. She tried to move, but her movements were reduced in speed. "What the hell is this? It's like," the pink-haired girl complained. "As if time had stopped," Bet answered, kicking him hard in the face, breaking a large part of the bones in it, whether it be the cheekbones or the frontal bone. Valletta began to crawl along the ground that was breaking her fall. Blood was coming out of his nose and forehead, it seemed that they were opened by a strong impact. Changing the scene, Aiz, Tiona and Tyan were fighting together to stop that woman called Revis, who was monstrously strong. Every time Aiz tried to cut her with her sword, she dodged it and returned the blow, which was blocked with great difficulty by the sword princess. Eina and Tyan tried to take advantage of some opening, but when they presented themselves, Revis took charge of closing it again and hitting them so hard that their arms rumbled and trembled to avoid receiving the attack directly on their bodies. Shortness of breath was immediate. Fatigue is common among humans, but his rival wasn't human. "What's wrong, Arya? Is that all you have?" the redeed said until a cut sliced off part of her fingers and arm. "You left an opening. The more confident you are of winning, the weaker you are," Aiz told him, aiming her rapier with confidence. This irritated the demi-spirit, who tried to attack the blonde again. However, she forgot about both Amazon sisters. Slaw. His back was cut. Turning quickly, he hit both of them and sent them into a section of debris and branches. Revis touched his back and saw his blood. "They are stronger than I thought, but this ends here." A great and heavy atmosphere surrounded the battlefield, sowing fear in the heart of Aiz, who noticed how her hand trembled. "I felt like I couldn't win, that this time it would be a serious attack and end the battle, or at least that's what I thought until..." Clang. 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 A loud ringing was heard from the top of one of the mountains. The great white glow extended over Riviera. "What is that thing?" Valletta and Revis asked, incredulous at such an amount of power. Aiz whispered. While both members of Evilis were distracted, whispers were made into the ears of the Loki family members, causing them to retreat at high speed. "Where are you going, Arya?" Revis shouted, trying to chase her, but a deafening scream came from above where that glow shone, making her stop dead in her tracks just like Valletta. Firebolt. A few minutes earlier. Elle was finishing off the violas, the evacuation was over, the vendors and adventurers were entrenched in the Loki family camp. The only problem was that the executives of said family hadn't returned and hadn't finished off the Goliath yet. Ahahahaha. "Let's go, Revis, Valletta, Goliath. Destroy the so acclaimed heroes of Orario. That damn Loki family." A character with an eye-colored cape and several masks on it laughed. In the distance, a certain god with his daughter flew and saw him. Hermes Asfi named. "So it's Evilis's fault, I shouldn't be surprised," the god said to himself, with an angry expression. "Asfi, take me to the camp," Hermes ordered. "As you wish," Hermes Sama replied, the sky-blue-haired girl. "It's time to show them your power, Belle," thought the god, knowing the plan he was going to put into practice. Already at the camp, the two were looking for the white-haired young man who, along with Ryu and the foot adventurers, were killing the last plant monsters in the area. "Belle." Hermes named the boy. "Hermes Sama?" he asked. "The Loki family is being held back by two strange presences, which is what is preventing them from killing Goliath once and for all," the god informed him. But what do you mean by two presences? Who could be so strong as to stop the executives of a family as powerful as Loki's?" the white-haired man asked. Evilis was the answer that came out of the orange-haired girl's lips. Belle's body tensed, his gaze sharpened, and his fist instinctively clenched when that name was said. "Hermes Sama, step aside," Belle whispered, in a hoarse tone of voice. "Welf, I need one of the magic swords and someone who is able to alert the Loki family to stay away," the boy asked. The blacksmith gave him the last of the remaining swords, a very long black one. "What will you do, Cranel-san?" Ryu asked, seeing the young man's determination. "Simple, Ryu, I'll be a hero," was Belle's response while smiling, brimming with confidence. The elf didn't understand what was happening, but she was sure of one thing. She had to listen to him. "Okay, Asfi, you and I will go and warn the Loki Ryu family," ordered the daughter of Hermes, both wearing the Hades helmet. Asfi took the waitress from the Lady of Abundance, and they flew away. "It's time, Argonaut, this will be the first blow I'll strike at Evilis. I won't allow anyone to die in this place, much less because of him," the white-haired man thought, closing his eyes and taking the long magic sword with both hands. People started a long conversation and a series of questions about what that boy was going to do and why he remained there without moving, pointing in the direction of the Goliath, who had already finished destroying the city and the forests near Riviera. All doubt or questioning was silenced when a white glow was born from Belle's hands. Clang. 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 Loud bells rang out gracefully, easing the worries in their hearts, calming the minds of those present, and filling with confidence those who wanted to stop fighting. The minutes passed and Belle's body took on the white color that had spread from his hands. Sooner or later, the sword took on that shine. But then the Evilis member stopped his maniacal laughter when a sound of bells and a flash hit his eyes. What the hell is that, he wondered fearfully. From a distance, Hermes read the man's body language and answered. The birth of a hero, that's what it is. Back with Belle. The warning came to his mind. Argonaut 4 minutes. Thus reaching limit off. Snapping open her eyes, a scream and one word were the only things that came out of her lips. Firebolt. The loud bang was heard by the two Evilis members. A gigantic sea of flames shot towards them and the Goliath, burning everything in its path, leaving only ashes of what were once trees and wood, melting the rocks until they created magma. "That's why those trash from the Loki family run away," Valletta shouted. How the hell did they know, they wondered. It was at that moment, when they looked at their surroundings, that they saw Asfi flying with Aiz, Riveria, Ryu and Finn in her arms. Gareth, Tiona and Tyne were being carried by Bet, who was running at a monster speed to avoid being hit by the impact radius of that. "Those damn guys." They both shouted, running as fast as they could. But from Asfi's position, a chant was about to end. "Win from Bulviter." It was Riveria who invoked her ice magic. Without anyone expecting it, he hit the target. Valletta tried to say angrily, but her body was completely frozen. Revis didn't have time to save her, so he left her behind. "We will see each other again, Arya." She shouted into the air until her voice faded away. The Goliath watched that great mass of power without doing anything. He knew that, even in his primitive brain, there was no way to stop it. The monster was caught in the explosion, its entire body pulverized, as was the magic stone. Needless to say, Valletta was also consumed by the flames. Back with Enyo. Incredulous at such a scene, he remained motionless. "Looks like your plan didn't work, Thanato's dog." They shouted from below his position. It was there that he found the person responsible for that scream. It was Hermes, who had a mocking smile on his face. When he saw that he was discovered, he fled from there. With Bell. The boy lay on his feet, his arms burned by the sheer amount of power that had been unleashed. Aina is going to kill me for hurting me again, the boy thought until the Zero Mind was making itself present, clouding his vision and making him almost faint. It was no wonder he had defeated that monster. Welf ran to his friend to prevent him from falling backward and getting hurt even more. "If anyone's in there, my autonomic nervous system has shut down all non-critical bodily functions. I can't hear, move, see, or feel. As a side note, I really need to use the bathroom," Bell said, staring into space as Welf carried him back. "You did well, Bell, you did well, you were a hero," the blacksmith told him, trying to hold back his laughter at the boy's last comment. Ryu began to heal him as soon as she noticed his physical condition. He was already completely asleep with a satisfied smile on his face. Meanwhile, the Loki family reached the safe zone of the camp. That's where they ran into all the adventurers effusively celebrating the victory, although one of them was being carried by Welf. They quickly understood who was responsible for that huge attack. "You're amazing," Cranel Finn said, smiling with great happiness and pride at seeing the adventurers' courage and strength. "With Hermes. The last son of your family is amazing, Zeus," Hermes thought, looking up. Chapter 18. Expected reunion. Dawn had broken after the battle that had engulfed all of Rivera just a few hours earlier. The city and the 18th floor in general were at peace, although much of it, or rather, much of the buildings constructed to make the visit more comfortable, had been destroyed, leaving ashes and rubble scattered about. Leaving aside the state of the place for a moment, we must focus on the hero of the night, who took down the great monster, the Black Goliath. Outside Bell's tent. "Well, it seems we won't be able to get out of here for a few more hours. We have to make sure those affected by the violas recover before leaving. This whole thing delayed our expedition, but it's what we have to do," Finn said, somewhat tiredly. "Yes, at least the rest of the family is already here with the antidotes. However, there is still one important issue. What did Evilis gain by attacking here and now?" Riveria asked, unable to get an answer to all of this. "What does it matter? We should have kicked their asses when we had the chance, but those sons of bitches got away," Bet commented, somewhat annoyed by this. "You're forgetting something important," Gareth warned, scratching his beard. "What thing?" asked those present at the scene. "That kid practically defeated Goliath in one hit, and if that wasn't enough, he finished off that Evilis member. In addition, he destroyed several violas that are at least level 4. I don't know what you think, but that can't be normal," was the answer given by the dwarf, making him remember the events of the previous night. The werewolf just remained silent. No matter how he looked at it, that boy he called trash had shut him up. He was the hero of that confrontation. "Gareth is right, that girl from Evilis, Valletta, I remember she said her name was at least level 5, her magic was truly impressive, reducing the status of those who enter its radius as something dangerous and without apparent response, and yet, Bell managed to defeat her, although, if it weren't for Riveria, she would have escaped," Finn said, with many questions formulating in his mind. "He's supposed to be level 2, right? He's really a monster, ha. Gareth started to laugh, recognizing the strength of that boy. "It is convenient that he be our ally, he is a kind person, and I do not wish to take advantage of that for our own benefit. However, if he wishes to do it by his own hand, I would not refuse," said the hobbit, with a calm smile. He was aware of Bell's ability and recognized him as a great prospect. "He looks like a hero," was Aiz's only contribution to the conversation. "Yes. Argonaut-kun is great. Tiona agreed. I can't deny it, he looked truly imposing on top of the mountain, holding that sword with great confidence, without taking his eyes off his target. Tian also agreed with Aiz and her sister's comments. You're right, I have to admit the boy is interesting, Riveria said, smiling. Even if they don't fall in love with him, he added. This impressed those present and made Aiz and Tiona blush. Don't tell me the old lady fell in love with the little one. Ha 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 ha. Bet started laughing out loud until his whole body was frozen. You call me old again, and Evilis will be the least of your problems. Understood. The high elf threatened, leaving the werewolf like a popsicle. But answering what you asked me, no, I didn't fall in love with him or anything like that, it's simply not possible for that guy to be interested in a woman who isn't his partner, Riveria said, making herself understood better. Couple? Is Argonaut-kun already reserved? Tiona asked as if her illusion had been shattered. True, Eina, that girl got herself a very strong adventurer as a boyfriend. I'm surprised since she was one of those who believed that advisors shouldn't fall in love with adventurers, although love comes into our lives when you least expect it and from whom you least imagine, although I didn't know she had a fetish for shotas, Gareth said, holding back his laughter. Legally he is already an adult, since he decided to be an adventurer he entered the world of adults, so I don't see a problem with it, Finn commented, laughing along with his dwarf friend. Leave that boy's private life alone, he's literally a wall away from us with wounds on his body and with mind zero, let's at least respect that, he said to the emerald-haired elf, frowning, making his companions tremble. Alright, let's go and then we'll talk to him, we have several things to do, replied the hobbit, walking away with her. That old lady, if she keeps this up, it'll be another 99 years before someone does her the favor of falling in love with her, Gareth whispered. The atmosphere became tense. Gareth, I just heard something I can't let go, Riveria said as she turned her body to face the person who had said such blasphemy. Aiz, Tiona and Tian ran off at high speed, behind them were Bet and Finn, who only offered their condolences to their soon-to-be deceased friend. Riveria, he tried to make excuses. A few words were spoken at an almost inaudible volume. Win from Bulviter. He shouted and a glow came from his staff, activating his magic. A huge blizzard was fired at its target until. Why is there so much noise? Bell screamed as he was frozen from his legs to the middle of his body. Bell? Riveria called, cancelling the spell and running to him. Next to the boy was a large piece of ice, it was Gareth, who was completely frozen. Riveria ss Sama, what happened? The white-haired man asked, his words coming out with difficulty, since he felt very cold, and it was no wonder, no more and no less than one of the best magicians of Orario had cast her magic on him. I'm sorry. He apologized, activating another magic and melting the ice. A few moments later. Lily, I can't believe I did this, Riveria Sama said, the little hobbit, giving a blanket to the rabbit, who was shivering from the cold with his nose completely red. I'm sorry, it was a mistake, I swear it wasn't my intention, I hope you can forgive me. I don't know how to call you. Cranel-san. Riveria asked, not without first apologizing for what happened. And don't worry, Riveria Sama, tell me Bell is okay, he replied, holding the blanket tighter. Yeah, a lot of talk about this incident, I think you guys have things to talk about, right? Finn commented, glancing at the god Hermes, Asfi, Ryu, the Take Mikazuchi family and Welf, who was next to his partner. You're right, however, there is something that concerns you, son of Loki, so, if you don't mind, I would like to tell you privately, Hermes replied, wrapping Finn with his right arm and leaving the tent. What do you have to talk to me about, Hermes Sama? Finn asked in a low tone so that the topic of discussion wouldn't be heard by the others. Simple, Enyo was here. It was a brief answer that left the captain of the Loki family stunned. This is serious, he said, disappearing into the distance with the god. Riveria Sama, I think it's best to leave anyway, there are some adventurers who are still injured, I can help heal their wounds, but I can't compare to you, Ryu suggested to the high elf. You're right, then, Bell, I apologize again, I'm leaving, Riveria finished. Goodbye, please be careful, we don't know if there are more evilous monsters roaming around the area, I wouldn't want you to get hurt, Bell said goodbye in the same way, worried about both of them. Bell Sama, are you feeling better now? You slept for several hours, Lily asked, worried. Yes, I even feared for my life in case you had something serious, I don't even want to imagine what Eina would do to me if I let you get hurt, Welf added, laughing nervously, certainly the half-elf was not someone he wanted as an enemy. I understand, at least this time I didn't break my promise, I'm fine, without any serious injuries, although with a horrible headache and ringing in my ear that doesn't stop bothering me, leaving that aside, I'm completely fine, the young man answered, raising his thumbs while smiling. I suppose those pains are caused by the zero mind, after all, not everyone releases that monstrous amount of power in a single blow without having a consequence, the blacksmith opined. I think it was caused by my other ability. My status started burning before I launched my attack with Argonaut, most likely both joined, and I became a level 3 momentarily, just before finishing off the Goliath. Only Argonaut increases the strength of my attacks, with a level up it is something very powerful but difficult to control, thought Bell, with a lost look and remembering how his strength suddenly increased, however. He also remembered the superhuman effort he had to exert to control the direction of the flame. Is Bell-sama okay? Lily asked. Why yeah, I apologize, I wandered in my thoughts for a few moments. I'm fine, Lily. There's nothing to worry about. We can return to the surface as soon as the Loki family's exploration group leaves, okay? The white-haired man said, calming the restless girl. Bell Dono, we will accompany them back along with Ryu Dono and Hermes-sama, we want to make up for our mistake, Makoto said. I understand, anyway, I want to take a bath. While I was heading to the city center to defeat the Violas I saw a beautiful crystal clear lake on the other side of Riviera. I think that place was not hit by the explosion, Bell commented, standing up. I won't be long, I'll be back in a few moments, goodbye he finished, leaving the tent. That boy, as carefree as ever, as if he wasn't aware of what he did, Welf said, looking at him from behind. The Bell-sama taking a bath, the hobbit whispered with a trickle of blood running down her nose. At the Loki family camp. Bell walked calmly, he still felt the buzzing in his head, but it was nothing to worry about, lost in his mind, he bumped into someone. Boom. Sorry, Bell said when he saw that he had hit someone by mistake. Don't worry, it's no problem, I was also very distracted, said a boy a bit older than him, he was wearing full armor, and his hair was black. Oh? You're the one from Love Square. The white-haired man said upon recognizing the person in front of him. Love Square? He asked. Yes. Thank you very much, really. You have no idea how much you helped me that time. The young rabbit thanked you for you. Help you? Love Square, the boy wondered, but a brief memory came to mind and he knew what the white-haired man was referring to. You're the boy who danced with the guild advisor. I remember you. Said the Loki family member. How did it go with your girlfriend? I still don't understand what I did to get you to thank me, Raul added. Yes. I knew you were the one that time. Thanks to you I had the courage to ask Eina to dance, and one thing led to another, and Bell said while blushing because the beautiful moment he lived on his date and what happened after it came back to him. I see, I'm glad to know I was helpful, Raul replied to this. Raul. A certain catgirl shouted in the distance. From one moment to the next, she was at his side. Hey Aki. What's wrong? The boy asked, nervous to have Aki by his side. Who is he? He looks like a rabbit, the catgirl said, looking at Bell. Hi, I'm bellcranel, from the Hestia family, it's a pleasure to meet you, the young man greeted. Oh. I remember you, you're the one who was with Eina, so he finally got someone, she opined. Bell just blushed at this and nodded. This surprised Aki. I was joking, are you seriously dating Eina? The same Eina who says she wouldn't go out with an adventurer. Aki insisted, unable to believe it. Well, I don't think there's another one, so said the white-haired man, looking away with his cheeks blushing. You have to tell me the details. The black-haired woman demanded. Calm down Aki, you're making him nervous, Raul interrupted, taking the girl's hand. She calmed down. Well, I'll ask her directly, he commented. You're very impulsive, the boy said, laughing a little. You said you like me the way I am, Aki complained, puffing out her cheeks and pouting. The conversation continued and Bell watched them intently. Is this how others see me when I'm with Eina? He thought, somewhat embarrassed. I see that night was not only a new beginning for me, congratulations, Aki, Raul, Bell commented happily. Their faces turned completely crimson red. Anyway, I'm leaving, I'll go take a bath, take care of yourselves and be happy, he finished, running away from them and waving his hand. Aki and Raul remained motionless. In the distance, Aiz, Tiona, Tyan and Lafia walked together, talking about the white-haired man, or Argonaut-kun, as the Amazon sisters had nicknamed him. His fate was uncertain. In the forest. Bell walked calmly, looking around trying to find the aforementioned lake, there didn't seem to be anyone around. After a few minutes, he found him. Perfect. Stay here, he said to himself. And at that moment, he began to undress, taking off his shirt, lowering his pants and finally his underwear. After that, he began to submerge himself in the water, which was somewhat warm, similar to a hot spring, it should be mentioned. Ah, perfect, he whispered with pleasure, soaking her body completely. On the other hand, near there. Hey Tiona. Are you sure you saw the lake around here? I feel like we're lost, she said to the orange-haired elf, holding her staff very close to her body. Don't be desperate, Lafia, I don't remember the exact point where it was, but it was around here, I hope Argonaut-kun hasn't evaporated it, Tiona replied without taking her eyes off the forest. Ah. I really need a bath to revitalize myself. Tyne expressed, stretching out her arms. Me too, I feel like I smell bad, Aiz added. And the conversation between the four continued until the youngest of the Amazon sisters made a statement. There it is. He shouted, pointing into the distance at the spot with the beautiful crystal clear water. 3 of the 4 girls ran over, except for Lafia, who had a very bad feeling. Wait, girls. Lafia tried to stop them, however, they ignored her. It's bath time. Tiona shouted excitedly, taking a dip in the water. Splash. The water rose from the impact on its surface. Ah. It's perfect, said the Amazon, lifting her face out of the water. Tyne, Aiz and Lafia stood on the shore with flushed faces and silence. What's up, girls? Aren't you coming in? The young woman asked. A noise came from behind her. Turning around, she saw the reason why her companions were silent. Bell was standing naked in the water, his eyes wide open, and he looked like he was about to scream, but the words wouldn't come out. "Hey Argonaut kun," Tiona said, a little embarrassed. "What do you think you're teaching Miss Aiz, you damn human?" Lafia shouted angrily, covering her eyes. Quickly, he extended his staff and prepared to cast his magic. Wait. Bell tried to reason with her as the elf began her chant. "Ray of light unleashed, bow of the sacred tree. You are an expert with a bow. Shoot, sniper of the fairies. Penetrate, arrow of absolute precision. Ario." "Wait, Lafia." Tyne tried to stop her. "Arc's ray." He finished. "Ooh. And so the blast was launched at the rabbit, causing him to run away, and the lightning to hit the water, causing it to rise and begin to fall like rain in small drops. "Lafia, it's not your fault." Tyne claimed again, hitting her on the head. When the steam and drops falling from the sky stopped, they saw Bell face down in the water. "We have to help him," Aiz said, trying to get into the lake or at least what was left of it. "Hey. I'll take care of it, I can't let you see that," Tyne said, stopping the blonde. "That?" The sword princess tilted her head. "Just stay here and don't ask questions, find his clothes and bring them to me," the Amazon ordered, getting into the water and addressing the rabbit. A few minutes later. Where am I?" Bell asked, slowly opening his eyes. Finally awake, "I was getting worried, I was about to go talk to Riveria," said Aiz, who was giving her a lap pillow. I don't understand why I can't have a moment of peace without someone attacking me, I just wanted to take a bath peacefully," he said while sighing and standing up. Wait a minute, the rabbit remembered something. Miss Aiz, Bell named the sword princess. "Yes." She answered the call. "I fainted in the lake, didn't I?" he asked. Aiz nodded. I was taking a bath, and I was naked." "Right." He asked the other question, fearing the answer. "Why yes, we are sorry, we didn't know someone was occupying the lake," the swordswoman answered. "No, that doesn't matter now, believe me, what worries me is who put the sea clothes on me." He asked another question again, which was the last one. "It was me," Tyne replied, approaching the boy. That means," he tried to complain, but the Amazon put her index finger on his lips to stop him from continuing. Be thankful it was me, I honestly don't care, it would have been better if Tiona, Aiz or Lafia had done it, so don't make a fuss about it," the Amazon told him, trying to calm him down. "Oh okay," was the answer given by Bell. "She seems very mature, she wasn't interested in the least, I'm glad to know that," the white-haired man thought. "By the way, how old are you? It's not normal that you're so," the girl wanted to say, but her words were stopped. "Don't ask her that, Tyne," Lafia claimed and hit her with her cane. Bell remained silent and blushing, looking at the ground and instinctively covering himself there. "I think I'd better go, thank you very much for taking care of me, bye." The boy finished, running back to the camp and leaving the girls alone. "That damn human," said the orange-haired elf with a frown. "You're exaggerating, Lafia, he didn't do anything wrong, he found the place first, if anyone should apologize, it's us," Tiona said as a reply to her friend's nascent hatred. Divided opinions abounded among them, however, they put that aside and took their well-deserved bath. Some time later. Bell, along with Hermes, Asfi, Ryu, Lily, Welf and the members of the Takemikazuchi family, were going back up to the city, their stay in Riviera was over, and there was no reason why they should stay there, they easily took care of the monsters between floors 1 and 17, they were about to cross the entrance of the dungeon, to finally leave after those couple of days. "A very intense experience, but I must admit I feel stronger," Bell said, walking calmly beside Welf. Yeah, you're the only one who sees something good in this, we were close to dying at least 3 times, I hope it doesn't become a habit in our adventures," the blacksmith said, sighing tiredly. "You are everything I imagined," little Bell, Hermes said, wrapping his right arm around the boy. Already able to see the sun's rays hitting their faces, they knew they were finally returning. Don't you have that feeling?" The white-haired man tried to ask a question before he was interrupted. "Bell." A girl shouted, in a voice the rabbit knew perfectly. Boom. Belle was tagged and knocked to the ground. Eina. I think you knocked tea out of me, Belle said with difficulty. Belle, you have no idea how much you worried me, said the half-elf, without paying attention to what her partner said, burying her face in his chest. I thought something really bad had happened to you, I imagined the worst, she continued, tears welling up. Eina, he named her, feeling a tightening in his heart. I made her cry again, I'm an idiot. Still, you kept your promise, you're here without any injuries and completely fine, Eina added, calming down a little. Little by little she raised her face until it was at the same distance as her lover's. Belle, welcome home, she finished, smiling sweetly at him, making Belle's heart skip a beat. I'm home, Eina, he replied. Chapter 19. Plans for the expected day. In the previous chapter. Belle, welcome home, she finished, smiling sweetly at him, making Belle's heart skip a beat. I'm home, Eina, he replied. Back to today's chapter. Hey, I feel uncomfortable, it's like both of you are glowing while looking at each other's faces. I almost forgot that girl is the one who almost killed our god, Auka whispered to the girls at her side. SHHH, give them their space, they are in their moment of reunion, do not interrupt them, Welf responded, hitting the Take Mikazuchi family member on the shoulder. Just wait for the emotional moment to pass and you'll see the devil. Misha joined the conversation from behind the adventurers, scaring them in the process. Devil, they asked until they were interrupted by a strong pressure growing in the environment. Eina. Belle named his beloved, with sweat running down his forehead when he saw that she had remained silent, and his gaze became gloomy, so much so that he couldn't see her eyes, which were being covered by her hair. I thought it would take longer, anyway, now you'll see why I think that boy is a masochist. I'm leaving, I recommend you do the same, goodbye, said the pink-haired advisor, moving away from the site at high speed. Wait. The people present tried to say, following behind her. Aiz girls, Eina said in a threatening tone of voice. Everyone made a squeal of fear at the half-elf's words. Leave me alone with Belle, please, I have something to talk to him about and I don't want interruptions, declared the girl, looking at them with a smile that reflected many feelings except joy. Guys, why you're not going to abandon me, see, the white-haired man said with great fear, turning to his friends, however, they stopped his question. Well, Belle, see you later, it was a pleasure to be your friend and I hope you live to continue having adventures together, see you. Welf and Lily, as well as the members of the Take Mikazuchi family, said in unison, turning around and walking away on different paths. Traitors. He's going to kill me. The boy thought, losing his skin color, turning pale as if it had taken on the color of his hair. Belle, come with me, now, she ordered, standing up and looking down at the terrified rabbit. Yes ma'am, he responded almost instinctively, standing up and saluting like a soldier, with his hand on his forehead. Eina turned around and walked towards the guild, a simple glance was enough for Belle to understand that he should follow her. Grandpa, I didn't die in the dungeon, but I will die because of a beautiful half-elf, at least you should be proud of it, but I don't want to die yet. He screamed internally, with a tear born in his right eye, which slid down his cheeks until it fell to the ground. Throughout the journey to the guild, where none of Eina's colleagues exchanged a word with the aforementioned to know what happens when she adopts that expression and position, they arrived at one of the study rooms that the white-haired man knew perfectly from all the nights of studying and scoldings he had experienced by her side in just over a month of being an Orario. Eina slowly opened the door, entered, and sat down in one of the armchairs. Sit down, he ordered, his eyes resting for a moment on the chair in front of him. Yes, Belle answered. Behind him, the door closed. Few adventurers and guild workers sighed as soon as that happened. The pressure in the room decreased as soon as they got in. Now I can breathe without fear of getting hit with a ruler for making noise, said one of the adventurers, stretching to relax his muscles. That boy won't be leaving today with his eardrums healthy, Rose said. It's your fault for making her worry, you should understand that an adventurer shouldn't venture too far, like Eina says, Misha commented, slightly raising his hands in disinterest. Well, some were talking about topics other than Eina and Belle, a shout echoed through the guild. What the hell did you date to do that? This again caused a deathly silence in the place. It was about time, he shouted sincerely, Rose laughed, going back to signing some papers, as if she had expected it. In the study room. Belle and Eina were sitting face to face, or well, saying face to face was a bit incorrect, since the white-haired man had his hands on his knees and his head looking at the ground. Belle, do you understand that you disobeyed me again? You put yourself in danger again and it almost cost you your life. It was Eina who broke the ice. I'm sorry B, but this time I didn't end up as injured as I was with the silverback or the Minotaur. I swear I tried to be as careful as possible, however, the situations led us to this, you know how unpredictable the dungeon can be, because of that we had to go down to Riviera, even without the proper equipment, the white-haired man justified himself, looking directly at her. What the hell did you date to do that? You went down to the intermediate floors, you listened to me about that, however why? Why did you go to the 17th floor? The Goliath could have killed you, she asked, with tears in her eyes, a consequence of her concern and fear of the possibility that the latter could have happened. Bell tried to speak, the words wouldn't come out, so he decided it was best to let his actions speak for themselves. From one moment to the next, the boy hugged her and pressed the half-elf's face to his chest. The advisor was surprised by how quickly he had done it. She didn't notice when he got up from the chair. "Do you hear my heart? I'm afraid of that possibility too. I know that every day, there's a risk of dying," Bell said, stroking the back of his beloved's neck to reassure her. "But I won't die, not if I have you waiting for me. I will always return to my home after each adventure, for the simple fact that you are my home," he added, separating a little and making their faces face each other. "That doesn't give me any kind of calm," she replied, crying more intensely. Bell wiped her tears with his fingertips and kissed her. After a few seconds, they separated, although it was very clear that Eina did not want to do so, as she brought her lips to her lover's again, something the young man did not notice. "I know my words seem empty, yet I have proven that no matter how difficult the test, I will always return to you, that I am here considering what happened in the dungeon with the Goliath, and Evilis issue is proof of that, isn't it?" the white-haired man declared, smiling at him. This smile was returned by his partner. "I think you're right about that, even though you get into a lot of trouble, you come back to my side, at least I can rest easy, knowing that this time they didn't bring you back carrying you and covered in wounds," the half-elf replied, laughing lightly. "Yes, that's right, and I'll try to make that a constant whenever I return from the dungeon," Bell replied, giving her a kiss on the forehead, to which she closed her eyes, putting on a face of satisfaction and tranquility. "Your heartbeat is now my favorite sound," Bell said, the advisor, pressing her ear against the boy's chest again. "We can stay like this a little longer if you wish," he suggested, hugging her again, placing his right hand on the back of the half-elf's neck so that her head could be closer to his chest. She looked radiant and smiling at such a display of affection, comfort would be the correct word. Wrapped in the arms of the man she loves, what more could she ask for? And so they remained until, without realizing it, they fell asleep, curled up together. Outside the study room. "Heroes, it's taken them a long time to come out, don't you think? And the strangest thing is that only one scream was heard, which is very little compared to previous times," Misha said, carrying a stack of papers in her arms. "I'm getting worried, maybe he finally learned to control his anger and the screams turned into sharp looks," the werewolf replied, mocking that possibility. I doubt it very much, how about we go inside to see what's going on?" Misha suggested, somewhat maliciously. "Respect Eina's privacy, besides, I don't want to imagine what she'll do to you if you do," Misha. Rose said until she realized that the human was no longer by her side. "Hey Rose, come see this," the pink-haired girl said in a low voice, looking into the room where her friend and boyfriend were through a small opening in the door. "What do you think you're doing?" he whispered as he approached her, slightly hunched over. "Look, don't act like you're a jerk, you still want to know what they're doing," the advisor replied, pointing inside. When the werewolf got close enough, she knew what her companion was referring to. Both Eina and Bell were lying on the same couch, he hugging her affectionately, she using the boy's chest as a pillow and wrapping her arms around her man's back. It was simply a tender scene full of pure love. "They look so cute." They both shouted in their minds, blushing deeply at such a sweet display of love. "I'm going to wake them up," Misha declared. "Don't even think about it." Rose scolded her, hitting her on the head. "That hurt, Rose," the human claimed fiercely, placing both hands on her head without realizing that she had shouted it. "Ah. Both." Lovebirds woke up suddenly, Bell fell to the ground and hit his face on it. "What was that?" Eina asked in surprise, suddenly opening her eyes, although she was still lying down. "Why am I kissing the ground?" the white-haired man asked, his face buried in that spot. Well, they're finally awake. They're lucky it was us who saw them, and not Mr. Royman," Misha declared when they both came back together. What's going on?" the half-elf asked, completely blushing. Rose abandoned the human, she didn't want to be part of it. "I saw you two cuddled up, sleeping. You look so cute. I didn't know you guys acted so cuddly when you're alone," the pink-haired girl replied, reminding them of what they had done before falling asleep. Bell and Eina blushed so much that steam rose from their heads. It's just that I really missed her, I made her worry and I wanted to comfort her, it was my fault that we fell asleep, I'm sorry," the young man apologized, bowing to the human. Eina whispered, placing her hand on her heart. You're too good, I'm glad to know that Eina has such a kind boy by her side, maybe I didn't tell you before, but if you hurt my friend or die, I'll find a way to revive you to kill you myself, okay?" Misha said gloomily. Stop bothering Bell," the half-elf claimed. "Okay, by the way, it would be a good idea for the boy to leave, his goddess was also worried about him, remember?" the girl warned them both. "Right. Kami-sama. I have to go. The little goddess remembered, so she started to leave. I'll walk you out, Eina suggested, leaving alongside him. They walked away into the distance, Misha and Rose watched them. Are you okay? Does your face not hurt anymore? The counselor asked. I'm fine, I must admit I needed that nap, replied the white-haired man. It was the best nap I've ever taken in my life, the half-elf whispered. Huh? I didn't hear what you said, Belle expressed. It's nothing, she replied, arms behind her back, holding a folder. In the church, headquarters of the Hestia family. I'm home, Belle said, slowly opening the door to his headquarters. Why's no one there? Belle wondered, setting down his weapons and bags on the ground. On the table, in front of the chair where he normally sleeps, he saw a note posted. Let's see what it says, he whispered, taking the piece of paper. Dear Belle, I'm sorry I can't be with you now that you're back. Work at Hephaestus's shop has been a lot lately because of Evilis's recent attacks on the dungeon. I know I shouldn't tell you this and that it's a sensitive subject for you, but I'd like you to be informed so you don't get in trouble for being impulsive. Anyway, I'll be back late and I'll be leaving again the next morning. It's Denitus at the Ganesha family headquarters and I'll be leaving early, so most likely I'll only be able to see you in the morning to update you on your status, something I haven't done since that day in the hospital. I'm excited to see how much you've grown. Sincerely, your goddess Hestia. It makes me uncomfortable knowing that she works being me her son. No member of another family would allow their god to work. I would like to be able to give her what she deserves. Kami-sama, someday I will get us to move to a mansion. I promise, Belle said, smiling as he declared his promise. Well, I think it would be a good idea to start with the details for my date with Eina. It's tomorrow and I told her I would see her in front of Babel, he commented to himself, putting the note back in its place and changing his clothes to be more comfortable. The love square was a good idea the first time, however, the idea wasn't mine. I want to do something with it that we both like and that comes from me. What can I do? It's not like I know 100% of Orario, it's hard for me to admit it, but I only know the places I frequent regularly, expressed the white-haired man, sitting on the couch looking at a map of the city. We definitely can't even cross paths here. She shouted with her cheeks flushed, crossing out a location. It was the pleasure district. Eina would kill him if they even passed a few meters from that place. The date is before noon, so a place where the heat isn't a problem sounds tempting, however only Milan comes to mind, and the problem with going there is that it's not easy to leave Orario. They don't give permits to just anyone, unless you're a traveling god and his family. The boy had remembered someone who perfectly met those requirements. Note. Milan is a fishing town next to a large lake that connects to the sea. It's practically the connection between it and Orario, since Milan and she are no more than 3 kilometers away from each other. I must go see Hermes-sama at his headquarters, he finished, quickly standing up and leaving the church at full speed. He was lucky since it was still early and there was no way the god wasn't there. In the guild. Eina, where are you and Belle going? I'm surprised Mr. Royman gave you the weekend off, seeing as he's someone so mean to you, Misha asked, perching next to her friend. If you work the way you do in other people's lives, you would always be employee of the month, Eina said, a little annoyed by the human's insistence and by what happened in the morning. You're cruel. Are you still upset about that? It wasn't my fault, it was Rose's, the pink-haired girl replied, pointing at the other advisor and the group of friends. Don't blame me, it was you who incited me to hit you. You should stop acting like a little girl. You're an adult, the werewolf woman said with a vein popping out of her forehead. Clearly she despaired on many occasions. Girls, yes, I'm a little upset about today, but it's no problem at all. The guild is not the place to be like that with Belle, even if he is my boyfriend. On our date we can have time to be together and enjoy each other's company. I'm dying to know what he has planned. On Saturday we will have our date and on Sunday I'll probably rest or invite him to my apartment for lunch, commented the half-elf, with a face full of life and hope. She was really excited to share time with her love. As long as they eat food and nothing else, I don't see a problem, Misha said, covering her mouth with the palm of her hand and putting on a mischievous, not to say insinuating, look. What nonsense do you think you're saying? Eina shouted with her face completely red. She had understood the meaning behind her friend's words. Stop bothering Eina, I've told you many times, Rose insisted, pulling the pink-haired girl away from the half-elf. While the other one was kicking like a child who had just been scolded, Eina was laughing about it. Since she met Belle, her life stopped being an endless cycle of work. Now, she enjoyed every little detail and the company of those two girls who, even if they are very annoying, are her best friends. Headquarters of the Hermes family. Belle had knocked on the door of the place and was greeted by Asfi, the girl who went down with him to the dungeon to help him. Hermes invited him in and, it seems, noticed that the white-haired man wanted to ask him a favor. He took him to his office to talk it over calmly. So, little Belle, what favor does the rookie of the moment wish to ask of me? I didn't think you would take advantage of my admiration for you so soon, you are cruel, declared the god, exaggerating greatly. It's not about that, Hermes-sama, believe me, I wouldn't ask you for something if it wasn't important to me, the young man justified himself, denying that possibility by crossing his arms. Just kidding, don't take it seriously, go ahead, tell me, I'll gladly help you if it's within my possibilities, after all, a hero who saved Rivera from the Black Goliath and the members of Evilis deserves a reward, Hermes replied, winking at him. I'm glad to know I made such an impression, the white-haired man replied, smiling. It was nice to be called what he wanted to be, a hero. You see, what happens is that I think he already noticed my relationship with Eina, and, as I said in the store moments before Evilis attacked, I promised him a date, Bell said, repeating what he had said before, so that the god would remember. And I would like to take her to Milan to spend a day together at the lake, seeing that the time of year is ideal, was what occurred to me, however, the guild would not approve of us going out for something like that, so I would like to ask for your help, he finished, revealing his intentions. I see it's a risky proposal, and if the guild finds out I'll get into a lot of trouble, was the comment given by Hermes, in view of the risks involved in such a request. If it's not possible, there's no prob, Bell was going to say, a little dejected, but he was stopped dead in his tracks. I accept, replied the other party, extending his hand to close the deal. Do you accept? The boy hesitated. I agree to take you to Milan, you're lucky, you know. The Loki family and ours have an emergency mission there, which is why their expedition to the dungeon was cancelled. In fact, they gave me permission to enter the dungeon on the condition that I inform you. Tomorrow before noon we will leave. He added to his previous answer. Bell's eyes lit up. Thank you very much, Hermes-sama. Was the only thing he could think of to say repeatedly while fiercely waving the god's hand. I understand, let me go, you're going to break my hand. He shouted in fear. I am sorry, it's just that I'm excited, I know Eina is going to love it, the white-haired man apologized, full of energy. It's nothing, like I said, a hero deserves his reward, and yours will be to see your beloved in a swimsuit, Hermes replied, winking at him. If that's all, I think it would be a good idea to go and give notice to your goddess as well as to Eina, so that she has time to prepare her things. The trip will last until Sunday night, and we will arrive in Orario at dawn, informed the god, being the last thing. Yes, I will. Thank you again, Hermes-sama. He insisted with his thanks, running out of the headquarters. He really is someone very polite, Zeus, it is evident that Althea and Zal took care of him along with you, a disgrace, considering that he has the potential to form his harem, however, giving your heart to a woman you love and who loves you, is not bad either, Hermes said, adjusting his hat while he watched his best friend's grandson running. Build, re-rivet. While the girls were working quietly, a certain individual entered the place, specifically looking for a person. You didn't have to be a genius to know who that person was and who he was looking for. They both left the place and talked calmly. They could have done so in one of the study rooms, but they were busy. What's wrong, Belle? You look very agitated. Are you okay? Eina asked, placing both of her palms on Belle's face and staring at him. I'm sorry if I scared you, I came in too hastily, but I want to warn you about something, Belle said after taking a breath. Tell me? She asked, tilting her head. For our date, I want to go with you to Milan, to spend a few days together at the beach, although this time it would be at the lake, informed the white-haired man, scratching his head while laughing a little. Going to Milan but don't you need a permit? Asked Eina, who, even if she tried to remain calm, would be lying if she said she wasn't excited by the idea. I've got that covered, although if you don't want to go, no problem, I can think of another plan, after all the place isn't important, the important thing is being with you, Belle justified, throwing out a bunch of excuses. Belle, you talk too much, she scolded him. Huh? He tilted his head. She wrapped her arms behind the boy's neck and kissed him. I would love to go with you to Milan, Belle, he said after separating from the momentary union of their lips. Belle's heart was beating at an abnormal rate, although of course, that was normal whenever he was with her. You really are a wonderful woman, Eina, you have no idea how happy you make me, was the only response he gave, returning the kiss tenderly. They separated again. So, see you here at the agreed time, my hero, she finished, saying goodbye to him, they couldn't stay there any longer. So it will be, my princess, the boy replied, in the same way as her. The next morning. Will it take long, Kami-sama? I have to go to Eina to meet with Hermes-sama and the Loki family, Belle warned, his back uncovered. I won't be long, I have to go too, Hestia replied, letting a drop of blood fall from her finger on her son's back. It was there that the progress he had made in recent days was revealed. Bellcranel. Human. Level 2. Strength. C620. Resistance. D540. Dexterity. B832. Agility. B865. Magic. B888. Luck. I. Abnormal resistance. Magic. Firebolt. It is a non-chanting magic, allowing you to use it without reciting an incantation. Abilities. Lyris Freeze. Rapid growth for as long as the feelings last. The intensity of the effects corresponds to the level of the user's feelings. As a side effect, it makes the user immune to charms. Hidden. Argonaut. Allows one charge for a counterattack. It takes 4 minutes to fully charge and can sound like a small chime or a large bell, depending on the power needed. It can be used for any type of attack, but the effects will dissipate when the user is attacked or loses concentration. Hero Soul. Allows the user to multiply their base power by 1.5 times for 1 minute. The disadvantages are that they completely fall into Mind Zero and only gain half the amount of Exilia in combat when this ability is active. The activation condition depends on the user's determination. Do not use it more than once every 15 days, otherwise it could affect the user's health. Here you go, Belle. You've grown so much. She declared to the little goddess with great joy, handing him her status sheet. See you on the way, Kami-sama. I'm leaving. He replied, putting the sheet in his pocket and carrying a small suitcase, in which he carried a few changes of clothes and his weapons, in case they were needed. Take care, Belle, see you in 2 days. Hestia said, saying goodbye from a distance. He reciprocated her words, waving his hand in her direction. You never cease to amaze me. I feel proud to see how little by little you are fulfilling your dream. Don't despair, Belle. You will be very strong and you will manage to protect your beloved, as well as those who are important to you, the goddess thought, closing the church door and going to the Denitus. Chapter 20. Arrival in Milan. A rabbit in trouble. Meeting point with Belle. The young white-haired man ran at high speed with his small suitcase in his hands, which contained everything he would need for this weekend at the sea. It was getting late and he still hadn't gone to pick up Eina from her apartment. Like a good gentleman, he should pick her up at her home, help her with her luggage, and return her safely to her date. It was one of the most decent pieces of advice his grandfather gave him when it came to picking up girls. I'm just arriving at Babel, I still have a little more to go until I'm at Eina's apartment. I hope Hermes-sama and the Loki family don't leave us here because of our tardiness, although I think it's more my fault than Eina's. Knowing her, she must have been ready hours ago, the boy thought, quickening his pace. He knew perfectly well that there was no way his beloved wouldn't respect the fixed time of an engagement, that was the reason why he wanted to arrive on time. Little by little, as the seconds passed, I glimpsed Eina's apartment in the distance. With Eina. The half-elf was lying on the couch in her home, with a rather large suitcase at her side. She was a little worried, more because of her anxiety than because of the boy's delay, since there were still 2 minutes left until he arrived. This is happening, Belle and I are going on a date outside of Orario, she said to herself, still unable to believe it. Her cheeks flushed and she clutched the couch cushion at her sides. Just thinking about it makes me uneasy. She shouted without measure. I hope he likes my swimsuit, I can't remember the last time I wore one, she whispered, still blushing at the idea of showing her body to Belle, a little exaggerated since she would be wearing the swimsuit but not incorrect. Wait a minute, that means I'll probably see him shirtless too, he added to his previous internal dialogue. Her mind began to wander with somewhat perverted ideas on Eina's part, although nothing out of the ordinary, even on that occasion when she refused to see Belle's back when Hestia updated her status at the Die Insect family headquarters. She had the same thought, only she managed to control them with difficulty, since it was neither the time nor the place. Knock knock knock. He managed to stammer with his palms over his completely red face. His door had been knocked on. It's Belle. Pull yourself together, Eina. He thought. He stood up and headed for the door. When I opened it, there was the one I was waiting for. I'm sorry for the delay, I had to come running because Kami-sama wanted to update my status before leaving, Belle said as an excuse, while inhaling and exhaling air at a rapid pace. He had run out of breath because he was in a hurry. Don't worry, we still have time, let's go, Eina answered, leaving her house and closing the door behind her. Wait, I'll take care of it, Belle put his hand on the handle of the suitcase and lifted it. You don't have to do it, I can take care of it, Eina expressed at what the boy did. No way. The next few days will be about making up for how worried I made you feel, so it's my duty to take care of everything, the white-haired man replied, brimming with confidence. Eina looked at him for a second and smiled. Thank you very much, Belle, then, let's go, she said while looking behind her. Belle's eyes widened at how beautiful she looked as the sun shone right where she was standing. Yes, let's go, he replied excitedly, so much so that he approached her and took her hand. Eina managed to say because of how quickly Belle did it. We're a couple, aren't we? This is something couples do, they hold hands, like on our date at the Love Plaza. Remember? The white-haired man explained, looking away since if they made eye contact, the half-elf would notice the red color on the young man's face, which was increasing in tone as their hands continued to make contact. It's true, we're a couple, come on honey, Eina said with an inhuman effort. What did you say, Belle asked, he wanted to confirm if he heard correctly. I won't repeat it. We have to hurry. Eina shouted, breaking the awkward atmosphere between them. Why yes. Let's go. They're waiting for us. The boy agreed to continue with the escape route, after all, it's not as if that was the only romantic moment that awaited them that day and the next. And so, the two rushed to the Loki family headquarters, where they will meet the Loki family with Hermes, Asfi and their helper bellcranel. Hermes had to tell some lies to the guards guarding the entrance-exit of Orario, so that they would allow him to take a child from another family on this trip. As for Eina, let's say Asfi will take care of it with the Hades helmet. Twilight Mansion. What the hell are we waiting for? We could have left hours ago. Bet complained, angry at the delay. Calm down my irritated friend, my helper is still missing, he is indispensable for the mission, Hermes said, leaning on the werewolf. You're always so desperate, no wonder no one likes you, Tyan said jokingly, trying to annoy him. I'm not interested in pleasing a bunch of weak people, you damn Amazon. He yelled at the aforementioned woman in response to the provocation. This caused an argument between the two. Tell me Hermes, you always have something in mind and I think you brought the one we are waiting for other reasons, Loki whispered to the traveling god. You offend me Loki, I'm not planning anything bad if that's what scares you, I'm just doing a favor to an old friend Hermes replied, winking at him. Hermes Ama. A voice caught the attention of those present. Turning around, they found Bell waving his right hand at them in greeting, while his other hand held the hand of a certain guild advisor that everyone present knew perfectly well. Eina. That shrimp son. Hermes, explain yourself. Loki said, grabbing the shirt-wearing god with clear irritation. Wait Loki. Hestia won't come if that's what's making you angry. Hermes justified himself. I'm sorry for being late Hermes Sama, Asfi, Loki Sama, an apology was the first thing the boy said as soon as he met everyone. Don't worry, in fact you're just in time Asfi told him. Now that you're here, we can go before finishing his sentence, Hermes was interrupted. What is the damn tomato doing here? Bet shouted, momentarily forgetting about her argument with Tyan, which Tiona joined in on anyway. And nice to see you Bet Bell commented, greeting him the same way as before, waving his hand. It's Argonaut Kun. Tiona said, running towards him. Wait Tiona, he's with that girl Tyan stopped her, it seemed that her sister was going to throw herself at him. That's right. You're his girlfriend. Too bad, he won over Argonaut Kun complained the youngest of the Amazon sisters. Win? Bell, explain, now. Why does he call you Argonaut Kun? Eina asked, quickly turning to her boyfriend. Wait Eina, it's not what you think, don't get angry Bell tried to calm her down. I'm not angry although you still haven't answered what I asked you, darling she called him again, darling, however, this time, there was no way he could feel excited about it. Wow Eina, I've never seen you like this said a certain voice she knew. Reveria Sama. The half-elf named upon recognizing the person with the voice. Fufu, yes, it's me, I'll go on the trip, I'm surprised you're here, I guess the boy dragged you with him and Hermes Sama commented the high elf. And not at all I was the one who agreed to come, it will be our D-date, the terrifying Eina had disappeared in the blink of an eye. I see, I hope you enjoy it, we will go on a mission, we will make sure you enjoy your time alone with your darling Reveria said, walking away and going with her goddess. He had just made fun of the advisor. Honey. Don't tell me she looked at Belle with her face completely pale. Why yes you said it in front of everyone he confirmed what he feared. It's your fault. Eina reproached him, lightly hitting the man who was her beloved and ducking her head in order not to be seen in that state. Ouch Belle complained, clearly not in pain, but he didn't want this to continue. Calm down, okay. When we're on our way to Milan, there'll be time to explain everything to you in detail, the white-haired young man said, placing both hands on his beloved's cheeks and slowly lifting her head until they were face to face. I love you, I wouldn't do anything bad that could hurt you, he finished, taking Eina's hand again and heading to the cart that would take them. It's not fair that you always do that to calm me down, Eina complained as she was carried by Belle. They disappeared into the distance, leaving the others behind. It seems they didn't notice that practically everyone saw them kissing, perhaps because they were so immersed in their own world that they ignored the presence of others outside of them. What just happened Loki asked. I have no idea he looked so different from when we ran into him and Reveria replied. Argonaut Kun is very daring Tiona added. So Eina and the rabbit boy are together Aki continued, barely joining in the conversation. I don't think it's a good idea to bother them, Aki, besides, he told you and Reveria tried to stop his partner since he wanted to go ask the half-elf a million questions about the relationship she's establishing with her adventurer in charge. That was very immoral damn human, I knew you were a pervert, also, with an elf sister Lafia said angrily. Won't Eina get pregnant? My mother used to say that a kiss can get a girl pregnant, Aiz continued, blushing wildly at the display of affection. Everyone looked at her and was surprised. Don't look at me, there's no way I could have told you about that, Riveria denied all responsibility. Finn was holding his goddess and covering her mouth, clearly he was about to do something really stupid. Ahahahaha. Gareth laughed at the same time he was hit by the jade-haired elf. Aiz is a blockhead, thought those present. Aiz felt insulted for no reason. And the carts, heading towards Milan. After a few minutes, they had started. The carts moved forward with them inside, several of them were needed to transport everyone who would go. In the first one were Loki, Riveria, Aiz, Lafia and Alicia. In the second were Bet, Finn, Gareth, Line, Tiona and Tyan. In a finale, Bel, Eina, Hermes, Asfi, Raul and Aki, the latter two practically invited themselves. Regarding what was happening where Bel and Eina were, well. And that's what happened, according to what he nicknamed me because of what happened with the Minotaur, since in the story of the Argonaut his feat was to defeat one. Regarding the fact that they beat me, I don't understand it at all, so it's impossible for me to explain it. Bel finished, while Eina didn't take her eyes off him. MMMIC was the only thing he responded. Inside the cart there was a heavy, almost crushing aura. I knew Eina was intimidating, but this is absurd. I feel an indescribable terror in every fiber of my body. How is it that that boy isn't scared to death when he's the target of all that intimidation power? The catgirl wondered, being taken by the hand by her boyfriend, a kind gesture although. Aki looked up to thank Raul, but as she did so, she noticed that he had fainted. How long has IT been like this? She asked herself. Hermes hugged Asfi, and she only made a poor attempt to push him away because of the discomfort she felt having him so close. Okay, I believe you, sorry for behaving like this, added the half-elf, a radical change in a very short time. Bel sighed with relief. Besides, it's impossible that you could do something like that, you've shown me many times that you love me, I shouldn't doubt you, Eina added, tightening her grip on his hand and looking at him with a calm smile, which was transmitted to her boyfriend's heart. The white-haired boy was happy to fix this little misunderstanding. He knew that Eina was very jealous, although it clearly wasn't something that bothered her. Seeing her frown and wrinkle her nose when she was angry was something he loved, however, it wasn't like he would provoke her on purpose. Hey. Now that everything's okay, would you answer a few questions for me? The catgirl from the Loki family interrupted the moment. Why yeah, hey, will Raul be okay? Bel asked, pointing to where the human was. He had fallen on his side when Aki let go of him. It was still stiff like weak old bread. He'll be fine, there's nothing to worry about, he's gotten himself into worse things, and he's still here with me, anyway, tell me, how did you meet? It was the first of the millions of questions that Aki would ask the couple. Well, should I answer or do you answer, honey? Eina said, turning to look at the boy. We have to take turns. If you want, you do it now and I'll do it later, Bel replied, unconcerned. Okay, we met at the guild almost 2 months ago. He came with a dream of being a hero, and I'm surprised he specifically asked for an elf advisor. Leaving that aside, I think I was charmed by him at first sight was the answer given by the advisor, brief and direct. Almost 2 months. And it took Raul years to propose to me, Aki complained, pouting. Okay, second question. Who made the first move? Who invited the other person on their first date? Was the question posed by the interviewer. My turn, I was the one who invited her to our first date, it was during the Monsterphilia, I suggested that we tour the surroundings together, her friend Misha covered for her, and thanks to her, it became possible, however, it was interrupted by the Silverback's attack, until I defeated it, however, I made her worry about me again, as our first date failed, I invited her again to another one, it was there where I think I already answered your question. Bel stopped his words abruptly. I'm suspicious, Aki whispered, narrowing her eyes. How many questions do you plan to ask? They both asked the catgirl. Not many, I think the first 500 on my list are enough, he responded nonchalantly, as if they were few. Minus 500. Bel and Eina shouted in shock. Yes. There's still time before we arrive. Brimming with energy, the Loki family member prepared for her next question. This is going to be a very long trip, everyone in the carriage thought, except Raul, who still didn't move. Several hours later. Question number 498. What is the trait you like most about Eina? Time passed very slowly, everyone was fed up, and you could even see something like a ghost coming out of the mouths of both objects of attention. Her eyes, I love seeing how expressive they are, it's easy to read them, and that green color became my favorite when I saw them for the first time, Bel replied, drawing energy from who knows where. Good answer. Too sweet. Question number 499. We're here. Hermes shouted, pointing forward. The crystal clear water gradually made itself present. The smell of saltiness penetrated everyone's sense of smell. The sounds of fishing boats leaving or returning can be clearly heard. The seagulls flying. The pelicans standing on the pier. It was exactly as they had imagined. It's beautiful. It was the first impression Eina had of the place. Yes, beautiful, Belle agreed with her. What did I miss? Raul said, getting up from the floor. You fainted, we've already arrived at Milan, Aki replied, helping her stand up. Good, now that we stop, all of you can go with the other children of Loki. Meanwhile, she and I will go with Njord. He will explain the situation to us, although Belle, Eina, you don't have to worry about that, you have fun, Hermes informed, still holding the reins of the horses. Okay Hermes-sama, thank you very much, if you ever need any kind of help, I will gladly accept your request, expressed the white-haired man. They arrived at a loading area, the 3 vehicles stopped, and the passengers got off one by one. Ah. It feels so good to stretch your legs, said Tiona, who was the first to get off her cart. That did the same without saying a word. Finn and Tyan followed, who were very close together. Aerith was next and finally Lion, who seemed strangely happy for some unknown reason. The same thing happened where Aiz was traveling with Riveria, Loki, Lafia and Alicia. Good. We're at the beach. Do you know what that means? Let's swim. Get your swimsuits. The eldest of the Amazon sisters shouted joyfully. Belle, Raul, Gareth, Finn, Bet and Hermes stood together in one place. Paradise, they thought. Hermes-sama. Njord-sama is waiting for you. Asfi warned her god. Wait Asfi, just a moment, 5 minutes. I only ask for 5 minutes. The traveling god cried and complained while the light blue-haired girl dragged him. One less, the men on the spot said to each other. Just like Hermes, Riveria was dragging Loki, who had come in with all of them to put on their swimsuits. Well, we all know what's going to happen now, right? Finn warned, making a blindfold among everyone present. Why am I included? Belle wondered. Don't act like a damn tomato. You want to see your girl in a swimsuit. Bet yelled at him. I can't deny it, he gave up too easily. You know, we must use strategy, look, but at the same time not do it. If they catch us watching them, it will be a very big problem, warned the hobbit. Hein would castrate you, Gareth told him. And my Eina, the white-haired man added, with a depressive aura. Aki would do something worse than that, was Raul's response. Ahaha, damn cowards. The werewolf mocked those 3 poor unfortunate devils. Okay, we have a few seconds to change into our swimsuits, which begin now. Finn said, and as if it were lightning speed, everyone changed and went back. We're ready, they said to themselves. Wait. Why are you wearing a shirt? Don't you think Eina would like to see you without it? Gareth asked Belle. It's a little embarrassing, but maybe you're right, the white-haired man took it from her and threw it into the carriage. Time passed and the first of the girls appeared. Captain? That word alone was enough to know who it was Tyan. Gareth, Belle and Raul looked away. Fiona followed, wearing the same bikini color as her sister, Azul. Afterwards, Alicia, who had drawn a few glances for her brown swimsuit, except for Belle, who remained unwavering, wouldn't look at another girl in a swimsuit before Eina. How do I look, asked a certain girl with glasses and black hair. She was wearing a sky blue bikini. What do I care? The werewolf replied, looking at her out of the corner of his eye. Contrary to what one might think, she was not offended at all, on the contrary, she seemed happy. What was the reason? Simple, he managed to notice a certain redness on Bet's cheeks. Aiz appeared with Lafia, Bet wanted to turn around, but something inside her prevented her. The sword princess was wearing a white swimsuit and the elf was wearing a pink onacy. Lafia watched Belle very closely, so much so that he felt as if something was burning on the back of his neck. The second to last girl was Aki, who was wearing a red swimsuit, a bikini and short. Do you like it, Raul? The cat girl asked, completely embarrassed. You look beautiful, was Raul's response. She was pleased and took the young man away. Only Eina and Riveria were missing. Belle, they named the white-haired man. He turned around, his eyes closed. He already knew who had called him, he just wanted to add a little more drama to the whole thing. Little by little he opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed were Eina's wide and delicate legs. Then her hips and curves that were perfect. At this last moment he was ashamed and suddenly opened his eyes. That's where he saw her. His beloved. Her swimsuit consisted of a small yellow skirt with a small white section, which was the one with the elastic. In the upper area, on the bust, those same colors were present in the top. But none of that compared to the beautiful smile she had on her face and that little white flower in her left ear. Belle was simply amazed. Speechless. He wasn't even blushing. Only in a trance. Before Eina could ask him what he looked like, he spoke. You look beautiful. No, the word beautiful just took on a whole new meaning. Now you are unparalleledly beautiful. Perfection made woman cheesy. Chewed words came out of Belle's lips, who didn't realize the attention he was attracting. Eina burst with happiness inside, she really wanted to jump into his arms. That was the sweetest, most tender compliment anyone had ever given him. She approached him and took him by the arm, hugging him. "Let's have fun, Belle," she said, full of joy. And so, the winner for the best compliment was bellcranel. Into the water. All the girls were soaking in the water, and the crystal clear, slightly chilly water was very enjoyable and relaxing. Aside from the fact that one golden-haired girl was terrified, the rest were calm. "Hey, what about Reveria-sama?" asked Alicia. She turned to stone when she saw the swimsuit Loki chose for her, Tyne replied. I don't understand what that means, I don't want to know either, let's leave it at that," replied the elf. Everyone was in their own world. Line was being harassed by Loki. Lafia, Tiona and Tyne were trying to calm Aiz down and hopefully teach her how to swim. Brawl and Aki were playing water games. Alicia swam alone. Ed and Finn had a swimming race. Aerith drank beer. Hermes and Asfi were together a lot of the time. Meanwhile, Belle, sitting on the sand, waited for Eina, who went to buy some ice cream. "Belle?" he called. "What's wrong, Eina?" the white-haired man asked. "Want to share? It's so delicious," the half-elf said excitedly as she held the ice cream out to the boy. He gladly accepted and tried it, things like indirect kisses were no longer important, seeing that they had kissed on the lips repeatedly. That's right, bellcranel was less of a prince than when he arrived. "It's delicious. Its creaminess and sweetness give it a lot of points on the flavor scale," the young man opined. "Taste scale?" Eina asked. "It was a scale that my uncle created, it depends on the characteristics of the food, if it's something sweet, its sweetness should not exceed that of sugar, if you wanted something like that, it's better to eat sugar directly," he explained, laughing slightly. Not for nothing was Zald an excellent cook. "My stepmother said that as long as it was edible it was enough," he added, remembering Alfea. "They sound like very good people, Belle," the half-elf said, sitting next to him. "Yes, they were," he added, looking at the sea. "How did the swim race with Bet and Finn go?" the brown-haired girl asked, interested in the duel. I have to admit that it was difficult, the difference in level is really noticeable," the boy expressed, scratching his neck nervously. "I know you can become even stronger, you never cease to amaze me," Eina said. "I'll be as strong as necessary to protect you," Belle replied. Dusk was falling and right in front of the sun about to set, they stared at each other. By doing so, they already knew what was coming. "Belle, I love you." "Eina, I love you more." They both kissed tenderly, as they always did, only this time the feeling was a little more special than before. All thanks to the environment, of course. Seconds passed and they separated. "I don't want to leave yet, let's stay here a little longer," Belle said, seeing the others going to their rooms to change. Night was falling. "Yes, let's do it," Eina replied, without any doubt. They both lay down on the sand, intertwined their fingers and watched the stars together. It was a great idea to come, they thought. Night has fallen. It was late at night, Eina and Belle had fallen asleep on the beach. The half-elf asked, opening her eyes slowly. When he finally woke up, he noticed that Belle was gone. Where did he go? He wondered. He looked around for any sign but found nothing. She began to get more and more scared. "Belle? If it's a joke, I don't find it funny at all," he said as he stood up and walked along the edge of the water. A stifled scream was heard in the distance. "Belle?" the half-elf wondered. He ran to the source of it, not caring about diving into the water. Yes, the scream came from over there. The scream was heard again. "Belle? Where are you?" she screamed, but every time Belle's scream was let out again, he got further and further away. Oh. Amazons. Belle shouted before nothing could be heard again. Eina stood frozen, static in the middle of the sea. Amazon. That's where he remembered it. Milan and Telskura are very close to each other. Belle had been kidnapped by the Amazons. She quickly tried to swim further into the depths, but a hand grabbed her. "Don't be silly, it's impossible for you to even reach Telskura swimming without having a status," it was Tyne who stopped her. "It was Batch, maybe Argana, they are the ones who have permission to leave," Tiona whispered, with a face of terror. "How do you know?" the half-elf was going to ask. "The mission Jord Sama gave us was to rescue the men kidnapped by the Amazons of Telskura. It's been a constant problem and they've attacked their boats," Tyne reported. "None of them have returned nor have we heard from them for months," added the younger sister. Bad news fell like a bucket of cold water on the poor girl. "We have to save him. They captured Belle. If we don't do something now, I'll lose him. I don't want to lose him." Eina kicked, trying to get free. "That's why we need to tell the others and come up with a plan. Otherwise they'll probably kill us," the eldest of the Amazon sisters replied. Logic struck sentimentality, causing it to regain its reason. "Okay, but we must go as quickly as possible," replied the half-elf. So, the three girls went to where the others were and alerted them of what had happened to Belle. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.